some of the experience, you know, Gaimin have played a lot of LANs, many finals, they know like how to come back, how to close out games. Whereas BOOM, I mean, overall, they just very much impressed me yesterday.
Yeah, I think coming into it, I was expecting Gaimin to be... Oh my, I'm so sorry. I forgot to mute that. That was my own voice twice. My apologies.
I was like, what the hell's going on?
That was a misclick. Anyways, happening. Yes, coming to it, I expected BOOM to actually be struggling just a little bit in the series, but yeah, the game 1 gave me a lot of confidence, but yeah, coming into this game 3 that we're seeing now on screen, it was the fact that like with Gaimin's draft, if BOOM make a single mistake, they will just swarm over you. Like Slardar, Bristle, IO, Leshrac, like they want to be in your face and constantly fighting. So unfortunately for BOOM, like in the game 3 decider, like as much as their draft looks really good on paper, just the fact that like they don't have a natural front line, so anytime they just blunder, it's gonna be over, right? So yeah, again, my bad for the double audio.
It's all good. I do want to continue on the train of thought in regards to blundering, because our third series of the day yesterday was Spirit versus BetBoom. Spirit is advancing to playoffs. BetBoom will play here on the final day to decide their fate. But I do feel there were quite a few blunders coming out of this game on the side of BetBoom. I feel like generally this team, I wouldn't say that they're necessarily triggered until it's grand finals time, but it did kind of seem like they might have been a tiny bit triggered.
I will say here, if we look, so the score is 3-4 currently before we see the next kills coming in, and Spirit are up 8,000 gold.
Yeah.
First of all, BetBoom's draft isn't like super great when it comes to like, I would say, against Spirit, but they made no moves at all on the map, but I would attribute or even say that many other teams in game 1 would have looked as bad as BetBoom because of what Spirit were doing. Maybe this game was a bit like, what the hell is actually going on, where, you know, BetBoom maybe look a little bit lost, but I would mainly attribute, English is hard sometimes, to Spirit just showing up. They showed me like some TI winning form. I don't know how you see it, T, but when I looked, I was like, damn, this is like some very clean stuff going on.
No, yeah, I agree. I think when I look at the drafts from Spirit, they feel like the drafts that you would expect to see from Spirit at a, you know, main stage playoff type bracket tournament. And in the way that they played as well, like game 1, the discipline to, you know, crush the lanes, but then play methodical. If BetBoom aren't making any moves, then, you know, they're like, sure, we'll just farm and then we'll crush you. In the second game as well, getting to see the Storm Spirit again, like layered with the double aggression of Lion Centaur. Like, I don't know, it's just refreshing to see like that level of a smackdown. And yeah, it was...
So maybe not that much blunders, maybe it's just Spirit was just really good.
Yeah, Spirit looked really good. And like between the 2 drafts as well, like maybe game 1 draft from BB as well, it's like they don't really have like the 1+1 combos to get kills early on. Like if Kotal has a bad game, they're all just farming. So maybe there's a lot of emphasis on GPK, at least in game 1.
Usually they're very good when they have like this early Kotal to like make moves, but then his offlaner is a Magnus, very slow. You're also playing Kotal. Yeah, you're playing Kotal into Shadow Demon, who later when you have Vessel, he by Shard, he always dispels. So it's like not the easiest setup. And then Spirit just, they made it incredibly. They didn't give away any kill, and then it's like, guys, go here. Oh, you don't get a kill. Guys, let's go here. Oh, you don't get a kill again. And suddenly you feel like, guys, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
Well, I know what the hell's going on in this tournament so far, because we started out with 16 teams. We can take a look at the standings. At the moment, 10 teams have found their place. 5 have found their place eliminated, and 5 have found their place in the playoffs. And that means 6 teams still are undecided. As you can see, all the white-named teams basically are the ones that are still in, but their fate is yet undecided. They're in the middle of the pack. Is there any team in particular, T, that stands out that you didn't expect to be middle of the pack?
Ooh, probably gotta be one at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'll happily go by. I think BOOM is easily going to be that team. The fact that they're the second place South American team coming into it, I think potentially because Heroic, you know, bombed so hard, then, you know, there has to be one Essex team. So BOOM was like, oh wait, okay, we'll do it. So I'd say maybe BOOM a little bit. I think.
I'll take the other BOOM with BetBoom. I feel like they're the team that is supposed to go 3-0 or like 3-1 maybe, like drop some series and then like go top 3, you know, and just make it look easy. But they're actually in a bit of a problematic situation. Obviously, they can do it, so they'll be fine, but did not expect them on the last day of groups.
No, we can take a look also at the prize pool, because we haven't checked in with that for a little while. But obviously, there's a $1 million prize pool here to be gotten at Wallachia, and it is today. That is, the teams that are playing, they have the chance to double their prize. It goes from $20K to $40K, and I felt that was worthy of mentioning, Kezu, because that is a large chunk of cash.
Yeah, that's a quick double up, and then the chance for more. And if you go even further, maybe for TI later. So it's a very big day. So of course, no pressure. Just play good Dotes, and everything else will come by its own.
I'd like to think that players still to this day don't really look at the prize pool in the moment.
Sure, not in the moment.
That would spook a player. After the fact, they're like, no! Reference TI9. That was rough. But anyway.
Thanks. We got last. That was great.
Yeah, but if we won one game, we'd have got second to last, and then we'd have got, X.
Why'd you remind me of this?
Bro, it still hits me. Like, every other week I think about it, it hurts.
Every other week?
Could have been a millionaire, but...
No, it went from, 40, 50K for, last, and then, if we'd won one game, it'd have been, 160K, 180K.
We would have, 5x our money, but anyway.
Insane. Anyway.
You guys are just saying, should have just won. It's easy. They just keep talking about smooth, no pressure, just win.
That's why
I'm saying at least that the players, they don't look at this. Maybe the manager, it's in their mind, but they make sure not to say it.
No,
they're just smooth sailing. You learn from yesterday, you come today. Hopefully, you smack your opponent, and then you just keep going.
Well, let's take a look at what teams need to smash which teams, because the schedule of today has 3 series. Once again, it's our final day with 3 best-of-3 series, and every single series means either you get eliminated if you lose, or you advance to the playoffs and get a double prize pool as you currently have if you win. So we're going to end the day with I feel like this was always a little bit of a classic, Liquid versus Secret.
It's been time. I mean, we had Secret versus VP the other day.
Yeah, they're going down memory lane. It's great.
It's more on Secret to get good again, so we see these classics return. But I think there's a lot of series here that, there's upset potential, right? I can see a world where maybe Liquid have an off day and suddenly Secret go, what? But Liquid are the favorites. I expect Shopify to be the favorites in Series 1, but how they played recently, with Boom doing so well in that game 1 yesterday, it's I can see a timeline where Boom upset North America, they get themselves into the playoffs. I'm down for the upsets. G2IG as well. Sure, let's go for all upsets, 3 upsets.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't even put it that unlikely that all of matchup 1 and 3 is anyway 2-1 wouldn't surprise me. If G2XIG win against BetBoom, kind of similar. I feel like it's more unlikely, but they've done better. BetBoom have shown us some not so good things, maybe some downwards trajectory. So anything is possible. Again, Dota is so high skilled. You show up one day, you can just beat anyone. So yeah. It's not that hard.
And we have seen both. I mean, we're talking about both BetBoom and Liquid potentially being the favorite, but yeah, we have seen them just underperform. So who knows what kind of form they show up in today? Time can only tell. So you just got to stick around and watch all the games that are coming your way. And if you have been watching all the games that are coming your way, you've been noticing potentially, Tigov, a little bit of a different trend in terms of heroes, because we wanted to dive a little bit into it. I know that there's a lot of talk about potentially a patch. Maybe.
Ooh.
We don't know.
A patch?
No,
really?
we don't know.
Act 2.
Crazy.
Confirmed by
there's a lot of people hoping and wishing. But, we have had this patch for a long time. But I wanted to make a point about how the meta that we see right here still has quite a bit of depth to it.
Yeah, I feel like as time goes on, we are seeing pro teams kind of shift in and out of picking up heroes. And for example, here, in Birmingham, the Luna was 8th most contested? Yeah, 60 games played. But here, it's now 39th most contested. It's absolutely fallen off.
Yeah.
And that is a product of having additional tanky heroes coming to play, right? Certain heroes haven't really lost their strength, but other heroes have become stronger. So I think this is just proof that meta isn't strictly relying on a patch, but more on the comfort of pro teams. And I think there is a lot of room for people to try and find new things, and that's what we're seeing here listed with those stats as well. Batrider as well, I think that was the 3rd one there. It went up in win rate quite a lot.
And I think also just to touch on it's not just what people find or new heroes rising. With Luna, people were so good at abusing the Luna aura at nighttime at Birmingham and maybe having some mid-puck. Mid-puck doesn't really seem that alive in this tournament, so that makes Luna worse. The one thing with Batrider though, he looked horrible in Birmingham. Yeah. He looks a lot better here. I'm not sure if that's just that people are playing or allowed to play a bit slower, they farm a bit more stacks, but or Tidehunter, unpicked to 3 games, 100% win rate. Sometimes you just go in waves, people find something.
Just reminded me, MOUZ went from 55% win rate Birmingham to 30%.
Yeah, he dropped.
And it's just
but it's also because he's just picked a lot more now, maybe. That's another product of that. And speaking of that Tidehunter, we should be moving on to our first series of the day. There's one person that really likes playing Tidehunter in that series. So we got ourselves a Boom versus Shopify Rebellion, and of course I'm talking about Saberlight. He is I think he was the first Tidehunter this tournament, and he still, has got kind of that flair that he is the one to do well with it. Going into that first series, focusing a little bit on Shopify Rebellion, they are playing, I think, is it time? I don't know. How long do you give a team with 2 stand-ins, of which both are world-class, of which one is very familiar with the playstyle of a lot of the others? Like, how long do you give a team the asterisk?
Maybe like
playoffs.
Yeah, like let's say like first match into the playoffs if they make it there.
Yeah.
Because it's still like right now it's still very much like random in terms of what's happening. Like when you're a real team, you go to like the tournament, right? You have like strategy specific heroes, you have combos that work well. Like now they probably had to swap a lot on what they want to do. Maybe Sumail is like a lot stronger in his voice compared to like Yo, but he's like, yo, I want this hero, I'm gonna destroy this game. We saw before that didn't happen, but it's like finding the balance with 2 stand-ins can be hard unless it clicks initially.
I mean, I feel like this is like the true test of character for them, because like you said, coming in with no real prep or knowledge, you then have to, day to day, lean on like who's the most vocal in how they want to improve. Like what was the actual pressure points, what was the problems? And if let's say like GH or Sumail is bringing in new ideas, not only are they having to try and improve as a team, they're having to improve based on their foundation with 2 new opinions. So I think it's probably the hardest thing to do is to be losing with stand-ins and try and fix the problems. Because it's now like 3 new angles they're having to deal with.
Well, let's focus on their opponents, who has been, they've been together for a little longer than just a week and a half. We got ourselves Boom from South America, and they have been doing very well. Of course, we mentioned them a lot, of the team that gets kept by Heroic in the region a lot, so this is one of the few times we actually see them compete at an international stage, and I will just straight up say that I'm impressed. Obviously, there's a lot of known names on the squad, but I wanted to focus a little bit more on the mid lane for Boom, because Slatums is one of the youngest players here, and I feel like he's gonna go up against Sumail, and that's gonna be good tea.
Yeah, and it's going to be super important for Boom to play on, because if we're looking at how Shopify lost yesterday, it was the fact that the supports couldn't help out on the mid lane. So now if we're entertaining the idea of, let's say, Sladum has a better hero matchup, supports can come to mid. Sure, Sumail's a star player, but if he's shut down early on, it gives Boom that kind of momentum. And I think that's at least what I've seen from their wins. A lot of their wins of when their draft has a slight advantage, they win their lanes, and like the draft kind of plays itself out. When the game gets difficult, they don't really have a good plan B or C like some other teams. But if they can get their own kind of like logic into the game, then they are a scary team.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's like 2 things that I want to add to that point. Is first of all, their supports in like Knights and Pandabu, they do really well when it comes to like the early rotations, helping out mid, placing good wards on the map. But this mid game where T's saying that maybe their plan isn't super clear, their oldest player is 23 years old. Like, they don't have the experience of, like, even if GH is a stand-in or a TZ who's played a bajillion LAN events, like, the mid game is going to be the hardest type of part of the game for Boom. So in order for them to win this series, I hope that someone can step up or that they can help each other, because going up against a team that has a lot more experience than you is incredibly hard when it comes to the mid-game team fighting and your movement on the map.
Yeah, and we also wanted to, speaking of supports, highlight GH and his Tusk. And he's been doing great on Tusk.
Yeah, and if you look at this, we will see in the draft
100%
later.
win rate.
Yeah, like, so
Wow.
they have won every game where my friend is on the little Walrus Punch Man, but they've also lost every game where he's not. And of course, you can take that as you want, but it very likely means that in order for them to do well, it helps them a lot when GH is on a hero that is a to-do shitter. Go around, make stuff happen.
Womp, 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 womp.
I know. Boom have done their homework. It was not very hard. I looked for 10 seconds, and I was like, wow, a lot of green with Tusk.
They looked for 12 seconds, got the ban. Hell yeah.
Well played, BetBoom Esports.
That being said, the Disruptor does make it through because of that, so they get first pick. Before we jump into the draft, though, I want to have one quick more comment on the supports, because I know that yesterday we were also a little bit, I'm not necessarily harsh, but critical. I'm going to say Tigov of the supports of Shopify, mostly about who played where, because we have seen yesterday Kitrak playing the position 4 a little bit more, where GH was playing the position 5, and we theory crafted that might be because the new addition to the squad that got announced is Scam, and he normally plays the 5. But we didn't really see, we want to see Kitrak on a position 4, if he is going to play 4, that does stuff.
Yeah, so coming into this tournament, he was playing a lot of Hoodwink. Of course, now that's getting banned out, respected, or maybe they're veering away from it. But yeah, I think this is a delicate position now for Shopify, where let's say they lose this tournament, whatever, they go to the next. If Kitrak is going to become the actual 4 player, I don't want him to become the 4 player like when RMN stood in for Nigma, right? RMN's a 5 player who then went to 4, and he played his Banes, the Chens, like everything in the 4 role. He didn't become the 4 player.
No.
And at least right now what we're seeing here, outside of Hoodwink, I'm yet to see Kitrak step up and become the 4 player for the team. And it does put a little bit of doubt in me for this potential roster, for the roster announcement that they've had. And I'm hoping at least in this series, we are going to see a little change up, but most likely GH will be continuing that 5-esque role due to the future of what Shopify is going to become.
We'll see what hero they'll get this time around for Kitrak and who's going to play the Disruptor, because we know both are very proficient on it. As we are already in the second pick phase, so we got ourselves the CK band out as well on the side of Boom. They open with the Bane. Kezu, is that something you're happy with?
I'm pretty okay with it. Maybe there's also like, some stuff of having a potential save later, or they feel that it might just be good for like some potential block picks later down the line of what Shopify do want to play. So I would say it's within like, it's fine. It doesn't like super impress me, but it's good enough.
Something that Boom do that not all the other teams do is that they aren't afraid to just double open their supports.
Yeah.
Like the fact that they've locked in their Bane and Hoodwink, there's no draft depth here, there's no flexibility. It's just as simple as Bane is your 5, Hoodwink is your 4, but they are very good lane enablers. Of course, Bane with the Enfeeble, and then Hoodwink with his entire toolkit being able to secure the lane. Shopify are trying to match that just a bit because their lanes are also extremely potent. The SD Centaur combo, if Bane steps up in the 5 role to try and bully, you get disrupted, Centaur gets to walk over, hoof stomp you. So I think Shopify have responded quite nicely, but Boom haven't tried to disguise anything, so you'd expect them to have good lanes against it. Even Disruptor's good against Hoodwink because you have high range.
Yeah. Shopify have like giga meta heroes, like SD, Centaur, they're good. You have Disruptor, who's usually banned, they get it through. SD save against the potential Bane later, you can always stack, you lane well. So all in all, again, we're kind of reaching like the stage of where both teams have like their foundation of the draft. But the next picks are really like the more important ones of where your draft is going to go right, where you can maybe go wrong, making sure you find the right answer. So it's kind of on Boom here. Can they maybe find a flex pick? Because they do have to pick 2 cores here. Can they take one hero that can be flexed between multiple roles? Do they just want to like lock in their carry here? Like maybe a Sven or like, in my opinion, I'm looking for like a mid-game carry that will buy a BKB and that is not too afraid of going up against SD Purge or being like glimpsed back in a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, Gyrocopter's already banned from Shopify, but I could have seen a world where like DK plus Gyrocopter would feel nice, and then you keep the DK from mid to off lane, but alas, Gyrocopter's already been banned in the first phase from Shopify. So trying to find that carry here, because I think the best flex you have here is mid to off lane. Therefore, you pick the carry +1 here.
Yeah, the mid carry flex is hard. I could only see maybe like TA. I feel like if you want to jam in your carry, there are definitely a few where you can feel okay, like maybe like some, Sven, Luna. If you want to have like if they can find this mid to offlane flex, it would be great. I think otherwise one of them will just have to man up and be like, okay, I see these supports, I see the Centaur, I'm happy with this hero, let's make it happen.
It could technically Sven Zeus if you're going down that line. Keep your offlane pick a little bit further just for your own strength. But
Mars is good.
Mars, there he is again.
Mars is good, but also an egregious win rate at Wallachia. I believe it is now 30-ish. 30-ish%, yeah, it's pretty bad. But that is because a lot of teams are picking it, and I think there are some heroes in each tournament that become such staple default picks for every team that even if it's good, you are going to have just like a lower win rate, sub 50% for sure.
Yep.
I mean, it is at least very good, right? Let's pretend that you're always relying on a Bane grip. I mean, the dude's just going to get disrupted. You need someone else that goes in, good against a Stampede, you go in, you lane with Hoodwink, you're literally like just one of the most stable dual lanes that you have overall.
Okay. So they want to keep their mid option alive, and I guess in the pre-show we did mention the fact that the Sladden versus Sumo, and so yeah, keep your last pick, have the counter pick in play, and you see the carry matchup here. So Morphling, you free farm against Centaur SD.
Yep.
You don't really die. Maybe level 1 if you're just making a massive blunder, but yeah, you're perfectly good to free farm the entire time. So yeah, overall pretty stable draft, and it's now on Shopify to pick the. You got 2 picks to make sure Morphling can't just become the raid boss that we've seen in previous days.
I do like seeing Pakaz on range heroes. I feel like he reminds me a little bit of like Monet, like 1 or 2 years ago, where I was like, when this guy plays range heroes, he's really, really damn good. So I do like seeing his Morphling. Shopify will close it out with a TA, which most likely is carry unless they can also find it in their last pick where they can flex between, because Shopify don't have last pick. So it's not on them to decide where this TA goes. So they should already kind of have an idea, I would assume, with the safe lane. Yes, bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you. I don't know if that was audible on camera, but it's the silent, most silent sneeze that I could
Just
think
think
of.
right now, Twitch chat, thousands of people. Bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you.
I feel incredibly blessed.
So
what can I say? I mean, I already feel blessed that I am here to begin with in terms of having some good Dota to watch. We got some last picks coming in as well with the Huskar band out. Does that give us more indication of where that Templar Assassin is going to go?
All right, I'm going to just leave the draft for a second just to entertain this idea. Do you ever think people in the last phase of bans use, like, for example, this TA pick can be mid or off lane.
Yeah.
Do you think you use the bans to, like, just, to offset? Like, they're banning, like, super anti-TA mid heroes. Do you think that's just because TA is mid here, or is it, like, they're just forcing it through the bans?
Or they mind game, so they ban out as if TA is going to go mid, but then he's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Then
That's what I mean. Like,
Which didn't work out because Boom are still banning 2 mid heroes.
Yeah.
yes.
So they didn't get mind game. But I think here it depends a lot on like your next pick. A lot of the times you want to be like, okay, we want to ban out these so that there's a higher chance that we can put the TA mid, as opposed to, oh shit, we get to this pick and you're like, oh well, if we put TA mid now, we're going to get Huskar, so she has to go safe lane, and now we have to pick a new mid. So it's a bit hard to tell, but look, I think Boom I think they're on the right money. I feel like at least I would be looking to ban out mids. Because, yeah, I mean, does it make all that much sense to pick the mid TA there when you don't see your matchup instead of...
No, I think safe lane TA with the disruptor makes a lot of sense. It applies pressure to the MOUZ. I was just trying to disconnect from the draft.
I will say, T-Gov, that I hope that sometimes happens, because that seems so cool. It seems like such a cool mind game to play.
I mean, the reason why I bring it up is because there used to be a thing where Puffy would ban Venomancer, for example, for no reason. And then it's like people are thinking like other heroes, and it was just a TA mid, mate.
So they get Naga.
You don't sound impressed.
No, I need to think of the heroes that are left for Boom to try and go up against it. Because Mars and Morph are not particularly great at dealing with this hero. You're good at laning into it with your Mars and Hoodwink. That's good.
Is there a world where they put... Nah, Morphling mid, I was going to say, but I don't like that at all. Changed my mind already. So what do you expect out of the mid lane now if you're Boom Esports? Like, obviously, you need to have a good matchup against TA, but you also need to maybe help be able to deal with Naga later on.
Yeah, this is where like the bans from Shopify already kind of laid for this moment, because they banned Primal in the first phase. They've already banned Leshrac in the last phase. And when you look at the Saddam heroes a little bit, finding that next anti-Naga hero that can also play into TA, he plays a lot of the Spirit active heroes, which don't always threaten that. And okay, I probably wouldn't have called it Tiny myself, but it really leans on the... There's going to be mid-Tiny. Okay, so they are just going to try and go for the jump, for the explosive plays. They do have a lot of it. Once they enter the mid-game, Tiny, Morph, Hoodwink, all jumping the same hero, you are going to die. You can eat root through Refraction with the Avalanche. So I don't mind it for the pacing, but it does feel that Shopify should be pretty happy with this game. Eventually, they'll have illusions pushing out everything, traps everywhere, SD to be positioned. Like, the supports in Shopify should never really be dying because of how much innate vision the cores will provide.
I really like the Shopify draft. I feel like this Naga was really hard for Boom to answer.
Yeah.
I don't think they found the right answer with the Tiny. Honestly, with the time they had, I would not have found a better answer either. So that just goes to speak how good this Naga pick truly is. There's going to be a lot of vision. They should have the first Aegis. I'm a little afraid for Boom. They need their lanes to go well, and I feel like open up the map a little bit. Game stalls down, goes even around like 20, 25 minutes. I would definitely give it to Shopify at that time.
I'm a little afraid how Boom, even if they get a lead, how do they continue making that lead with how big the map is? Like, people say high ground's an issue. It's not high ground itself. It's the fact the map's so big and farm is generated. And here it's like, if they walk down a lane, Naga will keep skipping, TA can skip. There's so much ways to do it. And your wave push, it's not as clean for Boom. Like, you need cores to go do it for you. So, yeah, I'm a little worried for Boom. They need everything to go right for them, all the momentum to be on their side, and to never really allow Shopify to cement themselves into the game, just doing what they want to do.
If Panda has a good game, he's a god. This is like one of the hardest Bane games I've ever seen. TA Trap Silence, Naga Siren Song, SD Safe, Centaur jumping you. Good luck, Panda, because if he has to play a banger game.
Okay, how many 2-second grips will he get?
6.
How many 3-second grips will he get?
None.
Okay, there it is.
That's a tough one. It seems like Boom's gonna have a tough one on this one, but perhaps they can prove my analyst wrong here with game 1 of this best of 3 series. We're heading over to Beak up on the coast.
Thank you very much, Sheever, and we're coming into game number 1. Boom, looking to keep Shopify on the same pace they've been on, but both these teams are in a loss sandwich right now. They've gone loss, win, win, loss, so somebody's going to have to break out of it, and who do you think's got the better draft?
I'm kind of leaning towards Shopify. I feel like their draft, this Naga Siren pick, did kind of catch them off guard. They didn't have much time to fix it because you see Naga Siren, she's right now, this is the 3rd pick. Naga Siren so far in the tournament, sitting at 0% win rate. So maybe they're going to be able to get the dub here. But yeah, I think lanes are going to be the big issue. So they went back for Tiny. This is South America's classic for the last couple of years when you need someone to be super active early on.
Right.
You pick Tiny, and he can also deal with Naga Siren illusions until they become like super tanky. So that's going to be good. But yeah, Templar Assassin, she does one-shot the creep wave. You'll have Naga Siren we've seen in the previous tournaments of the year so far, where Naga Siren pushes out the waves and also paired up with Shadow Demon. So there's going to be even more illusions. Hoodwink until this hero gets like one big item, Maelstrom. Pretty much the hero can't deal with the illusions. Bane really sucks at doing so. So not going to be an easy one, but they do have explosive lineup. This lineup from Boom is very good at keeping the tempo. If they get the ball rolling, if they get the blink initiation on Mars, blink on Tiny, you have heroes that you can easily play with. Sacred in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, they use that illusion for information, and they got everything they needed out of it. They'll go to the hoof stop. It lands on a 3 heroes, so Sacred, God's Rebuke, but he'll end up dead. They'll try to get the trade on a Saberlight, who ends up falling to Panda. So they do, in fact, get a trade out of that. But it was the information with the Naga illusions that allowed them to get that first blood and get that information.
Yeah, GH with the first blood. GH playing this, I would say, hybrid 4-5. It kind of starts as 5, does transition... starts as 5 and transitions into 4 if he manages to get a lot of farm. Also, I think this is the type of a game where he should get some farm priority because you are playing with Naga Siren, you are playing with Shadow Demon, so you do have a setup for a big static storm with the Aghanim Scepter.
Right, so taking a look at these lanes so far, bottom lane, it feels like Panda's going to have a really rough time, and this is definitely if Panda is a little bit too far, a lane where he can die from Saberlight, especially you hit that level 3, you've got that double edge at level 2. You really start to output quite a bit of damage on this Centaur in lane if you're not too careful. So, the panel spoke about how Panda's going to have a rough game. I'm excited to see how he deals with adversity in a game like this.
Yeah, we've seen yesterday Kitrak was playing Bane, I believe, in 2 games, and had a bit of a hard time sometimes when you get countered by Bane, because this is super difficult. You're playing into Glimpse, you're playing into Disruption, Song, a lot of these small things that can't stop you from getting the grip off. So he's going to need to be, the one holding them for like good 2 seconds, and then most likely it's going to get stopped, or he needs to enter the fight slightly later and wait until all these big spells have been used.
So for the side of Shopify, is it Sumail that's really going to be holding on to being the carry of this game for the first 35 minutes? Is Naga just farming exclusively like
Naga
that?
comes online much faster than that. She needs 2 items. That's Manta Style into Orchid. Sumail.
Yeah, he's in the meld.
Sumail, no refraction, so doesn't have that extra damage.
Oh,
Trying to get out. Slotems doesn't have enough mana.
ended up escaping, and he'll be able to stay alive for a little bit longer, but GH won't do the same as Knight. Running over and getting that kill on the Disruptor. We have seen Hoodwinks just be a thorn in the side of so many teams.
And this hero is insane. Like, I've seen a lot of Reddit threads, people complaining about the Squirrel being too OP right now. People love to complain. That's why I'm always on Reddit. I love to check, what's a new thing, what's the new hero to be hating on nowadays, and seems like it's Hoodwink.
Yeah, Hoodwink is really frustrating for a lot of people.
Because it's a bit of a 50-50. A lot of people are like, oh, Hoodwink's OP, then you'll have a couple of guys complaining that Hoodwink sucks. I'll hold that thought.
Yeah, Bushwhack on Arteezy, but he's chasing Sacred, trying to get a kill here onto the Mars. They've got the Glimpse back into the hands of the Naga Siren. Should be able to get the Mars. Now the question is, do they also get Knight? Glimpse is on
have another
cooldown for
Thunderstrike,
so long,
so
but they do
should be dead here if they manage to get the connection. There it is.
Is that enough? Fairy Fire, Thunderstrike.
Very close.
Just not enough.
That extra tower protection, extra HP regen, and some extra armor. Saberlight.
Pulled the Nightmare there. Sumail under the tower in a lot of trouble, and he's going to drop. That is Satum's making easy work of Sumail.
That counts as a double kill already, considering that
Yeah.
he almost killed him there. Nice toss back into the tower. Sumail now having a refraction, and he's really struggling in terms of CS. I don't think I've seen Sumail, because he's been known to be like the king of the mid lane in terms of domination, how he plays out the lane, one of the hardest players to play against. And he's really struggling. 10-4 against Tiny's 16-8.
Yeah, he'll have to get this wave, hope to really disrupt the Tiny's game, maybe need somebody to rotate over. You've got two decent supports
Sumail's going
doing
in.
so, and Sumail's mad.
Range play.
He wants to go over, try and get the kill onto the Tiny, but can't catch up to him. So, unfortunately, Revenge is, well, going to be left waiting to be warmed up because he can't get it just yet. Got that bushwhack. Arteezy, again, really sitting low here. So like you said, he wants that Manta style, and that's the build after these boots. Saberlight taking a lot of damage as Blood Grenade was thrown on him, and a couple of right clicks because he's going to get that kill on the Saberlight. Not much Kitrak can do. And for Boom, every lane feels like it's going well.
Yeah, they have killer lanes. We said if they can get some of these early kills, they have a super strong lane in the top with Mars and Hoodwink, so you're always going to have a kill threat.
Yeah, so just taking a look, and you know there has been a lot of activity early on from Boom, and I'm always looking at the Hoodwink. It feels like that is just the hero to keep your eyes on, and shifting, body blocking. Is Saberlight trying to stay in front of him so he can get these double edges off?
That's a stun.
Really
That's not a body block.
Body blocks. Oh my
What
god.
is this?
3 double edges. Still can't kill Pakaz.
Oh man, Saberlight's so good. That was really nicely done.
That was insane.
If he had a second point in double edge, Pakaz definitely dies. He can't shift through all that. Heavy magic damage coming out from Centaur. Making a move again. Kitrak trying to set things up, but also things happening in the top lane. Sacred, turnaround potential.
Glyph. There was a bushwhack that locked up GH for a moment, but he'll have a little bit of health to work with. Now Arteezy just needs a net to get this kill, but it's on cooldown for 3 more seconds, so Sacred gets under the tower with a sliver of health.
Thunderstrike, such an annoying ability early on. This, there's a reason why Disruptor, I believe he's still sitting at around 95% contest rate at PGL Wallachia Season 1.
Sumail with a trap on a knight, but the bushwhack,
Never
now
mind.
they've got the toss.
It's still 100% contest rate. Ooh, that's a nice play off the trap.
Tried to get it off the trap. Now an avalanche on the 2. Kitrak came over to try and help. Forget the disruption. That's on the Panda. They'll bring over GH. And GH, well, he doesn't have the mana for Glimpse at the moment, so they can't pull him back. Immediately used that Thunderstrike and left him without the initial mana for that Glimpse. That's unfortunate, but good if you're a Boom Esports supporter. And if you're Boom Esports in general.
Arteezy in the top lane getting initiated on, but they don't have much mana to work with. If Mars had mana for a spear, could have been a, maybe even a kill. Needs to bring some extra regeneration.
Nightmare. Saberlight. Go to the disruption again. They line up the hoof stomp, but not a lot of health here on Saberlight, so going even further and using a double edge could potentially be putting yourself in a bad position to end up dying.
Yeah, everybody has been very active in the lanes. We have 6 kills, 7 minutes in. That also means that there's not going to be as many stacks. Shopify would definitely love to get some stacks going. They do have Shadow Demon, and they did stack the big camp twice in the triangle and 1 in the outer ring of the Ancients. You have Templar Assassin. You need her to make a comeback in the game because Slotham is having a really good time.
That being said, though, Sumail's net worth is higher.
It is higher, yeah, but they're making a move right now. They want a big kill. They want to go for Arteezy. Arteezy already drawing on a mini-map, thinking that he needs to fall back to the jungle. And let's see if Boom Esports, if they're going to have a good read. GH stacking one more time, and there's that wraparound.
They don't even care.
They saw the courier.
They saw him stack, and they were like, all right, that's fine. If we get this kill on Arteezy, it's well worth it. Level 6 went 3-1-2 for Arteezy, so it's the long wraparound. TP's coming through. but it's not looking like it's going to be in time from KidTrack. They've got the spear, the bushwhack, but yeah, the damage is enough to overwhelm Arteezy.
He is level 6, doesn't have a point in Song. Usually you don't get it, and there's that sick Naga Siren stats, 0-0-0, 2 times picked so far.
The bars don't even move. Really just trying to make Naga Siren work right now, and I don't think it's... I mean, it's not doing amazing, but it's early. This Naga Siren has potential.
In this game, yeah. To be more picked during the tournament, probably not. It also comes down to some of the Naga Siren counters are strong right now. We're talking about, mid Zeus, Keeper of the Light, also Coddle, and then from the carry role, Lifestealer with the Radiance build. Sven has been like super popular in the last couple of months, so yeah, difficult for Naga Siren. Arteezy continues to farm up.
They've got a 1,000 net worth lead here for the side of BetBoom Esports. Panda getting closer to 6, so is Knight. Hoof Stomp, Nightmare. Because with the Brain Sap, the waveform, they're looking for a high 5, and Saberlight just too far forward. Meanwhile, the stacks that are being made or have been made by GH are going to be stolen by the side of BetBoom Esports as well. They have this OBS that saw this going down, and the rotation's coming in, but it seems to be a little bit later. Maybe GH just beating himself well enough where they can come through and help out. Here comes Arteezy. Sumail's in with the Meld Strike. A couple more right clicks. They should be able to get the kill here onto the Hoodwink. Now they look over at Sacred, who throws down the arena. The glimpse back towards Sumail and Arteezy. Actually puts them in a perfect spot for them to get this kill, and they'll take out 2.
They were not on the same page. BetBoom Esports focusing down supports. Sumail also coming from the Invis. If you're not focusing Templar Assassin, she's gonna rip you a new one in the team fight. Sumail had a bit of a slower start, but managed to make a comeback. And they're gonna keep stacking at a triangle so that he can... Dire wins 7, sitting at 77% win rate out of 11 picks. The power of this hero is when you pick it early in the draft, you can still shift it because you can play her from the mid lane or the safe lane. Still waiting a day where you can play Templar Assassin as a support.
One of these days.
That's one of the heroes that exclusively cannot be played as a support, cannot be played from the off lane.
I feel like Shard kind of gives that,
if you could buy Shard like 5 minutes into the game, then yes, but yeah, the Shard is really good. I also want to see him pick it up early on. I'm not a big fan of Deso from the mid lane. It's all about that Dragonlance Blink into Shard where you can control these heroes. You can go for solo kills on the supports because of the silence. It's also going to be really nice against Morphling, so he can get a Dispel It because he does have a lot of farm, so Manta style might even come before that 15-minute mark, and that will deny this big timing from Templar Assassin, what she wants to do. Pick it up, try to go for a kill on Morphling.
Potentially. Static Storm. With the kinetic field, they've got the disruption from KidTrack, but they are starting to rotate here on the side of Boom, so Static Storm is used, but they don't have the follow-up damage to get a kill there on the Panda.
A little bit of anti-combo, disruption inside the Static Storm. I don't think it would matter as much, but ooh, nice move from Saberlight. He tried to catch him off guard. I don't think he gets the kill there with 2 points in Hoof Stomp, 2 points in Double Edge. He's starting to put more points in Retaliate so he can get some farm. Slotters has been playing this part of the map in the last few minutes, stealing some of the stacks. As Tiny, you need to be active. You need to get that Blink Dagger online as soon as possible. Sometimes when mid Tiny is shut down, if his Blink Dagger is delayed, you can feel that the hero is really not going to scale.
Reason they've been able to play this side of the map so confidently is this ward didn't get dewarded. There was a sentry earlier that was placed by Shopify, and it didn't catch this ward on the top steps over in their jungle, so it's giving them a lot of information. Panda using it right now.
Almost gonna expire.
Back in GH.
Again, making a move in the same spot.
Knight's taking over mid. He's going Maelstrom. We've talked about this. There's 2 different types of Hoodwink players.
There's the greedy one, and there's super greedy one. I don't think there's anything in between. No, and to go back to my point about Hoodwink, people were saying, you know, those that don't like to have Hoodwink in their team are like, oh, you have 14-second cooldown stun that you need to set up with your first ability. So if you miss it, you're kind of useless. But that's
another static storm. Got the stampede, they'll get the kill. Yeah, well, with everybody there. And we'll get that kill and take him out. And was that right before his blink? That's unfortunate. Sacred? Needs to be careful. RTZ does pack a little bit of a punch.
Interesting build from Sacred. Usually we don't see BKB rush from offlane Mars, but probably feels I need to have something to stay on top of the target and try to kill it. And also I have my mid laner going for first item Blink Dagger, so that's going to be our form of initiation. Because if you get Glimpse back, if somebody gets disrupted, if there's a song in the middle of a fight, you're not going to be able to deal damage. We'll see how it's going to play out, because this can be a very risky move if you don't pick up a Blink Dagger, because your pick-off is going to be much harder. Slutums, his Blink Dagger is getting delayed. We can see Biggie on the screen, aka Big Minimap.
Showing us some good information. There's the Blink Daggers being delivered to both the TA and, or, well, purchased by the TA and the Tiny at the same time.
It's time to make a move with this Blink Dagger on Tiny. Try to get a kill. Arteezy has been farming in this top part of the map for quite some time. I believe that's a full Manta style completed, and yeah, it is. Kind of hard, like you need to lock him down. You need to kill him from 100 to 0. They still do have tier 2 tower available in the top lane. And also if he gets the song off, they could reset and try to set things up for a big static storm play.
Instead, they're going to focus their attention over bottom and try and get Saberlight. Oh, Blink, he was actually going for the Hoodwink at the same time. Just happened to happen right next to each other, and Knight ends up surviving with a sliver of health. They'll go for Saberlight, who will go south. The spear misses. That was a odd little timing there.
No casualties on both sides.
Because I'm going to waveform away from Sumail over mid, but Saberlight's here, and the Meld Strike, the damage just not enough. Shifting beforehand now goes all the way in the Agi, so he'll sit with 1-2 health. And start to take out these obs that were there for Shopify.
Immediately gets a D word. All right, still waiting for that Fiend's Grip. Panel, they were thinking about some 5-second Fiend's Grip. There it is. 1, 2, 3.
I mean,
that's almost a full duration grip.
That was almost full duration.
Wow.
He still dies.
Doesn't matter. He got it off.
Yeah. Yeah. Full duration, a little Fiend's Grip right there. If there was a little bit of a reaction, maybe they could have gotten a kill off that. Knight coming over. Not a lot of health. Yeah, showing yourself next to the Centaur is not advised, especially Sumail coming in with the Blink Meld Strike. He's now got enough gold for that shard.
Yeah, and now you kind of missed the timing with your lineup in terms of what you want to do. Bane couldn't set anything up. Tiny only holding a Blink Dagger, and you always feel like you need to make stuff happen with the mid-Tiny. This hero doesn't really farm that fast. Also, you use your combo to try to get a creep wave. They jump you. You don't have any defense whatsoever. And now, Spotify Galaxy, they're in a good spot to be able to take the most out of the map. There's still a tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, so I'm gonna go down there and take it. Blink Dagger on a Centaur so they can try to set things up easily. Him and Templar Assassin can play together. Having that silence from the trap is gonna make things a lot more difficult for the supports. Pakaz is kind of alone here.
Trap silence shifted immediately, so they gave up on it. Quick fingers there from Pakaz.
And look at the map. Arteezy farming the enemy Ancients in the outer ring. And he's drawing exactly where he wants to play, where he's going to be sending out the illusions. So the rest of the team can't play the bottom lane until he gets his Orchid, which is going to come out relatively soon. He just finished off Manta style. Suddenly has Orchid on top of it, the most farm hero in the game.
By a good margin, too, and it's going to go up the more and more he gets this open space. This is something we've seen a lot from Shopify. Hold that thought for a second. Slot
Blink on blink action.
Blinks away. Feels like Shopify games there's activity early in the laning phase, and
Yeah.
things kind of quiet down really heavily. And it's whether or not Shopify can kind of hold that line, right?
Yeah, Shopify in a really good spot right now when it comes down to controlling the areas of the map. As, again, Boom, they don't have the best heroes to deal with those illusions. At least not early on. Tiny, he does not want to use his combo to kill off one Naga Siren illusion. Morphling doesn't deal well with illus. That's why they picked it in the first place.
So Saberlight back here bottom. He's farming up that Shivas. He's got that Blink Dagger already. Is there any non-standard item you like to see Shopify go for? Anything that maybe is a little bit greedy from them? Seems pretty standard from Saberlight.
Yeah, seems like everyone's going
standard
for standard stuff. People not experiment. Don't experiment too much nowadays with itemization. That's one thing I would like to see change, where you don't necessarily need to go for this X item, and if you don't go for it, chances of you winning the game drop by like 50%, maybe even more. So I would love to see maybe more options added to the game.
I agree.
So that you're not locked into a certain item.
Well, it feels
I'm
like
not talking about, your mid-TA going for Hand of Midas mech, but, have some other option that she could go for.
Sounds like you're referencing support team at that point.
Knight is behind enemy lines, and he got scouted. That Watcher caught a glimpse of the pesty squirrel.
Trying to get east, trying to get away, and Bushwhack used. So now Knight try to TP out, but they've got this disruption. GH is here, ready to go. Thunderstrike down, and they should eventually be able to get this kill, but a Sharpshooter does some decent damage onto Kidtrack. It doesn't matter, though. It's all in vain as they still get the kill in the Hoodwink. Takes some time, but it supports getting a kill on the other support. Kaz, meanwhile, he'll be going for that Tormentor, and yeah.
Testing things out to see if he can do it. Yeah, he cannot do it. Gotta be careful as a Morphling. Thormy can kill you. Before, Kobold from Trusty Shovel could also kill you. Now he's going back. He needs a little bit of support. Panda coming in. I still don't think they can do it immediately. He needs to heal up first. Panda has a healing salve.
He was just hitting it, thinking he could do it alone.
All right, round 2.
Round 2 with some friends. This time should be what? Panda? Okay. Panda?
He's out of the range.
Okay. He got out of that nightmare for a second.
He deserved this one. Panda definitely did. Coming in, using the healing salve, forcing to use a nightmare. And now needs to max out that brain sap so he can try to push out the waves. And also, it deals well with Naga Siren illusions. 4K gold lead for Shopify.
I like this disruptor build. Just Ags.
Ags, that's it. Raid band Ags. Imagine not playing Dota for a couple of years, coming back, having Fluffy Hat, the Raid band, Arcane Boots.
And then just going
on your support. Couple of branches in the backpack. Neutral item slot. Yeah, you'd be very confused. How long have I been in coma?
Yes. Ooh, Stampede. Glimpse, Sacred, hit with the Hoof Stomp. Good Bushwhack, but it's not going to matter potentially with the right clicks from Sumail. But with the arena up, he can't put that extra damage out. They've got the Avalanche, the turnaround, and boom. The Bushwhack mattered, and they do get the kill on a Saberlight.
Bringing in numbers. That BKB from Sacred paying off. Having a little bit of extra protection. Kaz is still super farmed. They're forced to change their item builds, go for BKBs, because you're playing into Glimpse, which is super annoying, multiple silences, Static Storm as well. So everybody getting a BKB. Kidtrack.
Panda is going to be hit with the Meld Strike. Kaz comes over to try and fight. They've got the double trap, the double silence there onto the Morphling to get some right clicks off the Cyberblade splash from the illusions. Another trap to silence, but a waveform back. So Arteezy, the entire time, just kind of
owns this, this top part of the map.
Yeah.
Belongs to Arteezy. He's going to go through the gates. They definitely do have more than enough damage to take down Roche. Let's see if they try to force it immediately, because they can reset with the song. No Static Storm for 15, but they have the damage, and I don't know if Boom wants to take Roche on fight, because fighting into a song. BKB is going to come off cooldown in 15 seconds for Sacred, but might be a bit too much considering that there are all of these illusions showing out the waves, something that BetBoom Esports are going to struggle throughout the whole game. And there it is, Roche attempt from Shopify. GH in a good spot in case they decide to make a move. Static Storm immediately to counter any aggression.
So Roche is Shopify's. Now MOUZ has that Blink Dagger, by the way. So Sacred, BKB, and Blink Dagger. More movement available to the side of BetBoom Esports. They're going to smoke up after the Roche was given up.
They want to catch somebody because Sumail just TP'd mid and he's
Saberlight.
going.
Avalanche toss,
Be a
push
quick
whack.
one.
He never even touched the ground on my screen. They're still looking for more. Sacred, unfortunately, his blink on cooldown, so couldn't jump and go further for the Shadow Demon. GH almost at that ice.
Let's
AKA
see.
just
Okay.
a point booster.
I have to double check every single time you say an item is getting close.
Oh, first song. They're
did
going
get
to
the shift
try and
off.
get this Static Storm.
Good arena from
good
Sacred.
arena and Spear. Bushwhack combo. Not able to use that Static Storm, but they'll go for the TP out. They've got an amplified damage onto Sumail, so he's going to throw out some hard right kicks on a Sacred. Yeah, what? He's going the other way. Because Stampede used, right clicks in, Sacred gone, double kill there for Kidtrack.
Oh man, what it's supposed to be a really good fight for Boom because it was a nice counter initiation from Sacred.
Oh, Panda!
Catches him off guard, doesn't get the Static Storm, and then he shifts backwards. The only time, I've been saying that for a long time, the only time Morphling dies is when he decides to die. And he decided to shift it backwards. And I hope we're going to see that again, because his HP was dropping so quickly. Had Orchid on top of him, plus a Static Storm. Couldn't get out of that one. Now an 8k gold lead for Shopify. Things are looking really good. Arteezy, like, look at all these illusions. Constantly pushing out the waves near the tier 3 tower. And tier 2 tower as well, pretty open for Shopify.
Here we go. Let's see the shift, because he really did throw it in reverse. Good spear. Great job by Sacred. Bushwhack follow-up. Kaz.
This is where he starts shifting.
Oh.
Not sure what the plan was there, knowing that the Static Storm was still there. Maybe didn't expect it that it's going to come out, but...
That ended up, yeah, causing Kaz's death. And then this is real nice right here. This little... Boop. Kill on Panda.
Kidtrack with the laughs. It's like, yeah, as a Bane player, I experienced that yesterday, but Kaz again,
Static Storm
another
again. Oh, he's dead once more. He's in a buyback, 50 seconds. And they're right on the stairs. Satoms. Nightmare. Spear attempt, but the sharpshooter with the ensnare.
Grip.
Oh boy. Yeah, that one not in the 3-second grip. They'll get the kill in a night and Satoms. They'll look over at Panda. And he's in the Shadow Amulet, but he has to start to run. He'll end up dead. That's 4 heroes gone, and GG is called. And Shopify take game 1.
The one who calls it is Slotums. This is a 26-minute game. He knows that Tiny, when he misses the timing from the mid lane, things are going to look very difficult. Like, he got one big solo kill on a Sumail, and then he got ganked, of course, and his Blink Dagger got delayed. So... yeah, this is the power and the downfall of a mid-Tiny. But Shopify, they played it super well. They played for their timings. There's 2 items on Naga Siren. Continues to farm up. Rest of the team playing different side of the map. And then you have GH. Some really good Static Storms. And also Sumail. He tends to be super active with this mid-TA pickup. You pick up that shard, immediately you have an extra layer of silence. They had, what, like 3 silences in this game? Very difficult to play against.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Tiny was doing a good job over the TA in the mid lane, and then, you know, Arteezy only needing 1 song to get things done. He's a one-hit wonder there. So we'll throw it back over to the panel. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, that was not a very even ordeal that we just witnessed. Shopify Rebellion take game 1. It's a best of 3, elimination and qualification, both on the line. Shopify, of course, now 1 step closer to making it to playoffs. And Boom has to really step it up in game number 2 because, Kezu, this was not it.
This was definitely not it. There were a lot of like cool individual things from Boom, like some fast shift or like some fast blink outs, or even Seika with like a cool arena going around to like try and save Pakaz, but they never did anything as a team. I will say it was harder for them to do so.
Yeah.
But then at the end, I've seen it now yesterday in game 3 against Gaimin, and today 2 times in a row into a quick GG call. Pakaz needs to get rid of these shitty plays at some point in the game. Like, it's not just bad plays, it's just like, you can die sometimes, it's okay. But dying in specific moments back to back, like, you just ruin the game. You can maybe come back, but then after those, you can't.
Yeah, like I was saying it as we were watching it, it's like some Morph players, they have that kind of like bravado to them. I maybe even closer to like the ego of like, I can stand here because I know I'm going to hit the shift. I know I'm going to hit this man to dodge waveform. And like mid, you can say, sure, that was a really clutch static storm to catch him off guard, right? But then to go mid lane to position like this, it's like they've just took the fight mid. Like, why would they not be here? So it's very confusing to see from Boom. Of course, the entire state of the game, because they were so passive, Shopify were just hitting their stride. TA was free farming, Naga was free farm. Everyone was having a great game with Shopify. Whilst Boom, it was like one Morphling and then everybody else has like 4 supports hoping for the Morph to make the big plays. So all the pressure was on Morphling to do good. And in the moment where he was trying to step up, he blundered twice in a row. So that was a lot of pressure on a single player. And yeah, the unfortunate reality that game 1 was so one-sided, it feels.
Yeah.
Somewhat empty as well. It doesn't feel like a game really happened.
Shopify just did like good adjustments. We talked about them hopefully swapping up their supports from the other day to today. They did pretty well. You know, maybe Sumer, he got solo killed once by Sladen, but apart from that, clean game, good itemization. They go together, do everything right, and yeah, I just think that was a very smooth sailing game for Shopify.
A very good, good warm-up game.
Yeah, very good.
For Shopify, that is. There were definitely a little bit of questions coming into game number 2 for Boom to answer. One thing that you guys talked about at the start, how long was the longest Bean grab?
There was like 3.2 seconds I'm going to go with.
Like, the one in the triangle, it did make it to 3 seconds.
Yeah.
It's true. I was too fast to judge. Of course, at some point, you know, some guy is going to give him the grip. Be like, Kezu, you're a fucking dumbass.
Yeah.
Here you go.
That's why you were on the panel.
Exactly.
You've said that so many times today, Shiv. You have to calm down.
But
Are you going to need to calm down?
He keeps setting it up. I can't help it.
I see.
Let's talk a little bit about the Tiny versus TA, that mid lane. We talked about it already. But T, there was one thing in particular you'd like to highlight a little bit more, especially 5 minutes compared to 20 minutes.
Yeah, so this was really important because, of course, at the 5-minute mark, Slatum had already got a solo kill onto Sumail, but then seconds later, he was having to walk back to base. So the differences are tiny when you get the first blood and then you get the awkward return. You pretty much remove your entire advantages. And Sumail, he didn't really take that first death to stride, right? Like, he just autopiloted his way to hitting creeps, not really caring. And you see he's got the Blink, the Dragon Lance, all this net worth to him. And for Slatum, he wasn't really able to turn it into anything.
Yes, like when you play these tinies.
I think we lost Kezu.
That's all right. So what he's saying is when you play these tinies, like Tiny needs to play on the strengths of from your lane, get early CS advantage, get that early blink and go. But as soon as he got that first blood, the fact that he was stalled out, even when he was 200 gold away from Blink Dagger, he then got shut down again with rotations. Like, at the 20-minute mark, he has it, but the fact that he hasn't exploded into the game and Sumo was able to do that, it really is just, you know, a struggle, and that's why we don't see Tiny too much.
1, 2, 3. All right, I'm back.
Yeah, you're
I'm
back.
taking L's everywhere, taking L's from the mic, from my host. But yeah, so he did well in the lane, but the problem is, as we said, Sumail, he can just go back to farming, but Slatem, he gets his blink. What is there really to do on the map? It's
There's
so
nothing,
hard.
yeah.
There's TA traps, there's saves with the SD. Naga makes the map like super toxic to play into, so just like overall like a super hard game. I feel like he tried everything, he played well, and still can't really do too much. So the next draft, I hope, is just a little easier for them. Maybe going back, like, take a different hero other than Morph, like you picking it blind, it's easy to counter. I'm just looking, for ease of execution and them to do it more together.
Okay, let's see if they can set themselves up for success then in game number 2. Otherwise, it will be their last game. Game number 2 coming your way after a break.
Dota surprise, and there's none other than Shopify Rebellion's Saberlight with me here because I had to get you. I thought you'd be good for this. I thought this would make a lot of sense of it. I feel like you would build not just a good team, but a comical team at times as well.
Yeah, comical for sure.
There we go. That's what I'm looking out for you, man. You'll be picking out some of our Dota capsules, getting a team at random and building your ultimate team, maybe as the coach, maybe as the general manager, however you envision it. And you can force them to play whatever roles, whatever positions you want them to play.
Okay, let's go.
Let's see which team you're going to get first.
All right, let's see. I got, what the heck? Oh, MOUZ.
MOUZ, okay.
Okay, so on MOUZ there's Supreme, the Czech prodigy.
Yep.
There's only 3 Czech people in the scene, me, Boom, and Supreme. So yeah, he's the best mid laner out of all 3 of us. So I think I'm just gonna leave him mid. He's a he's a talented mid player.
Let him have his position, let him be comfortable and build around him, right?
Exactly. He will be the core of the team. This will be the Czech power team.
Let's see if we get some more Czech players. Let's see if we can make that happen.
All right. Team Liquid.
Ooh.
Okay, the problem with Team Liquid players, they're all bad, so I don't want any of them. Nah, I'm just kidding. I would probably, I would take Insania.
Okay.
For the good vibes. He's like his main, like, I mean, obviously he's a good player, but his big contribution to a team that he just brings good vibes, you know? It's like you automatically get like plus 1000 MMR playing with him on a team. So, I don't know, but his plus 5, I think it leaves much to be desired. So let's put him on, maybe offlane. He seems like a good offlaner. I feel like offlaners are kind of the vibe guys. So yeah, Insania offlane.
So a positive guy, he's now pushed into the offlane, but you know, like, it doesn't matter, he'll handle it, he'll be able to take it on.
Yeah, he's a talented guy. I'm sure he can transition at his age, whatever. It's like 28, maybe 35. I don't even know how old he is.
I wouldn't say he looked 35, but you know, I'm just gonna trust you.
Oh, he's in the scene for a bit now. But yeah, he looks good, you know. He just looks young.
Dota's keeping him young somehow.
That is true. All right, Heroic. Oh boy. I kinda like the 4-0 OG, the mid player, but let's put him on support. I think we can handle it. Seems like a good post 4.
Okay, so we got the supports found now. Yeah, you're gonna be comfortable with that.
Yeah, we have a 2-3-4 right now, so we still need some good carry and post 5.
Okay, let's see how you can make that work then. Let's see who's gonna be next in your mix.
All right, let's see. I need some Czech players. Virtus.pro.
Oh, that's not working.
Well, on Virtus.pro, let's go with Curly Titch. I need carry.
Okay.
Curly Titch, he's a solid +1, so I think he's gonna mesh well with the guys, I'm sure.
Make sure he's putting your Czech boy in the best position possible.
Exactly.
I like it. Now, let's hope, I'm going to pray for you here, that you do get yourself, because then we would have double Czech at least. That would be nice. That's a possibility.
That would be nice. Or Boom. I'm fine with either. Shopify Rebellion. Well, would you look at that?
They're going to say that they're going to say there was some magic, but everyone in this room knows that that's not the case.
Well, I don't think I will pick myself though, because I'm the general manager. I can't put myself on the team.
You can do whatever you want, bro.
Exactly. So I will stay in my general manager role, and I think I'm gonna put Sumail as +5. I think, he seems like a guy that will enjoy +5 a lot. So yeah, that's gonna be my support. Curly Titch Sumail lane, absolutely unbeatable. So yeah, we'll cook something up with that for sure. I have high hopes for my team.
High hopes, a good team. You didn't even put yourself in, which is very commendable. You stayed in the GM role.
Of course.
I like it, man. Good luck with this team.
Thank you.
I don't know how much luck Saberlight would have on the team that he created, but he is having a lot of success at the moment. He's 1 game up against Boom, and there's only 1 more game to win before they qualify to the playoffs starting tomorrow. So let's see if they can do it. I'm joined by Tigov and Kezu, and we're ready for game number 2. Now, we'd like to see some adjustments. I mean, that's been the whole story of the entire group stage. This format just allows you to focus more on the improvements and adjustments day to day. And I think, Tigov, adjustments day-to-day from Boom yesterday to today was not as strong as we would have wanted.
I mean, I feel like at least once in every day, you're allowed to say, oh, okay, just wipe off that game.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. You know, 1 a day, and that's my time I'm using my, my sentence. Boom need to fully forget what just happened in that previous game. And if anything, this next upcoming draft, just make sure they have a little bit more layering between what they want to do, right? Like if they're opening with the Bane Hoodwink, then they're going like the MOUZ and the Morph, like make sure they have purpose. And I think in that previous draft, the fact they had such little reserve time to then pick a Tiny who was somewhat popping off for 3.5 minutes to then fall flat instantly. Like he was kind of like the pillar bringing everything together.
Did you give it some thought, like afterwards, what else they could have picked that would have maybe fit better? Like considering we had like 50 minutes.
If I did not, but if there was a hero, I'm pretty sure Kanka was banned. But if there was a hero like maybe DK, I think you needed something that like lanes better. You don't want this full in, like go and try to get a kill, but rather like secure the map a little bit against this Naga, TA, allow it to like take the game longer. So, I mean, most likely during this pause time, they now figured it out, but it doesn't really help too much. So they need to focus on this draft. Like T said, forget about the last one. At least if I'm a Shopify player, especially Sumail, and I saw this interview just now, I want to make sure that Mr. Saberlight stays playing.
Yeah, he never gets on that
GM, and this guy puts me +5 with some other dudes I don't want to play with. Bro, I'm going to keep carrying you.
But think about the salary, though. Like, you know, think about it. Maybe it's now Shopify version 2. If someone gets a big enough salary option.
Shopify 4.0, some NFTs, some Gamba. Yeah.
Any of this stuff, put him in that 5 role. He gets, what, 50K a week?
I think if I was Sumail, I'd be flattered because Saberlight chose a player that isn't actually on his team to be representing his future team.
Saberlight was just dodging a bullet. He didn't want to be on that team.
I mean, to be fair,
boss move.
he picked Analog for position 4, and he got Mira.
True.
I think he did. As a position
But he
4
might have some
goes.
GM magic. You know, he goes to one player, suddenly miracles in his team. He's like, I don't even know who you are, but I'll take it.
He actually just scammed Mira. He went for a signature, but then he lifted up the paper, and it wasn't a signature, it was actually a contract. And, oh, damn it.
Congratulations, you're on this team.
Congratulations.
Okay.
All right, we got first pick IO coming out from Boom. Definitely a change of pace there. And any heroes that are still in the pool that we should look out for in terms of bans? I feel like we're fairly similar to previous game. Obviously, Kanka is still in the pool, and it was first phase banned.
There's some SD, some Kankas, at least from heroes that were either banned or also picked in the last game. Let's see. I mean, against IO, I think it's always nice that you answer it in one of two ways. You want to make sure that you can answer the pace, but then also like the fights later on, like when they relocate in, that you have the counterplay, your Mars, your ET type heroes, all of this I think are always good. Maybe even a Kanka, X-Mark is cool, the team fight is nice.
I think threatening Io's positioning is always really good. Yeah. Because in the fight, when Io has to think, I can't just simply tether and we're good, then that's perfect. Of course, repositioning is king there, but even just having a lot of team fight where the Io is worried about getting stunned up, so now he can't press that mech or that clutch Lotus. So yeah, I think any of the above works here, and Shopify going for a hoodwink.
Yeah, and Shopify has also, I mean, they got their hands on the previous game, the Disruptor, of course. They do prioritize it highly enough that they don't want to give it away. They still banned that one. As I do think it was very strong previous game. I don't think it was the shining star, but it did give another reminder as to why that hero is mostly banned.
100% contest rate.
Yes.
And there's a reason why that's the case.
Yeah.
The hero is very strong. But they go get themselves a little hoodwink. As always, just good hero, sets up nicely. Wouldn't be too surprised if Boom take out some, most likely, potentially Mars. You know, just get some Mars hoodwink. It's always good against IO. Unless there's some other 5s that like answer like all of this positioning and team fighting that we're touching on.
This is the annoying thing, and it's why probably supports are more valued right now in the patch. It's not because of the heroes, but more because of the draft structure. Like the fact that when you get to this position, there are so many offlaners that would like to play with hoodwink. And that's why you probably want to ban a hoodwink more often than not, right? Like here for Shopify, Centaur's really good, Mars is really good. You can still pick Brew if you want to cyclone up the IO during the fights. Like there are multiple options, and they already banned out the Mars just now.
And they could go for the Bane themselves as well.
Yeah, or later if you like leave your offlaner a bit more. We saw yesterday it was Jabs. He played the Tide against IO. Again, similar story. It's just maybe a bit more volatile if you don't see the carry, but Reload comes in, Ravage, you have the Anchor, always very good as well. So just plenty of options for both these openings, and that's why they're just so good, right? You start with your supports, things are being kept open, you're chilling.
Instant Tiny.
I guess it's like semi-flex. I feel like it's most likely just a support. Could be setting up for maybe there's an idea of, oh, there's a high chance we want an Enigma later, like to set up for that.
It could be, but also the way that GH has fitted into Shopify, he's been playing the 4 from the 5. Kitrak's now moving from 5 to a 4.
Yeah.
But like you see, we've seen position 5 Tiny in other teams, in other tournaments. And this could just be Kitrak playing into Twink in the 4 role, Tiny now GH comfort hero to some degree. He'll play it in the 5 role.
It is, you can see it as a replacement for Tusk, right? It has a somewhat similar skill set.
Yeah, there is
Obviously not, but the same style.
Yeah, not as enjoyable save mechanic, but
No.
Toss is still in play. You have initiation tools. Laning phase, you can go for some good denies with your tree. So there's ways for Tiny to feel like a good position 5. But yeah, I think it's less about the player, the lane, the role, but more just the fact that these will bring a lot of fight early on. And what we were saying against IO, you either match the fight or you just turtle up and become so strong that when IO comes in, it's like you're buffing up a guy who can never really kill anything. And they're going for the kill option so far in the draft.
Yeah, and I overall just like it. Like, we wanted Shopify to play with more tempo. They're showing us that already. Okay, so we have Boom. They go with the Willow. Very hard to go wrong with this hero as well. I feel like it just slots in many drafts, team fight, laning, some follow-up damage. Brewmaster is overall a very, very good hero, but I would generally prefer it more if I either A, see a little bit more, or I'm better with my... I feel like IO Brew don't necessarily play the same game unless both their lanes go well and they overwhelm a specific spot on the map. Because IO wants to like play the map faster, pick someone off. That's not really Brewmaster, so I'm hoping for Boom that they furthermore enable this, we're going to have good lanes and then collapse together with the Brew split and the IO combo.
It does feel like Boom are a little bit victim in the draft, where if they don't have their Pango in the first phase, then their carry and mid lane often take a little more priority in the draft. So this could just be the position where it's like they don't have enough information. At least the control of Tiny and Hoodwink isn't perfect to stop Bruce from splitting. So I think just because of their core players wanting to kind of steal the important picks, the often is getting sacrificed. And yep, there's Enigma and Coddle.
Yeah, I'm not...
Extremely aggressive from Shopify.
Yeah, so the Coddle, I like it a lot with the 2 supports. I feel like that's something that BetBoom in their most recent game did not do very well. Coddle mid needs side lanes that have pressure, have kill potential. You get your you go there, you speed up the game. That's all the hero wants to do. You have Enigma, Tiny, a high chance that Boom should have seen this coming. I just wonder now what they pair it with, because a lot of the IO combos aren't incredible against Enigma. This is a banger. I like this one a lot. It's great against the Enigma. Sure, there's like the one thing with there's like a few minutes of the Vessel, but Brew can dispel it in teamfights with the Air Panda and the Hoodwink break. Apart from that, so far, there isn't too much, and I think this is what they needed on the slot.
Yeah, now you have a Brew of Split who can run in and pressure. The Bristleback as well, buffed up by the IO. Yes, there's some good damage from Shopify, but I think they're able to brush it off quite nicely from Boom if they can get to at least an item on each hero to become the tanky hero that we're expecting. A nice lifestealer ban from Boom. That would have eaten this front line quite nicely. And now for Shopify, they do have ultimate last pick in the draft, so they're going to be able to see everything. But Arteez is going to have to think about what is his hero that can maybe threaten Brewmaster a little bit in laning phase, but also in the game just be a nuisance.
Yeah, he needs to pick a big damage boy, I feel like, right? You have Coddle, like you have a lot of long-range poke, and then later on the lockdown with like the black hole, but no one is really gonna like be dying in this lockdown, like the Brew split and the Bristle. So I'm looking at maybe there's a hero like Sven. Maybe there's something better like a break or something I'm missing,
like,
but I'm just looking for high damage.
It could be... Sorry?
Yeah, no, go for it. I mean, I'd rather listen to you than to me myself.
Monkey King could be this option where you play around the Wukongs. You have plenty of control to keep the Bristle back in. You can go for a Silver Edge if you want.
I'm a little surprised Shopify didn't ban a Kunkka. I feel like Kunkka
It's already banned, no?
No, it's not.
No, it's one. No, it was first phase ban previous game.
Or at least what I'm looking for Boom is like you want a bit of an answer to the Coddle. I think the reach onto the hero isn't the greatest right now.
Yeah.
And a bit more team fights. So
just more tankiness as well.
Yeah, like it kind of fits. Like Kunkka, maybe you can Storm. Or I would say it's very open, but Kunkka would be on the top of my list.
Okay, well, talk me out of liking Drow Ranger for Shopify.
There's too much overwhelming run at you, which breaks Drow Ranger.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was easy.
Drow really likes playing games when you have like your Hurricane Pike Silver Edge +1, and it's like you only need to use it once to then get the kill.
Oh, there's the Kunkka, as you called.
Yeah.
And to the Keeper Light, it's such a nice pick.
Yeah,
like,
it
and
just
every
makes
time you see
sense,
Coddle,
yeah.
like you scream for a Kunkka.
Yeah. Also, Spirit had this. They played this exact same matchup, the Kunkka versus Coddle. Yeah. Larl actually rushed Yules. I had not seen that in a long time.
But it worked out
great.
right?
Yeah, it worked out great. It was incredible. But now, so for... I mean, Shopify need like some high damage hero, probably where you get a BKB in the mid game. If you don't have a BKB carry against Brew Kunkka, you might as well just quit. So high damage, BKB carry mid game, and fight into them.
Yeah, I like
a potential break, or you're not caring too much about that, considering you got Hoodwink?
I think as
already?
long as they can entertain Silver Edge, just to enable it. So the Monkey King, CK come to mind, at least in that department. They have enough poke to bait out some Kunkka spells, to bait out a Breeze Split, so you don't really need your carry to do that. So I think it really is on just what Arteezy wants to kill off this Bristleback.
Yeah, I still have Sven on the top of my list. There is probably something better. But yeah, I'm just looking for like I'm looking at, there's like maybe some Luna, but I feel like prolonged fights against these heroes could be hard. I don't see like Luna really killing them in her BKB duration. But let's see what they can cook up. There must be other options that I'm not thinking of.
Well, they've got 2 seconds remaining, and they go for the bug.
Ooh.
Oh, is that a good wall? What is that, T?
When they picked the Bristle, I was thinking of Weaver early on for Shopify, and then I was like, but maybe it could fall off, so I didn't talk about it. And then Kez was like, they need big damage. I was like, yeah, maybe I won't talk about Weaver. But no, it's like for Weaver here, it's a lot of poke. There's not, other than X-Mark and then maybe Weaver, Dark Willow, there's not perfect control for him. He does do plenty of damage. He can itemize with Scardy and stuff like that if he wants to pressure. But I feel like this is the type of game now where it will be, there's the Bristle, kill everything around him, poke out the key spells, and then you swarm him at the very end. And so I'm not opposed to it. It is a little bit spookier compared to some of the bigger heroes that we're mentioning, but it can give them insane momentum. Like after laning phase, Weaver, Kotl, Tiny, Hoodwink running around the map together, that could be disastrous where, Boom's still trying to catch up and get some farm.
I'll say the Weaver has a bit of more like of a fine line. Like he's going to slow down the Brewmaster, you use that, your own tempo to like speed up the game, have some good team fights, maybe some Deso, like go with your Kotl who has Vessel. But I feel like Boom have a pretty good draft. I would actually prefer Boom's draft this time around. But Shopify, if they can do well in their lanes, that's like their real key to do well. Sumail does well mid, goes bottom, Weaver wins his lane, they go together. But a lot of fighting in this game, for sure.
Yeah, I just want to see Shopify force Boom to overlap their cores really early on. At like minute 12 and earlier, you're having this like awkward like Brew and Kunkka in the same area where they don't want to be, and then Weaver like scooching around. So I think I prefer Boom's improved a lot in this draft.
Yes.
But I think this aggression is going to be super scary from Shopify.
Well, I think aggression being super scary or not, I know it's going to be entertaining and made even more entertaining by our commentary duo. Let's head over to Weekup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2 should be a fun one. I mean, game 1 seemed to be a little bit back and forth, but Shopify kind of regrouped after the laning stage and did quite well. Do you see it going the same this time?
Yeah, the first game was, okay, Boom are getting some kills, and then Shopify, bam, bam, into bam, this 1-2 combo, and ended the game in 26 minutes. This time around, I do like Boom's draft slightly more than I did in the previous game. Shopify, I was maybe expecting something more tankier to come from the front lines, because Keeper of the Light, Hoodwink, and Weaver can be very squishy. Tiny needs to have a good game, so GH, he's paired up with Enigma, so that's a good thing, because this lane slaps. Like, you can easily just get the kills no matter what you're playing against. And he's starting with the stick, playing into Bristleback, and so it's Saberlight full Magic Wand. They know what they're gonna face. But yeah, Keeper of the Light, one of the heroes. I think GPK is the best Keeper of the Light at the moment right now. Want to see how Sumail's gonna, go around the map and get stuff done. They have a good timing. Like, this hero hits 7-8 minutes. Spirit Vessel, and then he moves around the map and gets stuff done. Great against Bristleback, great against Io's healing, of course. GH. They're gonna pick up 3. Almost 4.
Yes, Saberlight denied one of the bounty runes.
Oh, he denied it. That counts as half, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. So, with this Enigma going straight wand, is this the kind of game where you're looking to be the black hole person exclusively? Because we see games where, like, Enigma, the game's not about landing a big black hole.
Yeah, not necessarily early on. There are multiple ways you can build Enigma nowadays. Picking up drums if you feel like you need something early on. Vlad, of course. Guardian Greaves if you want to go that route. But then you need to start scaling, because there aren't any abilities that go through BKB Black Hole. So that's going to be good. I think having that in mind, you need to. I would prefer if he starts scaling slightly earlier. And there's this big counter to Keeper of the Light in the mid lane, playing into Kunkka. X marks the spot. If you get him once, he's pretty much dead. This also, like, you kind of don't want to buy a BKB on Coddle a lot of the times, but sometimes if you're playing into counters, you might be forced to get one.
Let's see if this Coddle at some point is going to be pushed into doing so. Right now, it's just illuminating the lane, trying to get the CS. 5 and 2 there for Sumail and make it 6 and 2. Bristle having an easy time in that bot lane, top of the CS for the moment. And this Weaver, was it what you were expecting? Is it...
It's good for the lane.
Yeah.
You're playing into Brewmasters, you don't care about Cinder Brew, you don't care too much about Dark Willow, Kitrak.
Good bushwhack, navigating the Bramble Maze well.
Squirrel is tiny. It is easy to get out of Bramble. Knight has Shadow Realm.
Need to make sure that they don't lose Arteezy there. Took a lot of damage from Brewmaster in that little exchange.
I also was expecting something different because they did see Kunkka. Sometimes it can be a difficult matchup. X marks the spot against Weaver can cause a lot of issues.
And they're right under the tower. They really don't care.
He's fine. He has a lot of Magic 1 charges, Fairy Fire. He's fine for now, I say. Let's see if they decide to dive.
They don't have a lot of mana left on Pakaz, but it might just be enough to get this kill now on a Saberlight, who's going to try and juke around this tower, but make some Eidolons, and well, he'll end up dead.
Saberlight's like, bro, you should have died there. Maybe they, they wouldn't go for me. 3, ooh, needs to go for the blind one. He caught a glimpse.
Nice.
Okay, he got a vision of him. So homing missile, 3 is gonna grab him a kill. We did say that GH, I don't think that's too bad. It's gonna slow down Enigma, but it's gonna increase some of the farm that GH needs, and he's gonna be the hero that plays with Keeper of the Light early on.
So, for people who don't know, what's the biggest differences between a 4 Hoodwink and a 5?
I don't remember seeing too much of a Hoodwink 5. I think it was more about giving GH his tiny, because he loves to play the hero.
Right.
And Kitrak eventually will start to scale. Maybe they're going to share some of these, like, sentries. Oh, toss back.
We have seen, I want to say, a couple 5 Hoodwinks that have still gone Maelstrom. But again, under the tower, Saberlight has to be very careful, and Avalanche to stop them into the Shadow Realm. Goes this Dark Willow to throw some damage.
There's the toss back underneath the tier 2. That's a lot of damage.
Maybe they can get that kill? It's close, but Panda, he's here. Ready to support.
Saberlight got scared for a second, and he's like, oh, you really tossed him on top of me. Super aggressive plays coming out from Boom Esports. These early stages are Arteezy.
Sacred.
Sacred.
Trying to make a move into the Shadow Realm once again. Knight will just survive.
Another Shukuchi in a second. He's going to go for it.
He's going to try and get this kill on a Knight. Knight tries to get up the steps, but it's not going to work out. Now, Sacred, see how careful he's going to be. He'll go to the right side of the lane, which is exactly what he needs to do to make sure he survives there. Looking over at this mid matchup, it's kind of evened up. Sumail 25 and 2 to the Coddles, or to the Kunkkas 29 and 5. So just about even over there, making his own stacks as well. That
Slottims is trying to take, maybe even try to stack one more time. Torrent does miss. When you play against Coddle, you need to either be able to clear some of his stacks or try to stop him from getting the stacks by blocking the camp. Lane is not in a good position. Slottims needs to go back. He's losing a lot of XP, and Sumail's gonna farm that immediately.
he's got it, especially with this obs right here that's counting or getting a lot of vision. Need to make sure that he clears up those stacks, knowing that Slottims was trying to take some of that. Big stack pushes Sumail to level 6. He's got himself that urn ready to go. Like you said, he's going into the Spirit Vessel. Very good item for this game. Do you expect Sumail to be active immediately after getting the Vessel?
Yeah, I think you need to have good side lanes to be able to utilize Keeper of the Light. You need to have some killers, something to set things up. Or if you use Solar Bind, that might be enough, forcing Slotums to use both.
And they've got GH here too. They go to the Bushwhack, but here comes Panda.
Oh, nice. Thorin hit him before he
shot.
could get the toss
Saberlight
off.
walking into the Bramble Maze. 4 heroes here for Shopify. They don't get anything out of this. I was gonna, for Shopify, want to be a big first move. You kill mid, it opens up the lane. It gives you that Spirit Vessel start, but not getting it quite yet. So instead, TPing to top, but these heroes nowhere to really be found. They're sitting back under the tower. So Sumail just kind of wasting a little bit of time up top, not finding any kills or anything to start this game up for him.
Yeah, it's a bit different, I would say. Back in the days when Quaswex Invoker was super popular from the mid lane, where you need to get... This was like pre-universal Invoker, where you needed to get stuff done. Your first rotation, it needs to be on point so that you get that Urn of Shadows, combined with the Cold Snap. But Coddle is a bit different. He can continue to farm up. He has the farming tools compared to Invoker, and he's about to finish off Spirit Vessel in the next minute.
Yeah, just 350 gold away from that. He'll clear up the creep waves with this Illuminate. This Courier just getting away. And actually putting Sacred in an interesting spot. Bushwhack pulls him back, but he'll immediately TP back to base.
They are lacking some of the stuns. 3 heroes do have some, but sometimes it's not going to be enough. GH thinking about making a move in the mid lane one more time. Both is available.
Torrent lands, they've got the X, but Sumail goes into the ult. They'll toss him back towards the tier 1 tower. The Solar Bind slowing him up. Ghost Ship gets used. They've got the Bushwhack, but now...
What is this hero?
Just TP out.
DP's in the middle of 3 heroes. Their damage, like Tiny has very static damage where he uses Avalanche Toss. By static, I mean early on it doesn't deal much. Panda, this should be a kill. This should be their Urn of Shadows. Now Spirit Vessel completed. Hoodwink early on doesn't provide you with much damage, especially if there's a hero isolated. So Acorn Shot only bounces once. So yeah, TP out 2 times in a row. Sumail now still wants to make a move. Spirit Vessel is being delivered, so that's going to be a big item against Bristle.
If they can catch him, but now Avalanche used, and Pekka is sitting under the tower. They have to find a way in. And it looks like they're just going to give that up. Sotum's mid. Out even with Sumail, they smoke up. They're actually going to run right into this Dire side. Shopify have to be careful. They'll look over at GH. There's an Avalanche and starting to get some distance, but we'll walk back into him while trying to get the Bounty Rune. They'll bring over Pekka's toss up into the air, slowing him up. Illuminate. How much of a deterrent is this going to be? They'll pull him back into the Torrent, and they'll get the kill on a GH, so the Illuminate doesn't deter them from moving forward. Saberlight postured for a second, but not choosing to go in.
An interesting build from Slotums. This is a bit of a new tech, I would say. Yesterday in a series, BetBoom against Spirit, it was the exact same matchup. Kunkka playing against Coddle, and he did go for Yule Scepter. Wants to have an extra catch, but most importantly, you want to have the spell mechanic against Spirit Vessel, and also having that Solar Bind, which is super annoying.
Right. So Knight dies there. Gets killed off. Track. They're still going for Sacred. He's got this Primal Split, and he'll be forced to use it. Now they're going to bring the Dark Willow in. They'll get the stun on a Kid Track. Sumail is nearby, taking some stacks. Slotums comes over, but with the Void Panda, they pull him back into the Brambles. He'll start to navigate the maze. GH comes in with the Avalanche. Ghost Ship flying through. GH gets hit. Sacred back to form. GH has to be careful with Pekka's making the rotation in.
Sumail, another blast.
It now. Let's see, GH, he's going to get run down. They'll at least take out the Tiny. Now they'll look over at Sumail. The Sharpshooter's going to fly through, but they don't get any kills just yet. Saberlight looking for an opportunity to drop down a black hole while the chase is on for Pekka, who will get a Courier of Arteezy.
Arteezy in the back line.
Vessel on him. Knight, as well as Sacred here with Panda, as well as Slotum's looking for something, and Arteezy, down to about half health, starts to leave this fight.
And not connecting on the same target. And the stack is going to be taken by Pakaz. They will stack it one more time. He's going to hit a pretty big timing. This is something that Shopify might struggle against, knowing that we can see the number of stacks. 10 on Shopify, 11 for BetBoom Esports.
Let's just watch that gold tick up. 700 from 600, or 750 from 600, 1,000 now.
A couple of big ones still left. That's going to be good. 1,300 gold for Bristleback. They're making a move one more time. Round 2, let's go.
Trying to chase Pakaz again. Does have that Solar Bind, which he'll immediately use on a Pakaz. They've got the break with the Sharpshooter, and they'll get that kill. Luckily for him, he bought out on the point booster, went north towards that secret shop. Sacred, though, doesn't have Primal Split, so the Illuminate will fly in, and Sumail will get the kill.
I think Solar Bind might be the most annoying ability in the game.
It's very frustrating. Avalanche toss with another Illuminate, and down goes Panda.
Very good read from Shopify. After seeing the big stack, they're like, oh, it's going to take them some time. There is no boat available. There is no relocate, no brew split, so we're going to go in and try to make something happen. Knight is still level 5. So that's a big thing that he needs to work on. Because without Terrorize, without having Bedlam on your Bristleback, Brewmaster, or Kunkka, who runs in, you're going to lack that extra damage. GH and Coddle playing together.
Bottoms, X, Kaz is here, Ghost Ship, Sumail. Can he help out? Maybe throwing a blinding light. There it is on a Kaz. So GH surviving a little bit longer. No Illuminate flies through, but now they've got the Yules on his Sumail as he stayed a little bit too long. Sumail's got his own Yules he'll use on a Slotum's. Acorn shot as well as a tree down. Thinking about throwing out Bushwhack, did, so.
So because Keeper of the Light is playing against Kunkka and the other way around, both of them are buying Yule Scepter. Not your traditional item. Eventually, that's going to be turned into Wind Waker if necessary to get out of the big combo. Great against Bramble Maze. Because BetBoom Esports, they don't have that much stunts. Like, they have X Mark, and that's going to be countered by Yule Scepter. So Sumail trying to stay one step ahead. This is so that he doesn't have to buy a BKB.
Yeah, Solar Bind. I'm still thinking about it. It's so frustrating. For every 100 units moved, you lose 10% of your movement speed.
Better than old Mana Leak.
Yeah, I liked Mana Leak.
Mana Leak was good. I'm saying bring it back. Not necessarily on Coddle, but maybe a new hero that was promised
to be here soon. Knight, like you said, trying to get that level 6. So he's got that now. He's level 8. Track throws down a ward and immediately looks to TP out. Relocate from Panda to get that Wisdom Rune. So both Wisdom Runes picked up, one by Pakaz, one by Panda. And now 750 gold away from finishing off this Ags.
Brewmaster is the one who's struggling. Sacred does have Talisman of Evasion. That's his item. Sometimes you'll see them pick it up before Sacred Relic, having a lot of evasion combined with his Drunken Brawler or Storm Brawler stance.
You like the stances? The changes that were...
It is complicated. I think this hero is one of the most complicated heroes in Dota to play right now. If we're talking about, you know, using him good instead of just being in one stance. There's a lot of clicking.
Seems like when a brew gets chased, they're constantly changing the stances up. Double stack there for Kitrak. So even more stacks being made. We haven't really talked about Weaver too much. Seems like Arteezy kind of joined one of the fights, and that's really all we've seen from him. As the Ghost Ship gets thrown down with the X, Kitrak in trouble. Panda comes in, Pakaz is here, Kitrak getting through as Saberlight. He'll pop the drums to try and help him scurry away. Unfortunately, he can't. But while this is all going on, they focus their attention on to Sacred, who's forced to TP out, and the whole time it's really just opening up space for Arteezy.
Arteezy's getting a lot of farm. having Maelstrom. We've seen 2 different builds. 2 days ago, Yatoro was playing Weaver, going for Deso Shard type of a build, where he needs to be more in the front line. And I think this time around, because you are playing into Brewmaster, you're playing into Bristleback, having magical damage is going to be really good. And also Gleipnir, because they are taking out multiple times, so you'll need to have something.
Bushwhack on the 2, and Autumn's trying to get the kill, and a Saberlight goes into the black hole, but immediately stopped due to the damage. And Picasso took that through the Quill Sprays back, so Arteezy comes over, and they relocate out.
Oh,
back
good
over
catch.
mid.
That Yule Scepter coming into play.
And the Solar Bind, and the Bushwhack.
Acorn shot is coming. He got some of the farm in the mid lane. Thanks, Kaz. Kitrak, 150, maybe even 200 gold from that Acorn shot.
A little bit of gold there, and they get the kill onto the Kunkka, but they end up losing Saberlight, who used the first black hole in this game.
For a millisecond?
Yeah. It's just very tough to hold your ground on that when you're eating Quill Sprays off the bristle. Was a scan used, I believe,
on
by Boom that got Kitrak. So that caught somebody coming over, and that means Boom are going to back away from that area. They were trying to farm up that ancient camp over there, but choose to not continue to do so. Tight game, and who's getting the better benefits of the game dragging longer like this and being so close?
Boom, they want to hit their timing. Radiance on Brewmaster, Aghanim Scepter, plus maybe an extra item on Pakaz if he gets enough farm, because he's super farmed right now. Kunkka, Aghanim Scepter. So for the next 5 minutes, they should be able to take the fights pre-BKBs, because having this like super strong front line, Io Bristle, a lot of heal that's going to come out, Holy Locket, and then having Kunkka's Ghost Ship. So very tanky front line, a lot of sustain. Same thing can be said about Shopify, with multiple blasts coming through from Keeper of the Light. GH. I believe that's his Blink Dagger finished.
So they'll have that initiation. Meanwhile, by the way, Saberlight going for the Shard. He's going Drums Blink Shard. So increasing that Malphus stun duration. Try to use that to their advantage. And, you know, they only have 8 kills here on Shopify. They haven't really used that Spirit Vessel, I would say, the way that they wanted to when you're drawing it up. Seems like it's been a bit underwhelming from this Coddle, but...
Because side lanes didn't go too well.
Yeah.
This bottom lane got destroyed. It's a bit of a difficult one for Enigma. You have Bristle, who deals well with Eidolons. So they decided to dive. Also, their damage output early on isn't really that high. Io makes that matchup quite difficult for Enigma.
Yeah.
There it is. Lotus Orb, not the item that we usually see, especially nowadays, because you can't disassemble mana boots into it anymore.
Still a solid item, though.
It is a good item. It is mostly used on a support, but as we can see, Pakaz this time around picking it up for himself. Wants to remove that Spirit Vessel, of course.
Here, just stick this way at 3K, and we'll see if maybe they make a move with this Blink.
And also,
do have a smoke on G.
Sorry, Sharpshooter, because that one is dispellable, removing the break. Now going into Eternal Shroud. Should be the big timing. Sacred finishing off his Radiance. Aghanim Scepter about to be completed on Slotims. Needs another 200 gold. It's going to be time to smoke up and try to take Roshan on Radiant side for Boom Esports.
Knight spotting these huge stacks. Did he just add to that? Yeah, I guess he did. They're coming over to try and just take the stack themselves. So they added one over to it, while Sacred comes in and steals a pretty significant stack. Like you were saying, he has not really had the best game, but that influx of gold is certainly going to help him out. So, good job there by Boom to kind of get something more out of the map when things have stayed pretty quiet. They are smoked up now on Sacred. Sotums, as well as this Dark Willow.
Easy. Skipping Gleipnir going into BKB. He is afraid of X-Mark combo. Aghanim Scepter now completed on Kunkka. And this is the big timing we talked about. Boom. They are looking. Arteezy needs another 50 gold for a BKB. Feels something's cooking.
Double Wisdom Rune this time for the side of Shopify as they get Sumail and GH to pick up one. Yule's picked up by Knight because he's going to TP back over bottom while they glyph up the top lane. Because with that Ags obviously spraying those quills and cleaning up creep waves pretty quickly, and that's what's allowed him to extend this lead at the top of the net where
If Shopify doesn't want to take a fight right now, try to force a Roche fight. Play this bottom part of the map and go for Roche. Saberlight working towards his BKB. He's been pretty silent in terms of what he has managed to achieve. Got Doe underneath the tower multiple times, and you can see why Bristleback just instantly kills off those Eidolons.
Haven't really felt the effect of Enigma in this game. To be fair, we haven't really felt the effect of either offlaner.
Yeah, we've seen one black hole and
one split.
One split, that's about it. BKB is ready for Arteezy.
Oh, BKB thought about the terrorize, but the BKB comes through in the TP.
Gotta be careful with the BKB TPs when you're playing against Kunkka. That X mark can be tricky.
Pull you back afterwards, and then you wonder how you got there.
I think that was the biggest change when it comes down to BKB interaction.
Able to still be pulled back after the BKB duration
Yeah.
ends. It's definitely a shocking thing when it happens to the first person, or happens the first time to you. So off that, they know the BKB's down. They smoke up again. They'll look. They've got Sumail over mid. Yule's illuminate. Now the Bramble Maze is down. They'll go to the ghost ship, but Yule's used by Slotums. Damage not done into Sumail, who throw that blinding light out. Has the solar bind onto this Kunkka. The Bushwhack comes in. The Illuminate's going to be thrown over, and Sacred's going to come in with the Primal Split, as well as the Relocate coming up from Pakaz, as well as Panda. They're coming from behind enemy lines.
Got
They're
the
trying
heal
to get
off.
the gun to Sumail. Had that heal thanks to the Illuminate in the daytime. Yule's in the air again, but just extending what seems
Heals
to be
himself a
inevitable.
bit
But
more.
Yule's is up this Kunkka. Now Slotums is in trouble with Arteezy coming from behind. They get the kill to Sumail. They'll end up losing him. The Black Hole's in on the two,
Great
but the
terrorize.
Terrorize. Oh, stopping it again. And look at all these quills stacking up onto the Saberlight. They'll get the kill to the Enigma. That's 3 heroes dead on the side of Shopify as they are chasing for more. They want Arteezy, who is without this BKB for 5 more seconds and will die. GH gets Knight in return and now needs to run for Pakaz, but it is looking like they can chase him onto the tier 1 tower, and this should be a full team wipe for the side of Boom.
There's so much damage on the ground, like so much overtime damage coming up from these heroes. Radiance burn, multiple quill sprays. I want to see damage dealt by Bristleback. 6,000 damage, there it is. 5,000 damage coming up from Brewmaster because he was not focused in the previous fight. So they have a pretty free reign. If he gets the split off, then you get hit by random torrents. Sumail did one hell of a job buying a lot of time for himself, healing himself with a lot of... I think he used like 5-6 Illuminates in the previous fight.
It was... This says 4.
Okay.
And
It's
then-
okay to lie.
No. Oh, sorry. 6 Illuminates here.
6? Okay.
Yeah, 6. And then, yeah, but 3 Solar Binds. I mean, and a couple of Yules that came in clutch, too.
Buying just a little bit more time. He had BKB still in his quick buy, but thinking about picking up that Wind Waker right now. Seems like they are lacking damage. They don't have enough. Kitrak, he is buying for damage items, going into Gleipnir next. Arteezy sitting on 2,000 gold, but this is the big timing for Boom Esports. They managed to recover 5,000-6,000 net worth in the last couple of minutes.
You talked about, by the way, the Drunken Brawler and how that's just one of the harder changes to get used to.
Yeah.
He changed 16 times in the course of that fight.
I didn't even know that you could see that.
So pressed it 16 times, whether or not in a panic or calculated.
The thing about it is, if you misclick it once, then you're like, we're going through it again. Then, oh, no, I did it again.
Yeah.
For us boomers, I think there's a lot of boomers in the chat, myself included, is
I think I'm a
you're used
boomer.
to be clicking 3 times for Brewmaster, but ever since we've added Void Panda, you need to click 4 times, and then muscle memory can fail you.
So many buttons. Good track. Brambles down from Knight. Curse Crown as well. Sharpshooter charged up, not going to matter. They get the kill there onto the Hoodwink. And this game, post that fight over mid, seems to have taken a turn very much in favor of Boom.
I'm just looking how they're going to kill this Bristleback. He's way too tanky. He does have ability to remove things that he doesn't like to play against. This break mechanic, Spirit Vessel, Solar Bind.
Oh, Arteezy. Dusted. Yules throws out the Swarm. Does have this BKB. Trying to run away from these heroes. Picaz and Panda come over with the BKB now. He's going to try and run. Needs to make sure he doesn't get X'd and pulled back. So he won't TP out. He'll just run away. There's another BKB defensively and 88% for Boom.
Big number. Surprised they didn't go for this Roche slightly earlier. They're gonna wait it out. 27-minute Roche with Bristleback IO lineup. Things are gonna be super chaotic for them in the next fight. Like even with the BKBs, your damage output isn't there, so you know that Kunkka's gonna get the boat off. Maybe a relocate, some Glimmer, some Holy Locket coming out from IO. And you don't have silences in terms of like instant stuns. I don't think Brewmaster dies from 100 to 0.
I don't know if...
And they gave him Aegis, so things are going to be even more difficult, knowing that he gets a guaranteed split off in a fight.
Oh boy, Sumail is caught. Yules, there's another TP attempt. The Bristleback activation. Arteezy's in here with not a lot of mana and no BKB.
Oh. Seems like they're going to need to farm up, get another round of items, try to pick up Octarine, Refresher on Enigma, play off a double Black Hole. Arteezy needs more damage, because right now, all 3 cores from Boom are not afraid of Arteezy's damage.
Not at all. Just activating that Bristleback. We'll come over towards the Tormentor. Then it's his to take, whether or not he wants it. Is the question.
Double Bloodstone. Only one can get charges. Just kidding, it doesn't work that way for years. But it's fun to see. We usually don't get to see 2 Bloodstones on the same team.
You like the changes to Bloodstone?
Yeah, I think Bloodstone's nice. Having that spell lifesteal, it's like spellcaster's satanic pretty much. Great addition to the game.
Just remember just the sadness people would feel when you die immediately with Bloodstone. You just got it, those charges end up dropping.
Maybe you should lose Deso charges when you die.
Ice Frog, chalk it up. That's a mean suggestion right there. I like that.
GH?
Rubbing off on them. Oh! Perfect Brambles! Knight, looking for GH. Curse Crown, where are you going? Answer is into a respawn timer, as they are going to Bedlam right on top of GH and get that kill. Sacred on a killing spree. That was really well done by the Willow. Just perfect Brambles. Have not really felt the effects of Saberlight.
But look at his item. We did discuss that they lack damage, and this is the damage item. Max HP damage, 3.5%. Could make a difference. Unfortunately, he did not find Philosopher's Stone. Both supports holding on to Philosopher's Stones from Boom, so that's going to be an extra gold influx.
That being said, they're both below their opponent's supports.
Io doesn't farm in terms of like, he doesn't get any priority. Dark Willow wants to take the fights. This hero doesn't farm neutrals very well compared to Hoodwink, who is pretty big. Keep track, starting to scale. Gleipnir done. Orb of Destruction going into BKB next.
So I got that answer. What's the difference between a 4 and a 5 Hoodwink?
5.
Nothing.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. Now finds Enchanted Quiver, so even more damage. that comes out.
I feel like Dark Wills just get, like, the game realizes that supports, you should get these more damage items, and they always do that to you when you're a support. You kind of want something else in the neutral slot, and then you just... Hoodwink benefits from that because you're not really playing... Well, I mean, you are supporting, but you know what I mean.
Are you really? This is what supporting looks like, having one observer ward and one smoke. Like, the thing is, you need to know how to camouflage things when you're playing as a support if you want to play it as core. Buy one of these two, always have it, never use it. You also need to have a sentry, maybe even 2 sentries, just in case you're like, oh, I placed it down, there's an observer ward that it is 100% there, you get some gold, you buy another one, but...
You're really sounding like a Reddit post I read the other day.
Going for the high ground, boom. Pakaz is pretty massive. SNY now completed, Eternal Shroud, Bloodstone.
He's got 25 or 24,000 net worth. Okay, there's the toss. They've got the Gleipnir. They'll go to the break, but he's got that Lotus Orb, so it's not going to matter too much. There's the Brambles on a GH, as well as the Torrent that lands on RTZ. Goes up into the air. No, he's cycloned up into the air thanks to Sacred's Pandas, who he's only got 2 of them left.
Gotta pay attention whose Yule Scepter it is, because Kunkka has one, Dark Willow has one, then there's a Wind Waker from Keeper of the Light, and Storm
and a Cyclone.
Panda.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And GH also completed his, so... 3 Yule Scepters, 1 Wind Waker.
That is a lot of tornadoes. Or cyclones. So there goes that Aegis. Not awful of a hold there from Shopify. They didn't take the high ground. They didn't take the tier 3. So technically a win.
Big up for Shopify.
It feels like it gives them a chance to slow down the game, maybe fight for that next Roche. Knight's the one who gets the benefits of that Tormentor, by the way. So he's got his shard, which is that Curse Crowned upgrade. So that Curse Crown will activate. Brambles will spawn around the enemy. And a 175 radius around the target. So I think it's solid.
It's a good shard.
I like that shard. I would put it in the B tier.
Yeah, I could see it. It's not like, you know,
wow. Boy. For a second, I thought Saberlight was just going to be on autopilot and throw a black hole there. But there's the Axe Katrak. He's going to scurry on away, and they're bringing Sacred over. He doesn't have Primal Split just yet. He'll go to the trees on Saberlight. Blink south. Sharpshooter to try and get some distance, but there's the Cursed Crown, and now the Bedlam on Sacred. The damage is there. They'll get the kill onto this Hoodwink, and Saberlight's able to escape. Doesn't TP out necessarily just yet, but we'll see how long he stays.
Cancel the TP. He wants to stay in this bottom lane.
Oh.
They do not see him.
Okay. And he must have just did that because he had the TP and then
I was
on
watching
cooldown
it.
for a
He
second.
canceled it. He's like, okay, I'm going to stay in this bottom part of the map, try to get some farm. Finally, my position 5 died, so I can get some farm in this bottom lane.
You mean the carry?
Because Hoodwink was stealing, by stealing, I mean taking a lot of his farm. Saberlight probably not too happy about it because he wants to scale. It's a good Enigma game.
He hasn't really had much presence.
Yeah.
0-3 and 2 right now.
We're talking about super late game with these refreshers, BKBs. There's still no Basher or anything. Let's see what Pakaz is cooking. Going for Wind Waker on Bristle, so another Dispel mechanic. Wind Waker is such a great... I think Wind Waker might be the best item in the game.
Really?
Yeah. You get way too much value, especially in the late game. It's a super expensive item, and it's also one of the most fun items that you can buy.
I think I have to agree. I don't have to agree, but I think I agree. It serves a lot of utility offensively and defensively.
GH also going for one.
Seems like everybody buys it these days. Whether or not you're a 1 or a 5.
Doesn't matter which position you're playing. Wind Waker's going to feel nice. Get you a...
Do you think it's too strong?
We did,
it's
we
really
did
expensive.
buff that item. I don't want to see that item change because I feel like it's in a good spot. I think in terms of gold, it is balanced. The build-up is nice. GH trying to TP out, and we'll be able to do so. The game did slow down. Shopify losing some of the farms, losing some of the map. Saberlight has been planted in the bottom lane for quite some time, about to finish off that Aghanim Scepter, so percentage-based damage is exactly what they need. Lock onto a target and kill it. They don't want to play these prolonged team fights with the split, because they're not winning them. Multiple rounds of Torrent Storms, X Marks, Ghost Ship coming in, Bristleback healing back to full HP with the Bloodstone and Quill Sprays, so they need to get in and they need to get stuff done immediately. That's why you see Sumail building into Dagon. So explosive damage, exactly what Shopify needs.
You were saying this game slowed down a little bit. The last time that Shopify had a kill was Tiny on Dark Willow, about 23-ish minutes. No, more left. That's, oh yeah, that's Knight. Just killed Hoodwink there, and then Shopify one is a little bit earlier. I mean, there's slowdowns, and then there's this, right?
This is, yeah, massive delay as much as they can. I don't even know if they are going to contest second Roche. Maybe they can try, but maybe they can also go for something in the bottom lane, try to deal some damage to tier 3 tower. Enigma is steeping in. Vision, uh-oh. He does cancel it. Saberlight second time canceling his TP, which means that he's not going to be able to be there. And now Arteezy pushing in.
Now he doesn't have a TP. He has to get one shipped out. Ancient Guardian picked up for Kitrak. Really screams support neutral.
Yes. What do you mean? He's guarding the Ancient. That's a defensive item.
Yeah. Age is going to be picked up here for the side of Boom, it seems. There it is. Cheese this time for Sacred.
Pakaz is so farmed that he feels like he doesn't need Aegis 2 times in a row. Usually when you have Bristleback, you want to hit that timing, put him in the front line. Wind Waker about to be completed. Let's see what he chooses as his neutral item. Gonna be Rattle Cage. Exactly what Bristle needs. More armor, more damage over time.
12 armor. Currently sitting at 38 armor. So he's got quite a bit. He's happy with that. Now, if you're Shopify, I guess you hope you can wait out this Aegis,
Yeah,
but
maybe
Boom,
get one more kill on Dark Willow and then farm for another 15 minutes.
basically.
I don't think Boom will allow him to do that. They do have Relocate, so they can defend the tower, come back. They have X Mark, so lanes shouldn't be that big of a problem. And there it is, Sacred getting X Marked. Going back to bottom. That's a nice play. He goes back to the bottom lane, TPs, does have Boots of Travel, low cooldown, uses Manta to push out the bottom wave.
TZ clearing up those illusions and pushing bottom and reflecting that Solar Bind. Sumail slowed up for a second. They've got the toss, but Pakaz stay near these racks. They've got the Bushwhack. They've used the Primal Split. Arteezy working on the tier 3 tower. They're going to break down the Dark Willow, who pops the Curse Crown onto Arteezy. That hits. They've also glyphed. This tier 3 bottom sitting at a little bit of health. They go to the Yules.
He almost
the
one-shot
damage on a
Knight.
Wow. While that's going on, though, Sacred back to form. They'll take at the mid-set of racks. They'll take at the tier 3 tower bottom. Arteezy's done that at least. Runs into the Brambles that are there thanks to the Shard on Knight. Bramble Maze again, looking for the Terrorize, blinking forward. Sotum's here to clear up the creep wave. But they did lose that tier 3 tower. Arteezy kind of getting something out of it.
Definitely needed to go for that kind of a play, because right now they still can't take the farm. Fight into Aegis, fight into Io with Cheese, Holy Locket. Things are still difficult. Maybe they can try to get a pick off. There is Dagon 3 available on Coddle. Some burst damage, Aghanim Scepter. We still haven't seen Black Hole being used in a really long time. They're trying to catch them off guard now.
This
Serverboard scouting Sacred for a second.
might be the moment, but Sacred's already away, popping that Manta and throwing those illusions top. Kunkka coming over. Not sure he knows what's in store for him if they were to come through, but he does have that Aegis, so using Black Hole on him would probably be more so ill-advised than anything, as they will take that Twin Gate down towards the bottom lane. Saberlight, TP check. He's doing it, and completes it.
This time, yeah. Goes back to triangle. They need to push out the bottom wave again.
That's what they're doing while Pakaz goes after the top lane. Sending Sacred back, pops that Manta illusion, gets pulled through. These illusions trying to be dealt with here as they're burning these creeps.
So much evasion, Radiance, and also
Primal
the
split, they're going to go for the high ground again.
stance coming out from Brewmaster. Big damage with Dagon.
This time Arteezy's going to come back. They've got the X. It's through on a GH. He'll pop his Wind Waker. Now up into the air. They go to the Tidal Wave, but a Force Staff to get back away from it. Ghost Ship already used. Curse Crown pops. It's going to put some brambles around GH. An Illuminate thrown forward, and it's another hold here for Shopify.
Arteezy about
At
to
least
crack
for
level
now.
25. That extra Geminate attack plus level 20 talent, extra damage coming out from it is going to be pretty big.
So now with one right click, maybe he can kill off Knight if they go into the same situation again.
And you get hit by 3 Geminate attacks. He got double crit last time.
That hurts. Surely does. So Tormentor available. And it will go to GH. So Saberlight, what's he getting after he finished off that X? Going Refresher. There's a Refresher for Sacred, though. Some Armor Corruption for the Hoodwink at level 20.
Wants to deal as much damage as possible. Aegis expiring.
They survive this Aegis for the most part.
They still want to go. They feel super strong. 4,000 HP on Brewmaster with double split. IO heals, still holding the cheese. Bristol with also 4,000 HP. Kunkka 3.7.
Bramble, Force Staff, Yules. Up into the air, just throwing those Daggons out. It's only a Yules on Tiny still. He's almost got that Wind Waker. He's just a recipe away. They'll start to work on this Rax. That Sharpshooter doesn't land. They've got the toss back, so now they've got Pakaz in a weird spot. But he's got that Wind Waker. Dagon reflected thanks to this Lotus Orb. Over mid, Kidtrack trying to deal with Sotoms, but they go to the Primal Split. Brewlings who are pushing this Rax.
Mid lane is getting closer, so let's see. Sacred.
Avalanche, Panda, Illuminated.
Cyclone.
Tethering over, Void Panda throws him backwards. Sacred's gonna be back to form. Throw the Brambles down again. Arteezy with the BKB. He's gonna try and output some damage. They're just not breaking through this outer shell of Boom at all.
Nobody's dying. They're tickling them with the damage. These Leipnirs, Acorn shots are not doing much. Sacred did use Refresher. Slow siege from Boom Esports.
They could really just take this Rax and leave, but Torrent lands, Curse Crown pops. There's another Avalanche and toss out of Pakaz, but he goes to the Wind Waker immediately. Sotoms is going to jump in here. The Sharpshooter misses again. Torrent Storm going to send a lot of these heroes into the air. Saberlight taking so much damage. He's got buyback, but Arteezy's dead with no buyback.
That might just be the game.
100 seconds, no Weaver.
Torrent Storm clipping on multiple heroes.
Stop.
And that's game.
There is just no way back into this one for Shopify at this point, unless somehow
Saberlight used buyback in the previous fight and had no BKB whatsoever. A little surprised that they're not pushing in. Trying to see what's going to happen. Maybe they have buy on Weaver. Hard to tell.
no buy on Weaver.
It's one of those games where we didn't even have a full team fight with teams committing.
Not real.
In the last 20, 25, maybe even 30 minutes.
Tier 3 tower is dead. There's the Lotus. This Lotus Orb has been the most clutch item pickup.
Yeah, having doubled the spell mechanic, and now he picked up AC. Bristleback, Panda
he was unkillable before, and now it's just an inevitability that he
It's not fair. I mean, they do have Brewmaster with the Primal Split, with Refresher, so they also have Pandas, so basically they have 5 Pandas, because their position 5 player is called that, so...
So there go the tier 4s. They've got the Hex. The tidal wave is on to Sumail. They'll start to work on this throne. Right clicks from Sacred just onto the throne, not worrying about anything else. Torrent Storm bouncing Gia up into the air. They finally have RTZ back. What can they do with this? Bushwhack's going to land on the Pakaz. They go to the Primal Split. They'll focus the throne. This is looking like that's it, and it will be as Boom force a Game 3 with Shopify Rebellion.
That was such a clean execution of the draft. This Bristleback kind of sealed the deal in the draft for them. Kunkka being super tanky. I don't think Shopify managed to get a kill in the last 25 minutes.
Minute
that Dark
22
Willow. Yeah, okay,
was that
so
kill.
That's 25 minutes.
So Boom Esports, they'll take game number 2. It's an even series at 1. And we'll throw it back to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away.
We are going the distance here, going to game number 3 between Boom and Shopify, as indeed it is now 1-1 with Boom winning that one. And my panel during the draft, we were a little bit lackluster on what was going to happen. But then, after the pick of the Bristle, there was an instant reaction from you, Kezel, saying, well, that's a fantastic pick. And I feel like we got an exact showcase as to why.
Yeah, it's exactly what they needed, right? Against the Enigma, it's also the hero. When you get poked by Caudle, you don't really care. You have the IO as well at the same time. And I feel like on top of that, they got the Kunkka. Maybe Shopify forgot. First game, you first face ban it. Second game, suddenly, oh damn, it shows up on the 5th pick. And on top of all this, at the strongest timing of the game, like right here, Shopify chose to fight into the Boom lineup. And at this point, there is no way you can fight. I also think if you're picking Weaver, it has to be with the idea of, my Caudle wants to play fast, I'm going to build a Desolator and like help this timing and then fight into them. But he went Maelstrom, so with that idea in mind, I really feel like it is at least a slight mispick. And with all these things combined, I just feel like it's an easy game for Boom.
Yeah, it kind of feels like for Shopify, they kind of didn't fully respect Boom's incredible ball up that they will have. Like with the Eye, with the Bristle and the Brewmaster, there is such a front line. Bristle being nearly unkillable, the Brew Split being hard to kill. And Shopify, they took so many cheap fights. Like there was one fight as well I remember where Saberlight joined the fight, trying to Black Hole, instantly gets it cancelled. So I think the MVP is actually the Dark Willow here for Boom. The fact that Knight's positioning throughout this entire game just allowed for constant brambles on RTZ, preventing him from feeling good on the Weaver, cancelling out Saberlight's initiations early on as well. So I think like, you might look to someone else, but I think Knight had an incredible game on his Dark Willow, just constantly being a thorn in their side.
Yeah, like he just had, they all had good positioning, like what they were doing, what you see, like in this mid fight, he canceled the Black Hole. I feel like they all did like very well. The one thing I would say is the mid game was very slow for Boom. Like you have map play heroes, you have relocate, and for 10, 11, 12 minutes, you just let Shopify play the entire map without taking racks or finding a kill. So next game, I would like them to think a little bit more about what can we do next? Because Shopify are not going to fight you anymore after this mid fight. So think about how to close out the map. But yeah, as well, like Pakaz with this Bristle performance, his item build, his inventory looks nasty. He's backed up by an IO. Like he just has everything he needs to carry this game.
No, and we talked at the very end for about last pick for Shopify. Like, should it have a break? Should it not? Is the Hoodwink alone enough? And you're like, well, maybe you itemize towards Silver Edge. But Weaver is not a hero that does that. And it's not like Shopify has a hero that would do that.
No, like I feel like they have all this poke, but like poke or like Enigma, like playing Enigma in this game is really hard. There's a Brew Split. If you get Bristle from his back, you might die. Like Kunkka throws out all his spells. I really feel like they needed this explosive damage with Sven, or not, then execute this idea better and show me better gameplay. Because they did neither, and then, well, it's just going to be hard to win a game.
Yeah, they needed their carry to be, again, like you mentioned Sven, I said CK, like any of these heroes that have a bit more of like an oomph, it helps them out. Because when they're into the mid game, their Weaver's like on the back lines, like, guys, find me a fight. Saberlight's like, I can't join the fights now. Your Enigma can't Black Hole. Your Kotal wants to play super far back. Your Weaver's also playing on the fringe. Your Tiny and your Hoodwink want to initiate to find something, but like they just felt like they were missing the one core who actually just made shit happen in the middle of the fight position, because everyone else was wanting to play on the fringe. So it did feel like the carry pick was off. It shouldn't have been the Weaver. It should have been someone else. And because of that, Boom just ride this game for free. But it was a great game from Boom.
too squishy. I mean, if you look at all the three cores, Keeper of the Light, Enigma, and Weaver, they all are great in their own right, obviously, but putting them together, we've seen that the current trend, regardless, the reason why we credit, for example, MOUZ to get as far as the tournament is because they always get those two beefy cores, because beefy cores right now, they win games.
Yeah, because like there's two ways how you can beat like this triple core. You either you have the one that when they're running they just get slapped out, so like a Sven, or you try to play on like you get on the back line and ignore the frontliners. But Coddle, Enigma are long-range heroes. They're not going to go beyond the fucking bristleback and kill the backline. It will not work.
It's okay.
It cannot work.
There's going to be a game 3. Okay?
I'm sorry.
Don't worry. This was like the Weaver pick. It wasn't the one, all right?
I know.
Don't worry,
Thank you.
A little bit
we
frustration.
agree, okay?
Yes,
we agree.
a little bit.
It's all
Just
good.
bias and clear that.
No, we just want to watch the best gameplay.
Underneath there, or?
I mean, I'll show later.
Yeah, okay.
We are going to watch the best gameplay because generally, you know, we've seen both teams win a game. Both teams know how to beat the other one. The question is, what was learned from those first 2 games and who will learn the most and put it into practice for game number 3? We're finding out after a break.
Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of Dota 2's Item Price Challenge. I'm your host James Banks. We've got our wonderful studio audience. Oh, it's so fantastic to see them and hear them the whole time. And we've got Boom's Panda because he's the only one on his team that can do content or talk to me. So we have to have him every single time. He is very much smiling right now. But are you good with your prices when it comes to Dota 2?
I think I'm really good.
Okay. Yeah. You ready for this? I like it. He's confident for the challenge. I will give you a 5-second countdown before the 60 seconds begin. You need to get as many right as possible. We'll get things moving here and then we will give you the first item. And I'll count you down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
It's 1400.
Correct.
75.
Correct.
90.
Correct.
40, 75.
No, 40, 50.
6, 7, 25.
6 what, sorry?
6, 7.
No.
15, 55.
Nope.
And so 61.
Yes.
3, 31.
Nope.
No. 2950.
Yes.
3600.
Correct.
90.
Oh no, 80, 80.
Oh, 80.
Oh.
900.
Yes.
1800.
Yes.
53.
Yes.
225.
Yes.
14.
No.
No. 45, 50.
Yes, and the time is done. You did very well. 11.
Oh.
That was good. That was very good.
Yeah.
Some of them are hard. We chose ones very close, and then also they changed in recent patches as well.
Yeah.
But your confidence paid off, man.
I mean, I think I was there if I was a core player. I don't know many of these items.
Yeah.
I only bought it like twice in my life.
Well, this is good. This was a challenge for you, and you still did very well. Thank you very much for playing, dude.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely one of the best support players getting those item challenges and prizes right, because as a support, you know, you don't get the luxury of getting a lot of those items that are super expensive. So I think Panda did really well. He did really well in game number 2 as well. Obviously, he got the chance to play the IO, and I have my doubts that he'll be allowed to do that again, because going into game number 3, Kezutikov, it's a hero that's banned out for a reason so often, and it just felt very strong, especially obviously in combination of that bristle.
Yeah, it does feel like, you know, Boom, if they have a draft that the narrative is quite clear, they're an incredibly strong team. So I think the Medusa from yesterday was that type of draft, and IO enables most of those types of drafts. And I think if Shopify take those away, force them to have to, you know, think about layering, that's when Boom look a little bit weaker. So yeah, I would be surprised if they gave away IO again, because yeah, it looks like Boom's in their strongest when they push forward.
That's also one of the main points I see from like yesterday and today. Like he just said, the Medusa, now the Bristle, it's like these good lineups, 5-man together, and then play the game. It simplifies things, because even like I said, I feel like their map play wasn't incredible, but they didn't actually need it. Eventually, they get their items, and they can 5-man down a lane. So if Shopify can find a way to deter this type of drafting from Boom, I feel like that would be very, very good for them in this next game to like lead them into more of a like a fine line. You need to execute nicely, play the map perfect, nice team fights. Because this definitely looked very, very easy. You never want to give this to your opponent like that.
How much does that depend on getting first pick and second pick? Obviously, both times that a team won, it was the team that had second pick. Is that true?
No, I think
we actually had the same twice in a row.
Yeah, Shopify had first pick and they won. Boom had first pick and they won.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I mean, sorry?
No. You want to rock, paper, scissors quickly?
Okay.
Why?
Okay,
He won.
so I won.
Okay.
So yeah, I think if you're first pick, then you set the foundation, of course, but being able to close out the second phase with that gotcha hero, that 18 pick, you see 4 enemy heroes, does kind of round out your lineup quite nicely to be able to create like the strategy. You open with the best hero that you believe in, and you close out the second phase with the best hero after seeing 4. I think that alone is quite a controlling thing that other teams, they might struggle to deal with.
Yeah. The one thing for Shopify, if they are second pick, which I don't know yet, is which ban would they swap up in order to ban the IO over something else.
Yep.
So now it kind of just goes to show, like, the longer you go in these tournaments and against these teams, you need to choose this one hero that you feel like you're best prepared against. Maybe you give them IO, but you feel like you just make a small deviation in the draft, and then it's fine. And then, okay, we leave it. If not, you choose, like, the next one. You go down the line, maybe we give them Disruptor, maybe something else, whatever we have the best response to, we play against that.
Well, we'll see what changes are being made because the draft order is the same as game number 2. So that means Boom gets first pick. And we do have instantly the IO ban, their second ban from Shopify Rebellion. I'll tell you what Shopify banned previously. They banned Gyro, Primal Beast, Disruptor, and Pango. On the side of Boom, they ban out Chan, Tusk, and Doom. We'll see if that stays the same. So far, it is the Primal Beast that is the one that is left in the pool. We'll see if Boom wants to get their hands on that one.
I think it's a hero that Boom aren't going to have to rush for. I don't think Shopify really cares too much about this
Yeah, I
hero.
don't think they've played it even, have they?
Yeah, not really.
Doesn't strike me as like I'm sure Saber can play it and it fits well in like his narrative of after laning stage I move around, I make stuff happen, but they've definitely not jumped at the little dinosaur.
I like the idea of Boom utilizing this here because again, when you're first pick, you have 2 bans in the next phase. Your opponent only has 1, so don't go for that. Yeah, they go for a Kunkka. And now Shopify, when they go to the second phase bans, their single ban is like, do we respect the primal in this position? Are there a support or a core we need? And if Boom round up their lineup with a primal and a Kunkka, 2 damaging supports, then we're kind of already seeing the same concept in how they won game 2.
There is still now also the Doom in the pool compared to previous draft. Is that a hero that either team will have extra preference for?
Well, so I personally think that when you play against Kunkka, you need to make sure, or you should want to have a hero that starts the fight and gives you like a clear win condition. Because when Kunkka goes into the fight and drops his spells, it's like Exodia for 5 to 10 seconds. It's really hard to enter the fight. So when I see a Kunkka, I love having heroes like Bad Rider, like Doom. You get the initial Doom on him, you can win the fight. You jump him with a lasso, drag him in, suddenly the hero's out of the game. So for Shopify, for sure, it's definitely a route they can take.
But is these bans from Boom, are they just screaming that the Kunkka is going to be the offlaner?
Yeah, I think so,
Lifestealer
right?
and Monkey King ban. I believe Kunkka so far at Wallachia has like 30% win rate, 20% win rate or something. It is egregious.
Yeah.
But that is because when it goes to offlane, it just gets bullied out normally.
I mean, Sacred does play it very well, and like he's been playing Kunkka for a long time, like probably even before it really got meta a few months ago. So he can do it, but with these bans, yeah, most certainly it is going to the offlane, or they just want to make it easier to then later on swap it there if they want to.
28% win rate.
It's not great.
No, not good at all.
Okay, so for Shopify, they will, of course, be looking to open the next phase. But yeah, I always look for heroes that can start the fight for you. So Shopify, some of my
Surely
eyes
it
are
would
like,
just be the Doom. Like,
yeah,
just
back
next phase,
to-
Doom, Shadow Demon to open up. Feels very good.
let's see, maybe the ban will tell us a little more, because of course they do only have 1. Yeah, that was
The respect for the Willow. Their single ban goes towards the towards Knight. To be fair, had a cracking game last time.
Maybe it also dissuades Boom from going for the Mars because you don't get that cool combo. Although obviously the Willow was great on its own as well in game number 1.
I wish we saw that
two.
combo more, to be fair. That combo was kind of
The Mars below?
Yeah, that combo was kind
They
of
keep
faded.
bumping them into the arena. Yeah. We don't see it so often. I guess it's because you always like throw out the Bedlam, it's more damage, so you can't really use your terrorize.
Yeah, you have to choose between one or the other. Very true. We've got the Phoenix coming out first.
So Shopify's response is already showing us a anti-run at us style. So rather than matching the aggression of Boom trying to take the 20-minute timing, it is just, you want to run into us, there'll be an egg, there's a disruption save. I'm expecting at least 1 or 2 calls from Shopify to be able to frontline without dying in the jump. I'm not expecting Tidehunter, but that type of hero
Yeah, no, for sure.
cushion the blow.
Yeah, like
This is, I mean, it's game number 3, right? So win and you're in playoffs, but at the same time, maybe playing a bigger part in people's minds is losing, you're out.
Yeah.
So it will have an impact on the way you're playing. You want to play maybe a little bit more safe.
For sure, and don't forget the last time these teams actually played was all the way back in like January when they both kind of got formed, and you know, Shopify, they beat them in like 20 minutes in both games, like 21, 29 minutes or something, and yeah, it's nice to see Boom have that growth throughout the year to be able to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, like for Shopify's cores, I'm also definitely looking for these heroes that you go in for your SD, for your Phoenix. You have the Sunray to like play around. You know, we could be looking at some Sumaya Leshrak on 18, like these type of heroes that just go in. They're the beefy type of boys, but Boom definitely have a choice to make here. They're already digging fairly deep into their reserve time on this double pick, which most likely I feel like could just be a double support pick for them if they want.
Boom's not really played much sniper in the tournament, but with this type of backline on Shopify, not really being able to find, I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to get there. If Kunku's in the off lane, you put a sniper mid, you have an aggressive forward position that's like maybe a melee hero that wants to do stuff. That looks like a foundation of a very strong draft.
I can definitely see that. You can outrange like the type of stuff that Shopify are going for, but at least for now they will hold it for later. So just 2 solid laning supports for now. At least you've got the Hoodwink on one side, Bane on the other. Right, very quick on the Centaur.
It's a good frontliner and an initiator.
Yeah, you can always ask the question about into the Kunkka, but if you invert it and Kunka's running at you, then it is just, incredible jump. You find anyone and they will be dying, especially now you pair the TA as well. Centaur plus TA jumps together, that is pretty much any hero dead.
And it's the start of a similar tri-core, potentially, of game number 1, right? They had the TA Centaur with the Naga, and instead of the Phoenix, they had the Disruptor, but so far, this feels very similar. So I would imagine maybe a Naga ban coming out from Boom, but are we looking for that same vein of carry on the side of Shopify, or is that too early to tell?
My main fear for Boom is that they have drafted themselves, like you said, into game 1, where there isn't that innate tankiness, that there isn't that kind of, we can lean on each other to overwhelm Shopify. If anything, I think Shopify now have the tankier mid-game, the ability to take the fights. Because like Bane, Hoodwink, if they get jumped, they're dead. Kunkka, yes, you have spells, but I think the next 2 picks for Boom, I hope they're a little bit more aggressive with a desire to kill, to slay.
Because this TA is a very good pick. First of all, you can flex it between mid and safe lane. They have the ultimate last pick of the game. Also, again, you're playing Bane. If TA picks up a shard and drops the trap for 0.1 seconds, boom, grip is gone. They see you as well. Bane suddenly like can play the nighttime, can play this like kind of map play as well. So already, again, a very, very crisp pick here. They will go with the Brewmaster, so Kunkka does go into the mid lane, which I think it's good. I wouldn't say it's as good as last game. Like Brewmaster, I would say if I play Phoenix, I'm pretty happy going up against a Brew. Like I can also like cement the team fight where I want. With my egg, I have high damage. So overall, I think both teams should be fairly okay with the like second phases.
It does give them a little bit of that grouping that we're expecting from Boom.
Yeah.
Of course, Radiance and the Brewmaster, you send that near the TA, it will hurt her a little bit. There is no clean way to stop the Brew from getting off the split. I'm intrigued. What is going to be the Boom carry that brings it towards the, like, are they going to try and use this as, if Shopify run at Brew Kunkka, they can't run at them, so then we have this like 1v9 style carry pick, or is the carry pick going to be super high pace where they look to just try and to run into Shopify and prevent the morphling, the TA from farming, sorry.
How important is it to be able to hit the egg for Boom also with their carry?
I feel like it would be pretty nice, because when this water park comes out and you brew split, I feel like you want to keep the fight like moving forward. You don't want to have the egg like stall out the water park and the brew split for you to walk back. So I would like this carry to do that. I'm not sure how much Pakaz loves to play a hero like Alchemist, but that's one hero that comes to mind just because he gets into the fight with his two carries
or maybe even a Sven again. Like you get Warcry for your team. I mean, you're not the best egg hitter, so maybe scrap that one.
Could this not just be a repeat of the Medusa game that we saw from Boom? You're not going to hit egg, but it's just the TA matchup doesn't feel good into you. You then force Shopify to have to put TA to mid, pick up a new carry that can punish a Medusa. You know, you're forcing the TA flex a little bit through the carry pick.
I feel like Dusa's not bad at all either. Yeah.
Well, it's the Juggernaut that gets banned, which is, you know, that is an egg hitter that would still be in the pool, but at the same time, Juggernaut is not that popular at all.
They were one of the teams that played it, actually. Yeah,
Slight secret with it. 30
they made it look good.
Which is pretty impressive.
Very impressive. I mean, what else is there on the deck? I mentioned Dusa. I feel like Alk is maybe a bit more spicy. I don't know if they've played that before.
So Alk into TA can sometimes be scary because she doesn't mind going for MKB and this stuff.
Yeah, I just like it for the overwhelming, like, go in.
Yeah.
They ban out the Timber Saw.
Timberban is good, for sure. Like, that could have been another one of, oh, somehow this hero made it to, like, the last pick of the game. Here you go.
That's why I'm a little bit worried about talking about Medusa, because as much as it's kind of nice for the scaling, the journey to get to online is somewhat difficult. There's no real damage from Boom in this game. Like, you have a Brew Split, you have some control from Kunkka, Bane control, Hedwig wants to do damage, but you want a little bit first. So there is a large window where if you pick a super greedy core that can't contribute to the fight, then it could be awkward, but okay.
Luna.
They go for Luna to now kind of fixes some of the problems, right?
Yep.
Gives the damage to the heroes at night, also gives a little bit of like mixed damage.
I overlooked this hero. I feel like
I mean, a lot of people have overlooked this hero.
Yeah.
And,
no, it gives you like the BKB in the mid game. She can run in. Your Brew Split gets the Lunar Blessing when you're close, so that helps a lot. Kunkka Tidebringer on the first nighttime as well hurts so much more with the Luna Aura. You have two supports that also hit quite a bit. I really, really like this Luna pick for them. Like, it just fits the MO of what they want to do, what they needed.
Instant response, actually, of the Faceless Void. Oof. This is... For all the drafts that we've seen in the last couple of days in the mornings, I think this is one of the most like timer-driven lineups that I've seen where I expect Radiant to be able, Boom to be able to make some moves, but eventually this game just gets so hard for them, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's like you have the Chrono, you have an Egg, Disruption, then you got TA traps and Centaur reinitiates. Yeah, I think Shopify, this is the type of game you pick when you're one game away from getting eliminated. As long as you don't lose the early game and the full grip of the game, you will be able to make any move you want 30 minutes plus into it, and that's probably what you want. Again, like I said, when this is the elimination game.
Very safe.
I love both drafts, actually, because they both have the capabilities to, like, if they play it right, to just win. If you're Boom, like, you can try to overlap in the mid lane, maybe Sacred goes mid, gets a split off, they take Sumir's tower, open up the map, get the first Aegis, that's, like, their way to win. Whereas Shopify, if they can hold the game, chill, like, 15 minutes, it's an even game, they get the first Aegis, the more and more time that goes by, it's going to be easier and easier for Shopify to win. So
does that also mean that you feel like Boom has got just a lower margin of error for this third game?
I would say so for sure. Yeah, like they need to have good lanes, keep moving forward. But again, both teams, if they execute perfectly, it's going to be like a super even game of like a back and forth.
Okay, on the back of who are you looking for?
I think for Boom, it's all about Pakaz. How quickly can he leave the jungle and actually want to join his team to make moves? Because a Luna can happily sit back for too long, and then you might miss the window. So I think it's all on Luna to find that rhythm. Don't forget about the Morphling game 1, become the Luna in game 3.
Okay, I'm sure that we're going to have a good game on our hands, a good third game to the series. But before we're going to watch it, though, we're going to hear some words from Coach Bulba.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Bobo, where I've got some questions about Shopify's Hoodwink. Earlier in the tournament, you guys have been relying on it quite a bit, but recently, teams have been taking it from you. Aurora took it from you both games yesterday, and here in Game 1, Boom took it, and then Game 2, you were like, screw it, I'll go Phase 1, and then Game 3, you're ignoring it. So what's your take on Hoodwink right now?
It's one of Kitrak's best heroes, so just tried it out Game 2. I don't think the game was on the Hoodwink or anything. I think he played well. There were other stuff. They took like the GG Whisper Soul that they lost to in Game 3, I think yesterday. So it looked pretty annoying to beat. So yeah, I think it was more about like them just having Whisper Soul, and they played. The Bristle played really well. Like I think he played perfectly. So and it looked really hard to beat. So I think it was more about that than anything. So we banned the Wisp, and then this game, and then they took Kunkka, and Kitrak's like one of his favorite heroes, a Shadow Demon. So.
Okay, makes sense to me then to rearrange things, because once you picked up the Shadow Demon, then you picked up the Phoenix. Seems like you were starting to go team fight once the Phoenix got picked up. Is that part of the reason why Faceless Void was the carry of choice at the very end?
Artura just thought it was like a really good Void game, so they didn't. Yeah, it was a pretty good matchup versus the Brew. So it was just a good Void game, and I think it was like GH also loves Phoenix, so it's a lot also because this was like a YOLO tournament. So we're trying to make sure like people are happy and like play what they've practiced to.
Well, I'm definitely happy seeing big team fight ultimates. Bulba, thanks for taking the time to talk to me as we pass to our casters for game number 3.
Thank you so much, Tsunami, as we get into game number 3. And, you know, first 2 games, obviously evenly split. But game 3 is the decider. Both these teams trying to change their fortunes as they've gone loss, win, win, loss. And now they're looking for a win here.
Yeah, whoever wins this one goes to playoffs. That does start tomorrow. Looking at both of these drafts, I really like this Luna pick. They did go for Faceless Void as a counter. Faceless Void, you know, is the late game carry hero, the mean machine paired up with Templar Assassin. Both of them are physical, but Templar Assassin nowadays with this new shard tech, newer shard tech, allows you to play a bit of a different game because you are also about that control. So something that Brewmaster is not going to like to play into. He doesn't like to play into Faceless Void as well. And there's going to be a lot of team fights, a lot of these prolonged team fights, refraction, time walk going off, some disruption to save. Of course, the Sun Ray behind them, rum buff split. So yeah, expecting to see these like 1 minute plus long team fights in the mid game. But overall, I want to see from Boom some real aggression at these, like during the night times, because they have Lunar's Blessing, one of the best abilities, I would say, to apply pressure in different lanes. You have 2 supports who deal a lot of damage. Hoodwink benefits from it a lot, and then you also have Konka as well, who can easily deal tons of damage. Arteezy getting initiated on in the top lane, but not much doing. We'll just time walk.
Are you surprised with how much from the last game Shopify was willing to give up to Boom once again?
In terms of heroes that they gave them?
Yeah. Like to see Sacred back on the Brewmaster, to see the
Sacred
back in the game.
did not have that good of a game early on. He was the one to get as much farm. Pakaz.
Drop for first blood. Will Saberlight changing his fortune. I mean, that was definitely a big switch from game 2 to game 3 on that one already. Yeah, his lane wasn't amazing, but I felt like they opened up enough space for him to really have such a impactful game.
Yeah, later on he definitely picked up the pace. Smail starting to put in a lot of pressure onto Kunkka in the mid lane. These side blades usages have been on point. 2 water runes available. Slotem's not going for bottle yet. He's bringing a healing salve.
And then GH now on this Phoenix, not the tiny that we've seen before, and it's also, of course, Hoodwink for Boom in the forward position, aka that core roll. And we'll get the Lotus Petal on GH. See what Arteezy's able to accomplish. I want to say both of the first 2 games, as we see Panda die here bottom, have kind of run similarly for him.
Ooh. Yeah, for sure. And almost a 1k gold lead for Shopify. Getting 2 kills in the bottom lane. This is going to be... every single time Kitrak has Disruption available, Panda's going to be in trouble. Maybe even Pakaz, because Saberlight is maxing out Double Edge in the bottom lane, so that's going to be quite a lot of damage. We've seen different builds, but if you get a good start, there it is, Saberlight. Let's see. Knight. Good night, says Panda.
Yeah, immediately the Nightmare. Well,
There's going to be a lot of Knights. Right? Nightmare, Knight as a player, Nighttime.
Time dilation action right there. Mid lane again, we're taking a look at his Slotems is just sitting there with 130 health. Going into more tangos. So double bracer tangos. This is the play for right now. Uh-oh. Didn't hit that torrent. I thought Sumail was just going to play it aggressive. We have seen him run heroes under their tower. Not really all too afraid in doing so. And you can see this game, for him, a much better start as well.
Slatum's in a lot of trouble. In terms of CS, he's doing good. TA getting more denies. But yeah, he's forced to run back. In this situation, you would love to maybe use the X mark, come back, double bracer. He is tanky, but speaking of tankiness, Saberlight, some good body blocks. He's been owning with those body blocks, forcing another nightmare from Panda.
Panda not really working here with a lot of mana, but that being said, Pakaz has 18 charges on a wand now. So he feels pretty safe, I would say. As I say that, I feel like I almost eat those words immediately. But Hoodwink in the turnaround, they've got the Lucent Beam, Saberlight on the run. Bushwhack hits on a Kidtrack, and they're looking to get the kill on a Saberlight. They'll Nightmare him up. They should get both, and will.
That's such a nice play from Knight. First Knight falls, he comes down to the bottom lane, which leaves Sacred open in the top lane. Wave is not close to the tower yet. Not the killer lane for Shopify by any means. They do have a bit of a slow from Icarus dive, Blood Grenade, Time Dilation, but Sacred should be okay.
Should be fine, and I would say this time around it's going a lot better for him. 23-7. Not zoned out nearly as much as Pakaz again is going to drop here bottom. Yeah, they get both of those kills a moment ago, but Pakaz left alone for a split second. That's more than enough to give him the opportunity to get the kill.
Panda was forced to go back to base, heal up, had no mana, no HP, while Knight was pulling the wave. And this allows Shopify to play super aggressive. Good start for Shopify. Another rotation.
Bushwhack.
Keep a tri-lane here for now.
Nightmare. Knight coming around. Acorn shot bounces back and forth twice. Total of 4 bounces, but hit him both 2 times. 3-man stun. Sumail's down here. Uh-oh.
That's
Trap,
a case to TA.
Bushwhack. Sumail on the run. That's going to be one. They're looking for another.
Kill, most
in
likely.
So much trouble. Forced to bring Slotum's down here with the disruption being used.
TP's in.
Panda.
They needed that.
Moving forward, but back towards Sumail, and he's found an opportunity to go for this kill, but there is a Nightmare, which will be pulled off thanks to the disruption illusions. So Sumail running down Panda, has another trap, will slow him up, and needs a couple more right clicks to get this kill and maybe work his attention on a Pakaz, but the Melon Strike's not enough. Now Pakaz comes back in, they've got the X, they have Knight back into it. Icarus dive from GH
is here.
Tore it up into the air, so those refractions are going to be gone, but they've got the disruption. That will save the refraction as well as the life potentially of Sumail, but it is just retreating on the side of Boom.
Rotation from Slatims kind of saves the day. They brought 4 heroes to the bottom lane. Sumail having a haste rune, the best rune you can pick up on Templar Assassin early on, so you can lock onto a target. Could have easily been a triple kill if he didn't rotate. An XP rune still on the side of Boom Esports. Nobody picking it up yet. All the attention has been drawn to the bottom lane.
Yeah, nobody sneaking over from the side of Shopify to get it either. At least not yet. GH gonna take some soul XP over here mid. He's level 5 already.
Doing really good.
8 minutes in. I mean, sometimes we don't see supports hit level 6 till 13.
The one hero I always see not have enough XP 10 minutes in is Bane. Like, he's always struggling. I'd say in 1 out of 10 games, you'll see Bane be level 6. Still, XP rune is there. Panda pinging it out.
So 8.5 minutes in. Saberlight certainly having himself a time going into the phase boots. Picked up that early Helm of the Iron Will. Working on getting some of these neutral camps. Panda's finally going to pick up that Wisdom Rune, so he's going to get that XP that it really needs.
Kidtrack setting
level
things up.
4.5. Kidtrack, Disruption, Hoof Stomp right out of it. Now they're going to have the double edge again in a second, but the Bushwhack is there in time. Panda TP's bot, they've got the Nightmare, so they don't get this kill on a Knight. But they do force these heroes to pull back. All the while, GH, while he's taking experience mid, he gets to level 6. He doesn't forget his support duties of stacking.
Quite a lot of stack in the triangle.
Oh, yeah.
Big ancient stacks for Shopify.
For that TA to have a nice jumping off point, for sure. Sumail, we've seen him have decent farm early on in both games 1 and 2. Would like to see if his fortune will change in this one, where he's able to really get active and successful. Bushwhack controls KidTrack. They bring Zlatoms as well as Kaz here. They've got the X. Pulling back early. The Torrent, the Blood Grenade. KidTrack's got Disruption if need be. Ghost Ship will be off the mark. Won't hit KidTrack. Now they've got themselves the Hoof Stomp, the Body Block, Saberlight. For a second there, he just feels like
Saberlight
a brick
is
wall.
built different. Yeah, he's just body blocking people. Looks like a stun every single time.
Gets ahead of the Bushwhack, sticking with Zlatoms. The Acorn shot. Now the Chrono on a 3, and he doesn't get any of his own
With the
teammates.
egg combo.
Perfect. Oh, Arteezy. Pakaz on the run. Now needs to get out of here. Icarus dive over. There's the Blood Grenade. Sacred's going to TP, but this is well late. Maybe with this split, he can save Pakaz, but Saberlight's got his attention onto the Luna, and Arteezy looking to go the other way. With these heroes respawning, they'll be back into the fight, the disruption to avoid that boulder being chucked by Sacred, but it looks like KidTrack's dead, but to who? It will be Sacred and not the neutrals.
Nightmare is ready. Seems like there's no follow-up because level 7, thinking about maybe putting a point in ulti if he wants to try to grab a kill on Saberlight, but Saberlight is super tanky. 1500 HP on him. They also have a trap that has been placed early on, so that could set things up for a kill on Pakaz if he goes that way.
Sunray, Hoof Stomp, Nightmare. Sumail's got this amplified damage, but not enough when you just TP out, as Hoof Stomp was already used. Not another stun available to the side of Shopify.
Good read from both carries. I would say first, Arteezy makes a rotation through the Twin Gates, gets a 3-man Chrono. They get 2 kills out of it. Yeah, with no real setup. And also GH being level 6, pre-10 minutes, makes things a lot more difficult for Boom to play against. Sacred, this time around, he's gonna buy his own Relic as his first item. Ooh, that's only 4 stacks for Boom and 12 for Shopify.
10 stacks for just GH. That is wild. Like I said, he was stacking while taking that experience, and all this gold going to Sumail. It's up to 1,400 gold in his pocket, make it 1,500 with that Lance ready to go. We've seen it, Lance, Blink, Shard, Deso.
It's pretty standard for TAs nowadays.
Yeah, so we'll see if there's any diversion from.
Probably not. I think that build is just superior nowadays.
Just another ancient camp to take. Almost out of Blink Dagger. If he wants it. 4,000 net worth lead. Sumail is very much ahead of the Kunkka. A very different game this time.
Zlatoms is really struggling. He's sitting at only 4,000 net worth. So is Pakaz. Things are looking really grim for them. You want to hit certain timings with the heroes that you have. You want to have this Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka, ASAP, Luna. She's one of the heroes that can catch up in terms of farm, but needs some of the stacks. Right now, Knight is making stacks in the triangle.
There's that Blink Dagger. So Blink available. Is anybody holding a smoke on Shopify? Yes. We've got one on the Shadow Demon of KidTrack. To see if they look to make a move. They do have Chrono back off cooldown while Zlatoms is farming here, going for that early Ags. Smoke was used by the side of Boom. A couple of bashes. Okay. What a luck there for Arteezy, but Zlatoms is starting to edge towards these steps. They do have Primal Split as well. And they'll go to the Ghost Ship. They've got the Fiend's Grip from
Egg
behind.
immediately.
Egg is immediate, but not in time. It stuns everybody, but there's nothing there to follow that up, and it's a kill on Arteezy, one desperately needed for Boom. Kaz is here, Cyclone up into the air. Already used that Icarus dive, so got the Torrent, have the damage. GH will be joining Arteezy.
Sumail, whew. Almost one-shots Hoodwink there.
Oh yeah.
And Radiant's completed this time. Saberlight also making a move with his Blink Dagger, so that's going to be a tower, which opens up the map. Arteezy, difficult matchup for him playing into Kunkka. Like, it just makes things much more difficult for him. 1x mark. Shopify will smoke.
Immediately scanned out, though.
Yeah, they got scanned. But seems like maybe they still want to take a fight. Sacred this time around having a much better game, having that 14-minute radiance, no boots.
Wisdom Rune available, and it looks like Shopify are going to back away. So they don't go for this. You're 4,000 net worth behind. Are you really in a... Is it as bad as it seems for Boom, is the question.
This radiance could make things a lot more difficult for them. Pakaz still needs to catch up. He is doing better. And now again, it's nighttime. Time to strike. Having that extra 21 damage coming up from Lunar Blessing makes things a lot more easier for them to fight. Knight sitting at 1,400 gold on Hoodwink, thinking what he wants to buy, but they need Road of Athos for a little bit more control, or he wants to go super greedy and pick up Maelstrom immediately.
By the way, Dota Plus said 65% chance win probability there for Shopify.
Kunkka is being scouted right now. Deep Observer Ward, plays by Kitrak.
Let's see if they move on this. Panda walking forward. Not sure if he was looking to just straight up Nightmare Fiend's Grip potentially. But not committing to anything just yet. And they do have that OBS there from Shopify that did
double OBS in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
It seems like Boom are aware of it. Not wanting to play that part of the map. Sacred was the one who was drawing on a mini-map. Slatims getting closer to his Aghanim Scepter. That's going to be the big timing. Pick up that Ags. Pick up Manta Style on Luna and try to get something done. Because you're going to be fighting into TA with Deso in the next few minutes. So you lose a fight or you misuse both. You misuse your Brewmaster split, which is going to mean Roshan will belong to Shopify.
Do you think that Shopify have slowed down their pace too much?
Yeah, not necessarily. You still have really good team fight coming out. Saberlight is getting farm.
Sacred, speaking of which, Hope Stomp, double edge.
Stance, Void Brawler stance,
yeah.
Status resistance. Even without being brewed up, it makes quite a lot of difference.
Truthfully, something we got rid of in terms of so many heroes was status resistance. But you see how strong it is there for Sacred. Go to the Stampede, they'll try to run. They have that silence on
doesn't have mana for it. Oh, man.
They had the silence thanks to the shard from the TA. Fiend's Grip onto Sumail.
It's a good action.
Egg coming through. The damage, though, still in a Saberlight, enough to get the kill. The Nightmare is going to be pulled off or put on himself from Panda. And Saberlight is the only one who ends up dying. And so Panda nightmaring himself right as that supernova was about to explode.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Slatims needs some mana. Like, he still needs to recover in the game, about to finish off his one big item. 500 mana pool if you use any of your mana early. Knight has been on the stacking mission for Boom Esports. He wants to get Kunkka back into the game, but most importantly, get back Pakaz into the game.
Yeah, he kind of needs it. Although, he's ahead of Arteezy by a bit. Hoof Stomp, double edge, Knight's dead. Sumail, quick damage, quick kill. What's this Deso timing looking like? Yeah, about 19 minutes.
Panda.
And Saberlight again, Sunray, Nightmare. They'll pull it off and they'll stop the Sunray to do so. And then a meld strike with a couple of right clicks, and down goes Panda. Arteezy now will time walk away. Ghost Ship was committed. Oh, Torrent right as he threw the Chrono, so now Arteezy has to leave.
It's JK Chrono.
Yeah, seriously. Kidtrack's gonna die here to the Eclipse of Pakaz, but they found this Luna. They don't want to allow him that opportunity to TP out, but in doing so, now they don't go to the Hope Stomp. They've got the turnaround with the Bushwhack as well as this Sharpshooter from Hoodwink. So they get two. GH on the run. It's gonna be 3 heroes that die here from the side of Shopify.
Big kill.
Just like that, this game is even.
3,000 damage dealt by Pakaz. You isolate a hero, Eclipse on top of it. Fiend's Grip is ready. We're thinking about
Nightmare.
it. Tier 1 tower is still available, down to 200 HP. Maybe he's also thinking, oh, the trap, we don't have sentries like right there, so pretty difficult game again for Bane to get the... It seems like it's always a difficult game for Bane to get the Fiend's grip off.
And yet this hero is picked all the time.
Yeah, let me just check what... He's been contested 46% so far.
9 wins overall. 5 on the Dire, 4 on the Radiant, 17 picks, so he's lost 8 times. And won 9 times. There's that Deso for Sumail. Let's see if they can make something happen here. Boom are the aggressors for the last 5 minutes or so, and they land that torrent. It's going to be through in a Kid Track. He's got to try and run away and survive, but the Ghost Ship comes in. The Hope Stop's going to be there. Kid Track survives a little bit longer, but it won't be enough. Knight again off from the side, has that bushwhack, but the damage from Sumail is too much for him. They'll end up getting the kill.
There's
the
the
Void
grip.
Panda pulls him back into the Fiend's grip, but it's going to be stopped thanks to the Shard of TA again with that trap. But Zottoms has the damage, and they get the kill to Saberlight anyway. With no Chrono.
Yep, using that opportunity with no Chrono, they take a fight. Aghanim Scepter finally completed. He didn't even have to use Torrent Storm. Kitrak slightly too deep, playing a bit too aggressive, trying to make illusions. Out of Brewmaster, pays with his life. Also, Sumail, he doesn't feel comfortable fighting near Brewmaster. If he gets the split off, Radiant's Burn is going to cause him a lot of trouble. This time, Sacred having a much better game. 3-0 and 3, about to finish off his Manta style to get rid of time dilation, trap silence, and also to push out the waves.
TZ. Go Mjolnir. Pushing bottom lane out, and there is the full Mjolnir put onto him. Why do people say full Mjolnir? I say it a lot. I feel like a lot of people say full Mjolnir. Is it just because Maelstrom is the half build of it?
I think so.
I notice that I say it all the time. I hear a lot of others. I'm just gonna, from now on, it's just Mjolnir.
Maybe you haven't used any of these like static, the static charges. So it's full Mjolnir, he finished it, now it's gonna be empty Mjolnir. There's the Torrent.
Ghost Ship. Oh, the Aegis on the ground, picked up, snatched technically by Sumail. That Ghost Ship got the kill. We're gonna miss that bushwhack, that Acorn shot not close enough. Arteezy sitting in the pit still. He'll time walk away. As the illusions do have eyes on him, and they'll smoke backwards.
Everybody's low on mana. Again, Kunkka didn't have enough mana to cast Torrent Storm immediately. Does have clarity. Same goes for Arteezy. His mana pool is not that high. If he wants to use Mjolnir, Time Walk, Chronosphere, for now, oh, kill Tormi. Let's see who gets it. Both of these supports are really good. GH already picked up his, so it's going to be Saberlight. Should be pretty happy about it.
It's a good shard.
It really is a good shard.
15% bonus strength.
You don't want to spend gold on it until like post 30-35 minutes on Centaur. Sometimes you don't even want to buy it because there are better items to buy overall. But yeah, getting it for free. You can prolong a team fight, get multiple double edges, makes you super tanky, and also the slow, so you can run people down.
Panda only level 9, but he's about to be 10. This Wisdom Rune. Yeah, the other half is for him. I was a little worried. I was like, Kaz is picking it up, but both supports aren't this low, right? So he gets to level 10, and he also gets a shard for his trouble. Now look at that. All of a sudden, get a little net worth, get a little level going on, and he's going to be able to start farming up with that brain step. It's only level 2 right now, so that shard's not as impactful, but can find himself scaling a little bit more.
You start to max out, especially if you get it for free. You want to be able to get some farm. But Panda, as a player, is really not a greedy position 5 by any means.
Shard, silence, double edge with a hoof stomp. Doing Kitrak going in to use that demonic purge. Panda will eventually die to it. So they get that kill, and Sumail
managed to steal amplify damage.
Took it away. He's going BKB next.
Definitely needed. Playing into Brewmaster, playing into Torrent Storm, Luna with the clips. We had an interview with Silent the other day about this Luna against Shadow Demon interaction. Seems like Lunas nowadays, as he says, don't care too much about Shadow Demon because you have a shard, having that 25% magic reduction, and you almost instantly kill off the illusions, especially at the later stages of the game with your Conda build, which he's getting close to. That's going to be his next item, and also getting closer to that level 20 talent. That's the big timing for Luna.
That's a big timing. We'll see how quickly he can get there. Pakaz had a struggle in the laning stage, and look at him now.
Standard Luna stuff. This hero is one of the fastest farmers.
And it's been Sumail buying time for Arteezy, right? Like, that's always been the case with this duo. And he's at 15,000. They've given Arteezy a lot of room, but you can see the differences between a Faceless Void and a Luna farming, right?
Yeah, there was this one good chrono in the start on the 3 heroes. Then we had 1 or 2 that didn't get too much out of it, but desperately needs a BKB. So that's going to be on the menu for Shopify members for the next few minutes. Sumail just finished off his, so 9-second BKB for him. Saberlight also was thinking about picking up Eternal Shroud, but again, playing into Kunkka Brewmaster, you want to have that debuff immunity so you can move freely.
Luckily, he had, I believe, the Ogre Axe and was close to finishing off that Eternal Shroud, but that'll help him get into the BKB. Haste picked up there for Zlatoms. They were smoked up, but don't find anything. So yeah, Saberlight's going to continue to farm. He'll get that BKB. It'll be a huge timing here for Shopify. We'll see how Boom deal with it if they want to make the jump early before X Torrent missing. So Sumail able to just walk away, and Arteezy, he's about to hit level 18 because just walking up here, they have that obs.
Shopify,
but know that there's something behind it.
They would like to get BKB on Arteezy before taking the fight. Aegis is about to expire, but once they pick up 3 BKBs, it's going to be go time for them. 1 is being delivered on Saberlight right now, and then Arteezy needs another 200 gold.
Sumail trying to close the eyes of a watcher with that Lucent Beam. So now Aegis will expire, and we're back to it. Fiend's Grip, though. Disruption saves. Sotum's coming over.
Laughs in Shadow Demon.
And blink away.
Job done.
Ooh, going Axe. Okay.
Banes,
Blink
they
Axe.
can catch a break. Yeah,
Not at all.
holding on to Philosopher's Stone. Break mechanic is going to be pretty massive against Luna, removing a lot of their damage. Lunar Blessing and Moonglaves.
Sumail, no fear. Jumps in, the Torrent
That's
on
hard.
a 2. Disruption onto Sumail, and that's going to try and save him, but the Eclipse, the Meld, it doesn't matter. They both die. They
Guys?
wanted Pakaz and just jumped in and die.
That's the power of the Shard, taking the reduced damage and also having level 20 talent. 1 Lucent Beam, Eclipse.
Chrono for Knight.
Oh, Knight. 500 gold for him, but this should be a free tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and they might even go for more, because Pakaz did pop a BKB, but overall, without a Chrono, the question is, does Shopify take a team fight?
No mana, really, for Arteezy here. Zlatom, he has to start to walk away. They don't go to the high ground, they push the creeps in. I thought for a second they were going to go for it.
They might have tried to poke, but tier 2 tower is a safer choice. This is not something Shopify will defend. I feel like tier 2 towers need some kind of a buff, because I don't feel the importance of the tier 2 towers as much. You'll defend the tier 1 tower with all your life. All your family members will come in. Tier 3 tower, you'll bring the grandma as well. Like, everybody needs to come in to be able to defend the tier 3 tower, but tier 2 tower is like, whatever.
What would be the change?
I don't know. I thought about it. I don't know how to fix it, but there are smarter people out there.
I wonder if it's map related, just where they sit on the map. That they're just adding
It's
for.
easily backstabbed. There's like 3 different entrances to Dire tier 2 tower where you can get entry from, so one of the reasons why it's not getting as defended.
No Chrono. Ogre Seal Totem, one of my favorite neutrals.
Great item. I think this might be the best it depends on the hero, but overall, the value that you get, I would say, is probably the best tier 3 item in the game, because it's been used by all 5 roles in the game. Like, sometimes you'll see, you know, Enchanted Quiver. This feels really good. DA, for example, is holding one right now. Have that True Strike against Brewmaster makes a lot of difference.
Can I just say, by the way, we were talking about last game how Hoodwinks can't even camouflage is trying to not be a core when they're supporting. And I know Knight chose Nemesis Curse, not holding it right now, but that item screams I'm a carry.
Needs to keep the distance. Grobo as well. This is not a support item by any means. I have a job for you, B-Cop. Next fight, you need to click Team Fight Recap and check how many times Brewmaster changed his stance.
Okay, I got you. I'll remember that. So, ceremonial robe for the Phoenix. Force Staff, which should be turned into a Hurricane Pike. Yep, in just a moment for Sumail. Chrono back up. And it's going to be pretty crucial here. Roche available. How this next fight goes. They also have Shadow Demon, who's now picked up that Ags. Ooh, they're going to stampede towards bottom.
Room. Can they find anything?
They had eyes on Panda. So, Tormy
Radiant's top tower
could be up soon. I don't know. The passage of time sometimes.
under attack.
I don't know if it's been 10 minutes or not.
We need some kind of a timer on Tormentor.
If the lettering around it filled up, that would be a good timer. With light. I'd like that.
Or these things in the middle, they start closing.
Opening.
Or opening, yeah.
Looking to make a jump. Blink, post stop on a 2. Immediately Panda's dead. They've got the silence with the BKB being forced out of Sotums. Icarus dive from GH, the Torrent Storm, to make some area denial, so they don't have Shopify to continue chasing on them.
Oof, those Lucent Beams, they do hurt Kanda on Luna.
Is that enough, though, to go for Roche?
Without Bane, I don't think so. They could probably go and see what happens, but no Torrent Storm, no BKB on Slotums. They might need to give this one up. Roshan's dropping down relatively quickly. It's being pinged out. This is pretty much a solo Roche from Sumail.
Bash slowed it down a little bit, but Saberlight here to help. They TP'd, and they're going to try, I think, to walk it over.
Really
smoke,
slow
but it's
smoke.
so slow. And now with Arteezy here, they'll get the Aegis, and they'll leave Roche's banner? No. Kid Track finally went back in and picked it up. They still try to fight this. Torrent, Lucid Beam, Bushwhack, the damage on Arteezy.
One time.
Aegis is gone. They already used the clips, though, so maybe this fight doesn't go as well for Boom the second time around with Arteezy back up. And they've got the stun, they've got the Lucid Beam, the damage with the con. They're going to go to the Fiend Script, but they've got themselves the disruption. Sunray right on a little bit of
Torrent
super
hit
hit, and the Torrent Storm's going to hit him as well.
They're
They
gonna
get the
burst
kill
him
on
down twice.
Arteezy. He never is able to do anything in that fight. Kid Trek ends up falling with the BKB's being popped by Saberlight as well as Sumail. They'll TP out. Well done by Boom.
Oh, what a disastrous fight for Shopify. That Bushwhack does connect, and then Torrent hits him. Fiend's Grip just for a little bit more time. Because they went on Luna. Pakazi's like, you know what? I'll pop my ulti immediately and blow up Faceless Void. Without Void, they're not going to be taking those fights. They're putting Arteezy in a difficult spot. Didn't get the BKB off. And again, with no buyback like in the previous fight, this is going to be a massive win for Boom. Taking at least one side.
No buyback for Arteezy. Icarus dive in. Silence with the trap, clearing up the illusions.
He needs some creeps to lifesteal off of them.
Now the Shadow Demon comes over. Blink from Kid Track, not finding anybody.
Maybe if Luna had a couple of creeps. Now they're going to need to wait until the BKBs are off cooldown. Sacred. Octarine gets X-Mark. Is coming back into a fight, so everything is going to be ready except Fiend's Grip.
Clips up in 15. And an Arcane Rune. I thought maybe you'd want to even give that over to the Luna. So the fight you need to BKB Chrono. I mean, that is obvious, but I mean, they showed on Boom that you don't get a second.
Dire are scared.
That was really well done.
I love this combo from Brewmaster and Kunkka together with the itemization and everything. Radiance into Boots of Travel Manta, where you can TP on the side, he X marks you, you come back, use illusions, and you're still gonna be 5, so you can, one wave can always be pushed in by these two heroes.
Kind of a gross combo.
Big item also on Slotums. He managed to come back into this game. He had a horrible start. Delayed Aghanim Scepter, had that one death, but that's the only death so far. And now picking up Sight, so that's gonna, if Arteezy gets initiated on, let's say, or some random Tauren hits Kittrack, or Brewmaster is the one controlling the backlines, they can burst him from 100 to 0.
Yeah, they showed that twice. One with Eclipse, one without.
And interesting one. Talent choice from Pakaz. Not going for Lunar Blessing damage. Instead, taking the mini stun. I think it comes down to him thinking, I need Faceless Void to be locked down immediately. There's the combo again.
Yeah, there's the Eclipse. Fiend's Grip, never moving.
Isolate the target. Nightmare into Torrent.
Dilation, Ogre Seal Totem into a trap. He's going to be silenced. Torrent up into the air with a Lucid Beam. The BKB is going to be forced from Arteezy to Time Walk TP out with the X.
X-Mark. He's fine.
Whew.
Yeah, that was close.
I looked.
Actually, half a second.
I was staring at that X if he was coming back. That would have been dangerous.
Boom. In full control of this game. Luna is gigantic. Pakaz sitting at 30,000 net worth right now, having a lot of lifesteal, Paladin Sword, Satanic, level 25. They isolate the target. He pops an Eclipse, and that's a dead hero.
12,000 net worth lead. Game certainly in Boom's hands. You need a perfect fight here from Shopify, but it's so difficult to get. So they'll smoke. They still have Chrono. Looking for a Daedalus on Sumail. Trying to make a move here. Obs in the lane.
Sacred got scouted.
Sacred's got gems, so if he comes close enough, he'll see this.
He's not with the team. This is 4v5. He's gonna need another 15 seconds to reconnect with the team.
Clips on cooldown for another 15 seconds as well. Mindbreaker picked up for the Hoodwink.
Mindbreaker and about to finish off Manta style, so it's gonna be even more illusions. Brewmaster with Manta, Luna, and now Hoodwink.
Okay.
Arteezy is gonna have a hard time finding out which hero is the real one and which are the illusions. You might be like, oh, this is a 2 or 3-man Chrono. Suddenly it's only one hero inside of it. Illusions, they do not count.
They're just sending these illusions out with that Radiance. Arteezy almost level 25, not really. I mean, one more good
still
fight,
needs one good team fight, yeah. They need to fall back. Also, you got fired from the job, B-Cup. You did not count how many times Brewmaster
It was a quick fight. I thought about it. I'm waiting for this next fight. But you give all this space.
I'll give you one more chance.
Thank you. Please don't get rid of me.
Ooh, amplify damage bottom.
Refresher now. Uh-oh. For Luna. Again, they don't have to force things. They could wait till the next rush. I think this one, more so than anything, is very favorable for them to get. So, he's level 26. Of course, you talked about that. Lucent mini stun. Kunkka only 22. So is Sacred. The experience looks about even. I would say probably favoring Boom because of where Luna's at. We'll see if Shopify can get anything done to bring this game back. They'll go MKB on Faceless Void. He was thinking about the Lincoln Sphere.
He just wants to deal more damage. MKB Mjolnir, that level 20 talent, Mask of Madness, Ninja
Another-
Gear. So whoever gets caught inside Chrono, I feel like that hero should die. This is insane amount of damage from Faceless Void, maybe a Supernova, maybe a couple of right clicks from TA. There it is, Luna. Slow sieging.
Sacred's got Refresher too, by the way. That was the point. I mean, they couldn't kill anybody last game, but that was the point where you knew that Boom
Look at all
was able
those
to
illusions,
siege
these
so
rune
well.
splits. Sacred got the Cyclone off.
Uh-oh. Arteezy's fine. They don't make the jump. Thought for a second, maybe Nightmare, maybe they jump in. Sacred, a long time on this split. Just keeping this creep wave right here next to the base. Panda. Still safe. He's able to survive with no detection for that Glimmer Cave. They're looking to get a kill here on a Knight. They have also found Saberlight, BKB. There's two fights happening at the same time. They've got the Sun Ray to get the kill on a Knight. They'll stampede out of here. So now no Hoodwink, but does have buyback. And that didn't
Good
cost
kill.
them the Chrono this time.
No, didn't commit. 500 gold coming out from that one.
Uh-oh. BKB. Panda
Fiend's
coming
grip.
over.
Got
Fiend's
him.
grip. Uh-oh, Arteezy. He needs help. He needs allies.
He's alone. They do
He
have
is
Hex.
all alone. They've got themselves the Torrent. Now they'll look with the Eclipse. The damage is certainly there. They'll get the kill on Arteezy. He does not have buyback again. And that was because he bought the MKB.
Ooh, 90 seconds without Arteezy. It's time to go. No Shadow Demon. He needs to pop his buyback immediately.
Backdoor protection.
Seems like they don't care about backdoor protection. All of these illusions, Luna Aura. She also has Refresher. Brewmaster with another split if necessary. Refresher Orb at the ready.
Hex, Sumail, Tidal Waved. Uh-oh. Disruption, and I believe BKB popped here by the Luna as well as Sumail. They'll go to get the damage on the Kidtrack. He bought back. He's dead for 75 seconds. The Supernova, he's going to get off. Yes, it will. Right click's coming through on a Pakaz. He doesn't have an Aegis, but it's not going to matter. Sawtrunks sees it on the base. They've got the Tidal Wave to push back Saberlight. They land the Torrent. They go over to Sumail. They'll go and find themselves the Hex, but he's on the run. Right click's coming through once again. Saberlight's going to fall. He doesn't have buyback. And it's 2 against the world. Tidal Wave pulled out of the well.
There's so much shit on the ground. All these bouncing from the glaives, Radiance Burn, 3 Manta Styles on the same team. And this just might be it. They have one attempt with the Chrono in 15 seconds.
Don't even know if they'll get that far.
No
Hex,
glyph.
and buyback, throne exposed,
12
trying to
seconds.
eliminate Shopify. Right clicks through. Is it going to be enough? Sacred again, just focusing the throne. They've got the Meld Strike. They finally get the kill on the Kagome. Because is going to pop the BKB. Just go for the throne and finish the game. That's all he wants, and he'll get it. Boom! With the reverse sweep over Shopify to move on to the playoffs.
Some really good drafts coming out from Boom in the second and third game. They were farming up for this one big timing. They're not afraid to take it to the mid game, not afraid to take it to the late game, even though they're playing against the Faceless Void. And the Chronos were not there. After that disastrous fight for Shopify, after picking up Aegis, he gets control, doesn't have buyback to come back into the fight. In this fight where it really mattered, so we haven't seen a full combo from Shopify, but we got to give credit to Boom. They're going to secure themselves playoffs and you know, a little bit of a clap. Let's go B Cup, and overall, great showing today.
Yeah, that was really well done there by Boom. I really am just so impressed with how they played, because I think I would say all 3 of these games, you had Shopify playing aggressive early and trying to use their advantage. I mean, this game, they were down about 6,000 net worth. They were able to pull that back, and they hit that timing so well, and the second they hit the timing, you just feel like the game's out of reach. So, Boom, great job to them. They win the series 2-1. To break it down, we've got the panel. Let's send it back your way.
Thank you very much, Big Up and Lacoste. Boom does it. They secure playoffs. They double their prize money already by making it out of groups and guaranteeing themselves top 8 here at PGL Wallachia. And Shopify Rebellion, they will be sent home as they are eliminated. I believe they're actually sticking around a little bit, but They're out. They're no longer playing here. And we're going to break it down how exactly Boom got to this point here with Tigov and Kezu. And I think Tigov, after the draft was done, we said, both teams have a decent shot, but Boom has a little bit less margin for error.
Yeah.
They played this one very clean.
They did, yeah. I think because, of course, finishing the game 11-2-6. And, oh, yeah, this is going to be the first highlight. I'm very happy with the start of this one. Like, Shopify, they're jumping onto the Luna, who has the shard, then the BKB after. It rips the TA to shreds. And, like, this was the point where Boom just got so much more confidence in the game. They brushed off the initiation. And from here on out, it was just only Boom aggression, it felt like. And yeah, I gotta say, for Shopify, they had all the team fight in the world, but it never really came together in that one perfect fight. We never really saw the perfect chrono with an egg, with the TA mode striking, getting any numbers advantage from your draft. And yeah, Boom capitalized on that quite nicely.
No, Boom played. They were so far behind early on. I was like, this is not how you want to be playing your draft. But then they find some good smoke, they go top, they kill Arteezy, they find another move. Then the highlight we just saw where they go mid and die there as well. So Boom overall, they played very well and brought it back. But I need to say that I feel like Shopify really messed up in this game hard. Also, their itemization, I think, on both Sumail and Arteezy are incorrect. Look at your draft. You have Chronosphere. All you need to do is drop it and someone needs to die. So build a lot of damage. Like, you can buy an earlier MKB instead of a Skadi on your Void. You need an MKB or more damage on your TA earlier because, like he was saying, their team fight never got together. But look at your tools. You have Egg, you have Chrono, you have Blinkstun, you have all the damage in the world with TA Void. But if you never make it happen, well, obviously, you're going to lose the game. So I feel like that is very disappointing for them. I'm sure that they would most likely say the same, but Boom on the other hand, they play well, they got the heroes, 0 deaths on Sacred, come back in the game, and then just made it look so simple.
Yeah, very, very passionate there.
Very passionate.
No, I mean, like,
they must really love Shopify.
They must feel it too. You have all these tools to make it happen, and you just don't. Especially, you have 4K hero damage on Void. 4K. In this game, I'm just saying.
No MMR, to be clear. He has maybe 3 times that.
Arteezy's good. He knows better.
Yes. But in this game...
Was it enough this time around?
Clearly not, no.
Clearly not. That does mean that Boom's on the winning side, and I believe we are ready to head over to Tsunami, who's heading back with one of the winners.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Panda, who, congratulations, my man. You have been fighting your way through these events, because when I talked to you at the beginning, you were saying that maybe things had gotten a little too easy on your time on Evil Geniuses. You felt like you were qualifying to events, but then you weren't really feeling challenged. And here, you've been kind of, this year, being gate-kept by Heroic constantly. But Elite League, you fought your way through the first stage, then fell short in the second stage. But here, you finally made it through to the playoffs. How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling awesome because I think the last year and the start of this year, we were not playing well. I was not playing well. I think I'm playing really good right now. I'm confident. I think like in this game, I played the Ayo, which I haven't played in months. I have only a few heroes. I have only played like 5 games in the last 3 months, and I was still really confident because I think I'm playing well right now.
Yeah, you were telling me that like I was, wait, you first phased the Ayo, and you're like, yeah, I haven't played it in like the past 3 months. So you must really be feeling in the zone these days then.
Yeah, I was like, I'm getting kind of creative. Like yesterday against Gladiators, I was like, this is a really good Dagon Axe game on Phoenix. So I did it, and it felt really good.
Oh, yeah, actually, now that you bring that game up, was it because of the Darkseer, and you felt like you needed to take care of the illusions or whatever?
Yeah, it was the Darkseer and the Axe for the Doom, because I remember playing Doom once in a pub, and some Phoenix went Axe, and I couldn't do anything.
Well, then clearly you manifested this victory, because I remember seeing you after that series, and you were like, yo, Tsunami, I'll see you tomorrow for the winners interview. And here we are, my friend. So I won't take any more of your time. I'll let you hype up the rest of your team for playoffs. Okay, please, let me know.
We lost this first game today because we learned from gaming. If you lose the first game in the series, you win the series.
It's a good trend to follow and to give you success in this one, Panda. Again, congratulations on this victory as we pass it back to the panel.
You gotta love the energy coming off of Panda. The energy and the confidence as well, of course. Very happy there with his victory. Well-deserved as well. And, I mean, he's basically embodying the entire success of this format, because the improvement that we've seen from Boom throughout the last like 5-6 days, it really shows. And this is a team that is normally gate-kept by the region.
Yeah, and it's great for the region to get to top 8, and everyone goes to upper bracket, right? So now Boom are going to be able to go upper bracket, get themselves another series. Yep. If they win, then now we're talking. If they lose, then they're not out. It's not like other tournaments where sometimes in this like 2-2 position, getting 3-2, that's like a lower bracket style in other formats. So I think it's great for the region to get there. I think, of course, there's still improvements to be made. You are a 3-2 team after all.
Of course.
But enjoy the moment. Get back to practicing tomorrow and then, show some good stuff.
Like, it's also good with how they're doing it. It's not like just some outdraft or like some weird stuff. It's like, it's good drafts. They're playing to their strengths. They're playing well, helping each other. So, I mean, well-deserved. They exceeded my expectations. And I hope that they can honestly just keep riding this momentum and wave and show us what they got.
We learned why they GG'd so quickly, though, in game 1. Right?
They just won it out. So
morphing run down mid, dives again mid. Now we understand. It's because of Gaimin.
Yeah. Got to do it. Well, it worked for them this time around. Did not work for Shopify Rebellion, as they are, of course, eliminated from the tournament. And to get some closing words from them, it is Banks standing by with Samil.
Thank you very much, Shiva. I've got Samil with me here, and I guess it's never easy, right? It's never nice when you're competitive and you want to fight for this going out in the groups. But I looked at this at least with maybe some lower expectations for you because you have 2 stand-ins. How do you view it, and how do you view your whole experience for this?
I think it was pretty fun to connect with the old boys again, to be honest. But I wouldn't say I or we had low expectations. I think they did, but once we got here, I think it went up a bit. And it just didn't turn out that way. So
it didn't turn out that way, but let's focus on some other things. Reuniting with RTZ, how was that for you?
Old memories, I think, playing together, talking together, good times in the practice room and stuff. Yeah, a lot of old memories.
And in terms of that, he said that you hadn't really changed too much other than you maybe communicate a bit more. Has he changed much? Is there a big difference?
I think he's changed in some aspects, for sure, but not too much of a difference. I think he tried to show that he has changed more than he has. But in a good way, yeah.
So was he trying to just like do some extra things? He was like, look, I'm doing this now. I'm better than this.
No, he just, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's very, but it's in a good way.
Now for you though, what's next after this? What's the plans for you? Because you're standing in here, but what's the plan going forward?
We're going to go boot camp, me and, we're going to boot camp in UAE after this.
Me and we're still waiting to see what this is going to be for the full team?
Yeah, to be decided. I don't think we have a player. I think we are missing a player every month. So we have to figure something out.
Hopefully you figure that out soon. Thank you very much for your time, man. Shiva, back to you.
Thank you very much, Banks and Samil. You have some ganders. We are going to boot camp.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
we. That's collective. That's going to be at least five players.
We're missing a player.
A player.
Maybe 2. It's like
Cryptive.
Why not just bring GH back to Nigma? How about that, huh?
That's a good start.
Because we, as in, okay, here it is, we.
No, but they're going to boot camp. What are they going to boot camp
but
for?
Sumil's already here with GH. Therefore, we, as in me and my other stand-in friend for this team, we are going to go together back to that wonderful team that's going to win a qualifier because of GH's return.
So we are going to boot camp. But what we are going to do...
Crack the code.
Is take a quick break. Because more Dota on the horizon, so stick around.
I'm never chasing a sound. I'm trying to chase an emotion. And it happens to be with sound. You know, when a chef cooks for you, he's trying to do it with obviously presentation and taste and all that. For me, it's really capturing an emotion with sound. And when you do it with the right equipment, then something special happens. We here at Verse, we want to be the best at everything. We have the best monitors, we have the best drum kits, the best amps, and naturally we had to have the best mics. And I remember walking around and thinking, man, I like this song. I wonder what it is, because I curate the playlist and I didn't remember putting the song on, right? And I look over and it's a band playing. I'm like, oh my God, it sounds like a record. And I go up to Steve and I'm like, man, that sounds so good. And I noticed that he was using Earthworks and I was like, oh, okay. Hearing those drums was incredible. I had never heard it in here.
There's a spiritual thing that happens when you get a whole bunch of human beings together in one room. And the artist is using that energy, and that energy helps to inspire them to keep going. One of the first things I notice about these microphones is they're solid. They're rock solid. You can tell they're just high quality when you pick them up. And so then you plug them in and you throw up the channel and it's like, oh my God. Because the articulation is so consistent across the entire frequency range, it doesn't have to be loud to be in the mix. I have so much confidence in what I'm getting is accurate and what's happening is accurate. I don't have to use any of the RAM in my head up on, oh, do I have to compensate for this or compensate for that? No, I can put that energy to creativity.
When Earthworks talk about a fast microphone, they're alluding to the capsule in the microphone moving really fast. How fast it reacts is going to determine just how accurate it is, how fast that capsule can move in response to the signal that it's presented with. So the faster the better. You know, the quality these microphones are putting out is something that, you know, needs to be heard. It's really great.
Once you use these, you just simply can't go back to anything else.
My name is Manny Mariquin.
My name is Steve McGuire.
My name is Kevin Madigan.
And I'm here to talk about Earthworks.
Welcome back. You're watching PGL Wallachia, and we are in the final day of group stages. There's only 2 more series before we know which 8 teams are eliminated and which 8 teams are moving forward. We already know most of those teams, but 2 more teams joining each side will get it done. And if you're not able to watch every single second of every single game, that's okay, I understand. But you do want to be kept up to date, and I understand that as well. And I know that if you follow the PGL Esports Twitter account, X account, or YouTube account, you might be also getting a lot of updates from games you might not care as much about, and that's why there is now a fix. You can follow on X PGL Dota 2 Dota, as in PGL Dota 2 for only Dota updates, and also the YouTube, so it has more content of the players, more content of the games that are being played, so make sure you follow that so you can get fully in the loop of what's happening right now. But if you're watching right now anyway, that means you've got some time to watch some Dota 2, and you're in the right place for that, because we got ourselves BetBoom versus G2IG. It's the same story as previous series. It's a best of 3, elimination on one side, qualification on the other. And I'm joined by Kezu and Tigov to talk about this one, because both of these teams, I feel like we've seen opposite trajectories a little bit. Tigov, one team doing better and better and better, and the other team doing a little bit worse and worse and worse and worse. Which one are you gonna start with?
I mean, you're hinting at is BetBoom doing worse and G2IG doing better.
Yep.
I still think even though BetBoom's doing worse, the lower floor is still above the best of G2IG doing well.
The best.
Yeah. So I think right now that we are at a point where you could argue that BB are at their weakest that we've seen them. But also, I don't think that's really going to matter for this team, especially when you go up against these like middle pack. It's rare that BB plays into their opponent. They play their Dota, and they only struggle against like the ultra tier 1 teams.
Yeah, I will also say, so they lost to Spirit yesterday, but Spirit looked nasty. Honestly, what they were doing, I feel like any team would have lost yesterday in their shoes, whereas G2IG, they are looking better and better. I like their drafts, I like their gameplay, but I also feel like they weren't really challenged when they played Nouns last time. Like, their gameplay was good, but their drafts also, like, they had some first pick Magnus and another first pick, I think the Slardar, where they just got away, like, for free. You know, they show you, like, their hand, okay, we're gonna do this, they got away with it. Whereas BetBoom, you know, they got slapped hard yesterday. I expect them to have learned from that and come in today fresh.
I mean, that would be on the trajectory because the first day they 2-0, then they get 0-2'd, then they 2-0, and then they get 0-2'd. So history dictates it's time for 2-0, you know, in all seriousness.
easy.
I don't know if it works that way, but of course that is a scenario that could potentially happen depending on what their opponents do. G2IG, they've had the similar scoreline. They are 2-2 right now, so the most amount of games played. They started very weak, though. They started with 2 series loss, Kezu, and then they have since then, obviously, maybe Nouns not as strong, but they did win 2 series in a row. They got the momentum.
No, they are showing us like good things. I would say starting from Birmingham, they are really on like a upwards trend, kind of, and especially when it comes to like their losses, I feel like they are starting to learn a lot from them. They're showing me like more that they're clicking together, things are working out, they know what they want to do. So if they show up, you know, just as we saw just now with Boom, it's anyone's game really. Dota is so competitive and so even at the top that if you just have a really, really good day, you can take on anybody else. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's one thing that BetBoom have been struggling with. It's like it's kind of like complacency, where you can feel in some of their games when they get the win, where you can see the win in 10-15 minutes time, they start making these moves. I remember like Nightfall with chronoing by himself whilst his team's still at like the mid-tier tower, but he's at the tier 3s. It's like super disconnected stuff. And I think if they still have that installed in them, then yeah, I agree with Kezu. We just saw how Boom just dismantled Shopify after game 3. Easily could be the case. Today could just be the upsets.
It could be the day of upsets. We'll find out as we are in the draft for game number 1. G2IG will get first pick. BetBoom will get Radiant. And I'm looking towards the bans, and one of the usual suspects is not banned out. We do have the Slardar once again first phase pickup, but I'm looking towards Io. Whereas Kezu, is Io not really a hero that you consider to be too much on the table for either of these teams?
I like it a lot, but BetBoom don't really play this hero. Io's definitely like one of these heroes that you need a player specific, like you know, you need an expert, and the combos. G2IG, very high chance that they will look at it later. But I like this response already from BetBoom. Mid Slardar versus Timber, they both farm, but Timber in the game does not care about Slardar at all. Gives you this like over damage to kind of kill him. So already I like this more than the answers I've seen so far.
Yeah, it's just nice to have pressure on the Slardar as well. Like when he's initiating, he doesn't really want to jump Timber ever, so it just complicates that a little bit. And yeah, I think it's nice to prevent this flex. I think it's at least only the Chinese teams that are flexing Slardar this heavily. Yeah. And preventing that from the first pick now, it just complicates the draft just a little bit.
I would be at least looking for G2IG to make sure, so because obviously Timber, so he covers like the physical aspect, right, of Slardar. You don't really care if you get hit, even if you get amplified damage. So G2IG, you want to build like blocks outside of the Slardar, maybe like magic damage, right, like some snap fires, hoodwink, give yourself overwhelming damage so that the Timber isn't just, because when these heroes like Timbers, we've seen it so many times, they have a free game, they can just go in like into your backline, and anyone else, if they're not threatened, they will take over the game.
Dire team back.
All right, so we got our tank. This is such a different vibe coming from these 2 starts of the drafts compared to our previous series, where we had a lot of supports in the early stages of the draft, and this is like Slardar, Timbersaw, wow.
It just also goes to show you like there's so many different like flares that teams have. Like no one else will first pick of Slardar in this position, but it works for them. They know what they want with it. They're gonna have very high chance for like some of these, you know, Klings, Weaver carries to amp it up, and like they can flex it, other teams can. So it's just cool to see, because people say the patch is figured out, but it just keeps moving and like going in circles. Someone figures something out, now there's something new. So it's just, we're good.
We've seen heroes like Pugna be a hero that BetBoom sometimes like to play. Do you think that's something that will potentially entertain? Now they picked up the Enchantress, potentially less so, but we've seen it in their 4 role sometimes. And
yeah, why not, right? Like it's good laner. The Crep is pretty nice and cool as well. Keeps like potentially amplifying the Timber. I do like the Eng. Now you're giving yourself like more tools to play towards the Timber. You can take off the sprint from Slardar. You have good early game. Yeah.
They've removed every enjoyable lane for Slardar now. Mid into Timber, and then you have Ench into the safe lane. Like this Slardar flex, you're gonna have to. It's not a flex anymore. It's like, where are we gonna go sacrifice?
Yeah.
Like what's the lane he goes existing? And in the game, of course, he still will be able to do all the things he wants to do with the amp enabling Roshan. And yeah, they lean down it a little bit, going for now the Clinks and Crystal Maiden. Nice synergy as well, strong in lane together. You can contain the heroes to enable Clinks to get his right clicks off. At any minute in the game, if Slardar gets the jump, Clinks from high range can then throw in the additional damage.
Yeah.
And you would prefer Clinks as a core rather than, because we've seen it played as a support a couple times?
I mean, technically it's being flexed a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it was a Gaimin with Tofu's played it support a couple of times. But I wouldn't mind to see it in the carry here. Or it just depends on the next couple of picks.
Yeah, they can probably like check now like what is being shown. Like, are they showing us that the Timber is already going mid, and then they'll decide on where to go. But it gives them like 2 good lanes against the Eng. So what we said about Slaughter being countered, Eng, you know, you can always find your ways, but if Klinks or the CM are on your lanes, they can deal with you a little bit.
If this was Birmingham, we'd be talking about like Dragon Knight now. This hero's kind of fallen off quite a lot. But
a lot, actually.
Having that flex core here that enables BetBoom to get to the final pick, like Dragon Knight is the hero, high armor to deal with the Klinks and the Slaughter. I don't know if they are going to go for it, but instead they go for the Morphling. And yeah, if anything, that keeps the Timbersaw flex alive in a different way. I was thinking it probably from the wrong angle, but yeah, Timbersaw from mid to off lane. You slap your Morphling into the mix. Klinks never really kills Morphling until maybe way down the line once he has like Hex and a Daedalus. But
there is one interesting thing about the Morph Slardar matchup. I would say it is slightly more favored, but it gets bad very quickly if the Slardar has like overwhelming damage in his team. Because once you start like morphing up in strength, you lose so much armor. Suddenly the Amplify, it really destroys you. So I would like to see them. Okay, I like that. It's like a lot of, you know, amplify more. Klinks is gonna most likely be a support now. Gives you a good lane if the Timbersaw is indeed in the off lane. And just like this overwhelming run at you. It's like a lot of tempo from both sides already that is like being thrown at each other.
Yeah, the first 2 picks of BetBoom are so critical, right? The Timber and the Ench. If Timber has a bad game, Morph has to farm. Bane doesn't do anything. If Ench has a bad game, then yeah, there's a lot of emphasis on these 2 heroes to kind of bring their draft to life. Yeah, I think like Bane as well. Like you step up into a Slaughter Klinks lane, you're gonna get put to low HP. Like Bane likes to bully. You can't bully by yourself. Morphing never really helps you.
Yeah, I'm looking now. So you have G2IG who need to open up next phase. They need to decide really where to go with the Slaughter, if they want to put it mid or off lane.
Is there a pick they can go for that leaves it open? That is worth it to go for, that is.
I'm trying to think. Mid, off lane flex. I would also have to use my reserve time bank. This question, because I cannot answer it.
Because is that DK an option? I mean, I've seen DK in every role under the sun, I believe.
I think in this position, you put the Slaughter Klinks as your offlane combo, and then you try and find a mid laner. That just gives you a point to play on, like super high active. Because right now, like, if Slaughter's mid, then you're waiting on items to be your initiation tools. And I kind of prefer the idea of like your mid just naturally doing it.
Yeah, I would also say that Slaughter offlane should be fine, because like your Klinks is kind of covering the Eng. You lane into Morph, like whatever, you're going to hit each other.
You're
both
accepting
gonna
the
farm.
farm's going to be a trade, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Slaughter will trade with Morphling. You know Luna will farm safe lane. So if your mid laner can just play most matchups, then you're going to have 2 lanes that should in theory go even or well to then bring life to the mid game.
Should we be concerned that Pango is still in the pool?
It's got like a 32% win rate.
Yeah, because people first pick it every single time.
In regards to what hero we're describing for G2IG, this is the type of pick that they would go for. Like the Pangolier, the active, I can push out my mid lane, but the issue is there's a Timber already, so they just put Timber against Pango and it's a bad matchup, so they probably wouldn't do that.
Like if they really value it for their own game, they could do it, but I'm also afraid of that mid matchup is not very nice. Like Timber nowadays, for some reason, hits for like 70 damage, level 1 and 2, if you just max out on stats, so he just keeps bodying you. Would be good for their game, if they really feel like they can get through it after.
Let's have a ban.
Wow, the Meepo ban.
All right. Have we even seen a Meepo at all? I don't think we have.
I don't think we have.
I'm still blanking on this nothing to say hero.
It's as if you got nothing to say.
Got him.
That's been done about
8 billion
times, yeah.
I'm glad.
But the one guy who never heard it before, he has his belly chuckle.
All right, so one more ban coming out from G2IG. They ban out Darkseer in the first ban they had, so they ban out an offlaner, assuming that they are picking a hero that will make Timbersaw go mid.
It's the fact that this Timbersaw is kind of on the back of G2IG's mind the entire time.
Yeah.
Because you're thinking of like, okay, so what's my mid hero to then threaten? Of course, that's kind of why they banned the TA potentially. Like TA mid against mid Timber is also really annoying.
I can't find too many heroes that will like very much like stop the Timber in mid, and because then also if you go like too ham on it, they can just throw it in the offlane, which, I mean, it's not like a giga lane against Luna CM, like you're not super happy as a Timber, but you'll be fine.
Can't they go a bit more basic and just get like a
puck
like
or something?
No, I think they need a puck would get pushed out as well, like just Zeus mid.
Yeah, the first
Like
ones that came to mind
super
was like Zeus and Storm, which were very on the money with the Kunkka.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It helps the draft in the mid game to take the fights, but I think Timbersaw is going to have a nice lane. It's not crazy, where like Timber doesn't really.
Wait, but who do you want mid? Because both are possible.
I just want Timber mid now.
I just want Timber mid, yeah.
No, I mean from G2IG, Slardar or Kunkka. It can also
Probably
swap around. You want Kunkka mid and Slardar safe? Like
Probably
where is
Kunkka,
Slardar?
yeah, for the X reset on lane to bring
Okay.
yourself back to life. You get the early levels, have boat available. I think I prefer Kunkka mid. It's like Timbersaw doesn't like, he can really hurt these laners, but some heroes that are melee still, they get enough out of it, and that's kind of what Kunkka does.
And there's not a hero in the pool that would do even better against Kunkka than a Timber.
Not, I mean, there's Huskar left if you want to go for like some nuclear stuff, right? But
It's BetBoom. We don't know.
True.
They could just go for that.
I feel like the supports could move. You can go for it, like if you want to be really fancy. I would prefer more a line of you go for some generic offlaner, like maybe some Tide, you get some team fight. You have Timber mid. Because making your Timber not go offlane is kind of nice. He gets to go mid against Kunkka, which is kind of like a double win in a way. You dodge a bad lane, you get a good one. So I'm kind of looking at either Huskar if you're going to go nuclear mid, or an offlaner that gives you some team fight.
They go for
That works.
offlaner with team fight.
No, I think I don't mind the last pick Brew. I think they are just going to be able to, I mean, this is a draft that scales quite nicely, and I think I still agree to my earlier point, where it's like Ench and Timber, if these guys have good games, that's when their draft will come to life. But if they struggle in any way, if they get shut down, then it can get a little bit awkward with the farm needed, the lack of damage. So I'm really looking to see Timbersaw and Enchantress just step up in this game. And G2IG, they've got quite a lot of comfort, right? The Slardar, they've got the Luna, the Kunkka, like this. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really, I like fail to see how Timber and Ench wouldn't really go ham in the early game. It's going to be a lot on the G2IG supports to mirror the Ench, like when they go mid to the Timber, that you help your Kunkka, because it's a very volatile matchup. Timber gets 6, gets the Kunkka low, suddenly there's an Ench with a creep, there's a lot of pressure. So I'm looking for G2IG to like kind of offset the damage, then get ahead post-laning stage to be ahead. Because I think otherwise I'm definitely leaning on like this BetBoom team fighting to like be stronger. So G2IG, damage block early, get the Aghanims in the mid game, keep fighting, and build a lead.
I just remember the JT, like, he likes to be crazy.
He likes to be the actor.
When I see that and he has a Slardar, it's like, that's the hero that he can, like, win a game or throw a game on. And I'm just waiting, like, is he going to have that one wrong blink initiation where he goes a little bit too deep? But no, I like both drafts. I do think I prefer BetBoom just a little bit, because I think there's not enough pressure really built into it. Like Kunkka, Luna, and Slardar, they kind of push out their lane and then just chill. So I think that time will allow heroes like Brew and Morphling to get online. So yeah, I think I lean a little bit the way of BetBoom.
Well, we're going to find out who's going to take the first game of this best-of-3 series. Of course, there is elimination on the line at the end of it, but also qualification. So it's all or nothing here. Let's find out what's going to happen together with our commentary duo of B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into this first game of a brand new series, IG, BetBoom. Looks fun, truthfully, but I'm excited to see how it goes down.
This is the classic G2IG lineup with Slardar, with Klings. China definitely loves Klings. Ratio yesterday talked about how he stole the Klings from China as well, because this is a strong hero. It's also a bit of a flex hero. This is a very good-looking draft overall for G2IG, I would say. If BetBoom, if they have a bit of a slow start, this is easily punishable. During nighttime, you're going to have this night vision coming out from Slardar, coming out from Luna, of course. Klings can hunt you down. And JT, one of my favorite players to cast the game, because he's either slapping or he's getting slapped pretty hard, because this guy, there's no in-between. Reminds me of good old 11 back in his prime.
I love old 11, and I always think of you when I see JT get heroes like this, because we were talking about his Magnus game. Sometimes he'll just jump in, he'll see an opportunity, nobody's there with his team.
Yeah, there's a reason why I called him once Just Throw, because he's insane. He can make some like really flashy plays, and G2 XIG, managed by legendary player / coach / analyst Jack Chen. Let's see what they're going to do in this one.
See if they can get it going, and It's going to be a tip over to JT from Miero. And then right on back. Little camaraderie right there. You tip me, I'll tip you. It's like touching gloves in the UFC or boxing. So, see if there's anything going to go down, but it looks like these teams are split enough here where First Blood is probably not looking likely.
So 2 for 2. Monet on his signature Luna was playing this hero, and the hero was not as popular, didn't have this really strong shard. In terms of lockdown, BetBoom, they don't have that much. Like, they have Bane, which we've seen anything can pretty much interrupt Bane from getting his abilities off.
Oh, nice.
And then you have some control coming out from the Brewmaster.
Yeah, that's just about it. And I'm wondering if that leaves JT to really open up the game for himself, or even if we see maybe a more aggressive build from Bobica, where he knows he's not going to be caught, amplify the damage that his team's going to have there, and know he's not going to be punished. But we'll have to see. Nothing to say against GPK over mid. One of the better matchups. We've been talking about Nothing to Say, I think, throughout this event, and it feels like he's not as high as he used to be in terms of...
I think he's catching up. He had some really good performances, especially the one on Slaughter 2 days ago. When he was playing for LGD, he was on top of his game. He was also, considered to be a cheesy player, bringing out these tinkers and stuff. And then things calmed down because this hero is not popular. And yeah, I feel like Nothing to Say, still stable, but I think a lot of also it comes down to a lot of other mid laners catching up in terms of skills.
Yeah, just trying to catch that groove back if he can. Bobica again run down by Toronto Tokyo. Just constantly eating these shots. I'm not a huge fan of this cosmetic either on the Enchantress because it looks like impetus shots.
Didn't you say the other day that that's the expensive one?
Okay,
Lake Hallucination?
No, that is Trail of the Burning Doom.
Okay.
I'm so glad you'd bring that up. That's the headpiece that's doing that.
Usually it's the Chinese teams that do have these expensive ones.
Yeah, it's rare you see it outside of China, if ever. But yeah, Toronto Tokyo's got the Trail of the Burning Doom one. It's nice. I was saying just the arrow cosmetics look like they're throwing impetus, which is kind of frustrating.
It's the similar one to Gyrocopter, that pay to win when you are playing support Gyrocopter, so it looks like you're doing much better, at least looks like you're dealing tons of damage, and when you're playing a carry, you do not want to see your flak cannons going out. So pay to lose in that case.
Top lane Monet. We've seen Lunas already. A la last game for Boom, where Bagaz was able to have a great game on Luna despite a bad start. And right now, Monet's game, it's stable. Obviously, we're just 3 minutes in, but I always worry about teams giving a little bit too much time to Lunas.
It's a strong lane. Crystal Maiden, when she hits level 3, have Frostbite plus Crystal Nova and Blood Grenade. I could see Miero dying in this one. They need to pull the lane back, however.
That's right up there in the tower, and save over here on this Bane. We'll see if Bane can really accomplish much of anything. Torrent hits from Nothing to Say over mid, but we'll glyph the creeps. Meanwhile, Monet running over at save for a second, but the Cinderbrew was ignited on both Monet and X-Nova. There's that Frostbite, Lucent Beam, some right clicks on a save. Gonna need Miero to try and body block, but it's not gonna matter with X-Nova throwing that Crystal Nova to get that first blood. So support for support. And that's a 1-0 lead here for IG, or support gets a support. Torn up into the air, Bobica making the rotation, GPK, he's gonna die. Good move there by Bobica to open up the lane for Nothing to Say, and already IG looking crisp.
Yeah, good start for them. Monet getting initiated on. Some good damage. I like that Miero is buying into all of these small items. Magic Wand, Bracer, just brought Infused Raindrops. Know that most of the damage in the lane is going to be magical, so he wants to survive.
He's trying to get that early Radiance, which we saw in that last game. For Sacred as well.
Do you ever want to go and get some late Radiance? I'm like, oh yeah, 60-minute Radiance feels good. We've seen some supports buy Radiance when you're dealing with some Naga Siren. Your carry does not want to buy it, so eventually you start to scale.
Hey, I mean, I love Radiance at any time. Just in my daily life. But early Radiance better than anything. Miero building his, and they've got the Nightmare, and
I don't know if he's deeping out of that one.
Would be nice.
So, X-Nova will not be in the lane for quite some time. Monet will need to pull the lane back for himself in the top lane. Top lane, once you hit level 6 on Timber, you can threaten a kill on Kunkka, but Kunkka getting level 6 faster because they did get that kill early on. Toronto Tokyo scouting things out, what's happening in Triangle.
Nothing doing for him in terms of getting a kill, and this is leaving JT against Nightfall 1v1. As it's been for a little while, with Bobica making the move over to the mid lane. And this is now level 5 for JT, and definitely one of those movement or power spikes for IG is going to be the Corrosive Haze.
Yeah, it also amplifies damage coming out from clicks.
X, go ship. Is the damage there with Bobica and X-Nova? It should be, but his nothing is taking a drop beforehand. He does. So unable to survive. Both supports coming in from BetBoom, and they'll get the kill on a Toronto Tokyo. They'll take out both supports in favor of IG.
And 2 supports making a rotation. This is where Enchantress was supposed to be strong, come to the mid lane, maybe grab a tower, playing with the catapult, but IG stopping the aggression. And this also leaves side lanes alone in a good spot. You have that extra damage coming out from Luna, of course. I think we say that quite often, 15 damage on your Slaughter, on your Clinks, plus also having Corrosive Haze available in the next minute or so.
JT going for an early Soul Ring after these treads. Or not early Soul Ring, but just the Soul Ring in general. So.
Is this the early Radiance? Early Soul Ring? I don't know if he wants to commit to that. Don't remember seeing it too much. A lot of times you'll see a Blink Dagger pickup, and then if you need more mana, you pick up Orchid, because this is your farming tool. It's your way of locking down heroes. BetBoom again playing around that mid lane. G2XIG, managed by legendary Jack Chen, are bringing the numbers.
They're trying to get this 2-1 tower out of the way early. Nightmare, Timber Chain over, GPK gonna try and get a kill on X-Nova. Frostbite, Crystal Nova, but one more right click comes in from Save to get that kill, and they don't really have much in the ways of stopping GPK at the moment. But they're gonna bring over JT, and that might be it. Torrent X, Ghost Ship comes through, JT in, Slither and Crush and a kill, helping out to get that kill on a GPK and stop his terror over mid. I mean, he is just in their faces.
This is the second time that mid Timbersaw dies, something that we don't see. They do have damage. They do have a mix of magical plus physical damage coming out from Kunkka, later on from Luna. Crystal Maiden as well can be super annoying for Timber with the Frostbite.
Arrow willing to cut the creep wave as Luna's backed off into the jungle. Sitting bottom of the cores right now, despite the fact that there was an open lane for Luna, but everything is relatively close. Compared to the Morphling, though, down about 500 gold. Arrow now working on that Sacred Relic to finish off that Radiance. They're going to smoke up here on the side of BetBoom and try to get to JT, who's been cruising so far. He's going for that Blink Dagger. See if they get him here as they Timber Chain Chakram on top of him, find him and kill him. GPK getting credit for that kill as he moves over to help out once again and slowing down this Slardar that had the open lane and opening it up for Nightfall.
This should be a tower for BetBoom. They do have another entry to the enemy triangle if they want to play aggressive. Next move, rotation to the mid lane. Try to get a kill on that tower so that you have like 2 entrances to the enemy triangle as well. JT did finish off the Soul Ring in the end. I'm gonna see how much value he gets from it. It's a good like item. It gives you, because you have some mana regen coming out from Arcane Aura, so that's something.
Right.
Your HP regen with double bracer should be able to sustain your Soul Ring usages.
Is it Soul Ring just to help speed up the farm to have Slithering Crush available at all times?
Yeah, nowadays this is the build. Go for Slithering Crush instead of Bash of the Deep. This is your farming tool. You can also farm the Ancients. You can see JT is doing that exactly, but on the top lane, Bobo is getting initiated on.
Yeah, Dust, Primal Split. They'll go to the Ghost Ship for Nothing to Say, though, to try and get this save. They're looking over at the Earth Panda. Boboka ends up getting saved here, but Morphling's laying in wait. I'm not sure if they caught a glimpse of him that they don't chase that, but Miero now back to form as they chase Nothing to Say. Doesn't have Ghost Ship. He's very vulnerable and will die with everybody up top from BetBoom.
Woo. Not enough. They need to bring JT. I think their damage output early on, if there's no Corrosive Haze, is going to be very limited. BetBoom, in the last 2 minutes or so, managing to kill 2 towers.
He really wants that Blink Dagger, though, before he goes in. And I think having that and then maybe turning into the aggressors is going to change the tides of this game. They haven't really given up too much in terms of what those kills have given BetBoom, but
I also think Slardar should get all the benefits from standing in the river when he's like when he blinks on top of Morphling, because he's literally standing in water, right?
Yeah,
that's how it works.
Yeah, it does.
So should get some extra move speed, extra armor, extra regen.
That would be such a counter. It's pretty gross. Send them one to Ice Frog. JT getting close to this Blink Dagger. He's liking it. GPK, despite the fact that he's died a couple times, he's looking like the playmaker right now for this game. Moving over in the faces of IG. Ready to do it what it takes to open up the map here for Nightfall.
Nightfall continues to farm up on his Morphling. Let's see if they can get a kill here. Fiend's Grip is available. JT
used immediately. JT just short of that Blink Dagger, so unfortunate for him. That is going to be slowed down even more.
Full duration clip, not something we've seen in our previous series.
X-Nova.
Very effective.
Looks like they maybe can catch Toronto Tokyo, and with the freezing field they will. Nothing to Say finishing off that Blade Mail and going into the Ags next. No surprise. No work on that. JT back alive, back to going to get some gold here for the Blink Dagger. But like you said, their damage output will hit a lot harder if they have this Corrosive Haze.
It's a bit of a slow, because right now what G2 IG wants to do is farm up the next set of items. You mentioned the Blink Dagger. Boboka also getting relatively close to his big item, and that's Orchid on Clinks. So you can maybe get a kill on Nightfall before he can get Manta. Luna, of course, is going to be playing the different side of the map, so 4 of them need to keep them busy.
It's caught again. Earth Panda, Blade Mail pulled back thanks to the Void Brewing, and now the Seeds of Serenity. He's healing up. Is it going to be enough, though? Chakram avoided. Now he's going for the Torrent. He's sidestepping this all, and now the impetus shots from Toronto Tokyo, not enough. They get the arrow as well. Great job by IG to respond.
That was such a clutch play from Nothing to Say. Using Primal Split, bringing in Enchantress, and he also manages to survive without even using Ghost Ship. It's time to go. Orchid is coming for Boboka. It's time to smoke up and try to kill this Morphling. Right now, they caught a glimpse of vision on him, so they don't know where he's going to be farming. This Orchid is going to be pretty damn good for the next couple of minutes.
Let's see what they can do with it. This Nightfall is sitting bottom. We'll show with that wave form. They ping it out immediately. That's where they want to go. They're not too far away.
Oh, he knows.
Scan connects. So Scan connecting, he needs to leave.
Think about Smoke. when you have Clinks on your team. Uh-oh, he's being pinged out. Toronto Tokyo is also there. Nightfall will get back to safety. They'll get whatever they can.
The corrosive haze is enough damage. Meanwhile, Nightfall's right there, continuing to farm. Never gets scared to back away. Still just takes that camp.
Nightfall's gonna go play a different side of the map right now. Knows that this Clinks. Before he gets Manta, needs another 1,200 gold. If they manage to kill him here, could have been a big setback how the next couple of minutes would be played out, because they could start to hunt him down. Can't dispel Corrosive Haze, can't dispel Orchid. Would definitely have enough damage to bring him down from 100 to 0.
At what point are you looking to go Roche for IG, if at all?
You could go pretty quickly with having Lunar Blessing. If Luna just joins there, problem is they have a tier 1 tower top. They still haven't managed to kill it.
So they can react pretty quickly.
Yes.
So see if they do make that move. Maybe they get a pick off before doing so. But 3,000 net worth lead, and you can see Luna, who is bottom of the net worth for core, is starting to crawl their way to the top.
Seen that movie so many times.
That too with Clinks, like you said, the Orchids come out. Look how far ahead he is over the supports. And he's catching up to Miero. This could be brutal. Bobica, Courier there, but
not gonna go for it.
Chooses to give it up, maybe to catch Nightfall. But there is
Needs
a
one more
sentry.
hero. He's alone there.
If he caught him full Agi shift, I don't know if it would be enough with the Orchid. But
Back up, but for now, we'll try to steal some of the stacks from BetBoom. Radiance completed on Miero. GPK has Kaya Sanj. Seems like IG are in a good spot.
And they're in a good spot right now. They just, I think, need a winner more in Roche. Make it feel even better. Bobica does spot Miero. And they've got JT off to the side, so there's the Orchid with the Slithering Crush and the Corrosive Haze. The damage is there to get the kill.
Such a powerful combo. Having all the Skelly Bros with amplified damage, Orchid as well. This might be a Roche attempt. I see Luna TPing. Yep, definitely gonna go for it. 20 seconds without Brewmaster. Using every single thing that happens on the map, and IG are turning that into something. Korean Barbecue would be pretty happy about it.
They're not moving at all. I mean, they've got Nightfall, who happens to be there. The scan is late. It sends Nightfall away, and the Aegis is now in the hands of Monet. So, IG get this Aegis. They move through the Twin Gate. We see this a lot, where you take the Aegis and you try to go through the Twin Gate to catch somebody, because usually, if you've been scouted, the other team is usually on the other side of the map.
This is the problem for BetBoom. Bane doesn't farm, Enchantress doesn't get too much of a farm. Sure, you can use a creep, get some, try to push out the wave. Miero with Radiance, but Morphling is still not fully fight ready, even though being the most farm hero in the game. Their pickoff game is, if they don't use Fiend's Grip, they're not picking anybody off. Unless it's going to be G2IG who starts the fight.
And that stems from the conversation we had about the lack of lockdown earlier. That could be a big issue. So, 4 minutes working on this Aegis. We'll see what IG want to do as they start to corral over top. At least 3 of them do. Looking to maybe catch Nightfall. There's
Observer board. Seeing 3 heroes.
Yeah, this Obs here from the Radiant side, spotting these heroes out. They had an Obs in lane for IG. That's where they got the vision post creeps and the information there. They're going to go for more, and they're not going to find anybody in the triangle just yet. Nightfall just
staying
eluding
ahead
them, yeah, by 1 step. And this You know, this pressure too, though, pushes them off the top lane, allows Monet to get the top tier 1 tower. BKB almost finished for Monet overall, then going into the shard that we've talked so many times about with the Luna. As they move around the map, they're trying to make something happen, and maybe they find themselves saved. As well as GPK, who show.
GPK needs to be careful. Sure, you deal a lot of damage, but one blink initiation with Orchid, there needs to be a nightmare save that comes out. Miro, they are ready to take the fight. As soon as they starts, there's not going to be global Lunar Blessing. They're going to lose some of the vision as well. That night vision from Slaughtered Luna.
Walking over. Bobica might be the one in sight.
Front lines.
Dusted and killed very quickly. Not a spot you want to be in if you're a Clinks.
Ooh, big mistake. We've seen G2IG. A lot of the times they do have like massive lead, and then they tend to make things much more difficult for them than they should be. So now Torby being taken, save gets it. AoE Brain Sap.
What's his Brain Sap at right now? Level 2. So he'll be trying to up that. We always talk about that when you get that shard, because it's usually before you're maxed out on a Brain Sap. Get it to level 4, start farming, push your farm up a little bit more, and you can see Bane 3rd in the net worth from the bottom. Trying to get everything they can out of the map while eluding this Aegis on Monet. They found him though. Nightmare, X pulling him back, and the Torrents will pop him up into the air and send his corpse to the ground. It's an easy kill there for the Kunkka to find Save by himself, who's just trying to farm a little bit. While Save continues to clean up these creeps, push this bottom lane in, and you can see Bobica, this is no surprise, going into the Bloodthorn.
Such a big item, like a super expensive item. We're talking about 6.6k worth of an item, but yeah, kind of hard to get there. Clinks does farm quite a lot from position 4, where you have your death pack, 2 charges once you hit level 3, and a lot of pushing power.
Especially if you're able to get involved in a lot of fights, right? Like, he's 3-1 and 4 right now. I would say if he didn't die in that last fight, if maybe they took one more fight, he'd have Bloodthorn and then some. Like, you really start to feel the power of this Clink so quickly if he gets out of hand.
He's also a hero that can kill Enchantress. Kelly Bros, they don't care about your untouchable. And also locking her down, so no Sproink is going to be available.
Truthfully, it's supports like Clinks and Hoodwink that are going to make all supports get nerfed next patch.
These are not real supports. These are pretty much carry heroes that start as a support by a couple of Sentry Obs, Blood Grenade, and then they go full damage, also holding onto Orb of Destruction. Yeah, that's why the tower is going down so quickly. There it is, Bloodthorn, 23 minutes in on your support, plus Null Talisman. This is like Quap's inventory.
Yeah, it's really kind of
some time ago.
The thing is, you get to get a 23-minute Bloodthorn, and it's your first item, and it sounds so much better when it's a support getting a Bloodthorn.
His positioning needs to be much better than in the previous engagement.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he got caught out in front, and I think, I mean, it just so happened he was walking over to the side, and he was out in front, but the positioning's got to be pristine. You want to be able to get that damage out, especially with that Bloodthorn. You've got that with Corrosive Haze. You should be able to blow up any hero. So, with precision, IG look at top. They're also going to scan and catch a little bit of a glimpse here, but they're not crossing the mid lane. I believe IG with a scan like that, and assume that they're going to try and come up the steps. But that's not really the case at the moment. that being said, they do smoke, and maybe they are going to try and make that move, so that scan might have given them enough information. Monet doesn't have an Aegis, so we'll send these illusions over, but now they go with the Fiend's Grip. Monet, popping that BKB, goes to the Eclipse, they get the cone to save, they'll look over at Nightfall, they're trying to get the damage out here, they've got the bash coming out from JT, the chase is on, BKB will run out, but there's GPK coming in with the Timber Chain, they've got the Torrent with the X, onto Nightfall, he's in some trouble, GPK goes off to Monet, and the right clicks from the Impetus, they get the kill onto this Luna, they'll look over at Nightfall to finish off at least the Morphling, they'll get him, but nothing to save falls too. GPK ripping up these IG heroes. It took a lot of focus to get the kill onto Nightfall, but you end up losing a bit.
Also some good damage coming from Toronto Tokyo. Fiend's Grip just for a second. Counter initiation from JT to be able to stop that Griff. And after that, GPK, as you said, quite a lot of damage coming out from him. If you look at the amount of damage that was dealt in the previous team fights, only 7,000, but they're the ones who focused the right targets, taking out two of the most damage-dealing heroes, Luna and also Kunkka, and then 11,000 coming out from IG, but unable to kill more than one hero.
Yeah, it's a bit rough when you're doing that kind of damage and not getting the results you want, especially in a fight like that where Morphling, he doesn't really do any damage in that fight. He's running for the most part. Majority of that damage being done by GPK. So, Roche back up in a minute 30. So that'll be another nighttime Roche for them. Saving up all his gold for that Axe. He's only got 400 now.
Something that we don't see in the middle of a fight is enfeeble damage reduction. It's maxed out, so it's 70%. Sometimes you'll be like, oh, they lost the fight. What happened there? And if you use that on Luna, that's going to be pretty big. Even though she does have two ways of dispelling things with Manta Style and BKB. Roshan back up in a minute.
And the ones setting up here are BetBoom this time. So, BetBoom gonna set up top. They've got all 5 heroes here. There's smoke on the side of IG. Both teams knowing that Roche is up soon. They've got to find the right positioning and try and find the advantage to take this Aegis. And Cheese. Good spot for BetBoom all the way in the trees. GPK kind of giving up a little bit of information there. Some pinks come out, and IG are going all the way up and around, where they're going to find Save and blow him up in a heartbeat. They go back to hide in the Roche pit. Toronto Tokyo comes up on the high ground.
This is 4v5 without Grip. Monet has a much clearer entry to the fight. What is this spot? They're playing Ring Around Rosie.
These steps by the Twin Gate, yeah, they are. We've got the Corrosive Haze on Toronto Tokyo. There's the Blink as well, the Slither Crush. They go to the Primal Split from Miero to start this one off. Chakra right on top of Monet. He'll be cycloned up in the air as well. They're trying to focus down these Brewings on Miero, but he got one out. Look down towards GPK. Nightfall goes in with the Eclipse being used. Xnova's going to pop the Freezing Field. The right click damage coming in from Toronto Tokyo with the impetus shots get the kill. The buyback on the Crystal Maiden. GPK with the Timber Chain gets some distance between him and IG. Toronto Tokyo starting to output a good amount of damage with the Bateman being popped here by Nothing to Say. They've got the sleep on a Crystal Maiden who just bought back. The Fiend's Grip is used, and Xnova's dead a second time. So 2 kills back-to-back on Crystal Maiden. Slither and Crush. Oh, GPK goes down, has buyback. He does not really have a place to TP into, but they're holding this IG team back.
There was a grip on Crystal Maiden who bought back, so they're not going to have that. Then look at the Observer Wards from G2. They see entry to the Twin Gates and also another OBS.
That should be cleaned up, though. That one up there.
The second one is out of range. Nightfall passes through the Observer Ward. Okay.
3 times.
It's in a cool spot.
Crush, Miero, just got blown up. Sproik from Toronto Tokyo. These supports need to leave. Torrent Storm, Toronto Tokyo trying to get out, but the damage is overwhelming. They'll look over at Save. He'll try to TP. And they got both supports. They take out Miero, and now the Roche can be claimed by IG.
Observer ward is still there. Is that even high ground or is that low ground?
I can't.
It is a high ground, right?
Yeah, it's high ground. Because it sees up on the Twin Gate.
Tier 3 token. Not sure who's the original founder of it. It's Nightfalls, okay.
At least that's what the ops is telling me.
But a good fight for G2. This Bloodthorn, if they focus on one target, Miero, if he doesn't have the stance ready, if he's not brewed up, they're gonna kill him before he can get that Manta. Still 1,000 gold away from it. Also, they managed to reset in the previous fight, getting some lifesteal on the neutral creeps from Luna. Klink's eating a couple of creeps, and now with that shard pickup, Bobuka can be the one clearing out the waves, going into Hexneck. This has been a newer tech build on Klink's instead of getting damage, getting this. So I don't think you need more damage than Bloodthorn. It's more about control. You get Bloodthorn Hex on a target, instantly dead.
You're really using the Bloodthorn as a support item, right? Like, you're not bolstering your own damage.
Great
it's
support
for
item,
everybody.
6.6k gold.
Yeah, it's a Bloodthorn for everybody. It's our Bloodthorn. At least that's how I think of it, if I had to justify it to my teammates.
It's our mech. It's our Vlad's. Our Bloodthorn.
Yeah. Is that tier 3 still? Yep. Nightfall going back. I hope nobody stole my tier 3. And he got it. That was on the ground for a couple minutes, and Bobuka was right there, but never spotted that item. 3.5 minutes left on this Aegis, and they will blow up Miera again.
Bloodthorn, one hit from Kanda Lucent Beam, dead immediately.
Yeah, like I said, our Bloodthorn helps output that kind of damage. They're trying to go for this Tormentor. But now that they've done half the work, the prize goes to IG, and nothing to say. Gets himself a shard. He's got that tidal wave available to him now. Ag still being built there for the Bane. Well, there was something else queued up, and it's 4 staff, so we'll see.
Cheese Aegis going for the high ground. Agam Receptor on Slardar. He's going to be super tanky and already forcing out the Glyph. Skelly Bros and the Illusion.
Starting to go to work. Nightfall going to show himself. Throw an adaptive strike over on a Monet. That'll do some damage. As that Mask of Madness to start healing up, they get that tier 3 tower. And JT pushing over mid as well. With 2 minutes left on the Aegis, we'll see if they want to make their mark. Move in and potentially finish this game. Just want to heal the Luna up to full. They haven't really fully retreated just yet. They've gone over into the triangle, but that's about as far back as they'll go. They draw a line to head towards bottom. But let's see how much they're willing to commit, or if this is going to be a bit of a split push deal, multi-pronged attack.
Nothing to say. Holding the Arcane Rune on Kunkka. If he gets level 20 talent, -4 extra seconds, it's going to be a lot of water around.
This is just what we saw in the last Luna game. You give enough space and time, and all of a sudden, what was a 5,000 net worth lead for a while just breaks out. Now you're down 20,000 net worth.
I think it's time to go. You do have Aegis for another minute. There is no tier 3 tower. Glyph did reset after losing it. And Monet is going to go in. Satanic, Manta-style BKB
Blink Slither Crush coming through. Miero's in some trouble. Hit up into the air thanks to that Torrent. But now he'll get to the Primal Splits. These right clicks from Toronto, Tokyo, they do start to add up eventually. Need to be careful about this Enchantress. They pick up the Hex on Bobuka. They're going to slow down Monet. Chakram on him. Looks like the Aegis is going to be gone. That's exactly what happens, but they've got the Hex on a GPK who's charging up that bomb. They'll look over at Toronto, Tokyo. The Eclipse is going to be dropped. They get the kill on the Enchantress. Now they'll look over for more. Nightfall's going to try and stand his ground and fight. Here with GPK, the damage is in, but Exhibition's away. They'll buy back on Toronto Tokyo. JT's going to try and run. He's got a sliver of health remaining. The tidal wave to push these heroes back. The Ogre Seal totem to get up onto the high ground and TP out.
That's with only one buyback, and they catch more. JT will TP out. That Fiend's Grip catching Monet. Doesn't get Satanic, doesn't get Manta, nor a BKB. Save with the clutch plate. Having that extra cast range does help out from the Ether Lens, and also Ogre Seal Totem. Timbersaw going pretty ham. This is the power of going high ground. They always have this advantage where they can go through these fancy little gates. They can use the buybacks. Now Hex on Bobica. It's time to play a bit of a different game until Roshan respawns.
Right.
Try to get a pick off with the newly bought Hex. We also have a big item on Nothing to Say. He's the third most farm hero in the game. Refresher with the Bloodstone.
Just want to say, by the way, I know you asked me this last game.
Now you're going to answer that one. So how many times? I would say 16.
Only 9 times that
Only 9 times he clicked Drunken Brawler stance.
Yeah.
You're keeping an eye on that one.
Yeah. I felt bad last game when I didn't have an answer for you on that from those fights. So, 2 minutes at the lowest that this Roche is going to be available. Luna with the Satanic. See if they can stay alive. Monet dying in that last fight. Can BetBoom find their way back into the game? Morphling's starting to get up there and farm. Usually you see these Lunas well and away from the next person on the net worth chart, but it is only a 3,000 net worth difference. But Miero behind Bobica by the same margin.
The thing about having this super greedy position 4 is you don't have that extra bit of a protection. You don't have mech, you don't have a Glimmer or a Force Staff to bail people out of trouble. The only item that they have is Solar Crest and the freshly bought Lotus Orb on Xnoa. So that's going to be used on Monet exclusively. DD or AD in bottle for Luna.
So they smoke up. Bobica behind them by a couple paces. Save spotted. The attention for a second was on a Toronto Tokyo who pops his own BKB. They get the kill on a save who does have buyback. Sproink the damage, no. Monet will get that kill, so it's a double and no buyback. Toronto Tokyo bought back in the last fight. So save forced to do the same. Blink Slither Crush lands on it too. Miero, as well as GPK.
Almost 500 damage on Monet.
Monet purges off
Have
that
no glyphs
feeble.
Available. Gotta do
Nightfall
something.
Is still top. He's finally TPing in. They've got backdoor protection. Blink, Slither, Crush once again. Shiva's used. JT needs to back away a little bit. They go to the Primal Split. They've got themselves the Lucid Beam to stop these heroes from chasing. And with Split down, BKB's used, IG will retreat.
Getting another buyback, getting another tier 3 tower. Roshan, let's see the spawn exactly half the time, minute and 30 seconds. Bobica, he continues to farm up. He has a big item coming up as well. Oh, he had a BKB. Never mind. It's just a Dragonlance from him. I'm like, where's this guy getting the goal from?
Pops the BKB, goes to the Eclipse. They're going to focus their attention on a Nightfall. The chase is on with the damage coming up from Bobica. He gets up onto the high ground. He's shifting a lot. They've got the X, but the Nightmare save. I think that X would have been post BKB.
I believe so. So now playing the top part of the map, they want to be able to get Roshan. This is third Roshan, so another Aegis and Aghanim Scepter. Want to see who's going to be the one picking it up. Maybe give it to Bobica.
Could give it
Luna.
to Luna, yeah.
Feels nice, of course. Getting closer to level 25. Is that close in your book? Level 22 out of 25?
Yes.
That's 2 big team fights.
No. You know what? No. 23 is close. 22, that's pushing it. Miero, he's dead. Bobica,
700 gold.
Who's almost level 25.
How much XP did he get from that one? Should be pretty massive. Okay, 2.8. 3,000 XP.
Wow.
Such a powerful combo. Bloodthorn, Sight.
Monet. Oh. Nightmare, Torrent, Yule's up into the air, keeping him close. JT, though, he went in with a Slithering Crush. He was looking for something. By the way, save bought back in that previous fight, if you don't remember. So he is gone for 70 seconds without buyback, and Roche is available now. Aegis, Cheese, and Ag's Blessing. But you know what's more juicy? The base. This is going to be Luna just ripping apart the buildings. They've got the bottom set of racks still available despite losing the tier 3 mid now with backdoor protection. They're going to think that it doesn't matter, but eventually they've got the creeps.
JT's being super annoying in the front lines, blinking in, having Wind Waker and Cheese. No grip for another 35, and no glyph for BetBoom.
Yeah, no glyph for a while, so there come out the illusions. They're going to go to the Primal Split. They're going to try and make something happen again. They go to the Eclipse. Waveform to the back lines. Nightfall trying to find anything that he can, but he doesn't quite have the damage. They got the kill to Toronto. Tokyo pop the man to the Slither Crush comes out from JT. He'll finally eat the cheese. They've got the Hex through on a GPK. He'll end up dead. The right clicks onto Nightfall, as it won't matter. They'll call GG, and IG, after BetBoom calls GG, will take game 1.
Yeah, Korean Barbecue probably smiling somewhere. Should be super happy about this performance. I don't think there has been a mistake done by G2 in this game. They did one dead from Klinks, but that's about it. And Bowica, he continues to farm up, playing as another core for G2 IG. They did one hell of a job, and BetBoom, they will need to adjust the draft. This was not aggressive enough, I would say, for what G2 needs, for what G2 IG has been doing lately.
Yeah, so G2 IG take game 1. To break it down, we've got the panel. Take it away.
They took game 1, and it looked very good for G2 IG. Obviously, they opened their draft with the first pick Slardar, and we thought, okay, the Timbersaw Enchantress coming out of BetBoom straight after that. Great counters to that Slardar. Not the case this time around, Kezu. Not the case.
Yeah, not at all. And this is one of the things I love when teams find heroes, that first of all, they flex it. It works really well for them. It seems like it opens up the hero pool, like Carry Weaver, this post for Klings. But at the same time, maybe it also forced BetBoom into heroes they don't actually want to play that much. Because I must say, from watching the game, GPK on Timber looked very uncomfortable. Once or twice in the early game, missing some spells or like not following up his team when they could get a kill. So like just a little, there's something about this Slardar hero that BetBoom, maybe they just want to ban it.
Yeah, like you can even see from the highlight we see on screen now, like the forced fight as well. Like before this, it was a lot of BetBoom aggression to mid lane, trying to take a fight, and then Timbersaw was missing his ultimate onto the Kunkka, which then killed off his Brew. I believe the Ench died as well. Like it just felt like all the early game aggression was BetBoom. But then, yeah, G2IG, they just understood that aggression nicely, decided when to take the battles, and I think JT on this Slardar, he didn't overplay his hand in laning phase. He made sure he had a game, so when he had that Blink Dagger, he was able to combo up with the Klinks and just find really good jumps the entire time. And yeah, we're seeing just more highlights of G2IG just kind of stalling out the fight nicely. And today could be the day of upsets. Like after this first game, this was again really refreshing to see how they picked their battles nicely. They were under a little bit of pressure, but they didn't let it get to them to then turn their draft online and just break the entire map.
Yeah, like I loved the way that they went about the draft, right? They keep getting like more tempo. You take the Luna later as well. And here we have kind of like the man of the match. I think Boboka together with JT, like the way they played the map in the mid game, you have the amplified damage. You have this Orchid here at minute 15 on Boboka, and they just run around the map and like they slow down everyone's game so much. Like Miro, he wants to go Radiance Manta because of the Orchid. It furthermore delays that. And then later in the game, the way Klinks plays, you go for Orchid into Bloodthorn, and then I think it's like the minute 30, 35 mark, he has a Hex as well. Like here he has both. Like now if you catch the Brewmaster off guard, the miss chance doesn't matter because you have Bloodthorn, you help your team take Roche, you get the Hex, and once you have a lead, it was really hard for BetBoom to play into this map presence of the Klinks and the Slardar together, and that's why I feel like this Slardar, it's gotta go. People have tried to play against it. They're not showing correct answers. I don't know what it is now either, because I thought this one should have been good enough.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just JT's comfort. I mean, we saw him have an absolute blast on the hero. We had an interview with him a couple days ago where he's like, you know what? Everybody has to be fairly serious apart from the offlaner. Not him. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah. No, honestly, it's the perfect hero for that. And I think because of the Slardar, like you were saying, like because Klinks has come to life now because of it, like I think, yeah, there's no real time to think when you're against these types of heroes. Like, the threat that you're under, at any minute, Slardar Clinks can just appear out of nowhere. Clinks can set up the initiation, and then Slardar uses the vision from the Clinks to then get the jump. So you're never really jumping blind anymore from a Slardar, which is one of the biggest problems of the hero is when you enter the mid game. If you're jumping with no information or only one hero, you can throw away some fights. But no, they played it very, very disciplined.
Yeah, because I guess it's like a Giga Clinks game. You help your Slardar in the lane because you're up against an inch. You're going to get more gold in the game because you run around and eat the inch creep. You can buy an Orchid to like screw over both the Timber and the Brew. And then you play the map with the Slardar again when you have all of this. It just feels like perfect. You have like 20, 30 reasons why it's good. So something needs to happen.
Something needs to happen. I also think maybe the Timbersaw didn't really work out the way that they wanted it to. Because normally I would look to Timbersaw to be the one to make maybe the somewhat greed of a Clink support work. But GPK just didn't have that good of a game.
Yeah, I feel like their tempo falls flat pretty quickly when GPK can't like push his team forward, because G2IG did really well. They go mid, they slow down the push, they do it again, they go top, they do it there too. But BetBoom, they just kept getting slowed down. I feel like we've seen a lot of games today where one team, it looks like they failed to enter the game. Yeah. And this happened again just now.
They actually look like an average team. For a team that consistently looks top 3, like this now looks like the team that like they'd be lucky to get top 8 with like, the game 1 performance, and they're going to have to try and improve going into game 2, because again, maybe G2IG can do it.
Maybe G2IG can do it. They're definitely on the right track to do it. They obviously took game 1 by storm. BetBoom, will they be able to recover? We're finding out after a break.
Emojis are everywhere, and now we're going to find out how they relate to Dota 2. I've got KJ with me from Heroic. You're going to look at these on the screen, and you're going to tell me which maybe player, talent, or team that you think it represents. So we're starting with a nice easy one. It's the trophy.
Trophy. I actually think more of Team Spirit than of Falcons. I think of all them. It has to be a Team Spirit, because they live the 2 ages, but Falcons are lifting more trophies in numbers right now.
Yes, yeah, they've done very well so far in 2024, but let's see what happens this year when it gets to TI. Now the next one is kind of the scared, shocked face.
Oh my god, scared, shocked face. I think this could be the caster when he saw Seb doing Blink X. Seb!
The screaming, the reaction, the complete shock and horror of what was going on. Okay, I'm with you. And the next one is an angry face.
Angry. This reminds me of Shao 8. He's saying to Shinkyu, go wash your face. And he's like, go to make me feel better, please. Go wash your face.
This one?
Bro, this is me. Like, not that much, you know. I'm coming back, but this is me for sure.
And I saw you in the gym yesterday, so that makes perfect sense as well. Most people have been saying fly, so now I can also see, yes, you're there as well. You can be the biceps for the team. Okay, this one, a clown.
Clown. BetBoom Esports.
BetBoom Esports. Why?
Because it's BetBoom Esports.
That's it. Just it's BetBoom Esports.
Don't need explaining.
Everyone in the Dota world will understand why you chose that then.
Yeah.
Okay. A baby.
Baby. Cafurtado, my coach.
Your coach?
He reminds me of baby because he never have beard.
Aha.
He has pretty face.
Does he always shave, or does he just doesn't grow
No, he always
too
shaves.
much? Okay, he always shaves. He keeps it nice and fresh. The next one, a hamburger.
Hamburger. No, my mind thinks of Shopify just because they are the American team, you know? The Americans love some McDonald's, some hamburger. So yeah, think of Shopify.
A North American team, I'm with you, it makes perfect sense with that. Now we have the sunglasses, the cool face, the cool person maybe.
Sunglasses. This actually reminds me of when Arteezy was playing Team Secret and they entered one game, everyone with sunglasses. It was very funny. I was like not even close to being top tier still in Dota.
So you're watching from home?
Yeah. No, I was like struggling in my bad teams, you know? You have to struggle before you get there. And I remember watching this, so I remember this scene was very nice.
Nice, a cool
Other people
moment.
talk about this as well, no?
Yeah, we had one other person talk about it so far. Yeah, nice. One other person. And the last one.
Oh, explosion. Explosion? I don't know. I just think of BetBoom because they have the bomb with their icon.
Yeah. That makes sense. That's all right. That is it. Thank you very much, KJ. I like your thoughts, and I like a little bit of the story, especially the RTZ one. Thank you.
We do need BetBoom to be a little bit more explosive here in game number 2. Otherwise, they will be eliminated from PGL Wallachia because we're in the middle of a best of 3 that will decide, will G2IG move to playoffs or will BetBoom move to playoffs? And the other team is eliminated. So 1 game up for G2IG. Can they do it again and 2-0 this one and continue their upwards trajectory that they have been doing over the last couple of days? Or will BetBoom force out game 3 and claim that they are the better team here and will make it to playoffs and maybe have a chance of being a top podium team? Because we're kind of expecting that. But at the same time, T, they have not really shown us a reason to really believe that for while they're playing here in Romania, because it just feels off.
Yeah, it probably feels like one of the... Oh, go on.
They don't have their coach here. Could that be a big impact?
It could be. And maybe they expected a patch because for some reason a lot of the Russian casters and talent believe the patch is often
fake news,
very wrong. They are probably some of the worst people to attempt to get information regarding the patch.
Mr. Patch Waiting Room, when is patch, please?
I mean, when I go live and do my waiting room, then you'll know when the patch will be dropping. Could that be? I mean, I'm working right now, boss.
Tonight.
Tonight.
Pretty early in the day.
But also we're booked to go to the spa, Kezu, so
apparently, I mean, you could pitch
probably.
it anymore.
I mean, that's great content. What are you talking about?
That could be your waiting room.
That could sparring is
waiting pool.
That gets soldering until the patch is out.
Dude, we don't want you dead, though.
But no, yes, when my stream goes live, there's a good window in which it could come out. But
is there a chance you'll miss it?
There's a slim chance.
Okay.
Because of the spa.
Because of the spa.
Okay. So it's confirmed tonight.
In 3 hours, thank you.
No, I wish it was, but yeah, I'm guessing. No.
We all don't know, but
we don't know.
I mean, to be fair, like you can use the excuse that BetBoom were waiting for a patch, but they did just play a grand finals on this patch.
Yeah, I know, and then there's no excuse because they have just been playing not great.
Yeah, so obviously we expect them to do better because in the last games they look a little, lost.
Yeah.
I would say like their drafts are at least good enough that you can put up a better fight, but we can start by making it easier, maybe keep GPK on like maybe the more GPK-esque heroes. I know Carl gets banned a lot, but maybe the Storms, the DKs and whatnot, the Pucks.
Yeah, let him do things.
Exactly, because the Timber didn't look great, but let's also look at the rest, just help each other out, keep it clean, and then they just also have to be a little more clutch on the gameplay, because G2IG, they played well, they moved well, they did everything correct.
I was wondering if the Slardar was going to get banned, and it did get banned in the first phase, so BetBoom won't have to deal with that. It was, of course, a great driving force for G2IG in game number 1.
Yeah, I think the 3 big heroes for G2IG so far in the tournament have been Mag, Slardar, and then a sprinkling of Doom. The fact that they banned the Doom themselves, Slardar and Magnus has been gone, then at least BetBoom looking into this will go, okay. The big pillar of their drafts are now all removed. Like in every win, those heroes have been in play, other than maybe one game, but we'll see what the plan E or F is for G2IG.
Okay, so I mean, Bane is definitely rising up. I would assume that maybe my read isn't incredible on this hero, because I feel like in a lot of the games where it doesn't have a lot of purpose, either A, against a hero like Pango, or where you have other heroes that go in for you, this hero can look lackluster quite quickly. At least that's my current read.
The highest win rate support in high-level pubs right now?
That could be true. I did not check those stats.
I have heard those stats. I don't know how reliable of a source OD Pixel is.
Oh my god.
Okay, so for most played, it is Bane.
Yeah.
For pure win rate, technically not, because Venomance has an extra 2%, but Bane has
still
an extra
pretty high,
700 games. So I would argue if you want to go for just volume and win rate, then Bane is probably top 3. Disrupt is maybe the best.
Yeah, I mean, so it's got to be probably just better than I think, but I want to make sure that the Bane's game isn't just like atrocious. So help the Bane, people that go in, give it a good lane. But overall, again, both drafts starting off with good heroes, can make moves, lane well, good foundation.
Also, props to G2IG, which was, I think they were in the category of team for me coming into this tournament with their day 1, 2, 3 play. They lacked a lot of conviction. in their play. Like they'd have good drafts, they'd have good like concepts, but they'd get to like the point in which they want to break down their opponent, and they just would not do it. And that previous game, game 1, they had no signs of that at all. So I'm really hoping that wasn't just like a one-off, like a little fluke of a good game, and that this is something that they've installed into them. Because like when you have an Enchantress, already it's like the type of hero that you need that player to be like, this is my move. I am going to break down this map. I'm going to go for that first item BKB and become a core. Like Toronto Tokyo, he was doing a lot of work when he had it in the previous game, and I'm hoping that's the same logic that we see from Xnova. And he's done it before. He had like, what, 11-0-14 game or 11-4-14 game? I can't remember exactly what the scoreline was, but he had an incredible game the other day on the Enchantress.
Yeah, I just really like the tempo that G2XIG bring in those games. Because I definitely don't think it was like an off game. They're like doing better. Their drafts are good. Like here again, you have Eng can maybe rotate to the Tiny, make some moves. At least here you have BetBoom with a bit of a switch up, the DK. It is a great hero. It's maybe losing a little bit of flair right now, but you have the flex, you've got your bottom.
When in doubt, become Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that, but I'm also thinking the Lion ban. Could that have something to do with them potentially wanting to go for one of those comfort heroes that you mentioned for GPK, because Lion generally great at catching that archetype of hero?
Yeah, for sure. I think there are a few teams that like playing Lion. G2IG is still one of those teams with a Boca. And yeah, it was just a little respect mainly to the region and the team. But G2IG, they're already Tiny Enchantress, very potent on the map combo.
Yeah.
I think your Bane Mirana, they love playing into lanes where their cores don't need to help them. Like you want a life stealer with the Bane, hence why it's banned out. You want a like Tide type hero in the offlane with the Mirana, so then Mirana and Bane get to hold hands, run around the map, set stuff up.
I really like this Timber. Like, first of all, it gives you like this answer. You know, the supports can nicely come to you. They double pick against the DK where it's like, okay, DK goes mid, here's Timber. DK comes offlane, here's my Luna. So unless the DK can go carry, which I feel like other teams have shown it, Skeeter owns with it, but I feel like Nightfall loves to stick to his type of heroes. So I would say at least a little bit, you're putting him out of his comfort if they kind of force him to play the DK as a carry. So I love the G2 IG picks here.
Yeah, I think coming into this, I expected BetBoom to be the favorites, but just on like the draft right now, I'm a little bit concerned that they just don't have the map movement required. So these next 2 picks for BetBoom are going to have to kind of bring that back to life. Otherwise, we might just see a repeat of like kind of breaking down lanes, collapsing on the map. These heroes are scary. Timber, Luna, Ench, Tiny, they just, once Luna has like Manta +1, they just keep going. And Kunkka, often a pick just to become a deterrent to that type of play.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's the Kunkka into Timber matchup. We saw in the previous game, Timber was top net worth, didn't really care too much about the Timber, could X back if he needs to. But, like Tidebringer is super potent. So I'm expecting DK now to be the offlane here.
Yeah, I wonder how it's going to go this game if all the heroes end up mid again, because I feel like G2 IG had really good answers to like the Eng coming. But if it's Tiny, Eng, Timber as 3 versus the Bane, Potom, Kunkka, I feel like Bane, Mirana are not very good heroes at defending someone. They want to be the ones setting it up.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if they have as easy of a time to like defend this first move, if this is really what's going to happen with the mid matchup and the supports coming. So I'm still, a little up in the air for BetBoom, how they can respond to it.
Are we expecting it to be like DK offlane? Like DK Kunkka is like mid and offlane, and it's like the Nightfall hero last to be picked? That's kind of where I'm sitting at right now.
I guess. I mean, I really think if it's within your toolkit, you should play the DK carry and maybe look at a new offlaner. I would love that the most, but DK offlane is also okay. Like Luna, Eng, you farm. You don't really pressure them, but you chill.
Yeah. I can see them running back the Morphling again for BetBoom. Another hero that you eventually have the pressure point to take over the game.
Yeah.
It's just it's like the journey to being online for them is also awkward. Like your Kunkka DK just farm. Like that's the thing. When I see Kunkka, I see DK. They don't really help each other out. Like Kunkka can come to a lane with boat, but like you don't really want to leave it. You just want to farm up and become big. So this carry pick, if it's also very farmy, it will just give a window for G2IG to be super aggressive. Use the last pick to kind of further that punishment. Maybe why they're banning out the Razor, just because they're worried of this like early 50-minute timing that some of these heroes can present.
Oh, because what can we do? So Luna is just very annoying. There's not that many heroes that love like manning up against her. They will take out the gyro. I could have seen that. That's a very good ban. Didn't even think of that yet. Yeah, you mentioned the Morph, which is like one of their favorites, but they have lost quite a bit with Morph lately. I wouldn't be surprised if they're like starting to lose a little bit of confidence in it.
Is Void still available? It's very awkward in the early game, but Dilation could enable some fights.
At least you know
scaling is nice. Yeah.
Yeah, you know that you're probably laying against some tiny force, so it's not going to be like some giga lane, most likely.
Yeah.
Unless they're going to go for like some tiny Viper if you are going to leave that in the pool.
He might have watched the Shopify series earlier and might not want to pick Void then.
Yeah, and also a hero that they lost quite a little bit with.
Giggling, Kazu.
It would make me wonder if they might have lost some confidence in it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they will have to man up and do something. And luckily, they're getting a bit of time right now, since G2IG are also, of course, heavily thinking what it is that BetBoom wants.
I think this moment normally for a team is when they have like 2 options and they're running it down like A or B, A or B, and then someone pipes up with C. It's like, shh, shh, shh. No, stop. Please, we're trying to focus on these 2 heroes right now. Which one do we want to get rid of?
Well, they have still got a lot of time left in the bonus time. And obviously, they've got overall last pick.
They better Sven. Okay.
So they'll want some extra time later.
I feel like Sven is like the equivalent of picking Lina for mid when you don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
Sven's the hero that you just pick into like any matchup and it can farm its lane, it can go back to jungle. It does its job. It's just like, it's one of the most generic looking carries, I think, in draft nowadays.
Let's see what they remove, but I'm more curious about what they'll get up for themselves. So we'll finally know where the DK is going, although DK and Kunkka can shift until the last moment. Of course, they will remove the Enigma.
If they do put DK carry and it's their elimination game and they've gone full Falcons out of nowhere, that would make me chuckle.
It would be big stress. That would mean, like, you know what? Actually, for BetBoom, I think it might actually be an easy out to just say, guys, we didn't have a coach with us. That's why we didn't do well. But at the same time, it's pretty problematic. But they would have an easy out mentally anyway.
I mean, what is the carry here? Is it just so? If they pick a carry, I guess it's Morph, like you said before.
Yeah, we said Morph or Void are the top 2.
I can't really find anything that's better. If you put the DK carry, okay, so it's Weaver. It did cross my mind. I wouldn't say it's insane, but it's good. It's also safe because most likely you're picking your hero blind, since I assume G2IG will look for a new offlaner now.
But then Dragonite or Kunkka, which one do you prefer mid? Or will you let it depend on what G2IG
I think Kunkka, yeah.
Because the potential Timber flex, but technically, depending on this pick here, if they see Timber go off lane, then they could, change up based on that. But I think if Timber's mid, you want the Kunkka to be there.
I also feel like the DK lanes a bit... So the DK plays a bit better top into the Luna Eng, so you can like offset a bit of pressure there. But maybe there's something about they feel like, oh, if we have DK mid, it's easier for us to put the bottom there. I'm not sure. I don't think it gives... Like, it's not the biggest difference, but I would assume DK to be offlane. So, Mr. JT.
Yeah, what's it going to be? He's got his Slardar band out, his Mag band out. What other heroes would he... Because obviously he has a white hero kit, but which ones would be the ones that he would have, quote-unquote, the most fun on? As in that he can actually do stuff with.
Is that our metric now for JT?
I think actually heroes that he can be super active with.
Fun for him, Spirit Breaker. That's like a fun hero. I'm not saying that they're
but a fun, good hero, you know, like Axe. Dude, that fits the box perfectly, though.
I love a good Axe, and I've caught it a couple of times in previous drafts. It's never been picked yet, at least in the panels I've been on, and I'm happy to see it. Of course, when you play up against heroes like Morphling or Weaver, it is always the fear of if they get hit by a call, they die, and yeah, I'm not opposed to it.
They do put DK mid, by the way.
So the Axe did cross my mind. I would say that the lane is a little volatile, potentially, against a Weaver Mirana if your 4 is tiny, but I like it a lot for the game. Like just the, Blink Call, Blade Mill on this Weaver, you're just gone. The supports as well, so once again, I like what G2IG are doing. Their tempo is good. If they can look to play through the Timber mid, it's what they should be doing.
Yep.
If they succeed with that, I feel like they have good chances. But I'm just expecting BetBoom to play better, because they have really not shown it.
Draft aside, it's going to be on play.
Yeah.
It looks like a Shopify draft with the logic of like the Weaver carry, like the type of gaming, right? Like they need to be aggressive, they need to control the map. If they don't, then the Weaver will be lost, right? There'll be too much tankiness from the Axe. He can kill you. Timber tanky, Luna tanky. So I'm expecting BetBoom to, not shit the bed like game 1, actually play like they're meant to be playing, and then we might see a competitive game. Because if they play like they did in game 1, then I think they will just, fall off the face of the earth and struggle a bit. But if they've woken up for game 2, then this should be quite fun. Offense, defense type stuff.
Well, I'm hoping for a very fun game, but if the requirement is there to be BetBoom has woken up for game number 2 to play, well, then we're going to have to wait and see. And we are going to see game number 2, see how it plays out. Will G2IG punch their playoff ticket, or will BetBoom force out game 3? We're heading over to B-Cup and Lacoste to find out.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2, Axe, the final pick in the draft.
Spicy.
It looks pretty good. I like the lineup. It's another Luna game for IG, another Luna game for this day. And how you feeling? BetBoom got this, or is this 2-0?
I'm feeling good, and I also feel good about G2IG's draft. I feel like this Axe might not have the best lane. He's paired up with Tiny, so I think that's going to be a lane where they need to take an L. And there's going to be a lot of stacking happening by Tiny. And this is how he comes back into the game, because they're definitely not winning that lane. And the Axe for the game is really good. And also, BetBoom, they have a lot of heroes that Mirana can play off with. Pretty much every single hero other than Weavers. So expect a lot of rotations to happen. Arrow, so many stun combos that they can pull off. And there's also no save on IG other than tossback.
So the final metric during the draft was fun. If you had to put in a scale from 0 to 10, the fun factor of Axe for JT, what would it be?
This hero's pretty fun to play. But in this game, I don't think he's going to be having too much fun in the lane, as we already said. Timber, nothing to say. He's going to need to fix maybe some of these issues. Also, what is this tower in the mid lane that I'm seeing? I can't even see the tower. It is perfectly placed spray. What is that?
It's that Skywrath spray from the current Act 1, soon Act 2. But, yeah, it's like right... His abs
I was about to reconnect from my game because
thought you were missing.
I thought I was missing towers.
Textures. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. But let's see how the bounty runes get split up. 3 for IG this time around. Bobica, though, is he giving up first blood for this? Leap forward, the right clicks in, and will be A-okay. And actually, we'll stay in lane, he will.
Not too much of a commitment. Toronto Tokyo starting with Leap, level 1. We see that quite often, I would say, where you need to get out of trouble, and also you're able to kill the couriers.
Although Bobica stayed. He doesn't have a lot of health to work with here.
He doesn't have anything here. No mana, no HP. With the Boots of Speed, you want to pull the second wave. Toronto Tokyo should be able to get some good harassment onto Bobica.
Yeah, constantly dealing with this battle hunger. And I think he's pretty much the target to continue to throw that on. Try to make this similar lane to what you had in the first game, where it's just you against Nightfall. We'll see how many rotations come out of Toronto Tokyo, because he was forced mid and top a couple times. And that's what opened up the game for JT on that Slardar in game number 1. So Bobica gonna pull this creep wave all the way over and hand deliver it for JT, as he's about to hit that level 2. And still look over mid. It's DK against Timberstall.
Very fun lane.
Yeah,
it doesn't get better than this. This is peak Dota 2024.
Yeah?
Yeah, pretty much.
What about it makes it peak Dota 2024? I need you to elaborate on this one.
You have one guy who harasses the other, and the other has insane amount of regen. So, yeah, I think we can watch the other lanes. What's going to happen there? There it is, the setup from Save into Torrent combo in the top lane.
And he's on the run.
He's in trouble.
Blood Grenade, X-Nova has those Nature's Attendants and will keep him healthy, while Monet, I believe for the second time, has First Blood.
Good start for him.
So, really well done there. Get that First Blood, and you really just don't want to be giving anything more to a Luna than is necessary. Because we saw it in the last game, we saw it in the final game of Shopify against Boom, that Lunas get farm, and giving them more in the beginning is just going to make it worse. Blood Grenade, Nature's Attendants, can they do enough healing? No. Brain Sap finish for the kill on X-Nova. But you can see early Nature's Attendants already making this not the easiest kill. And Enchantress is, you know, my question is, how is this going to be for Xnova? What's the build going to be? Because last game we saw Toronto Tokyo play an Enchantress
BKB, straight
to damage.
rush.
Yeah.
Eventually, you want to build into damage, of course. I feel Force Staff a lot of value in this one to push people out of trouble. What they want to do is Blink Initiate with some Dragon Tail stun or Kunkka's combo. So Force Staff, probably the best item you can pick up.
Just thinking about that, though, because, you know, Bobica is the greedier support in this, so if both supports are playing a bit greedier, how's it going to go? And boots into Null Talisman for Bobica.
Yeah, Bobica is high on copium. Null Talisman is a good item. Jokes aside, this item, oh, he has no armor whatsoever. It'd kill off the bug.
Oh, one more right click. That's going to do it. Nightfall gets the kill on a Bobica. Easy to kill. That rock early can get chiseled through pretty quickly. So JT, he's just trying to hold his ground right now, go for that Vanguard, get himself those boots. Obviously much different to the Slardar that he was playing.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of Axe. I've watched Gaimin Gladiators play Axe during Elite League, and most of the time it was just double bracer phase boots. It gives you a decent amount of region. You have a little bit more lane pressure compared to Vanguard, but maybe the thinking here is I want to farm up some Ancients, want to have that block so that I don't receive as much damage. But yeah, JT managed to stabilize considering what he's playing into. Comes down to Bobica playing this very sacrificial position 4 in the last few minutes, soaking up all the damage and dragging the creep wave multiple times.
So I assume that JT, well, is JT going to go to the Blink Dagger early on? Because Tiny wants to get Blink Dagger pretty much.
I don't think Bobica is going to be able to get
a
much
Blink
done.
Dagger?
Yeah, usually you play Tiny in the lane, you have a tree grab, maybe you kill some couriers, score some kills. Also, without a tree grab, you can stack the ancient camps. Like, you can stack one, but the other camp is not going to be stacked. Now they have some extra damage coming up from Lunar's Blessing. Looking at the mid lane, nothing to say. As soon as he hits that level 6, he's going to start to put more pressure onto GPK, and there it is.
It's that level 6.
Now it's a fun lane to watch.
I was just about to say, GPK getting chased, they're going to TP over save, and nothing to say. We'll go all the way out and around on these trees. JT, meanwhile, taking a lot of damage over bottom. The Tiny was thinking about wrapping around from behind, and so was the Enchantress. They were looking over at mid. Maybe they can make something happen. There's Bobica showing himself, but GPK, Toronto Tokyo is also here. Elder Dragon form, arrow thrown over. That lands. Avalanche on a 2. Nightmare onto Bobica. Here comes Xnova. They'll have some help with the Nature's Attendants. They'll toss save onto nothing to say, but he is burning out thanks to the Breathe Fire, and they get the kill on this Timber. They'll find Bobica, and Save's got a double kill.
Bobica thought that it's not going to be enough damage. Even if he eats the arrow, they still decide to take that fight, but pure damage from 2 points in Brain Sap, magic damage from Breathe Fire, overtime damage from Elden Dragon form is enough early on to kill the Timber. They desperately need XP rune. Bobica is level 2.
The silver lining to this at the moment is that Luna is top of the net worth, or sharing top of the net worth. They're going to try and get this kill on Amiero. Oh, tossing the Hellbear Smasher on Amiero. Thunderclap, but the damage not looking good. And it looks like Bobica is going to die again.
I'm looking at JT. He's the one picking up XP runes, so only one of the supports is gonna get it. And who was it? I believe it was Enchantress. So Tiny is level 3. That's it. He's gonna need the lane for himself. This is that type of a game where you know that the rest of the team needs to give you the lane for a good 2, 3, maybe even 4 minutes so that you can actually get your item.
So here's the answer to that question I had earlier. It's going to be Blink Dagger for JT. The question is, does he want to get that or the Blade Mail first?
With Vanguard, you want to pick up a Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Most likely, because it's going to delay it by way too much. Vanguard, pretty expensive, 1,700 total. But at least you can farm those ancient camps, which he's stacking for himself.
I was gonna say, taking a lot of damage. Moving over to Save, who just brain saps him. This is a dominating Bane. We have seen a lot of Bane today as he gets another kill. I don't know if he needed that one. I think he could have given that over.
Making sure that he's on a big streak.
For when
he
carry
dies. Yeah.
kills him. We talked about Banes and their struggles today, and I think Save has heard all those notes and is taking that personally.
Makes things easier for him to use his abilities if he's getting the farm. If he has Ether Lens, doesn't have to commit. Can stay further away from a fight. JT finding out some neutral items.
Trusty shovel for JT will pick himself up a salve.
They'll have a hard time fighting back Enchantress. Super underleveled. Same goes for Tiny. Level 3, level 4.
Uh-oh. Monet?
BetBoom, they know. They know that Monet is exposed.
Loosen Beam, Ghost Ship, Torrent in the air. Eventually, Nightfall gets that kill. Miero tipping his ally. And then JT still sitting bottom here. I believe he disassembled and reassembled his Vanguard for a second because it showed up like twice. But
JT having fun. Big troll of a person. He just loves to, do. Like, I think his personality is also very tied the way he plays Dota.
For sure. Very vibrant, very energetic.
Yeah.
Having fun.
Good vibes in the team to have him, for sure. Back to clearing the ancient camps. JT desperately needs that Blink Dagger because they have no ways of starting the fight.
Yeah. They don't have a Blink Dagger on Tiny. That's seemingly never going to happen with 1,900 net worth right now, but eventually he'll get there.
The good thing is that they found 2 Trusty Shovels. This is the item. This is the Tiny item, giving you enough mangoes, giving you some healing salves, and most importantly, giving you bounty runes and giving you extra gold from that Kobold aura. So JT has one available on Boboka. This is gonna be their. This is like a budget Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, I think you gave me a percentage the other day when the same situation happened. Like with 2 Trusty Shovels, it guarantees you.
They had 3, I think,
Did
in
they?
that game. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So the numbers are different, but yeah. It ends up being... Oh, he found the X. Save is here. Arrow flies in.
He tried to block it with Kobold.
Boboka dead for the 4th time. 0-4-0. It's 9-1. Just 1 kill for IG here.
But a steady 2k gold lead. They are farming up. Monet getting good amount of farm, though he's at the bottom with...
We said that last game.
Yeah, it's just Luna. Luna does these things where you leave her alone for good 2-3 minutes. Suddenly she stopped net worth, and there's a Blink Dagger available for JT plus a smoke. They want to make a move. If they can get Nightfall, he is kind of tanky. I think, like we've seen it in the last game, scans coming out to protect Nightfall, and I think he's the one using it. He did use a scan.
Did they spot that?
They did, yeah. He's underneath that obs. But Nightfall having a pretty good read that something's cooking.
Cool spot for an obs. I like that. Sees you the river if anybody's rotating. It sees you the top end of that lane. That's a really good obs in the bottom lane. GPK also smoked with 3 of his allies. Now coming and turning this around, it may be ill-advised. Blink,
Haste
Rune,
Rune?
Dragon form, and a Haste Rune, so this might allow them to chase. GPK is going to go, but the TP out from nothing to say means he escapes. Boboka desperately wanting to keep all his gold, so he, for his own sake, gets out.
Yeah, Boboka is 0-4-0, playing this sacrificial Tiny. Also, without a tree grab, you can't really farm.
Yeah.
Level 5 only. Same goes for Enchantress. Supports really making a difference. Having that Fiend's Grip, having Moonlight Shadow so you can move freely across the map. Makes a lot of difference. Nothing to say. What is he building into? Eternal Shroud after finishing off Kaya.
Dragon Tail, Nature's Attendants. Ooh, the Wolf eating that, but won't matter. So the Nature's Attendants can only heal so much at level 1. 1-3-1 build here for Xnova. It's 3 on that enchant. And another smoke from BetBoom. They want to stay aggressive.
This is exactly how they need to play. They have an Observer Ward that is about to expire in the enemy triangle.
Oh, Bobica.
No, Bobica, not again.
Avalanche and dead.
He can't catch a break. He doesn't have, anything to play for right now. They try to go with this Blink Dagger smoke play from JT. So now they're gonna wait.
He'll have to get through, what, another 5 minutes before he gets this?
Pretty much. Arrow. They're playing together. All these stuns, all these arrow setups that they have makes things super difficult for IG. Let's see if they can reset with another smoke play. JT, he wants his Blade Mail. Luna still not fight ready. Needs a lot more gold to finish off her Manta style and the BKB.
So, gonna leave the Wisdom Rune for Bobica, who is now level 6. And so is Enchantress. So 4,000 net worth lead, 12-1. But it is always a Luna game.
Bobica's not gonna die again.
Oh, Bobica. Arrow comes in. Bobica's dead for the 6th time in 14 minutes.
His team needs to kill 5 more heroes to be able to catch up with the amount of Bobica's deaths. They're sitting at only 1 so far.
Bobica's gonna die more times than Shopify had kills in one of those games of the first series.
Difficult one for him.
5,000 net worth lead here. Still at 1,400 gold for this Blink. I keep looking over to see the progress.
Bounties are being picked up.
Yeah, I mean...
Trusty Shovel, double Trusty Shovel. Somebody picks up another bounty.
2 Trusty Shovels still.
Let's see where he goes now.
JT now thinking either Blade Mail or BKB. Okay, Blade Mail it is. Never mind.
I'm looking at Bobica.
I'm looking at JT for Trusty Shovel.
He's struggling. He's trying to farm this camp. Gonna take him a full minute.
Slowest attack speed. Oh, 51 gold? Oh, Mango.
Use a Mango, toss him. This is taking too slow.
If you look at the recent events, by the way, Xnova also denied a bounty rune recently. That hurts. You read that as Bobica.
Bobica wants the mid lane. Oh. He's getting in there.
Okay. That's 100 oh, no. Okay, he axed. He went back. Thought for a second we were back to square one. However, all this time, and Luna, like we said, is getting there. Slowly but surely, Luna will exist. Uh-oh, save. Looking, searching. Cast range? No. No, does Monet get greedy and farm this camp?
He does?
He does, but save turned off the Watcher. Okay.
So should know something is up. Again, playing the bottom part of the map. Bobica still in the mid lane.
I'm reporting in.
I mean, this is not too bad of a timing considering that he has
17
0
minutes
deaths.
isn't that bad.
He's not involved in any of the kills, doesn't have any assist goals. 17 minutes, pretty good.
Blink Dagger Watch 2024 ends at 17 minutes as it has just been delivered. He got there. So now, can he do something with it? Because you've got this Blink Dagger, but there's Torrent Storm to deal with. That's going to be annoying. There's Bane that might just stop you. As you blink in, you might get nightmared.
If you get Bug on top of you, you're not
blink.
killing that. You're never blinking.
It takes you so long just to kill one of those bugs. And this Weaver almost has Gleipnir. So Monet will elude the pressure coming in from the smoked up BetBoom team. As Axe works on a BKB, so does Luna. They're farming opposite sides of the map. Vambrace there for nothing to say. He's still working on that Eternal Shroud. I feel like his farm's kind of slowed down.
Yeah, definitely.
Because we talked about
more about
him.
fighting rather than farming.
But they've kept it at 4K.
Yeah, that's a good thing. 3K now.
Yeah.
So in the last couple of minutes, G2XIG managed to stabilize.
They've stabilized, they've slowed down the game. This is something that I think kind of hurt Shopify in their series, was having a lead like this against a Luna and slowing down. The game slowed down so much that Luna was able to come back into the game. And I know that's still a BKB and a Conda away from just dominating the game, but you are also allowing JT to recover. You allowed Bobica to get a Blink Dagger, which felt like it was never going to happen.
It did happen in the end. Eventually, it's going to happen. Monet continues to farm up, getting closer to his BKB. That's going to be their timing when they try to make something happen. Because right now, maybe they can go for a pickoff, but this observer board is scouting the full movement of the whole squad.
I'm interested to see if JT buys this VIP booster. Always buy this secret shop, because he's got Eternal Shroud also queued up.
BetBoom, they know something's up. They did scan them, so getting prepped for this. Save in a good position for a grip.
Save off into the trees with Toronto Tokyo, looking to step up with Nightfall.
They know something's wrong. They feel like they've been spotted immediately. They go back to farming. But now with this smoke play, BetBoom will look for something.
They might find Xnova, who stopped to farm. Smoke breaks. Xnova does not have Sproink, so he doesn't have that shard to get some distance. Gleipnir through. Arrow follow up. And that is a dead Enchantress, but a dead Enchantress is better than anything else, and Bobica, a sigh of relief as he says it's finally not me.
So, maybe that's
Blink
kill.
Avalanche,
Got
toss.
the blade mail off.
Got the blade mail off, but it's not going to matter. They use the Eclipse, the Ghost Ship comes through as well as the Torrent Storm. But Enchantress for Kunkka, I think you'll take that. Although at the same time, BetBoom stealing your Tormentor. So they get a shard on this Bane, who had a really good start, has that Aether Lens and Arcane Boots, and instead of going into the Enfeeble at all, has gone into Brain Sap Nightmare.
So eventually he's going to have that Aghanim Scepter, which makes... I mean, they don't have abilities to stop this Aghanim Scepter Fiend's Grip from going off. It also lowers the cooldown.
And they're going to get another Tormy. So I assume this one is Mirana? I'm going to just guess. No, it's Miero. So every game we've seen with the Kunkka, by the way, they've been given the shard like that.
Yeah, somebody had to die there. So Save dying to neutral creep. I believe he died to Tormy.
Yeah, hopefully we get an update that says the Tormentor has killed. Because I want people to be even more embarrassed. So, okay, so explain this to me a little bit. Double Eternal Shroud for G2IG.
Playing into Dragon Knight, playing into Torrent Storm mostly, Bane Sap almost said. He deals pure damage, mostly, with that Brain Sap. Some magical damage, of course, coming out from Mirana. So not opting to go for a BKB, even though you are playing into Kunkka, which is going to make things a lot more difficult.
Yeah, that was my follow-up on that, because BKB is going to be finished off for Monet, but you want a BKB for JT.
JT.
Interesting call works. So when you accidentally butt dial, you make a call. So JT and Bobica, they'll move over with the smoke. Blink, Avalanche, toss.
Oh, he asked it before. What
wow!
A play. Miero.
Miero with the perfect X to save an ally. That's a clap.
That's really nice. Haven't seen this one before, to be honest. I've seen against Disruptor, X-Mark being super effective, but this one, he catches him mid-air.
JT forced to blink away, and they've got this Obs that sees this triangle. There used to be cliff wards, and they still exist, but these corner of the stair wards.
They're so much better.
Nothing to say. in a lot of trouble. Blade Mail, he's going to have to try and run, but he can't. Tidal Wave is in. Nightfall's on a mega kill streak. So he's 5-0-1. Potentially money in the bank if they do catch him on the side of IG. They do have this BKB on Monet going into the Shard and then the Conda. And then it's on from Luna, usually.
Yeah, she's going to be fight ready. Once she picks up the Shard, this is your damage reduction and also being able to deal some good amount of damage to the heroes who blink on top of you. Roshan, pretty free for BetBoom.
Call? Okay, it was on creeps. But he's going into the Kaya Sanj. While that's happening, Aegis has picked up the first Roche. Aegis picked up here for Weaver. And it's picked up at a timing where you get that little bit of boosting gold from killing Roche. You're going to farm this bottom wave as well as the camps, and you're going to get into that BKB timing at the same time you have this Aegis. So they're looking to hit that power spike and go at the same time, right?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to burst Weaver from 100 to 0, having that extra protection from Bane. Nightmare save buys a little bit time. Max/Guardian Greaves about to be finished on Toronto Tokyo, who's kind of owning. He's 2-0-9. Playing off with multiple heroes. There's a lot of setups for his arrow. The Leipnir as well has been finished. We've seen that one being used on X-Noah to get the kill.
Not dying when you're a support and having all your involvement basically be assists is the best thing, because then if you die, you're not giving up killing spree gold.
Yeah, Monet is the playmaker for the team. He's involved in 2 of those kills. 100% participation as Luna. Feels good.
When was the last time?
They killed Miero in the mid lane.
Yeah, but before that,
it's been some like a random
it was
kill.
Monet
it was
first,
the first
it was
blood.
first blood. It was Monet first blood. 2 minutes into the game, and then their last kill prior to that was 20 minutes. So at this rate, at 38 minutes, they'll get another kill. Ags being built for nothing to say is 500 gold off of that. You can sense the pressure wanting to be built here by BetBoom with this Aegis. Like we said, the timings kind of work out, but you're starting to lose some buildings. Monet in the works of pushing in top, and it might make BetBoom feel uncomfortable enough where, Bobaga. ATB's out. Okay. Where they back up, and they have backed up, but Nightfall's just going to take a tier 2 down bottom. Like you said, everybody comes to save the tier 1s and 3s, but nobody for the 2s, and I think that it's just free gold at that point, which is great for the side of BetBoom.
Delaying the game further.
A third Eternal Shroud?
Great item.
Wow. Is Bobaga building one?
There was one queued up on Miero, but now he's like, okay, maybe we need something else. Yule Scepter on this axe. When he jumps in, he also doesn't have a BKB, so Miero, I think that's the correct one. And also later on, you can build it into Wind Waker, so even if Axe has a BKB, you can still save your allies. It's almost a full duration. 3-second duration on Berserker's Call. 2.5 for the best item in the game indeed, Wind Waker.
So Axe, level 16. Doesn't have any stacks in that Culling Blade. BKB? It works for Miero.
Somebody clicked it, yeah. A lot of testing going on in this one. Hired these guys to be beta testers.
Yeah, they're testing the patch changes.
Berserker's Call now available. Again, JT, let's see.
They might catch Miero. He doesn't have BKB. Save, Nightfall off to the side. They're starting to pinch. They've got the X as well as the Ghost Ship coming in, but Blink Call. Okay, that's at least something. They've got him called up, and the Fiend's Grip is through on a Monet. He's going to have to try and survive, but they've got the Brain Sap. They get the kill. JT with the Blade Mail. They'll stop the TP of Bobaga. They'll get the kill on Bobaga as well as JT. A 3-0. All in the favor of BetBoom. Killing off Monet, the biggest prize in that one, as it was a full duration Fiend's Grip from Safe.
They came from like multiple different angles. Luna dealt no damage whatsoever, neither did Timbersaw. Most of the damage came from Axe, that Blade Mail, and Call. They're also fighting underneath the vision. A little bit of off timing from G2IG. They grouped up, like sitting in the middle of that observer ward, and also Aegis was about to expire in a minute. So yeah, definitely you need to kill Weaver 2/3 times if she gets the time lapse off. So pretty difficult fight to take.
Getting away with that, truthfully, with no BKB on Miero feels pretty good. You're not punished for a move like that. Nightfall, Gleipnir, and there's the Starstorm. Xnova trying to path through these trees, leaping, and they'll find him. So more gold go in the way of Nightfall. Bobica working on the Zobs, okay. That took a while, 200 gold for him though. I believe the other Wisdom Rune's still available on the side of the Radiant. They're up 11,000 net worth, 20-2. As IG are yet to really get the ball rolling, and that is due in part to the fact that it was not a late blink, but it wasn't the right timed blink for Bobica. Monet continued to farm, nothing to say. It felt like he was slow to the gun. But he's got this Ags, he's got the Kaya Sanj, look over at Axe as well, who's going into the BKB. He had Kaya Sanj queued up as well, and he'll go BKB.
One of those games where it feels you need to delay for another 20, 30 minutes, pretty much.
Because Luna wants this Conda, and you know that's when the damage really starts, but you still have to be able to survive, unlike what we saw in that last fight.
Fiend's Grip, they can't allow Luna to be gripped. Bobica is working towards Lotus Orb, but still very far away from it. Doesn't have Philosopher's Stone, doesn't have anywhere to farm. Is okay, bro.
He said miss. So Bane, by the way, we were talking about the Ags potentially being a pickup for save. He's elected to, with all his farm, go to a Blink Dagger. Top farmed support in the game. By a lot. Like, this is a huge margin. 3K on both supports. So they smoke, they wrap around.
They see the courier, so they know.
They're going to see this courier coming back. That's Guardian Greaves, though, for Toronto Tokyo, so the sustain is there. And I think they'll back up towards this Arcane Rune. Not under any Radiant Vision. They won't go for this fight just yet.
Monet probably thinking about, you said that Conda, getting very close, needs another 100 gold, plus also level 20 is a big timing for Luna. So try to delay unless he can get it. Still needs to use the courier. BetBoom, they're on the hunt.
They're hunting full smoke. Knowing that Roche is potentially up in 50 seconds, the TP out from Xnova. The rest of the team's got to get out of here. But nobody else is TPing out.
That Lotus pickup.
Yeah, JT got greedy, and now he's going to try and call and survive, but there's just no chance.
Oh, 1,000 crits coming.
Yeah. Bobica going to toss away Toronto Tokyo. They found themselves a second. Nightmare, save if he wants to. Can Fiend's Grip. They'll line up the arrow, they'll pull the Nightmare. GPK going to work on this. Starstorm hits down, and Bobica is dead for the 9th time.
Outpost already taken, so they can start to TP and play aggressively. This is not the fight that they expected to take.
Oh gosh,
another one
was dead
from
too.
Nightfall. Nothing to say, could also be in trouble. There is Tidal Wave available. Maybe he catches him mid-Timber Chain. Ooh, close one.
GPK and Nightfall now pressuring the mid lane. Elder Dragon forms back up. It's time to just go. IG just never getting it started. They've got the Luna to the point where you're top of the net worth just about. Has the Conda, but killing anybody on this team feels near impossible. 32 minutes into the game. Nothing to say. Even running away from a Mirana. Not knowing what's behind.
Roshan on Radiant's side for another 3 minutes. It's going to respawn.
10 seconds.
Nightfall will pick it up. They also have a bit of a slow siege with Dragon Knight, Weaver going in, of course, but there's one thing you gotta be careful about. That's Blink Toss into tier 4 towers, into Axe Call with the Blade Mail.
And the question is, can IG get here and do they want to? They know it's happening. They've taken the outpost. The ping's
no smokes available.
Yeah, no smoke on this one. They're going to see Dragon Knight illusions as they walk over here. So I think at this point you kind of have to give up the Aegis, but they're going to continue to move forward and look for the right positioning to fight this afterwards. But it's Moonlight Shadow, it's Elder Dragon form. It's such a hard fight for
They
IG.
need to fall back. They're definitely not taking this fight. Or maybe they are, and this could just be the end. G2 IG. Let's see if they decide to risk it. Bobica.
Blinking, TPing. He's gone, but Xnova not so fortunate. Stuns 2 with the Centaur. Eventually he'll die, but it is taking a while. Time being bought.
What is this? Like, for real. Like, this hero needs some serious either rework, or we need to tone down these numbers. You have 33 minutes in, 3 heroes that have a combined net worth of 60,000 gold, and they cannot kill the hero for a good 25 seconds.
With a tenth
no
of that
items.
gold.
She has 1 item, Internal Shroud.
It's a great item. You were saying it yourself. So good that 3 heroes on the side of IG have bought it. Another Tormentor stolen here by BetBoom, and now that gives a shard over to GPK to throw down that fireball. So, 24-2. As
maybe it's time to go for the high ground push. They've been outside of the base, trying to get some farm for the good 30 minutes. This game looked pretty difficult for IG in the last half an hour. They haven't managed to get any kills whatsoever. They got 1 kill on Monet, 1 kill on Miero, which was like 15 minutes ago.
Yes, it was at 20 minutes, and the first kill was at 2 minutes. There's been so many, I can name the precise timings. Dragon Tail, Torrent, Tidal Wave, charging up that explosive and the reactive armor, but there's the Gleipnir. Nothing to say, forced to fall back. Placing Obs down there to try and get some vision. Monet trying to do everything he can to hold this game, but we'll see if they even have the damage to get these kills from IG to another. These heroes will sit nearby, but just not committing yet. Elder Dragon form cooldown after duration is about a second. So it is back up.
Going in again.
Swarm is on to nothing to say. He'll pop the reactive armor. They look over at Nightfall, who's got that Aegis. Xnova is starting to output some damage with that impetus.
Ever since the Elite League, BetBoom, they have PTSD going high ground and trying to end the game. That's why they're like average Nightfall.
And that's why he went from full to half with 1 Lucent beat.
Average game time so far at PGL Wallachia Season 1 is 41 minutes. Average game time for BetBoom is 45. So they're playing slightly longer games.
They're really pushing the average up. AC picked up here for DK. Gem for the Enchantress. Nope. Oh, oh. Still faking the call. Screaming in anguish as JT has not been able to find a blink call on anybody yet. 37 minutes into the game. Blink Dragon Tail is going to be on Xnova, the third on the Fireball. They've got the Gleipnir on both these heroes. There's the Torrent to get the kill on Xnova to start. The Fiend's Grip, full duration should be. Nothing to say, he's in trouble. Pops the reactive armor. The Torrent Storm doing a lot of work. They get the kill on a 3. Just about. Has nothing to say. Finally falls. Moonlight Shadow's there. Godlike Spree for Nightfall. Dragon Tail on a Monet. Fireball down.
Arrow did hit
Torrent
him.
in the air. And he's got no buyback.
That's game.
Yeah, I mean, he is dead for 75 seconds. And they'll call GG. We're going to a game 3 here. BetBoom traverses the road to Game 3 by taking a very easy Game 2 for themselves.
This has to be one of the most one-sided games. It took them, 37 minutes to finish it off, but this game has been over for quite some time. BetBoom, it's an elimination series, so they wanted to take this one super safe, and can't really blame them. One key hero that has been missing in IG's draft was Slardar, because they play too well with him. It's a flex pick between mid and between the off lane, so I don't expect to see that hero coming into the third game as well.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted well. They left him with Nax, and it just felt like IG never got started at all, right? Like, they were trying to find something. Bobica dies
6 times?
6 times in the first 10 minutes. Your kills for IG come at 2 minutes, and they come at 20 minutes, and that's it. It just felt like they never got it started, and they were just putting all their eggs in the Monet basket. And
Luna, she doesn't tend to join that early compared to some other heroes.
Yeah.
She wants to have her Manta, Mask of Madness, BKB, maybe even Shard sometimes, but 2 supports, they got completely shut down. Mid lane as well, they were playing around him. X marks the spot, kind of deals well with the Timber Saw, so he can't get out. They also saves his rotations with that pure damage early on. That caused a lot of issues for Nothing to Say, and they just couldn't recover. They understood what the key target was. They did kill Timbersaw multiple times. JT, he did have a good farm, good timing on that Blink Dagger, but unable to achieve anything. He didn't have a hero to play with.
Yeah, so BetBoom, they forced us into a Game 3. IG and BetBoom will be going to Game 3, but before that, we're going to throw it to the panel to break it down. Take it away.
Thank you very much, BCup and Lacoste. BetBoom showing up big time here in game number 2, forcing us to a third and deciding game in this series that is elimination or continuing to the playoffs, qualification. We'll find out which one of the 2 teams it will be. But let's break down this game number 2 first. Our commentary team already said it. There might have been the glaring last pick coming out from G2IG. The Axe.
Yeah, that didn't really work out so well.
It did not. We understood why it was picked, but it just...
I mean, there is a reason we probably don't see too much of this hero, especially with like this type of... the hero did go through my mind in a draft, but I'm like, it's like on like the top level of riskiness. You know, it can go like 0-10 or pop off 10-0, but BetBoom this time around, at least, they showed up, they're doing nice moves, they even did the lane slightly different than from what I envisioned. It was perfect this way. They had nice rotations, Nightfall going through the gate as well to help top. Just like team play. They looked like an actual good team in this game as opposed to the other games.
I mean, it's more worrying that like the Tormentor in this game nearly had more kills than G2IG. There was 1 kill for Tormentor, 2 for G2IG. At 2 minutes, they get a kill. At 20 minutes, they get a kill. And then that's basically it. And unfortunately, with this Axe pick, it's like, he had a Vanguard. He then got a Blink. He had his Blink Vanguard. He can't really kill anything. Now he needs a Blade Mail. Then he kind of disassembles and tries to go for Octarine, and then his teammates are probably telling him, hey, stop trying to throw. And then like multiple fights.
Stop trying to throw.
It's like multiple fights in a row where he's like blinking in, but he can't really commit because he's on the BKB. Like, it was a really, like in concept, cool pick, but the execution, like clearly they just weren't used to having it in their lineup because there was just timings all around the place that were completely lost. We already saw how Kunkka versus the Timber throughout the game, even though it's not in the same lane, just throughout the game, what it can provide. And yeah, it just felt like a very disjointed G2IG that I just didn't expect it to be this night and day from game 1 to game 2. Like, normally the transition from game 1 to 2 is like, it gets a little bit harder, but not to go from like that, speechless.
Yeah, 29-2 I mean, that's just a nasty stat line. I would like to say that G2IG probably did pretty good to keep it within like a 4 to 5k lead.
Sure.
But that's another status of how Dota is right now. You have 0 chance of fighting. All you do is hit creeps, and the network doesn't really move much. So Mr. Frog, I hope they're still cooking in the map, you know, do something, increase something here, decrease some gold there, and we're good to go.
Oh, yeah, but is that it? That's all you want?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the many things I want.
There we go. That's a pretty small patch of what you're asking
There's probably a gigantic wish list.
No, don't worry. It's changed now. It's just going to be the Kezu patch. They just tweet 3 numbers.
The Kezu patch. There's going to be a lot of things in the Kezu patch.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't wait. I mean, for now, though, I mean, BetBoom is... We already talked about it. They're one of the teams that's most experienced on the patch, considering they are playing a lot of games because they normally get very deep into a tournament. I do want to highlight also that G2IG this series is more important for them than a lot of other teams, considering G2IG did not qualify for anything else. And winning here, or at least going deep here, might help them avoid qualifiers for TI, you know, set them up for success better. Otherwise, they're just going to go back into the ringer together with together with all the other teams in the China region, and that's very scary because they don't win all the qualifiers. So for G2IG, there's a lot on the line. BetBoom, I think mostly pride on the line, but I think Game 2 very much puts them back in the driver's seat, and if they can keep that momentum, we'll see a lot more of them. And how they got to that point, how they got to close out the map. Kezu, is that something that you had something for us? Yes.
I am with this cue, everyone.
All right,
follow me.
take it away.
We're going to my little drawing station, because I want to point out what BetBoom did. Of course, they're far ahead in the game. We all understand that. But I want to highlight the map. So they're currently all here, right? And they know at this stage of the game that all G2IG are doing is basically trying to dodge them since they're all up here. So what they're doing now, I'm going to let the clip play, is basically a really cool concept of how they're going to try to close out the map and force G2IG to like respond. Because while they're moving top, I want to show the fact that this is their outpost, right? And they're also putting these illusions here on the DK to push out the mid lane furthermore. So the more we let this play out, I'm going to just skip a little bit because the main point is just about how the map is going to be played. So they smoke top, they kill the axe. So this is going to be step one. You smoke from one area to another. Now they go and kill the tiny as well. But it's all about what happens after they get these kills. So they go top to flush out G2IG from the top lane. Now they all TP'd back to base. They instantly now TP to the outpost that they have bottom, which now means that they flush them out of top, they go back to their own vision, instantly TP to the outpost, and now look what happened to G2IG's map. Where are their heroes? They're either dead or they're here. And when you put the enemy team into this stage of the map, it's really hard for them to get out. So you have a gem, you have the right positioning on the map, you follow your steps, 1, 2, 3, flush them out, follow, boom. Map is gone, G2IG, no chance of a comeback.
And I mean, Kezu, you're being polite. I mean, I'm just jumping on your point here. You were very polite with the start of that showing, because G2IG, at the very start of that, they knew they were coming up. So everyone was TPing away, mass leaving. JT, though, no. He doesn't TP out with his team.
He wants Lotuses, bro.
He goes to the Lotus. He's like, hello, go for me. So that entire sequence of events, which allowed them to get basically pushed into their base, was because JT got a little bit giddy for a Lotus. That, like,
to be fair, in his defense, so his death is garbage. It shouldn't happen, but basically the end story would be the same. They're all in their base. They can't do anything. He could be alive and leave the base again.
Yeah, they could smoke from there, but the fact that he gave that chance after his team made a call, again, G2IG very poorly coordinated in that second game. Crazy to think that game one was like the best potential. I'm choking just like them in this series. But anyways, like they go from game one
game two.
And now game two, it's like, yeah, they make those blunders, but like all that clips like Kezu showed is all just because JT didn't follow the team call, basically.
Well, and also partially maybe because the way they set them up in the draft, which they're going to get a third chance here in game number 3. So will they be able to do a better job that time around, or which team will advance? We're finding out. Stick with us after this.
We are playing Dota 2 Emoji, and we've got GH here from Shopify Rebellion. He's had a lot of fun with us on these games, so we had to give you this one as well, my friend. Are you ready to take on the emoji challenge?
Let's do it.
Do you use many emojis day to day?
Never in my life.
Never?
Nope.
Okay, this makes this even more fun. Let's see how it goes for you. The first emoji is a trophy.
Yeah. A trophy. I guess it reminds me of Team Falcons, because they've been winning recently. They're a pretty good team, and I think they're doing really good.
Okay, but you want to stop that from happening from them, yeah?
This emoji, I have no idea what it means.
It's like a scared or a shocked face. That's how people normally use it.
I can't relate it to any team right now.
Any player,
any
Dota
player.
talent, something in the Dota scene at all. It's your choice.
The first thing that came to my head is when I had a tournament in Ukraine and I was cold.
I like it. You were shocked at how cold it was.
I wasn't shocked, I was just cold, and the color blue reminds me of the cold.
Okay, we'll let you have that one, that's good. Anger face.
One specific person it reminds me of. Nope. I guess it reminds me of BetBoom, because they all chat a lot.
Okay,
yeah.
BetBoom's another all chatter.
Yeah, but not necessarily the anger part, it's just that something that came to my head right away.
Yeah, so they might anger other people with their all chat.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Not you though, you don't seem bothered by it at all.
Nah.
This one, biceps, strength.
Biceps. Have to think who has the biggest biceps. Well, I mean, it's a strong team. It's the first thing that comes to mind. So I would say it's Gaimin Gladiators. Strong team.
Yeah, and even got a strong team name. You know, Gladiators in there
Exactly.
as well.
Yeah.
This one, a
Clown. Clowns. No one comes to mind. Unless you have some clowns on some teams. Nope.
No?
No one.
No, you're too nice, GH. I heard you were very nice as well, so I thought you might skip over this one.
Yeah, let's do it.
GH has been told to me as one of the nicest people in Dota. Would you agree with that? Is that when people say you're the nicest?
I'm not going to speak out of myself.
See, look, too humble as well. I like that. All right, we'll move on then. You can skip the clown.
Baby.
But a baby face.
Baby. I think this reminds me of Hamar, ATF.
Yep.
Because he is one of the youngest players, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
The fresh face to the scene, the
Yeah.
baby in there.
Sunglasses, cool. Reminds me of Tofu because he's a very handsome guy.
And he's very chill.
Yeah, he's chill.
I met him and he has that aura, that presence
Yeah.
around him. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. And the last one's an explosion.
BetBoom because of the boom. Yeah.
The name in there.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah,
all the
BetBoom
way.
Team. Yeah.
GH, you've lived up to my expectations with this. Thank you very much, my man.
Thank you for having me. That was fun.
That was good.
Yeah. I think the most entertaining part of that content was seeing GH's reaction to seeing emojis. Baby. It almost felt like he was seeing some of them for the very first time. Like the shocked emoji.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, that's when I'm cold.
No, I'm cold here. He's honestly GH is
so wholesome.
So wholesome, so cute. That was fun.
Yeah.
You enjoyed that one.
After saying no comment for like half of them.
Yeah.
Bless him.
I couldn't name any bad ones for sure.
That was good.
It was very good. He did name BetBoom twice because they're explosive and they use a lot of all chat. Although I feel like it's been toned down a little bit since their results here haven't been.
It did just happen last game.
Because they do it.
Yeah.
When it's going well.
Yeah, that's poor taste all chat. You know.
Yeah, it's bad.
Like I'm not a fan of all chat, but if you are going to all chat, at least keep it consistent. Don't make it only when you're winning, because then it's just out of form.
That's true. Because then it's like, oh look, we're doing well. I tip you, and then all chat miss. Okay,
yeah.
GPK. I'm gonna press X for doubt, but like
happens.
It happens. At least they had
all chat. Thoughts?
True. Yeah. I don't know.
No.
Okay. No. Well, we are going to head into a third game in just a second, so I want to talk about adaptations made. We already know that we're probably not going to see the axe anymore. I'm not saying that was the only problem, but it definitely kind of started the team off with the wrong plan. I think it wasn't the right plan in the situation, but we'll see what they're going for. And is there anything in particular? Because I didn't feel like there was anyone that was doing particular. Like obviously, everybody on BetBoom did well, but I wouldn't say, "Oh my God, this Kunkka was the problem. We need to get him out." They all just played well. It was smooth, good game plan, good overall, but not like a hero that would have made a big impact in the draft if they would have just banned it.
Yeah, this just feels like a game where BetBoom just did their thing. They go for their early aggression, they get some kills, and then they just farm. And then they're like, "Wait, G2G's doing nothing." So we just keep farming. And then eventually they get strong enough to get Roshan and try and pressure the high ground, make some really nice X-mark plays to not get picked off by the Axe at high ground. And yeah, it just felt like a more fun game. And realistically, just G2IG, they had to do something. You know, the little poke meme? That's like this. If they're coaches here, like do something, please, anything.
There's probably something what G2IG were also able to do in game one is try and put GPK on a hero that doesn't make a lot of moves or has a harder time doing it. Game one, he was Timber, didn't look too good. Game two, DK, complete opposite. Does well mid, opens up the map, and these are the type of heroes, at least if I'm BetBoom, I'm going to be looking towards those, or like a similar style, Storm, Puck, DK. So we'll see if G2IG can kind of find a way, because at the same time, the Timber for them also didn't look very good. Like, nothing to say. I'm not sure, obviously he's a world-class player, he can play Timber, but maybe for this series, these teams can look to shelf it a bit or leave it for a later position in the draft.
Yeah, I agree. Just kind of ditch the Timber for now, utilize it in the second phase maybe to open up the draft somehow, but yeah, I like the fact that BetBoom, they have respected the big three once again.
Well,
Doom, Slardar, and Mag are my big 3 heroes that I want G2IG to go for.
okay, well, I will say that the Disruptor is the one that I'm missing at the moment.
And there it is.
They will get it, yeah.
Which is fine. I think, of course, very strong hero, but I think at least from the success from G2IG, the 3 core heroes that I mentioned are extremely good. And
true.
Yep.
They opted to ban Chen instead of Disruptor, and of course, you're going to have to let one through.
Pick your poison.
Yeah, so they obviously value the other 4 bans they went for as more important. So G2IG will get themselves Disruptor. Great hero, has always been contested. But I do like their bans, like the Caudal DK. We'll see how BetBoom will look to, of course, replace them later on. But for now, can't really go too wrong with a Disruptor early on. I was wondering if people are going to let Disruptor go through more often. Maybe you're going to be looking at some Rubiks, because with the Shard, it's like one of the ways you can save. Or do you just address it differently by like trying to run it over with some Zoo or Night Stalker, stuff like that?
What did we see this morning? Because we did see Disruptor in the hands of Shopify, I believe.
Let me
Yeah, GH was playing it earlier. The support duo they were up against the Morph, Tiny Mars, Hoodwink Bane. So I don't know if that's...
Like a lot of jump is annoying, so the Mars was pretty good. But here, BetBoom with the Enigma, it can be support for them, as Toronto Tokyo has played it a lot. But Niero's Enigma is, yeah, like it's very good against Disruptor in lane.
Like Disruptor can play 4 or 5, depending on what kind of players you have. But if it is Disruptor going into the lane of Enigma, you don't enjoy playing against summons. Disruptor likes playing against that one other, ideally melee 4 position, so you play on your range, your glimpse back to the damage. If you throw Eidolons into the mix, you can never really be as aggressive as you want to be, and then it allows for a lot of bullying. So I'd love to see this Enigma to go to the the 3 roll, sorry, and it sets up so easily for a Tiny or a Tusk or any of these heroes to be picked here because it's just a stable lane.
Oh, so this banning phase we just had went comparative to all the other games we've had, just in general, really fast.
Yeah, I kind of like a lot what's going on right now with BetBoom. I don't know how much of this was fully prepared, but closing your face with the Enigma against the Disruptor, banning the Eng for your Enigma, and then
picking the gyro,
like quote-unquote stealing the gyro. I mean, it's good for you. They've played it so many times. It's not like they're only taking it away, but yeah, giving it to yourself, not giving the counter pick to G2IG, who were likely wanting it against Enigma. This is a very strong start to their draft.
Well, we've not really seen a lot of Sven from G2IG so far at this tournament, but it does kind of set up for that type of pick.
Yeah, very good.
Like you can push out the lane against the Eidolons in the game you threaten. Of course, Enigma now has just one clear target if that hero was to be picked, but yeah, I think a couple... Like against Enigma, you either can cancel the Black Hole or have heroes that have such high damage outside that pre-BKB, he's always scared to press the Black Hole, so it delays him so much. Like I think that was the main issue with like the Shopify draft earlier today. It's like he would go for a Black Hole and he'd already be dead by the time he just started channeling it.
When we're talking about the draft for on the side of BetBoom, should we be worried about the fact that they could still go for the IO gyro combination? Or is that not as strong
They
as
just
it used to
don't
be?
love IO that much.
Like they could.
For other teams, I would be afraid.
Yeah, it's also like when you have Enigma potentially being your offlane, I'd rather have 2 heroes that are kind of very damage dealing, aggressive. They come to the lane and overwhelm. I think IO, sure, if they pick it, it will just show more of like a farming style of play. But I think when you have these heroes, like Gyro can use a twin gate with the correct supports and go kill.
Yeah. I feel like Tusk still, you mentioned it already. It's like Tiny's out. Tusk is amazing. Can also like, if you're really clutch, save people from like some stuff later, some combos, some of the disruptors. Ooh, Primal Beast.
Ooh. I like Tusk a lot more now then.
Yeah.
For the snowball save. There's a lot of like single target between Hoodwink and Primal and how they kind of like execute the hero. So that's where Tusk would look pretty good.
There is also another hero in the, like I could see Tusk SD if you want to go for a double support duo. I feel like the save is kind of cool. You can stack for your gyro in different areas of the map. You're good with the ult against the Primal as well. You can save.
Yeah, Tusk SD, Tusk Murano, I think both are pretty good.
Yeah.
There's the Tusk, yeah. What are we going for?
One down, one to go.
I realized when I said Tiny Tusk earlier, the Tiny was already banned.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little surprised maybe they didn't do both Tiny and the Tusk, because I feel like you knew...
That's a double whammy strong ban, yeah.
Because like I feel like you either ban neither or both. Because you know if you ban one, they'll take the other, so how much, like how valuable is it really to ban just one of them?
Yeah.
But they chose the Kunkka, so must be a reason for that.
But no, I think, yeah, like you said with the SD or the Murano. Sniper.
I have seen this matchup. I don't remember who was playing it. It was towards the end of Birmingham. And the Sniper really did incredibly well against the Primal mid, but there was one small misplay that made the Sniper die, and then the lane completely flipped upside down. And I heard Quinn talk about that the lane is just super volatile and very annoying for Sniper to play. Because Primal gets on top of you. So I want to see how G2IG want to go about it, because Sniper, Gyro, fairly similar. I mean, Gyro can be more of a body, but neither of them want to be like collapsed on.
Yeah, I'm intrigued, because of course with Sniper, when you play on your distance, you're good. But I feel like Primal, as soon as you hit like 4 or 5, you're looking to dive the Sniper. You're looking for that one glyph to get that trample, to get that kill. And then you invoke Fear. But luckily already, the Tusk doesn't need to help the lane too much. Like minute 4 onwards, you are going to have some freedoms. And if Primal is a bit over-aggressive, one Tusk TP into kill. If you're already under tower, there's no way Disruptor or Hoodwink can then TP to tier 1 and get into the engagement quick enough. So I think the Tusk alone should be able to enable the Sniper lane to not be as volatile, but that will be a lane to keep an eye out on compared to the DK Timber lane that we had to snooze through in the previous game. That was not very fun to look at.
Not the most exciting gameplay.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I'm looking at G2IG, like how they want to go. Like, do you want some... Okay.
There was some TA.
That was a hero I thought about earlier, not for this slot. So they will go with their TA for now, which, well, it's very good against Enigma. It also gives you like mid-game tempo to potentially get an Aegis, always something people should think about when you play against Enigma and Void. But I'm looking for another hero that like gets them into the enemies later on. I was thinking of Centaur. I don't know if there's other ones you want to look at and just put the Primal mid.
They need some jump for sure. Are we expecting it to be TA safe lane here?
I guess, yeah.
Because like when I think of Primal Beast, I think more towards JT, but they've not played it so far in this tournament. And I can't remember who plays it more on the team. But for some reason, I'm thinking of JT.
Yeah,
sorry, nothing to say, actually, sorry. Nothing to say loves playing it mid. So yeah, TA, carry, Primal mid.
I mean, I feel like they both play it, but just putting the Primal mid into Sniper kind of makes sense unless you feel like there's like this new gotcha pick in the like mid lane. If you just go for some, I don't know, Storm versus Sniper. You don't really win the lane, but you're good in the game for it.
No, I think after thinking about it now, like, I want Primal mid, TA to be a safe lane, give JT not enough information that he picks Axe, but now he's got one less pick, so he can pick another different offlane.
All right, so what? Because he has to pick first, right? It's overall last pick for BetBoom. So what offlaners are in the pool that would allow you to deal with the lineup that BetBoom has so far? Like, are there any particular boxes that you want to see ticked?
I think it's just any staple offlane here that provides some fight. They've already banned Centaur.
Like
Master would do the
Mars
same
is the
thing.
other one. Brew.
Mars
just banned Brew. Okay, yeah, Mars would then be like the...
I feel like Mars would be one of my next go-tos. Just like teamfight, like I want jump and teamfight because you have Sniper, Gyro. I feel like Mars is just chill. You're going to build a BKB too, which is great in the mid-game.
You just want Sniper to second guess his positioning. Same thing with Gyrocopter, where they can't just stand their ground. They have to go, okay, is my teammate near me? Has he been zoned off? Like Primal's going to deal with one hero, maybe two. If you have another hero that can now contain two other heroes, TA will have ease of access to every fight. So I think based on the ones banned, it's like Doom's banned, Mag's banned, Slardar's banned, Centaur's banned, Brumos is banned, JT's banned. I think Mars is pretty decent.
G2IG are debating that it could be a new carry with the Gyro being a support.
Yeah, they're banning out the Morphling so far.
That is an option.
It's a nice support duo. Then that's why the flex looks pretty strong. Like Tusk plus Gyrocopter, they are going to find kills all around. And yeah, they even ban out the Viper in fear of it being Enigma going to 4, Tusk being offlane. So they're respecting a lot of flexibility that we haven't really covered yet. But between Enigma, Enigma and Gyrocopter, then yeah, they can pretty much go anywhere in the role so far.
Them using so much time there though also means they've got a lot less time here. So they better know what they want out of their... I was going to say offlane, but it's going to be out of their mid because it's a Zeus.
Okay.
So we got the Primal Beast on the offlane.
Yeah.
So it's offlane Primal, and they are putting a lot of faith in the... I put my Thunder God's Wrath into the mix. We see heroes and we jump instantly with Primal or TA. And I'm pretty skeptical. I think that game plan of 1 or 2 heroes always finding Sniper whilst surviving a black hole with the Tusk save, that is a very momentum-driven draft because it will fall flat if that's your only form of stopping Sniper from being the hero he is.
Yeah, so Zeus can like kind of match Sniper in terms of like the range, like you do similar things, but then, yeah, I'm a little skeptical, at least for now. I will hold my thoughts a little more until we see the overall last pick from BetBoom. Because, I mean, they also have many... You can tell from the bans that they have many options. It's not often you see Morph Viper as your last 2 bans.
I kind of think that even though TA lane will be annoying for Enigma, the game of like straight blink BKB is good. Miro is talking quite a lot on camera right now, so maybe there is a bit of flex in play for this Enigma.
Or maybe everybody's talking more considering their coach is not there.
True. So please do
Everybody giving
I want to
their,
play my Enigma, please.
I could
their two thoughts, 2 cents.
5 Enigma against Primal doesn't sound
No,
incredible.
I want Enigma off lane, Task 4, Gyro as the... I just feel like a strong 5 is probably in play here. Is Clockwork available?
Yep.
I think
Yeah,
that
he
could be.
is.
That's
I think
a
Clock
pretty,
is pretty good.
Pretty power pick.
The only offlane I could maybe see, and I still think Enigma 3 is better.
Oh, they go for the gyro support and pick up the Sven.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this draft is very powerful for BetBoom. I like the G2IG draft, and I know that Zeus is like a pretty good answer to Sniper overall, because you can show him you have good burst. But I feel like it's maybe a little misplaced. I would have preferred a secondary jump and allow your TA to be the one to win the game. I feel like now they're kind of, you know, like trying to do it together, like 50-50. I will have to lean on BetBoom here.
Yeah, I think after the game 2 showing, it's so volatile for G2IG today, but this game 3 draft, like after losing in that fashion in game 2, they need to just like Primal Hoodwink need to crush their lane. Zeus needs like early phylactery to keep going, to keep breaking down the map, prevent Sven Sniper from hitting their zones on the map. If you force them to overlap, then maybe, but I think for a game 3 elimination draft, BetBoom's got the one that you can make mistakes with and not have many issues.
Yep. No, I'm fully on board. No, like,
Okay.
I just feel like BetBoom, with all the things I've been saying, and T just now as well, I just feel like it's easier for them to execute, and I just don't like this last pick from G2IG. Like, there's something that's off about it that I can't really explain, but I just have this feeling it's not great.
They also woke up, because game 1 I said they were sleeping. Game 2 they've woken up, so I think they are the better team.
You think that something happened between game 1 and game 2, and from this moment onward, BetBoom is like to the moon.
Maybe not to the moon.
Maybe the coach called in. He's like, guys, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, this was the coach call in between. Like, guys, what the heck was that?
Yeah, to the playoffs. Let's keep them grounded.
To the playoffs. Well, will BetBoom secure their playoffs, or will G2IG basically counter what my analyst just said? We're finding out. Game 3 brought to you by B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into another game 3. Should be fun. IG, they got to switch it up, because last game they got 2 kills. They had a first blood and then a second 20 minutes later, but
that's it.
Yeah,
No
that's
third
it.
blood.
No third blood. If they want to be successful this time around, they're going to really need to bump it up. But the panel seems to think that BetBoom's draft looks pretty good for them.
It does. It's also Nightfall on Sven. Some of these, Eastern European players, they know how to play, how to utilize this hero. They know how to farm. A lot of the times you'll see Sven have a pretty free reign in the fights. There's 2 supports are going to struggle once he picks up a Blink BKB. The good thing is they have Primal Beast ulti that can't stop Sven from going in and also going pretty ham about not being contested in a fight. And also he has a backup coming out from Sven. He does have backup with the snowball save if necessary. Black hole as well. Not sure if I mentioned that one, but yeah, it's going to be about the vision game. I think G2IG, they need to get that jump. They need to be able to lock onto a target, kill some of the heroes before the fight starts, because if it's straight 5-on-5 engagement and they're the ones getting jumped, I think they're in a lot of trouble.
So you say vision game, and game number 2, Toronto Tokyo's vision was amazing.
Yes.
Do you, in between games 2 and 3,
check for the obs and stuff?
Does Super come over and say, hey, you guys were missing this?
Yeah, could have been, considering that it was a huge stomp, so you got to figure out what went wrong. And also, in terms of a vision game, you have Zeus ulti to scout things out, you have Hoodwink playing from the trees, placing some really nice observer wards, and also TA traps. Provides a lot of vision for Glimpse to be used effectively. Nightfall. Like the squirrel. Oh, Scurry level 1.
That means
really
no
boggies.
lockdown in the lane.
He did start with Toss in the previous game.
Xnova
will
denying
deny.
the rune instead of grabbing it. But it still will be a 2-for-1. So JT picks up the other 2 runes. Get a ward kill there for Toronto Tokyo. He's already got himself a good 100 gold coming in. We'll see how Nothing to Say does here against GPK. How's this matchup line out? Because last matchup, it was Timber against DK. There's nothing to watch. But this matchup, seems like it could be a little bit more interesting.
I don't think nobody's going to get a kill in this one. Sniper, he starts with headshot, puts second point in headshot on level 3, then starts to put more points into shrapnel to farm things up. Nobody blocked. Oh, they did actually block the big camp for Zeus, so that's pretty nice, so that he can't stack that, clear it afterwards. Both heroes want to keep the distance. GPK wants to pick up his magic wand, of course, playing against Zeus. Also not a hero that buys a bottle.
Do you think the idea to picking TA for IG the entire time was to be able to side blades through these Eidolons?
Yeah, most likely.
Okay. Because it looked like maybe they were picking a safe laner coming into the final pick, but now that you look at the matchup, it seems like...
You hit those Eidolons one time, they're already like, oh, wow. If we hit them 2 more times, they're going to die. And it only gets much more difficult.
Right.
Eidolons, they do have a lot of magic resistance, but when it comes down to physical, they're not as strong, sitting at only 2 armor.
So Miero, 2 different games for him from 1 to 2. One where it felt like he didn't really get much, and game number 2, it felt like he had a much better lane overall. But we'll see what this one turns out to be. Is, you know, there kind of is aggression here from Miero and Save, right? These Eidolons do a lot of damage. You catch Hoodwink out, Snowball, Shards, Malefice, and some Eidolons attacking with you. You could get a kill there for sure.
Monet's in trouble.
Storm on a GT. Monet, though, tag team slowed up. Malefice, first blood. Monet, yeah, there it is. They'll get the kill, they'll get the first blood. They didn't even need the snowball on that. They just needed the shards and the tag team. So you start to wonder about Monet's game, because if it's that easy to get that kill, where do you have to be in lane to make it a little bit more difficult? And I think maybe with level 3, when you've got Hoodwink going 1-1-1, Bushwhack might deter them a little bit or help you survive with more lockdown down there.
If they had Bushwhack there, maybe it's a different story, buys a little bit more time, but Boboka did not want to feed the first blood, so having Scurry, it's also good against Eidolons. Having that mischance feels nice. Having an ability to run through the trees. And Boboka, is that his second death of his career? Yeah, it is.
It's got so much stuff on it. So Boboka level 3 actually elects to go 2-0-1.
What's the deal with Eidolons? Put more points in Acorn Shot. He did start with Blightstone. Not, it's good, but this is more of a position 4 type of a build. Monet is not getting much of a help. He's forced to buy his own tangos. Also, the camp is open. The small one, that is.
We really haven't spoken about that fact either. The fact that Xnova is here in the off lane.
Yeah.
And Boboka's down low. So definitely different play styles. One more oriented in becoming a 4th core in Boboka. Which, if he could handle the Eidolons and open up the lane for Monet, it's not the worst thing in the world. Because in doing so and taking out those Eidolons, it does make his life a little bit safer. So he's trying to do that while JT and Xnova in the top lane. Disruptor, maybe you glimpse, trample, move in with the onslaught.
Toronto, Tokyo. Gotta be careful about those trades.
He's got glimpse available, and this is what I'm talking about. They've got trample, they'll Stormhammer, but he does have the onslaught to continue on him. But will he survive it? It's looking like he will. He does have a blood grenade if they wanted to try and turn this, but with Stormhammer already used, the chase to try and go ends there. And meanwhile, Boboka's dead for the first time this game.
Has many deaths to come.
Oh, gosh. Sideblade Splash doing a bit here to Miero. Uh-oh. He's needing to be careful.
Again.
He popped the wand.
Might be dead here.
He's going to die, but at least Miero falls. It actually goes to Boboka first. Monet goes into the meld. Throws a right click over on a save, but these Eidolons are no joke. With no refraction, makes it very difficult to kind of want to stand your ground against that damage.
So Boboka will not be able to come back to the lane immediately. Needs to walk back. At least he got a portion of XP before dying.
At least he got his items.
Yeah. This time, Courier did die 2 times. Zeus about to be level 6.
But now GPK 6 before him. So you kind of have to be careful on Nothing to Say.
Okay, thinking
Like
whether
point.
he wants to maybe put a point into Assassinate if there's an opening for it. Otherwise, you put more points in Shrapnel to try to get more farm, clear some of these stacks.
And again, the name of the game is Vision, and this ward placed down by Toronto Tokyo on the top of the steps in the triangle is going to spot these stacks being made.
They have good heroes to steal the stack with. Let's say Nightfall hits level 6, maybe level 7. He continues to farm up. They have Vision.
Both supports are here.
Yeah, and they can go into enemy triangle and clear those stacks. Sniper does have Arcane Rune and also places down Vision around the mid lane. Toronto Tokyo is there. They're making a full wraparound on NTS.
Save now running back up on the high ground. Scan from the Radiant connects. So they know there's somebody here. GPK coming up. They did take out that OBS. So GPK, knowing that that OBS was taken, is going to start to work on this now. And there's nobody that can stop this. It's Flat Cannon, Shrapnel, and Sniper just doing as much as they can. I say that, but GT rotates all the way over, wanting to get a kill here on a GPK. They've got the glimpse, they'll get the kill. This works out well for IG. Stacks for a kill on Sniper, they'll take it.
They only cleared the small creeps in the big stack. So 3 are sitting at 200 HP. And good rotation from JT. This is one of the heroes, one of the few heroes who don't care too much about their levels. They can easily rotate, and now JT will be level 6 after this one.
So now you've got that Pulverize. There is Homing Missile, there is Storm Hammer to stop Pulverize. But if you could catch him on cooldown or after use, you could find yourself having that control to get these kills. And Edelon's looking over as Save's down bottom. He's level 5. He's quickly into level 5. Save and Miero diving the tower, scurrying into the trees, trying to get away.
Left and right, nice
Nice
shoot from
shoot,
Bobuka.
but not far enough. Snowball's there. They've got the shards. The Bushwhack connects on a save as well as a trap. They've got Toronto Tokyo coming in, and I don't think IG know about this, so Toronto Tokyo's going to be here, but JT makes the TP in. They'll go after Miero. They'll get the kill. Xnova comes through. So IG on the chase for Toronto Tokyo. The kinetic field goes up. That stops him from leaving, and it's a double kill for JT, who ain't just trolling right now because he is coming around the map to get kills for his team. The sniper kill mid, and these two bottom.
He's super active. He's involved in 3 out of 4 kills. Did make a really nice rotation to kill the sniper. And now G2IG bringing in numbers. They know that Sven's not going to rotate. Maybe he's going to go into the enemy triangle, try to clear some of these stacks once he finishes off Mask of Madness. Rest of the team will need to back him up in that adventure. Xnova will not find anything.
Both supports able to sit here with JT backing up into the triangle, and he's got the lane to himself. So his farm game is going to feel quite nice. He's going into the early Blade Mail after the double bracer phase boots that he's picked up. Still an OBS here as well over mid. That's been spotting Zeus. It's been there for about half the duration. Looking at these wards from the side of the Dire, it's this Cliff ward and that one over mid. That's all that Toronto Tokyo has gotten down so far. And like you said, this is a vision game, especially game 3, so we'll see how IG do. Homing Missile Snowball coming through into Xnova, but he places down the kinetic field, which he perfectly gets locked into, but Nothing to Say taking a little bit of damage here. Miero coming in, he's level 6. They've got the Godstrike, the Onslaught. Uh-oh, Sharpshooter in, they'll get the kill on Miero. It's a double kill for Nothing to Say. They've got the glimpse back onto the Sven. Nightfall, he will die. He'll kill Bobuka's courier that's used to it, but 3 heroes dead on BetBoom and nothing lost on IG.
Overextending.
Oh, very much so. They were trying to walk in and get a black hole on that.
Zeus damage is no joke early on. Like, he isn't that farmed, but your Arc Lightning is maxed out. You show up with full HP in a fight, you get zapped 2 times, as we've seen. Sven down to half HP almost immediately with that ulti on top of it. So, yeah, gotta be much more careful how they approach, because right now they gave away almost 3,000 gold in the last couple of minutes.
So Zeus doing 23, just about 2,400 damage in that last fight, where they did 4,700 total.
They're also bringing the fight to TA. This is the hero that doesn't rotate, especially from the safe lane. So if she's there, if you manage to kill 1 or 2 heroes, that means that damage is going to be there. Refraction maxed out. Boboka continues to farm up. He's the carry in this game. He's been sitting in this bottom lane for quite some time, trying to get some extra farm.
Courier dead, so 1,200 gold holding on to it right now, and also looking to stack once more. So they'll get that. Stacks being taken by Miero as well as Toronto Tokyo, and the stacks in the triangle being built up again for the side of IG. No vision on that for the Dire side, but Xnova has that cliff ward that should see somebody roam in if need be. Scott Strength gets used again here by Nightfall for farming purposes. IG will fall back into the triangle and clear up their own stacks. So they're happy with this as JT gets that blade mail, and he'll onslaught through all these creeps, try to clean them up with the trample, and work on this BKB.
With blade mail, he's going to be able to clear some of that, but needs a little bit of extra mana, and also lane is approaching, so for now, he's going to stop, needs to bring some extra mana regen. Does have Royal Jelly.
Do you like the return of this neutral item from what it once was?
Yeah, I like it. We also did buff it up in 735D.
Remember, it was one of those neutrals you just
10
gave straight
stacks
to your carry.
From Disruptor. Xnoa putting in a lot of work to get some extra golden XP from that one. Disruptor is still sitting at 100% contest rate at this tournament. 74 games.
So, to specify what makes Disruptor so coveted.
Good old Glimpserino.
Yeah.
Also his shard, like if you play him as a position 4, let's see, overall wins. Not too bad. But yeah, the new shard, it also makes him super strong in the lane. Duration has been increased because you were before using it as just a, level 1, but it really depends. When you're playing 5, you might need to opt to go for more points in Glimpse and Kinetic Field, but his shard is insane. If you max out Thunderstrike and have level 10 talents, it's 750 damage.
This Watcher not getting them the vision so far, but a homie miss is going to fly through onto JT. They start to back up on the Dire side. But an onslaught across the wave. Thunder God's Wrath for some vision. And it looks as though they'll just concede the tower. No vision where they're standing in the triangle right now, but they do have a cliff ward that's been there for a long time for the Radiant. They're going to come take this Ancient Camp. They're going to really steal a lot because they're going to stay here for the 14-minute mark and steal your Wisdom.
For sure. They're going to stick around, and doesn't seem like BetBoom is going to be able to play in that area. So trying to get something done. Okay, he's steeping out. I feel like it could have been Boboka sticking around. Yeah, you can see that Miero, he doesn't believe what he's seeing. There's an XP rune for him, and also Save is gonna... Interesting.
Okay.
They were supposed to pick up both of these. These are 500 each.
And they got none.
JT first didn't stick around, and he's the one who's steeping on a different side of the map. I'm like, okay, so he wants to pick up one on his side.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay, a chance at both, get neither. Maelstrom almost finished here for Boboka. No surprise that the Hoodwink is building this way. Acorn shot cleaning up these Eidolons still, and Xnova, he's got smoke and some wards flying out to him. He's got the Seeds of Serenity ready to go. Zeus working on that Yasha as he's picked up that Diadem. And he's looking pretty good right now. He's got an amplified damage in his pocket right now, too. Deso for Templar Assassin. So Monet going a little bit different from what we've seen the mid TAs go.
Yeah, this is carry TA we're talking about, so she wants to have as much damage as possible. Toronto Tokyo is going to get blasted.
Yeah, even with the call down, not much doing there. So nothing to say, going to put himself on a killing spree. But you're right, it's the Deso for a carry TA, which after these camps Monet should have. Just 90 gold needed, and then he's going blink into the shard. So at the end of the day, when you get there, you'll have the same items, but it's just the pathway to do so.
And you asked me a question whether they check stuff between the games where the observer wards are. Save. Seems like they did the homework, because right now I see Xnoa dewarding most of the wards placed, especially the ones around their own triangle. And this should be the tower. A bit of a later one, 16 minutes into the game. Seems like BetBoom, they're not fight ready yet. GPK, Maelstrom done with the Dragon Lance. Waiting for a big item on Sven. And there's that vision that we talked about.
Saw them going for this, but they weren't able to retreat in time. Omimus is coming through, and nothing to say. Will swipe that last hit on the kill with the Lightning Bolt at level 4. He's now got that shard. He's picked up the Lightning Hands, and now he'll work on the rest of that Manta. So, rest of the Manta there. After some time, we'll see how long it takes Monet to start getting stacks on this Desolator as well. Does he go straight Blink? Or I mean, I'd like to see the Shard first over the Blink. You've got Onslaught. You know you have a way in. And Glimpse to pull back.
Probably going to be a Blink Dagger and then pick up the Shard. If you have Deso and if you have Shard, then you can't still lock onto a target. You want to get those Deso stacks early on.
Right. Okay.
But Shard is also nice. Like, it's just the way TA works.
Yeah.
Great against, like, you get a jump, you silence the Tusk so he can't get the snowball. Pre-BKB on Enigma. That one trap, mini silence, will do the trick.
Blink Dagger there for Nightfall. How much does Sven need to get involved? Try to get involved early.
I think it's time to go. I think they need to make something happen now that they picked up a Blink Dagger on Sven. Try to smoke up and get something on the map. Get this tier 1 tower.
So, yeah, it is going to be the Blink because TA saved up 1,700 gold. Whisper of the Dread for the Gyrocopter. As BetBoom move bottom, but won't find anything for the moment unless they go a little bit into a deeper dive of a search. And the scan hit from the Radiant, so they know where they are, and they'll avoid that area until they're ready to go, and that's going to be with a smoke coming through. They smoke on 3. They'll take the bottom tier 1. Miero.
He's the one who's getting a lot of farm priority. The way he plays Enigma is slightly different than other Enigma players. Going for that Helm of the Overlord, picks up Black Dragon.
Wrath, and they're going to go in with the Blink Pulverize. Static Storm, well done. GPK and Save both died at JT here.
Sniper does not like to play into Zeus. He does not like to play into Primal. One reveals where he actually is, the other one gets the jump. And that's JT with the Blink Dagger going into BKB next. So once he picks up a Blink BKB, things are going to get much more difficult for Sniper. Zeus finishes off the tower, has Haste Rune, and he found a good neutral item for him. He was not too happy with the tier 1 neutral item. Now gets Whisper of the Dread, so extra 10% spell damage.
A lot of Whispers. Manta almost finished here, 650 gold remaining on that. TA, we really haven't seen much of. Bobica, Sharpshooter to get some distance. Oh, but the shards, they come in from Save. That was almost well done by Bobica, but he ends up dead. He's trying to swipe as much farm as he can. Save. Standing under that trap. It pops, realizing Monet doesn't have the shard just yet, but he's only 300 gold away from that. He'll have that with the silences, which there is no BKB for Miero. He's got the Helm of the Overlord, but getting in and throwing a black hole seems impossible.
They have ways to set it up with Blink on Sven. Also, Gyrocopter wants to play the front line. Save about to finish off his Blink Dagger, so that's going to be extra save in the fights.
Yep. With this 6,000 net worth lead, we'll see if IG... They have Deso, they have the minus armor if they're willing to go Roche. Would be bottom right now, but they're not marked towards it. At least not yet. And again, taking a look at the vision from the Dire side, you've got mid, that cliff over by the triangle. And that's really it. And it really does scream, hey, we did our homework. We're in between games, we really checked up. And that's got to be credited to Super.
For sure. Toronto Tokyo needs to run away. He's going to die. Oh, nice attempt from Nothing to Say. Maybe somebody else was low. So this Tormentor is going to be given up for now.
Doesn't even get the kill on the Tormentor while losing your life. That feels awful. 21-minute Wisdom Rune picked up here by Monet and Miero. Blink Dagger for Xnova, so he's looking for the proper positioning. Looking like we saw in the bottom fight where they killed the Sniper, he's just looking at the positioning to get Static Storm on the Sniper. Get me in, make sure this Sniper dies. We're good.
Pretty much. Boboka has been sitting in the bottom lane forever. He's constantly dealing with Eidolons. What Miero wants to do, Boboka wants to shut it down. So these Eidolons and the Ancient Creep, they don't go over the river. So Roche on time with that Deso. Still 0 charges on it, but works magic against Roche.
I think Boboka should take it. Real carry here. Get this Aegis. Will be Monet, of course. By the way, oh, did he Xnova changed? I was gonna say Xnova, you know he's fully built when he had all just wards queued up for his next
6 slotted.
Yeah. They're gonna try for this. Heavily jumped. He's under the tier 3 tower. Save? Can you save yourself? Oh, an attempt to shard down to the low ground. That was ambitious.
Ooh, Toronto Tokyo did place 2 Observer Wards, which is probably going to get dewarded. So there's one, and there's another one on the cliff.
Yeah, that's the one from Save that's been sitting there for a little bit. And nothing to say. Theoretically, they should know that that exists because the sentry was placed down and they cleared the trap. But they never checked that cliff ward again, and now Nothing to Say coming over. There it is.
Making sure that they're not making a move on him. Canceling the Blink Dagger on Enigma for a second. There was an attempt on a different side, providing vision so that Xnoa can maybe get a glimpse off.
Sin here smoked. Onslaughting under the tower. And the Courier won't die to the tower as they've got this BKB Blink. 4 staff for TA as, of course, the Hurricane Pike's next in the arsenal for Monet, which he is 85 gold away from getting, and he'll get that with this tower take. Save coming over from the side. They're looking to make a move. Toronto Tokyo is here, but are they going to be ready for this? Blink in, Onslaught being charged, hits Toronto Tokyo with a call down. They'll get the kill to both.
That fight's over immediately. And because they weren't able to kill Tormentor, now G2IG, they are going to take it. And there's also Tormentor on their side of the map, so getting some free shards. Shard on Disruptor, really good. Allows you to get a lot of farm, also holding on to Philosopher's Stone. So Xnoa is going to start to scale. If we're talking about these 40 minutes fights, 40 plus, he's going to have Aghanim Scepter. Might be even having it earlier, depends how the fights are going to pan out.
He went from queuing wards to queuing Ags. That's when you know you got the scaling potential. Also, this game's kind of reminiscent of the last one, where you're hoping your carry farms up high enough where you can have that fight back. Granted, I think there's a lot more options. There's Sniper sitting in the back lines. When you are holding high ground, there's potentially Black Hole. Sven has a lot of damage.
Searching. Zeus ulti on cooldown for 10. His smoke broke.
Yeah, Miero. Oh, they spotted him. They've got the glimpse. Onslaught back. And there is a dead Miero, a dead Enigma. That gives Xnova 0-0 and 13. What a support KDA.
Doesn't get better than that.
No.
So with that amplified damage running out, Age is still up for another 2 minutes. They're going to push the high ground, see what happens. This is a better version of Sniper at this moment. Monet, Grobo, Dragonlance / Hurricane Pike. Somebody needs to respond to this.
Guys.
GPK He's going to harass them in the old chat because they can't harass them in the game right now.
No, they can't. And trap down, cleared up. Just trying to get some vision, get a couple more clicks down on the tower. They'll look and focus their attention on the tier 2 mid. Phylactery for Zeus. They've got the Ags now being built for Zeus as well. Also, Toronto Tokyo just used call down to push the bottom tier 2, so they won't have that in the next fight.
I like that nothing to say after finishing off, Manta plus Shard, these are your farming items. You pick up Octarine Core, suddenly you're Spellcaster. And now going into Aghanim Scepter, after finishing that, you're gonna have a Refresher in your quick buy. So double ulti, double Nimbus, great against Enigma, great against finding the Sniper, because he's gonna be cut down to half HP with 2 ultis, maybe 1 Nimby, with 2 Nimby even more.
So, see if they want to make a move with the remaining 30 seconds on this Aegis. They are keeping the pressure on. Toronto Tokyo, he's forward. Thundergod's Wrath gets the vision. Uh-oh. Onslaught looking for the backlines. They kill Toronto Tokyo. 17-4.
That's the problem. It's always G2IG managed by legendary Jack Chen. They are getting the jump every single time. Zeus ulti used off cooldown, scouts things out. They can't use the blink daggers. Sven can't blink, neither can Enigma.
So there's the Aegis expiring. Daedalus for TA next. Lincoln's if need be. Haven't really felt Sven get involved. He's 1-1-0. 25% kill participation. Well, GPK, he's 0-2-0. Like, this is such a rare performance from GPK to be so uninvolved.
Some difficult matchups. Zeus, Primal Beast, Glimpse. TA also can get on top of him. There's going to be another Tormentor, Bobuka. He wanted to get it, but he's getting a lot of farm, so things are going to equalize. JT will pick it up, having that rock throw.
Bobuka going to stack even at 28 minutes. More so for himself, though.
Bobuka, this is it. This is the build. Get ready for some Basher Hoodwink to be able to cancel the BKB Black Hole. It is time. This is something that Save did when he was playing Keeper of the Light, because he had all this extra cast range, so was able to use Abyssal Blade onto Enigma. Give them taste of their own medicine.
This is a build coming to your pubs soon.
This is next level shit coming out from Bobuka.
Toronto Tokyo under a trap. Gleipnir used. Bushwhack sharpshooter. Bobuka making sure.
You know why Hoodwink needs a basher? Because he wants to bash these nuts to open him up.
That's a what, walnut pistachios we're talking.
Do you know that Squirrel doesn't find like 95, maybe even 99% of the nuts that she stores?
Yeah, I've heard. That's such a ridiculous stat line. Onslaught.
Oh, good pike.
Yeah, eat a rock for your troubles. Oh, right on. Dime into the glimpse, forcing the BKB. Take out Nightfall's Courier. Bobuka, revenge for his own earlier this game. So, 18,000 net worth lead. Monet, he's got that Daedalus. Only 6 charges on that Desolator, because since he picked it up, I want to say they've gotten like 2 or 3 kills. I mean, he's been involved in all 3 of the kills that they got. That's why he's got 6 charges. But it's been a very passive game from IG. Obviously an elimination game with playoffs also on the line.
When was the last time that they got a kill? You always love to check that.
On which team?
Well, you figured it out.
All right, well, for
BetBoom, because they're sitting at 4 kills right now.
Yeah, for IG, it was that kill top for Toronto Tokyo that they got. The last kill was Bobuka at 18 minutes in the game. It was Nightfall killing Bobuka, and we saw it. It was top, if I recall correctly. That actually felt more like a guess, but Roche up in 25 seconds. They were waiting on this Aegis. They let the last one expire, so 5-man smoke coming through from BetBoom. They're looking to make a move. It's go time now. They're ready to go.
This is it. They need to make this one happen. Black hole is available. I don't think we've seen a single black hole.
No. We haven't seen like an offensive God Strength either. One that hasn't been strictly farming. They are catching.
I don't think we've seen Assassinate because he's sitting at 0, 2, and 0.
Yes, that is also true.
A lot of ultis not being utilized.
You know, they're catching IG nowhere near the pit. If there is a time for going for Roche, it's now. But now, of course, the trap is there. And they will see these heroes all in there. And let's see. BetBoom start to spread out. Trying to position themselves into a fight that's beneficial for them to not only take, but go for Roche down 20,000 net worth. Eidolons will spot him out, but the Thunder God's Wrath, they immediately go here on to save. They'll get the kill to the Tusk. The backlines of BetBoom are in trouble. The Rock Toss. GPK on even ground here with JT, but there's the Nimbus. And the Thunder Strike on Toronto Tokyo. It's disrupting a lot. X-Nova's ready to go with Static Storm when need be, but they're going to go through. They'll find themselves the Zeus. They'll get the kill on another Say. He doesn't have buyback. BKB was used. They didn't use the black hole just yet. JT now on the run. Toronto Tokyo here with GPK. Glimpse on a Miero. Static Storm. They use the black hole, so it's still available to him with the BKB running out on JT. The God Strength on Sven is dangerous. They don't want to get right into his face, but
Assassinate.
Well, he's going to go in, assassinate a kill. They'll take out Miero. They'll lose Bobica. GPK gets a kill there. They're going to go after Monet now. The shorts block him in. Oh, the damage. They'll get the kill on a save.
It's
now he looks over at Nightfall. Oh, boy. GPK, Nightfall, still alive. X-Nova has Glimpse if need be. He's got the vision on a Nightfall. They'll look over Toronto Tokyo. It's a triple kill now for Monet. Make it an ultra kill. And GPK has already left the fight. No Rampage available for Monet, but he salvages.
G2IG, they baited those BKBs super early on, so there was no BKB black hole that comes out from Miero. Sven managed to still get a kill on Zeus, managed to kill Primal Beast, but yeah, if you're not focusing Monet, he's gonna have a pretty free reign. Daedalus, Enchanted Quiver, Deso, and Pike skipping BKB completely. He's like, yeah, I can keep the distance, and for the next fight, X-Noah is gonna have Aghanim Scepter. So, I don't think you can ask for anything better. They killed Zeus almost immediately. Another good Pike. Or was it something else? It was the Pike from Sniper. Okay, so he pushed him away. And then catching off Miero. Fights are kind of difficult. Like, you're going to see Sven going in. He's like, oh, we're taking this fight for sure. This is 4v2. And then Monet with the Hurricane Pike. The side blades also connected on Sniper. He immediately TP'd out.
Yeah, he had the high ground, but he was the closest to Monet, knowing if he gets caught, he is certainly dead. And then Toronto Tokyo takes one shot to the face and dies, and then a Meld Strike onto Nightfall to clean him up. And you can see the smile of X-Nova and the death of Toronto Tokyo. So, amplified damage, level 25 here for Monet with an Aegis, so he's got 7 more instances of refraction. Bobica, that Abyssal Blade.
He's ready.
Let's
Bobica needs to keep the distance.
And he's going Aether Lens.
More cast range.
Yeah.
That's the build.
Whoa, wow. What a far distance on that Abyssal Blade. Unless that's not updated.
He needs to walk into the black hole. Who's going to win? One pesky squirrel or supermassive black hole?
Can you even, like, outrange it?
It depends how it's placed. Would definitely love to pick up a different neutral item. I haven't seen...
Telescope?
Telescope can definitely work, but maybe if he had a better You know, some Psychic Headband as his neutral item would be really nice.
Yeah, the cast
or what he wants to do.
Scurry. So now he's scurrying, and that Abyssal Blade, there it is.
Yeah. Okay, now it's bigger.
Woof. Okay, now it's smaller. So, Shiva's next for JT. He's looking to just survive. He ate a lot of damage in that last fight. And another stolen Wisdom Rune.
There's one thing that G2 actually need to be better about, even when they're winning the game, is keep an eye on those Wisdom Runes.
Thunder God's Wrath for Vision. And, oh, JT, they actually see Toronto Tokyo. Take our Wisdom Rune, we'll take your life. Or at least try to. Faint's throwing a rock, will uproar, slow him up, and pulverize him into the ground as they will officially high-five. There's the rock into the face of Toronto Tokyo to get the kill.
That was not nice from Nothing to Say. We'll try to steal
it.
it. Yeah, Refresher Orb now ready. So double Nimbus, double Thunder God's Wrath.
There's still, with the damage we saw in that bottom fight, and I understand you've got an Aegis here on Monet. However, it looked like BetBoom had a fighting chance in that fight. And
they definitely did, yeah. Now it's a 30k gold lead.
A little bit tougher.
Monet, Arcane Blink ready, lowering the cooldown. 7-second blink with 13 refraction instances. Make things a lot more difficult to kill him.
GPK from a distance, he's only level 19. Oh dear. I didn't realize how low he was in terms of experience, even with the Wisdom Runes they've stolen. Shards are pretty set on Monet, but he's got a Hurricane Pike. Committing onto that would be very dangerous. They throw down the Shrapnel. They've got this Ob Sentry combo that's over here. They'll take out the opponent's Sentry. Now, Gleipnir with the right clicks with the Hurricane Pike. That is a dead Toronto Tokyo. Walrus Punch on the back lines. Black Hole onto the Zeus. They'll go for the Assassinate. They get the kill, nothing to say.
He
doesn't
has
have
no
buyback. That's a great way to disrupt this.
Monet wants to go in. There's the glimpse.
A glimpse back, onslaught. Miero trying to TP out. There's just no chance. Call down was used. Miero's dead.
I'm not sure that's worth it. They have no BKB available now on Sven. No God Strength. It's running out in the 15, 20 seconds. Monet, he's going to keep pushing. 45 seconds left on that Aegis.
Shards again, short of Monet. Trap silences up GPK, and this top set of racks will now have backdoor protection.
Not for long.
That will run out with creeps coming up towards the base. GPK in between the rocks, but not allowed to get away from that trap. Again with that shard, making things very difficult. Shards thrown out once again, but this mid set of racks are going to be going down, and it is all Monet in terms of building damage.
16 top, yeah, but look at the 60 from Disruptor.
Hell yeah, that's support right there. Disruptor, by the way, did not die in that bottom fight. He's now 1-0-18 in this game.
Aegis is going to run out. Ooh, the timing, they blink out. And BetBoom used the glyph. That's the last glyph.
Yeah. Daedalus for GPK, because it doesn't feel like he's doing much damage. Always 13 charges on the refraction. Just like the downtime just doesn't exist.
He wanted to hit it once, and
he did.
Blink out.
Oh, they got that toss immediately. GPK forced to run away with the Blade Mail being popped at the BKB. They go to the Blade Mail as well as the Pushwhack on a Toronto Tokyo. Monet will rip him to shreds, do you say? They will look for more with God Strength. Stormhammer, Static Storm. Uh-oh. He doesn't have BKB, but he does have a Snowball save. The first one of the game is they're going to go after Monet. The Walrus Punch up into the air, but they've got the Pulverize. They'll get the Cone of Nightfall. He doesn't have buyback. They'll find themselves saved, and that's GG called. IG eliminate BetBoom, and they will move on to the playoffs as they get the 2-1 series victory.
Oh, what a beautiful execution of the draft. This sniper was completely shut down. GPK unable to play Dota for the whole duration of the game, pretty much. But he was sitting at 0-2-0 for quite some time. Zeus with the Vision game, TA traps, and also, this Vision game for Disruptor ruined completely the draft from BetBoom.
Yeah, so a great game from Xnova. We're going to throw it over to the panel and break it down. Take it away.
I love seeing the players celebrate here as G2IG. They win Game 3, so they are now qualified for the playoffs. We'll see them again today as they eliminated BetBoom from PGL Wallachia. And they did it in great fashion after the draft was done. My panel said that G2IG had a very momentum-driven draft. And I think, Kazu, they started out getting that momentum, and then they never gave BetBoom a chance.
No, they absolutely did. I did not expect this much from the draft, I'm going to be honest. I will take the L, but damn, they played really well.
They really did.
JT wasn't like every move. They go to contest their Ancients, he's there. They go make a mid move, he's there. Now there's a bottom movement at 9:30. Look who's TPing. Big fat dinosaur man. Here he is, easy like double kill. Some nice shot comes from the bottom. You can question why BetBoom are maybe going like balls to the wall minute 9, like this deep, but every time they were where they needed to be. They bought nice items. Just deserving win. I didn't expect it.
Yeah, our concerns was if they ever stagnated their play, if they ever settled down into a bit of a farm game, that's when the BetBoom would come to life. But yeah, G2IG, they just didn't let it down. I think JT, a big glow up from Game 2. Of course, he went from like the floor all the way up to the ceiling, right? It was incredible stuff from him. And I gotta say, Xnova though, finishing this game 2-0-20 on the Disruptor. A lot of these highlights, he is playing beautifully around this Blink Dagger, keeping the Thunder Strikes in play, keeping the vision. So then TA was able to utilize the vision from the Thunder Strike with the Hurricane Pike to keep doing extra damage. It was just beautiful symphony of skills.
I thought this fight, by the way, this was the turnaround fight. But then Monet, the only one left alive, together with Xnova, they just
But look at this.
Clean up.
But like the fact that after this, Xnova still is in Thunder Strike.
They're still going.
He then blinks further, uses the trap vision to get another Thunder Strike. It was just like the synergy in the moment to go, you know what, we want those kills. We're not going to let BetBoom have anything. And it was that level of conviction is what we were missing. Like this entire time when I watched G2IG, I'm not seeing it. But Game 1, Game 3, they had it in spades. They were too much of it. And they just need to somehow fix the Game 2 situation. You
can just say, you know what, guys, we're just not going to pick Axe anymore.
Yeah,
draft issue.
The fact that like their Game 1 and 3 was so cool. Yeah. And like they're now in playoffs. Like today's the underdog day. Yeah. We have Boom winning their series earlier today. G2IG beating BetBoom, even though they beat them in Birmingham, to beat them in a position which was like playoff or not. Like, I thought maybe that would be a little bit of a harder challenge, but no, they've done it. 2 series, 2 underdogs, taking the dubs.
Yeah, they are doing fantastic.
Now.
I think also we want to highlight JT just a little bit more, especially his item build, Kazu.
Yeah, like, first of all, he was everywhere where he needed to be, but also the item build. He goes the Blade Mail first against the Gyro Sniper, helps you to get in there, deal more damage. And then next up, no BKB rush. He went for the Blink next because he made so much space with all the damage he has from the TA, all the damage he has from the Zeus. Like, they all just played so well that, this just needs to be highlighted because, yeah, I must say that they did nearly everything, like, perfect from start to finish.
No, it was, again, I just cannot emphasize how important this was for them to win in this fashion as well against such a highly seeded team. And yeah, I think for JT, like sometimes he can dabble in itemization, which is a little bit, game losing, where he's like looking to go a bit greedier. But this time around, like identifying how strong he is, going for that blink, it's just kind of game winning in that sense. And another game winning potential item for the fun of it is of course the Bash of the Abyssal.
It looks memey.
It does.
But it's like they're thinking ahead. The one way you can lose this game is Miero gets some godlike black hole on 4 people, but Hoodwink, just like Kodo, you have a cast range in your spell, in Scurry, you go Basher, Abyssal, Aetherlands. This looks really stupid, but
it's good.
He made sure they could never lose this game. Yeah. So I just love it.
And it's just like beautiful. Like, this is the type of gameplay you get. Like when you know that the game is in such a good position, you have the freedoms to do this, right? And like your position 4, getting the Abyssal, having the cast range is like, you're not going to do that in like a difficult game, right? Like it's going to be harder.
In this one.
But like, it's in this type of game where like, boys, we're doing it. We're playing our Dota. That's when you get to see like the true personalities through the players and the item builds.
Yeah. We're going to see some true personality as well because Tsunami is standing by for a winner's interview.
That's right, you're going to get a variety of personalities, actually, because I am joined by Nothing to Say, and Xnova has graciously offered his services to translate in case Nothing to Say feels a little bit uncomfortable with his English. I want to first ask you about momentum, because right now you've made it through to playoffs, which congratulations to both of you. But you came into this tournament not too great. You were losing a lot of series, and then you've won 3 series straight. So how does emotion affect you when it comes to momentum? Are you good at separating each game, or are you like getting into the rhythm?
就是前面输了2个比欧赛后，就回去大家就一起开论总结了一下，然后后面打得好是可能就 再输一把就回家了嘛，所以就每个人都很认真的对待，然后就打得比较好。
Okay. After we lost our first two series, and we went back to had the discussions and had everything cleared out, and the momentum is good because since we are like one game away from going home, so I think everyone played really well and stepped up into the game as well.
I guess while you're answering that, do you feel the same way? Do you feel like that one game away from elimination kind of puts you on the edge?
Yeah, I think so too, since we are going all out for now, for sure.
And going all out worked out quite well. I want to ask about your hero pool as well. You've been playing a lot of off-lane heroes mid. You played Doom, and then you're playing carry heroes mid, like your Faceless Void against the Coddles. Is this like a recent thing for you, or you've always liked these heroes and right now they're just viable mid?
就尝试些新英雄嘛，然后可能对我们的团队也比较适合吧。就是如果玩这些英雄，可能团队会打得比较舒服一点。
It's a good thing to try new heroes as a mid laner for the mid lane, and it's also benefits the team more because if he is willing to play this type of heroes for the role.
Yeah, the versatility is always welcome. Last question, how'd he do? Did he rotate to your runes enough? Are you happy with Xnova's performance?
Very good.
Very good. Well, I can't argue with that. Congratulations to both of you on making it through to playoffs, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much to all three, of course, and massive respect to any multilingual person out there in the world. It was just fantastic that we were able to do that, and fantastic that G2IG moves forward. Again, they are the underdogs coming in here to this series, and they beat a team that previously has had quite success of making podium placements throughout the last 6 months. So congratulations to G2IG. We'll see what they do further on in the tournament. Any final words on BetBoom, though, T, as they are now eliminated? And not a lot of people saw that coming.
It does feel like one of those teams that potentially took their foot off the gas just a little bit coming into this tournament, and which I don't really like to see. I think Team 2, if you're qualifying for events, you should probably make sure you practice for everyone, even if there's a potential patch coming. So they did this to themselves, I think, a little bit, and they're going to have to pick themselves up and go forward in the future.
I really wonder what they feel like went wrong. Because 10 days ago, they play in the finals. Now they don't make it out of the groups. Is it that the coach isn't here? Do they feel like something was wrong with their draft? Something didn't click in the gameplay? Because something obviously must be off. They're also individually skilled that this is not where they're supposed to leave the tournament.
And it's soon the TI season, right? This is we're months away from the big stuff. And if this is happening now, where they're that inconsistent, it's going to be spooky. So if only we could find out more. Crazy.
Why do you talk like someone that knows more?
I didn't follow this now either.
I was hoping that would be an awesome segue. Shiva, I was trying to do the best segue of my life, and it fell flat. Right? If only we could know more into then,
You're trying to segue into a potential interview.
No, we're waiting for that. We'll get there. It's we're not there yet.
I timed it wrong.
What's happening?
It's fine. No. I was trying to do that kind of cool thing where it's imagine.
I know the previous time you threw very well to the personalities. That was very good.
We can maybe rerun it when
we can rerun it. Yeah, I don't mind faking it.
Before we hear from BetBoom, though, I do want to reiterate how important this series was. I know BetBoom, obviously, they're going to credit that they're rating this tournament very highly as well. However, they are already qualified for Riyadh. They have had so many podium finishes that there is a very high chance that whatever system is in place for getting to TI, they're probably getting invited there too. So maybe the pressure wasn't on them that much right here. Pressure is still on G2IG, however, because they're the middle of the pack. And they already have Xtreme Gaming, who's very high up. And you don't know how many teams are getting invited to TI. So you got to be stepping up real high. And yet you kind of have to almost get tournament placements, podium placements, T.
Yeah, I think especially if you're G2IG, the only way that you get even mentioned in an invite is by winning a tournament, I feel. If you're second, third, fourth, it's probably diluted by how many tournaments you failed to qualify to. So I think there's a lot of pressure on them for sure. And
Well, the pressure that was on BetBoom on this series, we might have underestimated that a little bit because they have exited the building, and we will not be able to get them for an next interview as. They
straight up left.
They straight up left. So
that's a bit
unfortunate. That must be maybe that the loss
volumes,
had hit them very hard, especially the way they won game 2. Obviously, was very dominant, and we were thinking, okay, you know what, they're back in game 3, and then that fell flat. So. That's it from BetBoom here, PGL Wallachia. We are moving forward because there's two upsets in a row. And I know that a lot of people are now maybe a little bit extra nervous about our upcoming series because we got ourselves a somewhat El Clasico in Team Liquid versus Team Secret. That's another best of 3. It's same story. Both teams 2-2 score. One team eliminated, another team qualified. Who is gonna come out on top? If you stick with us, you'll find out. See you after a break.
I'm never chasing a sound. I'm trying to chase an emotion. And it happens to be with sound. You know, when the chef cooks for you, he's trying to do it with obviously presentation and taste and all that. For me, it's really capturing an emotion with sound. And when you do it with the right equipment, then something special happens. We here at Verse, we want to be the best at everything. We have the best monitors, we have the best drum kits, the best amps, and naturally we had to have the best mics. And I remember walking around and thinking, man, I like this song. I wonder what it is, because I curate the playlist and I didn't remember putting the song on, right? And I look over and it's a band playing. I'm like, oh my God, it sounds like a record. And I go up to Steve and I'm like, man, that sounds so good. And I noticed that he was using Earthworks and I was like, oh, okay. Hearing those drums was incredible. I had never heard it in here.
There's a spiritual thing that happens when you get a whole bunch of human beings together in one room. And the artist is using that energy, and that energy helps to inspire them to keep going. One of the first things I notice about these microphones is they're solid, they're rock solid. You can tell they're just high quality when you pick them up. And so then you plug them in and you throw up the channel and it's like, oh my God. Because the articulation is so consistent across the entire frequency range, it doesn't have to be loud to be in the mix. I have so much confidence in what I'm getting is accurate and what's happening is accurate. I don't have to use any of the RAM in my head up on, oh, do I have to compensate for this or compensate for that? No, I can put that energy to creativity.
When Earthworks talk about a fast microphone, they're alluding to the capsule in the microphone moving really fast. How fast it reacts is going to determine just how accurate it is, how fast that capsule can move in response to the signal that it's presented with. So the faster the better. You know, the quality these microphones are putting out is something that, you know, needs to be heard. It's really great.
Once you use these, you just simply can't go back to anything else.
My name is Manny Mariquin.
My name is Steve McGuire.
My name is Kevin Madigan.
And I'm here to talk about Earthworks.
Dota 2 emoji. That's what we're trying to find out. Emoji representation when it comes to Dota 2. Team Liquid's Insania is with me here, and this is where I get to see where your mind goes when you look at certain emojis.
Okay.
We're going into a dark place, I'm sure, but that's what I want to see. Maybe a wild place. We'll wait and see what you say.
We'll find out.
First one, pretty easy one though. It's a trophy.
Falcons.
Okay.
Because they've been lifting too many trophies this year.
Too many trophies this year.
Yeah. I think we've been doing a poor job of stopping them.
Okay. Next one.
Yeah.
Scared, shocked.
I don't really see this emoji that much.
Okay.
But I feel like I remember our manager using it at some point for something, so it made me think of Chloe.
Okay. She was shocked at the bad performances at
I have
times?
no idea in what relation this was used, but I guess like yeah, us, Team Liquid, and like our manager specifically.
Okay, your poor manager. Hopefully there'll be a smiley face representation after this event. That's what you want.
Yeah, that'll be great.
The next one is angry face.
Angry face. Okay, first thing that popped up in my head is Quinn from Gladiators.
Because?
Because he used to be very angry when he played pubs, but he's not really anymore. So I don't know why.
Oh, so
but it was
he's
just
chilled off. He's cooled
He's chilled
down.
off. Yeah.
As you get older, you start thinking, it's fine.
I think he had like a realization moment where he was like, you know what? I'm gonna stop flaming in pubs and just be a better person.
All right, the next one is the bicep, strength, strong.
Oh, that's my boy Nisha. Yeah. Little bro's a beast.
He's shaking his head right now. He doesn't agree.
Dude,
with it at all.
he's strong. He's
Is
very
he?
strong. Yeah.
Okay, this one, my favorite emoji, the clown emoji.
This is 1,000,000% Falc clowns, because they're like, no, but they're just so clowny. Like if they're just all chatting, they're just clowns. If you talk to Marine like in real life, you literally like this guy could fit in a clown suit, and you would tell no difference. It's like made for it.
Maybe we could get them a sponsored clown suit for some event. They can rock up in that.
They
That'd be
should
good.
genuinely just change. Like Falcons, obviously not a clowny org, but the players should just show up in clown suits.
That would be brilliant.
Yeah.
Now though, babyface. Look at that cute little baby face.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Honestly, nothing really comes to mind. Babyface Dota. Do we have any like babyface Dota players?
This is what I was noticing. You don't really have like a super young up and coming talent right now, right? Like I was trying to think.
We don't have a donk.
Yeah, exactly.
we
Yeah,
don't
you
have
understand what I mean, right?
I
Someone
mean,
like
it's like the Falcons players, but they've been around even though they're so young.
Yeah, exactly. They're all names we know of, right? Okay, maybe think of this way then. We'll go a different angle. Like, who might have to be a dad of a team and has babies that he has to look after?
Oh, that's Puppy.
There we go.
Mr. Pupan. Yeah. So let's go with that angle. So
That works.
Puppy, yeah.
Next, the cool face with some sunglasses.
Cool face. That's Zai J or Zai, our previous teammate.
Okay.
He's very cool.
Just cool guy.
Cool guy. Wears
Works well.
sunglasses.
Nice.
Yeah.
Instantly found. And the last emoji, an explosion.
Explosion. Oh, that's Michael Vu, my carry. When he plays the game, he's like kind of quiet, small guy. But then when he plays the game and he's like feeling himself, he's like yelling. He's like popping off. Yeah. He's like sometimes they play like the clips from our games, and you can just hear it's only him just yelling at the top of his lungs, like kill this guy, kill this guy.
Thank you very much for playing the game. It was a good way of going through the representation of emojis, and hopefully things change for Chloe and it gets better for her.
Thank you.
Welcome back to PGL Wallachia. We are on our very final series on our last day of our group stage. And we're going to find out who exactly is going to be advancing to the playoffs and who is going to be our last team eliminated. Joining me for this fantastic series is Fear and Lizard. Hello.
Hello.
Nice and excited today.
Yeah, of course. Been watching the previous series. I can't believe they both won 3 games, right?
They did, yeah.
Both 3 games in the early shift. I cannot believe it.
I can't either, but the Shopify one, I think a little bit more surprising considering how quick game number 1 was. It felt like the series length wasn't the length that you would expect of 3 games, but it did go the full distance as well for you.
Yeah, it definitely did, and I was a little surprised by the results. I thought Shopify Rebellion had a little bit of steam going with them with the 2 stand-ins. Sometimes you do have that stand-in magic, right? Especially reuniting pretty much Sumel going back to like Arteezy and them. So I thought that would be an interesting mix, but boom, they're showing they're strong. They're showing that they're a really good team right now, and it was just a great showing overall.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch, but Boom advancing to playoffs, Shopify unfortunately getting knocked out, as well as the series that you guys watched just before between BetBoom and G2IG. But Secret up against Liquid, that's our final series. That's going to be the story we'll be following right now. These are the group stage results. Obviously, both of them going 2-2 in the 4 series that they've played. That's why they end up here today, fighting it for their lives to stay in this tournament. And the only thing that really crosses over here is the fact that they were both able to beat G2IG. So that doesn't really say much when you're sort of in the same position as the one team that you're both able to beat.
I feel like yeah, they're in the same position when it comes to the results, when it comes to the series played and how many games they won, more or less, at least series won. At the same time, like one team, I would have a little bit more confidence coming from and watching their series and watching their games, because one of them kind of clutched it. One of them kind of had to get extra horsepower with the Carties to defend their throne, you know, to clutch some games out. The other team, however, I feel like Liquid, that is, the other team, they had games in which they looked pretty damn unstoppable with certain drafts, and then they had complete misses. So I feel like if they incorporate what they learned so far from the series, this particular series should be favored for them.
Is that what you said as well? I mean, I shouldn't even ask you. It does feel like, you know, the elephant in the room that Liquid are coming in as favorites, especially because they've made all of the lands so far this year. We've seen them playing in multiple tier 1s, and they've been able to hit top 6 and or above, minus one of the Dream Leagues, as results for themselves. So the fact that they're even looking and, you know, in the same position as Secret, who haven't been able to make the showing or this debut for themselves, having a lot of different roster changes, it's an interesting matchup for you.
Yeah, it definitely is, and like the track record just isn't very good here for Puppy, unfortunately, against Liquid since he lost Nisha. He hasn't won a single best of 3 against Team Liquid since that time. Hasn't got to play a bunch of best of 3s in general, because it has been like the group stage like results and Secret typically hasn't been getting out of the group stages very much into that best of 3 territory. But we're in best of 3 territory already, and they're going to get a chance to try and beat Liquid here.
Yeah, that was all the way back at TI 11, in which Nisha's last showing with Team Secret. When he was on there, they played how many games is that? 752 games together, rounding up to a 69% win rate. And then when Nisha went over to Team Liquid, 10 in favor of Team Liquid and 2 in favor of Secret games.
Constantly competing versus me back in the day, like in these tier 2 tournaments, stomping me.
Nisha?
Yeah, in all these qualifiers, and then God Puppy came and he like picked him, and he's like, you're coming out. You don't need to play qualifiers anymore, boy. You're coming with me. And yeah, they started their domination right there. I believe that was like 2017-18. They played for a year or two, winning a lot of tournaments. I remember Nisha even playing like a Meepo for them in the Dream League Leipzig Major. I still remember that game. And later on, of course, COVID started, and they did extremely well together in those online years. Like those online years were basically how Gaimin Gladiators looked last year. That's how Secret looked during those online years, because they were the strongest. Nisha Yaps or Puppy combo for me is goated.
Yeah, and they're hoping to hit that stride for themselves again, try and fall into that environment. But it all starts with this series. They're going to need to get at least a game 1 win for themselves, get some momentum, and that comes down to draft more often than not. The toughest part about coming up against Team Liquid is what you want to let through. There's a lot of meta supports out there, but you also have to be really careful of what 33 is willing to play in that off lane, and that's why they look at this Doom and this Brewmaster. Doom, I know, is in that meta. A lot of people are betting it in the first phase, but that Brewmaster, it feels very more team specific rather than overall.
Yeah, I mean, that Brewmaster is definitely not one of the meta bans right now. It's definitely a meta offlaner, but typically speaking, it'll be picked later on in the draft, not like your first pick there. So they're just making sure 33 doesn't get a hold of that. But he will get the Kunkka. This is also another meta hero here. Pretty good versus IO, have lots of AoE control. And typically when you play versus IO, you want to have like overwhelming team fight to deal with them.
And you have X marks the spot into relocate, which is always nice. Like you can make sure that one of them isn't going back, or if they go in, you have the Store and Storm, which is also very, very cute to play with. By the way, Brewmaster that you mentioned in pubs is rocking like a 56% win rate in a lot of games on high tier pubs, so around 10k plus MMR. So overall, he is in a good spot, and I really think that lane matchups for him can be kind of rough, but he fits in most squads, like what they need from the offlane. I feel like he fits it very nicely. Like you need this mess, this front line, and also this hero that scales extremely well when you have position ones like Duratio that perhaps don't want to be the ultimate win condition later on in the game. It's spread out a little bit more evenly than with it's spread out more evenly with the Brewmaster.
It's interesting because going back to the start of this patch competitively, I felt Brewmaster was that broken pick for a lot of off-laners. We were also seeing like Lesh in POS 5, and I'm like, oh, we're still sort of in the similar patch, or we are on the same patch, and yet there's just been this change where everything's played and what comes in and out of favor, because Brewmaster did dip for a little bit, and I feel like this tournament, it's just actually going to get higher and higher in its pick rate or even contest rate.
Yeah, even because we're seeing this Brewmaster win versus like we had this talk last time, like the counter pick matchups, like the Sven lost 2 games in a row to it. Like in theory, these heroes that are popular, Gyrocopter, Sven, Luna, these AoE like spread heroes are pretty good in theory against the Brewmaster, but if they're winning versus the counter matchups, we'll probably see a resurgence of this hero.
This is, by the way...
Oh, finally we get to see it.
IOMRC?
Wow. Yeah, like this has been permabanned, and I didn't expect any team to give this away, but Liquid, they either forgot or they have a plan in mind.
Honestly, I was looking at the IODK, and one hero that they played to... Puppy, he tends to pick this Wisp regardless of good or bad combos. Like, he picked Io Muerta, of course, and now we get the IOMRC. He also played like Io Lifestealer. They won that game, right? So they have some... and I was thinking Lifestealer is good here. You have Kunkka on the offlane, most likely. The bat as well with the lasso is a problem, but Kunkka offlane feels like Lifestealer is good. However, IOMRC broken as hell. If you play pubs and you play against this, you know what you do. You just AFK in the fountain minute 12 as they're running you down.
What do you
Only
do?
one hero I like to play against this.
The Io Marcy combo or the Marcy?
Against the Io Marcy.
Yep.
And it's never a bad game for it.
CK.
Yeah, you knew it. You're so smart.
Thank you. I learned everything
is one of the
from
better
you, Theo.
heroes to play against the Marcy, because Marcy doesn't like playing versus illusions, right? But she has so much like single target burst. And the second thing about her is she's so tanky with this IO. You got to kill her fast. And CK can do that. It offers both illusions and the burst damage. It's something that they might be thinking about, but I'm very curious to see like what other answers people might have against this, because as Lizard said, it's pretty broken.
Yeah, honestly, I'd like to see it. I haven't seen it. I've seen Marcy get an Aghanim and she just blows everything up, but eventually. However, they get the Wind Ranger instead. So we have the Kunkka, we have Wind Ranger, we have Bat, we have a bazillion dispositioning tools and a lot of mobility. And this is a hero that I expected to be contested between the two teams.
Can we just shelve the Enigma talk just for 1 second? Okay, I know we're going to have time. I want to backtrack just a little bit to this Bat Rider. Do you think a Bat Rider and his Lasso Ultimate is as effective when the Marcy's on the other team? Do you feel like this repositioning tool for you kind of gets negated by a Marcy that can jump in, an Io that can relocate, or you're not really thinking that far off? The Bat is still there just for these pickoffs. You try and get someone and then you run away.
I feel like Bat does a lot of things right now, and Lasso is just a part of his huge arsenal of damage and map control and stack taking, and like one of the things that you can worry about the Lasso, but that's not the full hero. So overall, I don't think that Marcy is enough. I think you need something extra, and we'll see if they can get that from their position, most likely for the last pick that they need, right? This is, looking at this, probably Enigma offlane, DK mid.
It could just be a casual position for Marcy too. Like we didn't really go over that.
Actually very true.
Because they could just do Enigma Marcy, just have an IO. Because I'm not entirely sure. I've seen Crystallis play a lot of Marcy, but I haven't really like looked either. I just see Crystallis and I kind of like know his hero pool and generally what he wants to pick. Well, Marcy's not one of them for now.
It has been banned out against them. I've checked their games. I've looked through the drafts. It has been banned out against them, but they haven't picked it from the games that I've watched. Definitely in this tournament. And when I look at Secrets draft, I'd actually, if I didn't see the teams, I'd think this is maybe even Liquid, because they played Marcy, they played Enigma, and they played it a lot, and they have this a very weird style in which they even played position 5 Enigma recently. It's just something that's not really meta anymore. It used to be. But put that to the side, what are we looking at here? We need most likely still, well, most likely a 4, right?
They're 4 or carry, I think, is their options, because Enigma Marcy is a really strong lane. And I'm not sure what other carries they might possibly want against this. But we'll see. It's all right.
Sniper.
They picked a mid, I think, in the end of the day. They need a 4 or a carry. They just pick a mid. So.
Honestly, like these two teams, they more so Liquid and Secret have this kind of drafting where, looking through all the drafts of every team, I look at the draft and I instantly know where which hero is going, right?
Yep.
Liquid caught me off guard a couple of times. Like looking at the drafts of the games that I haven't watched, I see I opened the game just to be sure where each hero went. So, okay.
You gotta load up that replay. You're like, hold on a second. How did they lane this?
So Secret did it this time around. So what are we looking at here? Sniper mid.
Yeah, carry DK.
Carry DK with.
But does that fit
supports.
the Crystallis carry style that you were expecting?
I mean, none of these heroes do,
They
so he
played
has to play
Corden
something
on
new.
DK was played by Corden before,
Right.
Not by Crystals in the games that I watched.
But I think Sniper's just better mid than in the safe lane, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's exactly what you guys talked about. And good shout there as well, Phil, looking at the Marcy being moved to a post 4. It doesn't have to always be that IO Marcy combo that everyone's afraid of. And the last and final pick, it should be. It's not. We'll see if Secret has something in the back pocket with it. But the Zeus as the overall last pick, and that pickup for Nisha does move the win range into the safe lane as well for Liquid.
It's a good pick, right? Like you have this global presence versus Enigma as well. Like you get to scout her out. You have this hero that's been popping off in many games, specifically now when the players have finally moved away from full right-click damage Zeus and into just get the lightning hands for the farm, and then I can move on after Manta to the normal damage dealing. Like you get the Nimbus as well versus these heroes, which is nice.
The Ags into the Refresher is normally the build.
Yeah, I saw the Zeus pick coming from like 10 miles away. Right now, everyone's just picking Zeus against Sniper every game. I've seen it like 4 times now.
And what is the matchup? How does it normally play out, and how much does the lane factor into it?
So Sniper owns every hero in lane right now. That's why it's picked. But you can just keep using your Q on the wave over and over, bottle refill, and then later on in the game, you have all this long range damage to find the Sniper, hit vision, and like be able to hit him from even further than he can hit you, which is pretty rare, and not many heroes can do that. So it's just a good game matchup.
Alrighty, we'll see then. Liquid, you guys have hyped me up. They've got some pretty good matchups for themselves, but someone who's going to have a little bit more confidence in Secret's draft is one of their team members who's standing by with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, and it's not the one who was actually in the booth. It's Heen, who I was actually expecting to speak to earlier, but it seems that you've taken kind of a backseat at this event. Afu said that the dynamic between you two is that he's clearly the one in the booth, and then you're kind of watchfully guiding over him. Is that how you see it as well?
Yeah, for sure. I think Afu has taken the more active role as a... Oh, yeah, I guess he's the primary coach now. Well, yeah, ever since I took that break after last TI, I've been watching our games, you know, but I haven't really actively talked to the team for like months. And then I recently came back, and then obviously I'm here to support Afu, if anything. Yeah.
So then what was the impetus for that time off, aside from the fact that you had been with the team for like nearly 4 years at that point? From 2019 to 2023, you and Puppy just grinding out games for 4 years straight, and then eventually you decided to take a break. What was the impetus behind that?
Oh, it can't be one thing, but maybe midlife crisis. I don't know. I was starting to question how much impact I was having compared to maybe my younger years. So like, I felt like I was, you know, I was helping, but I didn't have the same conviction maybe I used to, like, you know, 4 or 5 years ago. So I need some perspective, take some time off. Watching your own team play as an outsider it's a very uncanny feeling, you know. Yeah.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
After that many years, it's like, from the outside looking in, it's hard to fully remove yourself. Well, we're happy to have you back in any capacity whatsoever, and we look forward to how your team does in this game number 1 as we pass it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Neil. Always good to hear, you know, the older guard here within Dota having some perspective, changing their ideas about how they want to think about the game and how they want to think about their careers. So love that type of an interview for this game. And it's going to be a great game. Liquid facing off against Secret. Trent, anything that you're seeing right out of the gate that you're really liking?
Well, my first thought was, you know, maybe we'll get more of that as we grow older. More and more players, talent, everyone will have a midlife crisis because we're kind of getting to that point. So I think it's good that Heen's kind of bringing that up.
I mean, depending upon how many games we play a day, might be sooner than midlife crisis. We might have already passed through it.
Accelerate the aging. That's a very good point. Everyone has felt that feeling. It's kind of like when you see the president after 4 years in office, how much they age. That's kind of what Dota does to one.
Well, we did miss the first blood. Oh, we didn't miss the first blood. We saw the first blood and we were looking at the tri-cam that ended up going down there. Not anything super much to write home about, but it was given over to Boom. So a nice start out for the Enigma there. Insania just out a bit too far. And this is going to be one that I want to watch for. The Enigma taken again. We've seen this hero have a ton of success. And this time around, Marcy still having a lot of impact, even not paired together with the IO.
Yeah, pretty tricky, right? You pick that up in the drafting phase, it kind of feels like that's going to be the go-to plan, because we obviously know how powerful that can be. But we've also been seeing, not just at this event, but just over the past couple months, that everyone is scaling these days. You know, you're watching Hoodwink in every game. They're getting Gleipnirs and Daedalus or Abyssal Blade in that last one. You can plan on getting some bigger items. So, when Marcy first became a little bit more popular as a support, sometimes it felt a little bit hard to get to that like BKB basher.
Right.
Now it's pretty reliable.
Well, I mean, it is such a puppy move to draft IO Marcy and then not pair them together. Like, that is the most puppy draft thing I feel like I've seen in a while. It is going to be trying to contend with the pressure that's up top there of the Batrider Kunkka making some moves on. And we did see Boom. The power of this Enigma, if you can get the split going, already 7 denies there against the Wind Ranger. Granted, not as much CS as her, but she had to go all in on the stats to try and deal with this, as Chrysalis is just fighting for his life in this lane. I mean, it's hard to kill anybody here for sure, though.
Yeah, this is a bit of a slow one. I mean, we had, DK versus Timber this morning, one of the other series in the mid lane. Now you got Kunkka versus DK in the off lane. Just big and tanky, fighting for every last that you can, and now fighting over the Lotus pool.
Oh, he didn't quite get it quick enough, but does get it the second time. I don't know if that changes a whole lot here. Has the Brain Sep, has the Lotus if he wants to use it. Thinking about it. Juke, juke, juke. He ends up going down to the south, but with the Blood Grenade, Thugakor is going to be able to run down this Bane. Did have to use the Dispose before Nightmare came back up again, though.
Yeah, Eidolons were coming over there, too, so no chance. A little bit of space for Mickey, and it's, if you've been watching a lot of Liquid games, you've probably seen a lot of Wind Ranger. They like to pick this hero. They flex it between the 1 and also into that mid lane there, too, so they've got a couple different options, and they're just very comfortable, especially heading to the mid game. It's a hero that can obviously scale pretty well with farm. She's definitely greedy, but she also has this like assassination playstyle where she can just kind of show up, throw off a shackle and a focus fire, and just grab some kills. It's insane. Again, Bane, one of the most picked heroes as of late, and you can see why. We're often contesting for these little resources that are popping up all the time. You got Wisdom Runes, you got Lotuses, you got the Water Runes, then the Power Runes start showing up, and every single time, if you decide to be in a 1v1 with Bane, you will lose.
Right, so that's going to need to be something that we watch for. Does Bane opt to make one of those moves up to try and steal away the Wisdom Rune? That 7-minute mark could be something that happens. But of course, you leave that lane alone, it means that Enigma is going to keep getting some of these denies here onto Mickey. Hasn't been able to completely shut him out by any stretch. Still a lot of damage on that Wind Ranger, but there's been a couple of, just decreasing the experience gain there. As Boxy makes some moves, they get the X mark, pull back. Do they have enough damage? Boxy's just running away. They can't do much more to Puppy, but he looks like he's going to be fine as it's a salve from the bat and then running back into the lane. Ooh, got it canceled though. Ooh, that hurts.
Nicely done. As I send another one out there on the courier. Mickey, as you can see, wind running there. That's going to be a very important tool this game. Versus, the Marcy if it gets some farm, and then also just the sniper, of course, trying to close that gap versus Corden. And closing that gap, hopefully you're trying to do that based off of all that vision. Not going to trade off there. No help from the Enigma.
No.
Just tanking that power shot.
Tried to make the move forward to catch on to Insania again, but wasn't able to get it with that slow that came through. And I'm pretty impressed with what he's been able to do. Enigma's still sitting top of the charts, but there's not that much separation between any of the cores. Everybody's getting farm here.
Yeah, and considering he had first blood, like he doesn't really have that much of a lead anymore.
Right.
He's currently queuing up the drums first on the Enigma, which would be, we've just had all kinds of builds. Last game we had the Helm of the Overlord, picked up pretty quick, which we've been missing out on. We've mostly had Blink BKBs in our games. The Olakor avenged.
Nice. Well played. The power shot comes through to help set that one up, and now Boxy going to get ran down. He stole the amp damage, but that one, it's going to come at a cost. Corden just runs him down.
Yeah, one of the problems with Bat, you can't hide. You
Right.
keep cutting the trees down as you go. Makes it a bit difficult to get the escape.
Corden still sitting strong in this. Always feels so frustrating playing against the sniper in lane. But later on, you'll get your revenge, most likely, depending upon how many other heroes they have to get on top of them. And it's worth noting, the main ones that you got in this are going to be the Bat Wind Ranger.
Yeah, very good at taking advantage of that vision that you're going to be giving towards them. And, of course, they've got a couple different vision advantages, too, just to help out a Bat Rider. You know, nighttime ganks with the help of the Bane, that nighttime vision that we're often talking about in our cast lately, especially because everyone's faster at night, so it just makes sense to make those moves then. And, yeah, he's a bit too late on Insania, unfortunately.
Got to get boots or move quicker. But regardless, that is unfortunate. I mean, obviously, they still get the Wisdom Rune, but would have been a nice gift for Liquid if they could have gotten that.
Insania's going to bring out his boots and another blood grenade here too, though. So chance for a kill as Teal'c is going to open up that hard camp. And up here as we're looking, Kunkka and DK just chilling. Just some big old goose eggs there on the score lines of 0-0-0.
Yeah, still getting real. I mean, that's the thing too, right? In the Kunkka DK matchup, you're not even really going to be shutting out the Kunkka at all with the Breathe Fire stuff because he still gets Tidebringer, last hits, and all the rest of it. So level 6 online, or rather ulti ready for Nisha, could make a move if the time comes around. But it looks like, no, this is just, I mean, this is a lot of farming right here. Oh, man, if they clear this out together, this is really nice. And Corden actually is in a bit too far, denies the Arcane, but he is going to be killed as Liquid bring in numbers and save the Thunder God's Wrath, too. So still more danger. They get the X marks onto Teal'c, pulls him in with the boat. Oh, Liquid, they're starting to turn up a little bit here.
Yeah, good timing, too. There's no 6 yet on Puppey. Like, he's getting close. I mean, of course, that would be pretty early to have it, but he's actually quite close. Maybe there could have been a turnaround potential there in that moment, but Liquid finding that, and yeah, right back to that jungle. Like you said, I would like to see this farmed up sooner rather than later.
The funny thing about this is that 33 is going to get his Ags and have like 1 point in Torrent. Like, you max out X most likely afterwards, and he is just farming so quickly. Like, he doesn't even have Tidebringer maxed out yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I thought Boxy would be getting most of this, to be honest. I thought they would try and get the Blink Dagger up because it just feels like a really solid game for it.
Well, nonetheless, it's some good farm coming their direction. Didn't quite manage to get that stack, it looks like. But still, the Ancients are very full as Insania tries to run away. Boom, banging on those drums. And yeah, the main person that's sort of hurting so far in this game is Mickey a little bit. It's not a huge margin, but Enigma definitely winning that lane.
I mean, he's going for a build to win it, that's for sure. I mean, he's, you know, Tranquils, getting the drums this early too, sitting on a wand up here at 15 charges, then going in towards the Vlads. Like, this is not your greedy Blink BKB, and it's not your Helm of the Overlord, it's just something a little bit quicker here, hoping to get a grouped up push, you would imagine, with this DK, kind of like rotating it with the relocates.
A jump in towards mid. Insania tries to stay alive. Not going to happen with the relocate. They're going to go for bonus kill. And, well, Mickey shows up, takes down Puppey. They're bringing in mass numbers, though. All of Secret is here. Try and do some damage onto Chrysalis. A black hole comes down, but immediately broken by Nisha. Now, if they're not careful, Chrysalis needs to get the hell out of here.
Oh, good jump there from Teal'c to kind of break that up.
Power
sure they couldn't chase on the Boom.
But think about it going, but it's enough.
I did not think that was going to kill either.
Wow. Oh, that's big. I mean, that changes everything. It was looking like kind of back and forth, but the kill onto Nisha is huge.
Yeah, and then Chrysalis can just take that ult for him and just kind of rotate his way back up towards top, farming through those camps. Yeah, he did 3,500 damage. That's quite a bit of damage this early into the game. And he even gets to feel a bit safe here in the mid as he picks up a shield rune.
Things are starting to look really good for Secret here. I mean, again, the main source of damage that I feel like you're going to be depending upon in this one is going to be, you know, Nisha and Wind Ranger in like a focused capacity, but there's so much healing and tank up that they've got going.
Teal'c also getting the second point to the sidekick too there for that extra bit of juice, which is obviously very good on a sniper. Flat damage on that attack speed is helping the siege. Comes at a big cost to Amarasi though, because fewer points in rebound feels miserable in this hero.
Yeah, that's an annoying one for sure. But, I mean, right now, with Dragonlance, how do you assault this and make anything happen? Teal'c Let's get brought somewhat low.
I mean, he has to be really careful.
Yeah, they have Thunder God still.
Yeah, Nisha's doing the math here.
But won't go for it. Still, I mean, this is enabled, right? Because of how strong and how well the other lanes have done, right? This Enigma is probably the easiest gank if they wanted to make some type of a move, but it's not easy to kill Boom, particularly because he's only showing Eidolons.
Look at Puppey right now, too. Him with the Theolcore. Right? They're just going, farming it up. Crystal's doing his thing up top, so they don't have the relocate of the DK, but he's near the Twin Gate, and he has his Blink, so he's kind of ready to make a maneuver. He can TP mid, and he can join in the fight pretty quickly. They really want to boost up Puppey and Theolcore here. Do they have a smoke? They're acting like they do. Yeah, they do own Theolcore.
Okay. So
Liquid as well here, eh?
They're going for a play. Now, this is just 2 points in X, 433. So might need a little bit of help to get the range. We'll see if they can connect onto Enigma. I mean, it is like the main kill that they can go for here. You're not taking the DK down. And it's not easy. It's really not. He's drums, he's running. Boxy's trying to find him. They get in range, close enough. Flame break, push back, but the secondary stun, and now Nisha, he's in so far. They get the lasso down. Chrysalis blinks in, they take down one. Can they get any more? Relocate, tries to take down Theolcore, but the stun connection on the boat. 33 throws out the boat. It's only hitting creeps. Oh, but the relocate, that gets him out alive.
Oh.
I saw the eyebrow raise. He's good, surprised as well.
It's like Celery when he jumped to the pit. Bobby has a laugh. He's like, whoops, sorry, my bad. Could have let you stay on that one, but that's all right. And man, that 3rd point sidekick, like, that is really strong. You can see the burst that you have here. Just from that Marcin, of course, passing over someone else in the team fight can be very helpful.
Well, a second fight in a row now where Secret come out ahead from the gold gain alone. Now they blink forward, stun. Boxy just came back to life, tries to pig pull his way out of here. Secret, they're not giving up on this one, and well, Puppey's not going to relocate out. Now, Mickey, does he decide to run in here and fight this? Let's go for
that's 3 points Dragon Blood. I mean,
yeah, it's a hard kill.
Let him go.
Still, 4,000 gold lead for Secret. Just about 14 minutes in. Well, 33 is actually just keeping 2 points in X.
I mean, he's got some work to do. He's got to get this torn up. Like you said, like he's closing in on the eggs.
Yeah.
You know, so.
I guess he's depending more on Boxy to be that initiator.
Yeah, I think it's
the range is terrible on exit too.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing with like Marcy as well. Like those extra ones are nice with the rebound, but like, you know, he's a DK who's going to blink and stun. So he's just going to count on that instead, utilize it as instead to get in. So it's all good.
And the mech done for Puppey. Bringing out more heals. It is so much life steal. It's not an easy time. I guess the other thing is that if you pass over the sidekick, you can't pass the sidekick because the reason it works is because you're doing double with IO.
But I mean, the fights are pretty close though.
33, stun, jump, look for more. 33, low, dead. Couldn't do anything to stop that. Throws out the Torrent Storm, but there is no follow-up to this one, and Liquid gotta be sweating a little bit at this point. This early pushing strafe from Secret is really starting to turn up.
Yeah, and they're not playing in like the traditional IO sense. Like they're not relying on relocates or like, I mean, typically Bane is often picked with it to set up for the reload. Like they're just kind of grouped up and going. They want to abuse this mech.
Lasso used, gonna connect now onto Boom, and he is gonna fall. So that's the type of pickup that they need. Well, they were trying to make a go on Anisha. It does, again, cost Boxy his life.
Does buy his blink first, so that'll be pretty huge for Liquid. They've been waiting on that for a while. And it is also 4 points in the Torrent now for 3-3. So the tools are now available for Liquid, and they're pretty good versus this general game plan here of Team Secret, right? Like, Boom goes down there. He's finished up the drums, the Vlads, the Tranquils. Now he does want to get a blink, but, like, you see the idea.
Right.
They're going to be grouping. They're going to be going after these objectives. And when you get that vision of the backline with the help of the Zeus, Boxy can actually take advantage of it now. And then if you force that fight with the Torrent Storm, could get a bit messy. Overall, though, their damage still looks pretty weak, especially like once Focus Fire ends, damage kind of falls off a cliff, you know?
Right. Well, and like, because, I mean, Zeus obviously has a ton of damage, but you still have cooldowns, you start running out of mana. These types of pickoffs are really nice if they can get this one cleanly. Boxy still on top of Chrysalis. Puppey goes in, but there's the X mark pullback. And now they get both of them. The X coming in just in time for 33, and they'll get the IO kill too.
Yeah, good counter for a reason.
Yeah. So Puppey, no way to get out of this one. Liquid, able to, I mean, those kills are super important to sort of slow down this maelstrom of damage coming from Secret.
Yeah, and you know they want to group up too. They have this idea of like being in the same spot, try to utilize all their healing just to make sure the fights are really easy and take out a couple heroes for a while. Things get a bit messier, as you can see. Stacks slightly favoring Liquid, but Secret also doing quite a few themselves.
And that's almost full Gleipnir completed for Mickey.
I like that. Nice active item here early. Pretty good versus the IL+1 as well. Especially that Marcy too, but the BKB is almost done for Theolcore. He's been very busy trying to farm away. Sad life though, still only at 27 last hits.
Boxy, he's scouted on these wards, and that's gonna be a little unfortunate for him if they can get in range. Pigpull tries to run away, not gonna happen. Theolcore gets the kill. And that's a hard ward to suss out.
Yeah. Just far enough away too that when you go for those D wards, like you can see, it doesn't quite reach.
Yeah. So 8-12. Still pretty high octane game. As the Manta for Zeus is coming online in a little while. We'll see if Secret decide to make another big move. It looks like they're just gonna try and kick Nisha out of this side of the map.
They have the relocate ready, so if it was a fight, Gordon's able to be there.
Oh God, yep, he sees somebody, jumps away, tries to TP. Do they have a way to get him out? Yes, they will. So Nisha found in the jungle, not able to get away from them.
Secret continuing to keep the lead here. It's felt like they're the ones who are controlling a lot of the space here, limiting some of this farm, but not quite breaking out into a big lead. It's going to be Boxy dying in the almost exact same spot.
Dude, they are ready for him.
the look of him right now on Boxy, that kind of says it all. You know, he's got the hood over. It's like, oh man.
Yeah, all these sneaky wards. I like their placement. Just, I mean, you know that this is where they want to play when they're trying to dodge away from the fights, and I feel like we're seeing the meta evolve of...
Well, it might be a taste of his own medicine here off that ward.
That's true. Corden in some trouble with the focus fire down.
So
yeah, they are.
Dude.
That's nice.
The Gleipnir into the completely like lay-up shackle shot like that.
It was all a bait is what you're saying. That's what happened.
That's what it wound up being.
All right. Fair enough. Oh, I love this 33 build. He has some of the cooler builds in Dota, and just going straight into that Bloodstone. Oh, excuse me. Now finding and killing. That's Boom with the quick double kill.
Had a good read on what they were up to.
Well, Mickey just going to X mark and then send himself back. 20 minutes, Tormentors online. We'll see if either side decides to go back and deal with those. It looks like already Secret trying to make it happen.
Boom just got his shard delivered as well.
Oh.
So take that one out of the running.
He's got mech. He's fine, surely. Yeah, they're good. And that is for Puppey. Secret been in pretty complete control, it's felt like. Corden kind of cliffing himself a little bit. I don't know how you get out of that, actually. There you go.
Wait.
Gets in, gets out. Easy peasy. But it definitely feels like Liquid are sort of just trying to build up into this later item timings, play around the Zeus Manta, the Bloodstone maybe. And who knows, maybe they won't even want to do that later. Maybe it's just continuing to farm and think that they scale later. They're still kind of under some wards here.
A bit of a Thunder God's Wrath there just to see how dangerous it was as well.
Right.
At the moment, and realizing that they're relatively safe. They still have a ward right up on that high ground that is watching what Boom is doing nearby Nisha, so he's not playing too scared. Recognizes that the Enigma is alone, but kind of hard to make a move into this. Secret instead of the ones who are trying to get a bit aggressive here.
This is nice, though. If they can find a pick-off. Now, they did, again, like you said, Thunder God's Wrath and then set up for seeing that Sniper was over there. If Mickey shows, then it looks like Sniper's not going to head down that direction.
Dire scan. Yeah. Knows they went through the twin gate.
So, Corden, I mean, this is a pretty bold move.
Yeah, he is backing away.
Right, throws the shrapnel, then runs out.
All right. 22 minutes in with this lineup, even with this space, Roshing isn't necessarily free. But, I mean, Yasha, Leipnir.
I mean, it doesn't feel good to bring all these heroes down here and then not manage to find a kill or anything.
Yeah, but, yeah, no Thunder God's Wrath, too.
No, it's pretty rough. You can see their win probability favoring Secret at the moment. But eyes towards bigger items. BKB for Boom. While the tier 1 tower mid still standing.
I feel like I've been watching Theolokor hit creeps for like 6 minutes.
Yeah, he's chilling.
It takes so long. He's just like farming neutrals that are left over. Like, he's not getting any of the good farm. He just wants his BKB so he can play the game.
Well, Bloodstone's done for 33. The mass water park build. It is strong and online. But Secret, definitely the ones that have been able to maintain a stronger lead over the game. Now, they are smoking up with 3. And it looks like they're going to get together and go as full 5, and Liquid doing the same.
There's a great healing Lotus on the IO as well. So between the wand, the mech, there's a ton of healing. They need to blow up this IO first.
They scan, and the scan's red on Roche. They think they're in there. Oh, and they're going to run straight by them. Liquid, they're in a good position for this, actually. Send out the Eidolons. Boom, breaks the smoke. Boxy breaks the smoke, too. They don't realize it. Boom. If they find him right at the start, Thunder Gods would be huge. They find the Sniper, and Water Park goes out. They were not ready for it. A random torrent connects onto the IO. Oh, man, and immediately gets the grip on Athelial Core. They're all going to go down. The time when the scan hurts you so bad.
Oh, that is the potential that has just been waiting for Liquid. Like, Secret controlling so much of this, but the team fight, everything they've been building up this whole time gets unleashed in an absolute fury at them. And they just get blown up. And then you've got Theolokor spending the last, like, 8 minutes farming up BKB only to get gripped.
Yeah,
for almost a full duration in that one. So just knocked out of the fight. And yeah, couldn't have, I mean, watch Puppy. Goes off to the left here. He's got all of this heal. Torrent.
Dude, Torrent Storm. I mean, that's granted luck, but also like you're building Bloodstone to make sure that you get that hit.
Yeah.
Like that's a big part of the reason you go this build entirely.
That is so painful.
And it's all again set up. The scan that connected when they thought they were in the pit, and I mean, if it had turned green, I don't think that play happens. If they had just run past it a little bit. Oof.
All right, well, that puts us on some pretty even footing here. And as you can see, the net worth of those Radiant heroes starting to climb up the charts, catching up to that Sniper. And can you even make a punish off of this? I mean, not really, right? Everything's just kind of back on the Radiant. I mean, the only thing they're missing is Fiend's Grip. They're a little low on
They use Black Hole on Secret.
Yeah.
No, it's a tough situation to be in. As Boxy going to give up his life for the cause? No. I like this. They're, you know, the cores are giving supports a little bit of time to evacuate. I feel like that's half the reason we're seeing these blink daggers.
Yeah, we're learning, it seems.
You know, otherwise you're just going down. They're not waiting for you. So 3,000 gold into the favor of Liquid off the back of that fight and taking the Tormentor. And for Secret, where do you want to see them go now, right? Like, they have this still incredibly strong group up potential. They're getting towards the BKB. Do you wait for BKB on Boom to fight? Like, I don't know. What's your thoughts on their timings now?
The hard thing is that even when you're a little bit ahead in this game, it's hard to fight because of the Zeus.
Right.
So I think The main problem, unfortunately, is just they have to be really reactive to whatever play they make from Thunder Gods into the lasso, which means playing tight is a little bit better for Secret, but they also have these items they really need, like the BKB. That's why Boom's up here farming all by himself, and they don't really feel strong enough to just fight into the Zeus Aegis right now. So their answer is basically just like wait for the high ground.
Yeah. Dodge as much as possible.
It kind of swings back around a little bit when, when Corden gets that big damage, and if he gets off his BKB, like a fight's not going to go like that every single time for Liquid. If he gets the BKB off, if he's immune to the X save of the X counter to his save of relocate, then these fights should look good for Secret. Oh, Puppey got left behind here.
Oh, and they got him. So we'll lose his life. Smart TP out there by Corden.
Yeah, and that was the use of the Thunder God's Wrath too. So that won't be back for 107 seconds. Give some space.
Oh no, they're TPing. They want to fight down bottom instead. Just trying to pick people off whenever they can. Yeah, that is going to be an interesting dynamic, is seeing, how quickly Corden's going to be able to get that BKB off. If there's a lasso to start the fight, it's pretty hard. 33, that's a tanky hero to go on right at the start, but down to half HP before he can cast a spell, down to nothing. Gleipnir used. Good shackle connection, and now Fieldcore trying to get out of there, but the stun for the turn, and Chrysalis is on top of him. Black hole immediately. Boxy tries to interrupt, but no, BK's going to go down. And there's the BKB from Fieldcore. Able to get some separation. They relocate in. Liquid running in one by one, and they're all dying.
That, I think, all comes off the back of that one kill on the Puppey, right? That Thunder God's Wrath.
Yeah.
They utilize that. That gives a little bit of space to Secret, some breathing room, and they recognize that it doesn't matter how tanky this Kunkka is because you have this Mercy, right? Like, what other support is going to have that nice immediate burst like that to help out from that distance? Very, very helpful for some physical burst. They just cut right through him.
The overconfidence, seeing that Puppey was gone, and Liquid get brought down low by that one. Now, level 15, so we see this jump yet again, and easily able to bring down 33.
Chunk, chunk, chunk. And then, of course, the fact he didn't BKB that, I thought was really impressive.
Yeah.
Because he's like, well, I mean, chances are that, yeah, I'm probably just dead anyway. And then somehow he survives this lasso, which was crazy, and then he gets a BKB to survive.
That's kind of nuts. Once Puppey's back alive, too, he's, nobody's going to be dying in that fight.
All right. Currently, there is a ward spotting this positioning of Team Secret. And you got to think that, yeah, they really want to take advantage of this as Liquid.
33 needed to farm out that wave. Now they go for the Thunder Gods. Spot him. Corden jumps in, gets... Okay, they go for the Puppey kill.
Yeah, without 3-3 in range, probably just too worried about a relocate save.
Fair. So they get another pickoff. Still less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams, and it is Aegis reclaimed. Insania is rushing an Ags. And already has one component of it, actually. Sitting pretty even without the Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of those, aren't we? He's got the cast range neutral of the Eye of the Vizier. And a lot of the disables are single target, so there is a chance that the illusions just keep on going with the Fiend's Grip. Also just freeze you up in the fight of two, of course.
Good blink back by Boxy. Well, at 30 minutes now, you still see that 33 is kind of relegated to this bottom side of the map and not really able to quickly join up with the rest of his team. But now starting to head down mid lane. There's no tower to get here. So they're just going straight at him?
It was that same ward.
Yeah.
They're just trying to use it again. Try and give them a kill. Secret now going to smoke through it. Now perhaps this ward will be their undoing. Depending on the move. It's quite the draw here from Theolacor. He's saying I want to do a big wraparound up to the bounding rune and then back down the stairs. And he's still going. The rest of the team kind of held back and he's like, no, trust the line. That is a Nisha illusion here. Maybe hoping they make a mistake on it.
But no, they're separating back. Eyes on the Shiva's guard next for Kunkka. That type of a pickup is really nice against all of the healing that you've got on the side of Secret. But it's a full MKB for Sniper.
Dire scan here. Really not sure what's going on. We don't have many Liquid heroes there at all. In fact, Liquid even thinking like, are they here?
Right.
I think Boxy just called that they're going to use the Twin Gate.
Oh, and they're already heading down here. Now, Zeus is staying far away, but the rest of the team moving out. There's the Thunder God's Wrath. They see him all. Boxy looks for it, jumps in, but going to get interrupted. Got a little bit too excited and wasn't quite in range to find that lasso.
Corton's a big fan of that voice line.
Oh, yeah.
He's been spamming that one a lot this game. In fact, if you press enter, it's just, what the? What the? How many's he dropped this game?
There's been a lot of them. Oh, my God.
No one else is very chatty this game. It's just Corton.
Well, feeling good. Mr. Corden right now is Roche. Capable of respawning. What's the timer? 47 seconds. So it's still going to be staying on the day side. Be pretty long Roche for it to be over to nighttime. An Aghanim Scepter completed on Zeus.
Ooh.
He's real strong.
Yeah, with the Octarine too.
Going straight into the refresher next. I will say, like, I'm trying to think about how these fights are going to work out, and it does definitely feel like connecting onto Corden is not going to be easy, right? Because you've got, like, okay, hypothetically, either the Bat Rider or the Wind Ranger are the main people that are going to try and jump on him.
Yep.
And if you get a Blink Dagger from Boxy, like, that's obviously amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But as we've seen, it's not the easiest thing in the world with all the vision that they've got.
Theolcore also has a Linkage complete, I believe.
Oh, my God.
To try and protect him. It's not delivered yet, though. Oh, it's not complete. Sorry. Thought it was.
Well, and so the other thing, too, is that, like, if it's Wind Ranger that runs in, you have to be concerned just about a black hole, and then you're, like, sitting Bat Rider back to break the black hole because he's going to have BKB black hole. I mean, it's definitely feels like a tough one. And this area where we've seen so many dead bodies is where it looks like the next fight is going to occur. No towers down here still. They know that Roche is capable of being up, and it is indeed up right now. But the long wraparound Liquid, they say they don't want to do that.
It worked well here last time.
This is interesting.
No scans for either team.
Okay, Thunder Gods, Boxy looking for the backline jump. The huge wraparound. Do they see?
I mean, they're going to see it because of the ward.
They see him. Yeah, he's got to blink away. And now Nisha steps forward, just gets stunned. The follow-up, they're in trouble. 33, they're all grouped together. But no, it doesn't look like they want to do it. But Boom jumps in, black hole. It's not going to do enough. Not nearly enough. The Unicorn Puppy are off to the other side. Double buybacks as they take down Boom.
Nisha shot down, though.
But yeah, Nisha is going to get killed, too. He doesn't have buyback, and now Boxy's gone also. If Corden is in position, this fight will not work for Liquid.
Found out here as well. Yeah, great relocate there from Puppy. Just Boom to a spot outside of the fight where he can just clean things up afterward. Tons of attention there onto Boom. Exactly what you want. Totally fine. And that ward, I mean, they got the Thunder God's Wrath. Sure, they knew where they were, but they're all sitting underneath that perfect ward here from Team Secret. So Bat Rider comes in. There's this big flaming trail. Like, they don't see a Bat Rider, but they know what's going on. And they're going to have to follow Roche up to his northern getaway. Pick up a banner.
Send in an illusion. Verify, yes, indeed. Roche is being taken. And yeah, Liquid losing that fight, losing this second Aegis. As Corden is going right on in for the Aghanim Scepter, actually. Saw that one.
Nearly done here, just about 150 gold away. And from that fight, looks like the Ulcor is also now about to finish that Lincoln.
Rush is banned.
Just as to steal one. One more CS there.
Right.
Boxy.
It has just not been Boxy's game. It's been rough. Dude has not been having fun. We'll throw out a lasso, but eventually they make the move in and get that kill. Yeah, 3, 11, and 13. I mean, the 13 assists are great.
They ran immediately to the twin gate as well because they're worried about the potential play onto Corden when they relocated back up top.
It's just a lot to ask of a Batrider in this game, it feels like. It's tough.
Yeah, if they don't kill Corden, they just lose the fight. Of course, if they do kill Corden, they just win the fight. Isn't that amazing?
It makes it simple.
Wow, the duality of this game.
Well, it's still a difficult one indeed, as they need to find a solution for this pesky sniper, who is really presenting a ton of issues that have been unresolved. And now the other thing is, like, even your Blink Dagger initiations, they're just being canceled out by these DK illusions that are getting spammed all over the place.
Find on the Fiolico here, but
nice
Manta.
That gets him away. Yeah, I mean, if they're together, like, Wind Ranger just feels like she can't do anything.
Yeah, we have not seen that that threat much here in the later parts of this game. I mean, still 7-2-9 on Mickey. You look at the scoreline, you think great times, but very hard to break into these fights right now for them. How close to a refresher? Quite a while.
Yeah.
For Nisha here. Looks like he's taking a long time to decide here in his tier 4. Not sure quite right or what the right item's going to be for him.
The damage from Sniper is just so insane. I can't wait till this dude gets nerfed. I'm so over it.
Ho ho ha. Why is it that the 2 of the longest patches we've had have had so much Sniper?
You're right. What the hell? There's a conspiracy going on.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh my goodness. 6.83 and 6.84. 6.83 was the spin to win one, actually. Anyways, a tough crack.
I mean, Boxy knows.
Yeah.
He has no TP.
This is.
Oh, they're gonna reload for this. He's like, nice. Oh. Oh no. Wait, more?
Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's
Boxy's
the goat.
back.
He's the goat.
There it is.
How? How does he? How? I can't believe they reload for that and still didn't get it.
That's pretty huge.
All right, time being spent here, and then they're going to use that to try and take the Tormentor here. It's getting a little spicy.
Oh jeez, oh jeez,
oh
god.
No. Yeah, they're
Take
fine.
it down.
Nimbus. Oh,
Chrysalis is coming. No, 33's found. Oh, the most expensive Tormentor, and oh, that's unfortunate for them. Losing 33 hurts.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure does.
Man, besides that one good fight, it really has just been all secret all game. They've been putting together a hell of a performance here.
It's a good like example of this strat working out, because it feels like for the most part they've played a pretty tight game.
Right.
Like they've been very clumped up for a lot of this match. And part of the reason why it's working so well is that obviously the 2 of the biggest tools that they need to work on Liquid are the Batrider and the Wind Ranger, and they suffer a lot versus this clump. So it's, even though you're like missing out on this like potential net worth that can be there, it's obviously worth it because it just stifles what Liquid's trying to do. And then on top of that, because of the relocate, they're not like permanently clumped, but they're always threatening the clump.
Well, and in a day of upsets, could we have the biggest one so far, most likely? Team Secret breaking their streak and being able to take down Liquid. The jump-in lasso. They want to bring down Corden. Do they have enough damage? This is as good as it gets. Focus fire gone. Now, can they do it again? You still got to be wary of that black hole. They already have the Nimbus down. Good damage on the Corden. Still the focus fire, but they have that reload to try and get him out. Will they be able to escape? Now trying to get the slowdown. Boom, dropping down everything. Blink Dagger's being broken. They're starting to kill off the Marcy. She's dead. 33 runs in, looks for more. Now they get the Torrent Storm. That's perfect, exactly what they need it to be. But do they have enough damage to finish the job? The boat is out there. The heal comes in. The black hole. The grip comes out just in time. Able to interrupt that one. Nisha almost out of mana from all the damage he's been throwing out, and they're still too strong on Corden. The little sniper boy that could, as he hits from the low ground, finds 33. Another Torrent in the tidal wave to try and get away. They're regenning on the Wind Ranger. If she can get back in, and actually Chrysalis with the X mark. Batrider's moving forward, wanting to find an opening. He's looking for that back line, but immediately they're right on top of him. Wind Ranger runs forward. They just want to kill Sniper, make it stop. And I don't know if they're going to be able to. Mickey's got to run away.
Oh, he's trying to cancel the Blink of Chrysalis here.
He's got to run.
Chrysalis feeling it. Oh,
Gotta hide. Force
out
out the focus fire, Mickey. You're crazy. You're crazy, and it's enough. They get the kill that they needed. This fight has lasted so long, and Mickey cancels his TP, decides I'm ready to battle again.
He pulled the handbrake U-turn there.
Let's keep going. Why not? And when all is said and done, they didn't even get the tower.
I mean, that's got to be a win in the end here for Liquid after all of that.
No, stupid recap.
I mean, the recap, it was, give it a break. The fight was pretty damn long, you know?
Oh, yeah.
The lead is about where it was. I'd say down a little bit, but...
The Aegis, they burned through it.
Yeah, and it's proven that, you know, you can do this. And think about the fact that fight started and 3-3 was in the base. Like, he was just, like, running out of the well, pretty much. Just made it so difficult for them. Boxy did a great job getting all the way behind. The blow up right away of Theolocor as well. Another big tool for them. And yeah, once we get this second fight outside the base, the Torrent Storm's going crazy.
It's pretty clear that what Bane just needs to do there, he's so ready.
It was so fast.
He's pre-casting, basically. They did break it in the end, but it was worth it.
Mickey just lost the data list back in the real game here.
Oh, that's Theolocor in some trouble, but he gets the jump away. Mickey not able to get that quite on time, but the focus fire after the fact. Chrysalis trying to run. Nisha, almost enough for Theolocor. He gets the focus fire, the jump in. He's bouncing all over the damn place. The shackle shot's not enough, but now they have the focus fire continuation onto Chrysalis. That's enough for the kill. He's dead for 2 minutes. That was a buyback. Oh man, so much space being gained as Liquid starts their rumble forward as they take down 3 again.
Corden, in.
Oh, black hole, danger, danger. Yeah, and they're not going to do anything to stop. What, Mickey? Oh my God, if he got out of that. He survived a long time. Pretty tanky Wind Ranger, but not that tanky. All right.
Okay. We go for
You remember yesterday when it was like 2-26 in one of those games we were watching?
Yeah.
A little bit different this time.
Yeah, 26-33 at 43 minutes. We take these, though. That's for sure. That's what we want to see. Okay, so where are we at now? Because that's like Liquid get outside the base. McKay loses Chrysalis. Would have been really nice to have that game. It's still gone for 2 minutes. So what I could see from my small window while watching that replay was basically that Theolocor got the courier, destroyed Mickey's data list. So now that's going to be a while before it appears. And that's kind of what broke out this whole fight.
Okay. And they were able to chase it down and...
That's a long chase.
Get the punish. That is a very long chase.
And now, with all this chaos that's happened, we're actually almost back to Roche.
Yeah, true. 45 seconds until it's back up again.
It feels like our last team fight was just a Roche fight, and yet, you know, that was all just one fight pretty much at this point.
What you doing, Corden? You got 6,200 gold.
Oh, what is he going to do? That's a pretty good question. That's a lot of gold to hold on to.
Roche is going to spawn down bottom, and they can take it there if they want or let it go through to the other
scan
side.
is still green. Red for a second.
Yeah, they see it now.
Ooh, okay.
They're heading top, though. Oh, interesting. Okay, Liquid is going to be there before...
Yep.
But I think they can kill Roche in time.
Nah, I don't think so, because...
It's 10 seconds. Now they see that they're taking it. Oh, man, this is... Oh, it's unfortunate for Liquid. That Roche spawn actually destroys them. As they try and make it through, they try and run away. Can they hit it? Can they kill it? Roche is so low. They're waiting desperately, and they move through. They go through. Wait, Roche is dead. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The ghost ship comes down. Aegis on the ground. Every damn thing.
3-3 got it.
He takes it away from them, and now they're going to chase down Corden. Mickey's on top of him. Corden in some trouble, but Mickey is too. Force Staffs gets to the far side. They relocate, but now they can pull him back. Corden separated from the rest of his team. They have a nightmare. The boat is out, but do they have enough damage with that black hole to take him down once? But guess what? He's got an Aegis. Nisha has now shown up to the party, and Secret, they're going to get punished hard as they kill them all off again. Puppy going to get X'd and pulled back. Boom, the lone one surviving, and well, he might not be able to get out of there either. What an unbelievably ballsy play by 33 to go through.
It's hard to kill Roche that fast, you know?
Damn.
not often we get to see him killed up on the hill. The poor guy sent to the gallows up the stairs there. And 3-3 managed to grab the Aegis too. I mean, you can think if like Corden lasted so long in that fight, if he's the one that gets the Aegis, especially with Boom coming in at the end there with that late black hole, that could have been a fight for Team Secret.
Jeez. What a difference it could make. And now, I mean, you've got buybacks, but this is your buildings going down. 40 seconds left. They're going to lose so much, and they're going straight for the tier 4s.
3-3's build, man.
Dude.
Paying off to send him through the gate.
Dude.
All right, Boom, in behind.
All right.
He's caught.
They force out one, and oh, man. That's Boom, you got to get out of there, buddy. It's not going to be enough. He dies. No buyback either. So Sniper is alive with Marcy, but I don't know. It feels like they're going to lose so much here. With no Enigma, are you even afraid as Liquid? Like, if Sniper shows, they can go on him.
There's a lot of creeps up top that they've sent Mickey's illusions to, so they're fine with that.
I mean, to be fair, Corden does still have BKB. He does so much damage, but yeah, those illusions, they're starting to whittle it down. And I guess the problem is there's no other tier 2s taken. They just ran it down mid. Okay, they got to reset.
But now it's Team Liquid with the 8K lead. Again, it comes back to just how these fights play out, because if Corden is able to just hit and swing, it's going to get a little bit crazy. Theolocor has now hit peak Marcy now, too, with the Basher being complete.
Boxy jumps in, finds one. Theolocor, how you doing, sir? Focus fire out, and enough for the kill.
And
again,
you know what? No buyback.
And you don't have to worry about the Enigma, so you can make those types of plays. Grip with Aghanims, he's not going anywhere. The damage is not high.
Puppy?
And Chrysalis goes down. Puppy, he's nightmared. Insane, he got him too. They are crumbling on Secret and Liquid, making some erosion happen here. Unbelievable.
I believe that's a refresher also finished now for 3-3 here, so the fights only get worse at this point. Graph goes up well into the favor of Team Liquid here, as Mickey also having the Aghanims. These are definitely just the see you later items right now.
Are they just gonna, I mean, I don't know. They're over in the mid lane, Trent. I don't know. There's no buyback on a DK. Boom is alive though. We've seen so many times teams go for greatness and get punished hard, and he does have a refresher.
He does. He doesn't have the Ags though, so he doesn't have that max HP.
I mean,
so he still needs Corden to clean them up.
Danger. Danger, danger. Black hole onto 2, but the grip immediately in response. That is not gonna be enough. Dead, no buyback. And the path is clear. Walk forward, find Corden, bring that man down. As they will kill off the Sniper. They're gonna win game number 1. Liquid, never count them out.
Some big leads built up by Team Secret here, but it did feel like there kind of was a bit of a timing with this whole idea, right? We saw this pushing they were doing. It looked super solid, and they go for that one high ground push where this big fight develops, and they don't even get the tier 3 tower. And then from there, Liquid just started getting out on the map.
Out on the map, hunting. I mean, we already saw the graph and how much that swung forward to the side into their favor. Dude, that was a crazy match. We want more like that. That was sick.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, that Roche fight too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're not going to see many fights like that. So Liquid getting the big fight wins when they needed it most. And shout outs to 3-3 too, because that build really came online in the mid and the late game.
Shout outs to Secret and Liquid for giving us a hell of a show. Let's head back to the panel. Let them talk about it.
It was a fantastic game, number 1. I mean, that's just the beautiful setup to this best of 3. That Roche fight, we can't go too far past that one because whilst, you know, Liquid were doing well to defend high ground, ultimately that is what won them the game. That was the biggest turning point because everything else just felt really even, Lizard. Sometimes you would see Secret win a team fight. Then not even a minute later, Liquid be winning a team fight. It just felt very all over the shop. A great entertainment value for sure.
Definitely. This is pretty much Dota that you like to watch, the best kind of Dota to watch, because it's keeping you on the edge of your toes. You're not sure who's winning, but overall for me, from the get-go, after the laning stage, I felt like Secret had it.
Yeah.
I was wrong like many other times, but it really felt that way. They had really solid movements, and even after losing a fight such as that one around the Lotus pool down bottom, when Zeus scouts them all out, when Enigma dies and Sniper as well, immediately, they still managed to bounce back, and they still managed to get to that point where they're pushing the high ground. But there is one single rule in this current patch, and that is don't push high ground. Like, just wait. You don't have to. Like, just don't go up there. You're gonna lose, and lose they have.
It felt like everything before this high ground push, Liquid were winning pickoffs. They were able to get, you know, maybe 2 people together. The IO comboed with whoever he was tethered to at the time. That was all they were really able to get. And then on the flip side, Secret were able to win every big team fight, or where it really mattered for until this moment.
Yeah, they did, and this game was looking super well for them. There's like every time they went high ground, though, those team fights looked a little rough. But outside of the base, it looked good. The Sniper, they had a hard time locking him down, doing the damage. Even Crystallis on this DK, real annoying to play against. But sometimes you make the call. Let's go Roshan. We have like 30 seconds to kill it, and you just pray you can. And just, I don't even know why 33 went through the gate there. That was such
alone, by the way,
That was such a risky play to do, but it like paid off in spades and made an amazing highlight reel there for him. But well, it was just a crazy game all around. Really back and forth, a lot happening. Big team fight ultimates being used here, and Liquid just getting the craziest win possible.
It's like one thing that you can always be grateful for to Ice Frog, at least, is when he keeps Enigma in the meta. Whenever this hero is in the meta, the games are fun, because it all revolves around the black holes. It's this big brain, who has buyback, who has Aegis, do we save buyback to fight after the black hole and stuff. Unfortunately for Boom, in this game, he had a couple of counters, and even the black holes that he used, sometimes they were good, sometimes they would just get gripped, so they had ways of dealing with them.
Yeah, I wanted to show this Conquer real quick, and the impact that 33 had throughout this entire game was absolutely crazy. Like, even at this minute mark, he was rotating to the mid lane and getting kills at the runes. And I think we'll see it here. We're gonna kill us. He's level 5 right now on Conquer, right? He ends up grabbing the snipe here, gets the kill on the Sniper. Then guess what? After he gets this kill, he's level 6 now. Boom. Now he just goes mid. Now Boat's available. He chains that into a double kill right away on the Conquer here. And 33 for me, like, has to be the MVP of this game. And of course the Roshan fight. He's through the gate by himself.
The
His
hell is
Boat
this, man?
just gets the hit. Yeah, the Boat stuns him, kills Roshan, and then he gets the Aegis there. And then the game was just pretty much over after this.
I really didn't think he was going to snatch the Aegis. I see him come through this twin gate, and I'm like, okay, really brave. You know, there's an alternative timeline that we're living in where we're reprimanding 33 for being so greedy, for feeling like he can contest Secret on taking down his Rosh.
This is the only timeline where
it matters.
The outcome. In every other timeline, he's dead, and they just finished Rosh a second earlier, or they killed him first and then went Rosh. It's absolutely insane.
I wish we could slow down how close it was to someone on the dire side taking that Aegis, because it felt like they were both within range to pick it up for themselves, and somehow it goes towards 33. It's so impressive to have that foresight, to know that you are strong enough and that you have the resources to be able to stop
That Mickey's score is also very impressive, by the way. 17 kills, 3 deaths, 17 assists. Yeah, I had a pretty solid game on the Wind Ranger. Also a game in which you can get shut down a little bit. It wasn't the hardest game, but they had some ways of catching her. On the other hand, I've seen better games from the Batrider. A couple of yeah, they caught him a couple of times, even with the heroes that don't usually catch you, but he was the one really giving the massive info. He was the one going in first most of the time.
Very quickly, let's touch on IO Marcy. It ended up not being that safe lane combo we expected it to be, but we still saw IO and Marcy running around a little bit together, despite them being supports. Do you think that there is room in this meta? Obviously, there was room in this game, but room in this series for this to happen again, to have that flexibility, or probably not really for you?
Yeah. I mean, they didn't really run IO Marcy. They ran IO and Marcy in the game. So, like, they didn't have a ton of interactions. In the mid-game, they did, right? They linked up a few times, but it wasn't the full power spec that we usually see from this combination. Maybe they'll try it again. Maybe they'll run again. But either way, I would say it worked, right? Like, either way they did it. This came down to execution, really.
Yeah. I absolutely completely agree. I feel like this kind of a draft is something that they should try again in the future. Maybe I would switch one thing up, and that's ease of execution on the offlane. Like if you aren't really counting all about that big black hole, the game would have been way different.
All right, well, look, you might be seeing that combo in the near future because we will be having game number 2 and its draft on our screens just after this break.
I'm not in range, guys. I think they're stunning Roche or something. I'm tipping, guys. Guys, this is amazing, Roche on the ground. Egg is. Nice. Guys, chase. Sniper.
I didn't get through.
Look at sniper,
I didn't get through, I fucked up.
Guys, I need help.
will come back here. I'm going to DK, Miguel. Let's get the DK.
I don't have ulti. Need to focus target.
We're Vegas.
Yeah, need to kill. Nice, sniper dead. Can we chase? I'll kill the DK here. Nice, DK.
Yeah.
DK here.
Where's Enigma?
More.
Here.
Enigma heals.
Yeah.
Oh no, Enigma.
He tethered to Enigma.
I can get
You chase Enigma first?
I will fix lanes.
Yeah,
Tip
fix
it out.
lanes.
Enigma tip it.
There's the Tormentor, but it's
What the fuck happened?
It's time to play Dota 2 emoji as we look at the representation that some of our players have to do with emojis and how they think about it. And I've got a legend of the game, Secret Puppy, with me here to go through this all. So let's see what goes through your mind. Do you use many emojis day to day?
The eggplant a lot.
Okay, the eggplant.
It's one of the favorite ones.
I should have put
It's because it's purple, right?
Yeah, definitely because it's purple. 100% why it's purple.
You know why it's purple, right? All right, let's move on.
He's got me already. We're going to go through this. First one's nice and easy. A trophy.
I mean, the first thought is instantly TI. So winning the international is the trophy that everybody's looking forward to.
The most important tournament for you guys for sure.
Yeah.
Now the next one, this is like a scared or shocked face.
To me, it's more like if somebody does something controversial.
Ah, okay.
So recently it's been maybe like something, I don't know, pure like tabbing out and watching stream during the match or something like that. That's like one of the players, you know.
Would that actually happen?
Oh yeah, that happened. But because they were paused and bored, you know. So
okay, they just went off.
It's one of those, like, you know, it's. And he's done some other controversial things, so like, you know, that's the emoji I'll choose for that, you know.
Nice. Yeah, that definitely is a big shock. I would know you focus, stay in the game.
Oh yeah, some people change their Spotify songs, but you know, you can even you can cheat with Spotify.
There's no what?
You don't know how to do it?
No.
I'll tell you how to do it. All right. So you have a Spotify. You have a playlist, but somebody can remotely control your playlist. So if you're watching a game and somebody's doing Roshan, you can change a song to a song that means the Roshan is happening.
That's wild. Yeah. Did they get caught for that?
Nobody's done it.
Okay.
So far
You
that
put
we know
put
of.
this idea out into the wild
I'm sure
world.
somebody has done it, but like, but yeah, like I don't think anybody has in a LAN tournament done it. They just listen to Spotify because they want their, you know, their jam.
Yeah, to get into the mood, play the way they want to play.
Pretty much.
The clown emoji.
That's OG for me right there.
Why OG?
Because they clown the most, you know. They are. I mean, not maybe right now.
Okay.
But before.
Yeah.
The beginning of the OG, you know, the beginning of what No Tail and Seb started and all this clowning around, whatever. That's an OG right there. Okay. I mean, it's a positive thing and a negative thing at the same time. Like, they are clowns, but, you know, they have to, you know, embrace the fact that they are.
And they clown their way to a lot of success.
They clown their way. They clowned on us too, you know. So like, it's a positive and a negative.
Yep. Okay, I like that. Now the baby face.
Oh, that's an Artur right there.
Why Artur?
What do you mean why Artur? It's an old meme.
Okay.
Goes way back down. He's like the what's it called? Twitch emote, Baby Rage.
Baby Rage, yes.
That's his signature, you know. Like mine is Franker Z.
But I was told now more recently he's calmed down.
So
that's still just gonna roll with it.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Okay, I like it.
That's a Baby Rage right there.
And then this one, the cool face.
Think about it. I mean, I don't really need to think about it, but at the same time, the first thing that came into my mind is Heen, my coach.
Because
because
He's a cool guy.
He's a cool guy, and he started wearing sunglasses randomly right now.
Oh.
Just because it's recent, it's in my head.
Nice.
And he sometimes wears it inside.
Oh.
And I tell him, don't do that.
Yeah, that's bad luck.
And that's bad luck. That's P Diddy luck. You know, you don't want to wear those sunglasses inside house.
No. Many
You
people
better-
think you're doing suspicious things.
Better take them off.
Now the final emoji here, an explosion.
Now that I'm in the zone of Heen, somehow it's bringing me there too. But I have to scrap that one.
Yeah.
He's a horny guy sometimes, you know. But it's just because I talked about Heen before. Now I'm just gonna stay on the track of Heen exploding a little bit inside.
What explodes in Dota in game?
Techies? That's a really boring answer. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Compared to the rest of the answers, yes, it is a very boring answer.
Techies.
And like that, it's over.
Yeah, just cut everything. Just do me. That's techies for me.
We should have done that for every answer and then just given it that it done.
No, we'll just do it for techies.
We just had a fantastic game, number one, between Liquid and Secret. It eventually did go the way of Liquid after a fantastic Roche fight. So hopefully the rest of the series is going to deliver to the same level in game number two, though. If we want more of it, we're going to need Secret to not so much drop themselves something better, but maybe with a safety net, something that's easier to execute. That's what you described it as, Lizard, and something you wanted to see them change up a little bit.
I would actually only say the offlane is probably the thing that's a little bit harder at the moment, and I think that a lot of teams have gotten used to playing against Enigma. But besides that hero, I really like their draft. I really think this is top-tier meta draft that they drafted for themselves. Some DK on the safe lane, a lot of front line, you know, like this Io Marcy. You have the save for the sniper, you also have a buff for the sniper, plus you have heroes that go in front of him. It's like perfect for me. Of course, Enigma could have worked. Like I feel that hero is also solid. It's just that the execution wasn't really on point for them.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd argue against that is the Enigma did have another purpose in the game that was pretty good, which I don't know if they can replicate with a different hero, and that was kind of shutting Mickey down in the laning stage, right? Because Mickey, he didn't have a good lane against the Enigma at all, but of course, you have to worry about the late game too. But when you're playing against a team like Liquid, where there's definitely a little bit of a skill difference between these two teams, and if you can't have a good laning stage in that regard, there's a chance you get run over. So they're still in a difficult spot. Like, you do need ease of execution. You probably do need to pick another hero that can like get the job done as well. But how many heroes are able to like win the laning stage, secure the late game, right, against a team like Liquid? It's not easy.
I don't want to see him if he has a good laning stage, if this is what he does when he's shut down, 17-3.
Yeah, that was a bad lane for Mickey, and it comes out with 17
he really
kills.
suffered.
Well, look, maybe having overall last pick is something that helps Team Secret out here, because Liquid will have first pick. That's a bit of a change up from game number one here, as well as we will see that change up. And also side, I believe Secret had die side.
Yeah, they were. What's not banned? What's not banned, Nat? Come on, come on. Who's still in the pool?
Disruptor.
And Pango.
And Pango.
So we're gonna see one or the other.
I'm hoping not
Or
to see
both.
Pango.
Or both, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would personally probably just ban the Bloodseeker, take the Pango, let them have Disruptor.
You've changed Fear. Old Fear wouldn't have said that.
No, it's just Pango's pretty good versus Disruptor. That's all.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that they do play. Oh, never mind.
They'll probably.
They play Pango on mid and on offlane, and I believe this should be your Pango on secret pick.
Yeah, you get your the Rupture ban, the Bloodseeker as well if you want it. Seems everyone likes to do that for a good reason. But there's still a Primal. There's a lot of Pango counters still in the pool, actually. So they're going to think about it, and as they should. I don't think it's a very obvious Pango pick.
Just because they didn't really secure it so far, right? But it doesn't really matter. They still pick it up. You have some bans going in now, but yeah, let's see what happens. Which one of them will Liquid get rid of first?
I mean, there's just so much that they need to ban out Secret, and they only have one ban. Like, I think about Bane, even though, you know, Bane and Disruptor normally are both in pos 5, there's still that chance for you to put it into your team, pick it up for yourselves. The Primal you guys already mentioned about as well. The Bloodseeker feels like the most obvious one. I don't know. It's tough.
You're getting something, that's for sure. Because you only have one ban to cover for this Pango here. It's not much.
Let's see. Let's see what Secret thinks is the worst matchup for the Pango here. I feel like going back and looking at what teams usually ban first, that's the Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
That's the Rupture. I feel like he has the highest priority out of all the bans. Second, maybe Primal. And also Primal Beast, by the way, in this tournament, can't remember the exact number, but he's on some pretty high.
Fire, right?
No, okay,
Do you want
so,
win rate?
I'll give it to you immediately. 70% out of 10 games. I put him down in my notes as one of the 60% plus boys. There aren't many with double-digit games, and he is on a 70%. So he's actually the highest win rate on double digits.
Do you have a Timber on there as well?
Timber isn't here.
Slaughter actually just beats him out. Slaughter's on 82 with 11 games.
With 11, okay. So Slardar is...
They're pretty much the same. I was arguing semantics, so I do apologize.
No, that's fine. I didn't see Slardar, but when it comes to Timber, he's not... the lowest one on 60% is Doom, but he also has 20 games.
Oh, that's a lot.
He has a lot of games for a 60% win rate. That's huge. Banned out, first stage. So...
They did this last time we watched Secret up against Virtus.pro. They were willing to let the Disruptor through. They pulled out the Rubik for themselves. I thought it was just a post 4 that they really enjoyed. Now I'm starting to think a little bit more that they think it's a pretty good counter to Disruptor, that they feel comfortable in being able to steal the Disruptor spells, use it for themselves, and cause that chaos in their own team fight.
I remember vaguely the two of you in the green room talking about Disruptor that game, so I just want to see it this time around when someone else is playing it, how well it's going to go or how poorly it's going to go for the Rubik, because it's a different story. They left all the counters through, by the way. The TA, of course, one of those heroes that we've seen even die to the Pango, but generally do well. Let's see what Liquid picks.
Also feels like the flavor of the month for Pango counters right now for you.
The
Pango this counters? Patch and this tournament, even though I know there's a lot more and there's a lot still in the pool, it felt predominantly that's what we're seeing is like, oh, Pango TA, Pango TA.
We've been seeing a lot of that. Earlier in the tournament, I was seeing a lot of Timber versus the Pango, but they're just going to go back for the Kunkka. We saw the work that it did in game number 1, so no reason to not go back for it. It's really strong. Rubik as well. You can still Torrent Storm, by the way, and I've seen that before, and it's really nasty, so he's going to have to be pretty quick to not give that one away. We'll have to... Yeah, there's a lot of good spells for Rubik
and
to steal there,
not really easy for him to not give it away.
Yeah.
Right? Because it all kind of has a little bit of time for you to cast.
Yeah.
X marks the spot. It has a backswing, cast animation, so not like Rot when you're stealing Hook.
I mean, I haven't seen it too many times, but I have seen it, and it is pure devastation if you can get that spell. But yeah,
and they get the
most picked hero at the tournament.
Most picked hero with a 50% win rate.
Yeah.
If nothing changed today, I believe she was picked as well earlier. So maybe it's not 50, exact 50 anymore. But yeah, most picked, very strong combo with the Kunkka. One thing though that I have to say is they picked Kunkka into the Pango, and that's messing with my understanding of this matchup. They both do different things, of course, but in general, I'd rather pick, and this is the point next one that I was going for. You'd rather pick these built-in BKBs into the Kunkka. Now you have 2, and you have Lifestealer into the Kunkka in the laning stage. I like this.
You can just put Kunkka mid though, right? Like Kunkka versus Pango. Sure, you're not going to crush the Pango mid, but does it even matter? Have we even seen a Pango get crushed at all? Probably not, so...
I feel like you have to at this point, even.
I think it's a fine option, though. There's a Slardar's in the pool. You could pick that up for yourself against the Lifestealer. There's Enigma, too, but maybe not against the Rubik, Pango.
The only problem that I do see now for Liquid, like down the line, is this Pango on Secret has been played on offlane as well. Boom plays it.
Well, right. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, maybe that's why they wanted to ban the TA to protect the Pango a little bit more, trying to lean towards it, wanting to go into the off lane. And we know Mickey loves to play TA. And not only that, he's a fantastic TA player. So that is just a safe lane carry that they love to play already. And if you want to flex into the off lane, you really don't want to let him have that in the last phase at all, even in the second phase if they start to catch on.
That's a really good shot, especially now that Lifestealer is on your side as well, and if Kunkka goes mid, he's greeted by a different counter because Pango is offlane. So there's nowhere to lane. It might, like, they might cook something up here.
You're really thinking about what support to pick here. Because I think you're definitely... Well, you don't have to pick a support here, I suppose. You do have first pick, so maybe you do pick a core here. But I think you do want to confuse your opponent and make them not know where this Pango is going, even to the very end, because then
they have the overall last pick as well in Secret.
Right,
So
yeah.
it's super advantageous to just get a support here.
And they didn't really stray away from some standard heroes for Puppy so far, not huge versatility. He played some Clock, some Treant. With the Rubik, exactly, he played the IO twice and the Clockwork. Instead, they go with the Winter Wyvern, okay? Something you fear called for yesterday. Why is it good here?
Well,
thinking hard about it.
No, I know. I think the objective here is to, like, you're thinking about this disruptor in the late game, right? Like, maybe just to buy some more time in the static storm. And the more I think about the Rubik versus disruptor, it's not about stealing the glimpse, which is nice. It's about the shard. The shard allows you to throw people out of that Aghanim's disruptor ultimate. So they're probably putting a lot of thought into that. And there's the Timber Saw. I think that will most likely, in this case, be their mid now against the Pangolier. Potentially could go against the Lifestealer, but I don't know. I feel this matchup, if you do Winter Wyvern Lifestealer, you can just keep healing the Lifestealer over and over again, and he can just kind of sustain if he wants to do that.
I even saw some build without Splinter Blast, just getting heals early on. Of course, you get Splinter Blast as well, but you go 1-0-1 and then you get Splinter Blast.
Yeah, no, that build's good. It's definitely good. The level 1 heal on Winter Wyvern is such a value point that even if you get a level 2, it's like a free salve, honestly, every time you use it.
Yep. And the damage into Timber is always nice. Like, you have some percentage base there. You dish out a lot of damage early on. And later on, of course, you get this combo breaker. That's what the hero is known for, right? Like, the Winter's Curse is one of the best combo breakers.
10 seconds remaining.
I really want to see for Secret, even though they have the last pick, some type of vehicle for Lifestealer to get on one target, jump them, and be able to kill them really quickly, use the Infest Bombs there. I don't consider Pango to be one, because Pango he's just rolling all over the place. He kind of likes to play the team fights by himself.
He's not reliable.
Yeah, like you want like some Storm or something like that, a DK that just jumps in with one stun and you burst.
And it's crazy. Today in the morning, there was this same matchup, Dragonite into Timber, and I mean, it kind of went better for Timber than I expect, but I've seen so many DK into Timbers doing actually well. Like, you pick the DK, you play into Timber, and you still win the lane. I've even seen DK solo kill him. Like, that's how bad it can get.
I mean, it's definitely not a good matchup anymore because, like, the way the Whirling Death works is it removes your strength, right? Which means your HP pool is lower.
Which means you heal better.
Which means you regen more as a DK, right? So if you're playing a hero that does have built-in regen,
that's what I tell myself. Every time I get hit by some of these spells, I'm like, it's next level, I'm healing.
It's 400 IQ, it's 400 IQ, it's all good.
And then I die. Oh,
yeah.
Full HP, guys.
But when you get level 6, that's when the matchup really starts to shine because supports rotate in onto the Timber, and Timber doesn't really like that when DK hits 6 with 2 supports there.
Yeah. So they are still expecting Pango to be definitely mid. They banned out the 2 offlaners.
Most standard offlaners we always
Mars,
talk about.
Centaur.
They need an offlaner. They need a Mars or a Centaur, probably.
I think I'm liking the look of Pango shifting a little bit more then. Now that you guys talked about it for Team Secret.
No, I actually wouldn't mind that at all. Just getting a different mid. Another option maybe would be something like a Storm. Some hero that gets on top of them. It's a good vessel for the Lifestealer that you talked about.
DK looks really good now, actually.
That instant stun.
How come the Weaver makes the DK even more
You have your
desirable?
Blink Stun for the Lifestealer, then you have that hard lockdown for Weaver with the Dragon Tail, I believe it's called. Sometimes Dota players, like, sometimes you don't know the names of these spells.
No, I totally get you. Like, oh, the
W.
Q, the W. I do that too. I do it too. I laugh because you're relatable, Fia.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
So. All Dota players don't know their spells.
Yeah, by the way, we watched a lot of Weaver games, and some of them weren't really... we said, like, okay, this hero isn't carrying. He's there, but he's not carrying. If one dude can carry you with the Weaver, it should be Mickey, right? Like, he is very good on the hero. He's been playing him when the Weaver isn't even in the meta, and they're doing it. It will be the Pango offlane, it seems like, with the Lash mid. So switching it up a bit.
400 IQ, we knew it.
It's
Yep,
not
I
the
know
hero
it,
we called
obviously.
Obviously.
I knew it was going to be Lesh too. I just don't want to say it. No, the Lesh is a little bit surprising because you don't have the best like battery for him with the Winter Wyvern. It's something, I suppose, but it is good versus the Timbersaw. Provides a lot of damage there. You are kind of like throwing Boom to the Wolves here. I think this lane is going to be very difficult for him against the Weaver and Disruptor, but we'll see what he can get from it. Last time I said that about him, by the way, he won his lane with a Pango off lane. So maybe he can make me eat my words again and show this different side of this matchup. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Lesh now. It's kind of like how I always feel about Lesh right now in this patch. Unless it has an IO or something, kind of meh.
So it wasn't the gotcha pick, and it wasn't the Lifestealer Vessel that you guys were hoping for, the shift that the Pango to offlane would have given.
So I have seen the Pango into Weaver do well. It all depends on the sports as well, like on the offlane. But one thing that worries me is this Slash pick, because yeah, okay, your lane is great, but you're playing into some high heroes that can dislocate you, dislocating heroes. Like you have the Glimpse, you have the X marks the spot. Like if you start pushing, like they have a lot of burst damage from the Hoodwink, and they can always bring you back.
Well, look, Secret are going to have a different strategy then. It's not going to be as we see enemy here, we run towards them. But let's have a listen and a talk to the Liquid coach who is standing with Tsunami right now.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Blitz of Team Liquid, where more than this game, I want to talk to you about the previous game. I was introduced to this idea of fraudulent wins from Sunby, where he said sometimes you'll be watching a game, and just because you get the win doesn't mean you're happy with the result. So for the previous game, are you more frustrated that your team got to that point, or happy and proud of them that they made the comeback?
Pretty mixed, because on LAN, especially in this format, like any win is nice, so you're not complaining too much, but at the same time, you think to yourself, oh, that was not how you're going to go far in a tournament. If you have a lot of games like that, then your run is probably pretty limited, and so you have to be happy for the guys, and like you're not there to be Debbie Downer, but at the same time, you're trying to make sure that everyone understands, like, you know, that's not a reliable way to win Dota games. So kind of mixed feelings. A lot of coaches feel that way. I think AUI introduced me to that concept, like fake wins, like you're not supposed to win, but you won. It's like, okay, I guess you won, but you know, doesn't feel great.
Does that ever, I guess, change your confidence in the draft, seeing how like, oh, yeah, we got the win, but it's not how I wanted it, and it's not the way that I wanted these heroes to get this win?
Yeah, I mean, I actually think Secret was just really good. Like, I know people take a look at the results of this game and say, like, oh, wow, they lost to Liquid, big surprise. But I actually thought their draft was just, their prep was really good. You could tell that they had us kind of confused. Like, deadass, I had no idea what was going on. Like, we were all kind of like, there's 8 different heroes, and anybody could go anywhere, and they hadn't really confirmed anything. And then the sniper last pick was just really smart. Like, I actually thought they were just really smart. Sometimes you get got. It happens, right? So just props to them. Sometimes, like, you can prepare for these things, but a lot of these heroes they've never done. I've never seen them run DK safe lane. Like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess you got us. So, you know, congrats to them. Like, I thought that was. I know they lost, but I thought they should, like, they shouldn't be too sad about that loss. Like.
Well, let's see if the versatility comes in their favor for this game number 2, or if you're going to close it out in a 2-0 as we pass to our casters.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Always good to hear a little bit of realness come out from the coaches. Yeah, that wasn't what we wanted to have happen, but they did end up still getting the win. This game looking a little bit more stock and standard. The main switch up at the end there was the Pango being put to offlane, but as Fear mentioned, they've done that before.
Yeah, and it is another situation where Corden has a pretty big burden upon his shoulders. Last time on the sniper, but this time on that Leshrac. So we'll see how he fares. Needs a lot of help from the team, sort of protecting and keeping that proper positioning, kind of like what Lizard was mentioning at the end there, of just this idea of trying to stay where you want to be and not moved out of place here, not being tossed and turned all around from bushwhacks and torrents and glimpses.
Well, speaking of torrents, we got the Waterman out again in full force. So we're taking a look at all of these different lanes. Nisha this time playing on the Timbersaw, but it is going to be the 33 Kunkka again. And man, I'm really interested to see if he keeps on going with these, like the first item to Aghanim's build and how he decides to do the leveling and stuff. Because I feel like it's not very often that we see people just not go for the immediate max out X. But it's just kind of what he does. He'll sometimes play a little bit more greedy style. And as we saw in that last game around the Roche fight, he shows up and freaking delivers.
In the absolute biggest possible way that you can hope for. in a game when you're in that situation. So yeah, looking forward to another one there from the Boatman. And Mickey, well, Wind Ranger last game, and now another one of his classic heroes going to be the Weaver. Another ranged carry. Kind of a semi-carry sort of thing where you don't get into this like crazy amount of damage, but you're very maneuverable. You can also go for the Gleipnir if you want to add into these chaotic team fights and get some additional disable for the squad.
Right. It feels like it fits his style of play very much so, and we'll see so far as, you know, last time this game we did see Insania give up first blood and then die again. Playing on the Disruptor this time, who was let through, and you were a little bit surprised to see that hero.
I mean, aren't we all?
Yeah.
You know? Not what I would have guessed here is up top here. Mickey gets a little bit low, and there you go. Disruptor can't save a Weaver.
Oh, that's dangerous. Very difficult, and now the Glimpse back will manage to find himself a kill. So Insania getting the return there. But yeah, Mickey going down. Not what you want to see if you're looking for.
Yeah, it's a pretty big first blood.
Wait a minute. Uppy wanted to go in to take down the ward, and he's just going to end up giving his life away there.
A little bit of early burst damage come up there from the Hoodwink.
I mean, I think at that point, you know that you're going to die as Puppy. So he was willing to give up his life to make sure that that camp stays blocked.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah. The D ward over to the side by Theliocor. And making sure that they can keep eyes on Mickey at all times in this laning stage. So far, Secret seeming to do quite well. 33. He's taking the hits. Boxy moving in to help out. And after pulling that wave all the way around, it looks like they are going to be fine.
Theliocor just dancing up here since he did get that first blood and already has his boots. So feeling pretty good about his situation. Glimpse back onto Boom. That's before the swash, but they still have the damage.
Yeah, one more hit, and it looks like he will die to the Thunderstrike. So yeah, Disruptor, good hero.
And it is going to be 2 points in the Thunderstrike too, so going to keep up that pressure here during the laning stage. There is a sentry down from Theliocor, has not been taken care of by Liquid, so they can keep their eyes on Mickey, but doesn't seem like he cares about it right now.
This Puppy going to pop the Arctic Burn and try and throw some damage out there onto 33. Boxy going to need to come on over and help out his Kunkka in a little bit, as Chrysalis has a big wave coming at him underneath the tower, which Boxy will try and mess with a bit. Trying to just sort of create whatever lane weirdness they can on Liquid down bottom. It's not easy going against the Lifestealer in a long lane like that. As Nisha and Corden going toe-to-toe, will be a bottled water rune. And Nisha heads back into the lane and will try and do what damage he can to Corden before he heads off the other direction.
Yeah, Thelicor's there to back him up, so there's no potential chase down here, even with the cooldowns being unavailable for Corden. And Nisha takes a big burst of damage on him with the Timber Chain into the Whirling Death, but it's not quite enough for the kill. Oh, Nisha!
Turns back, wants to go for an all-in play, and that's all that you can do at that point.
Yep, there was no getting out of that one. He just barely missed that tree. Bit of an unfortunate mistake there for Nisha.
Puppy cliffing himself. And he's going to be up there now. But that means that 33 can't go all in for the kill. Torrent dropped and runs to try and connect to the wave. So Puppy is going to only be up there for a couple more seconds. 2 points already in the Arctic Burn.
That war was about to expire too.
Yeah. And they're just back-laning at this point.
Yep. Grabbing the waves, pulling them around. They don't want to play face-to-face with a Lifestealer. Mostly because he's got just such an ugly mug on him. I wouldn't want to look at him.
Yeah, this is one of the things that 33 is quite good at, is up top. They keep the farm going, making these otherwise unplayable lanes somewhat palatable. Pull goes off, grabs the wave, can pull it all the way over this direction. Puppy will try and mess with him and does even get the range creep deny. But doesn't seem like he's going to care that much. Nisha up on the high ground. He's getting frisky with Corden. He's taking a lot of damage as he already has level 6 on the Lesh. Liquid just don't want to be in lanes. They're pulling it all over the damn place.
Yeah, Boxy will catch whatever comes to the mid lane, and then up top, someone who's playing the lane is Boom. Will just wave goodbye to them. See, TP's all the way back to the base, though. That was not a tier 1 TP or something, so.
Dude, because they stopped the aggro stuff now at this point in time in the game, he has a double wave on him, and he's pulling it all the way to this camp. Look at this guy. He's a maniac.
Yeah, and there's no Splinter Blast or anything here yet, so damage isn't too crazy.
And that's how you create some separation from Puppey, who's going to try and deny some more creeps in his face.
2 bracers.
I mean, the downside to this is that Lifestealer has the easiest lane ever. Like, he is perfectly fine. 33 will TP to go all the way back home. But at least he's not dying on the Kunkka.
Well, there is a lot of pressure on that mid lane, though. The help of a catapult.
And look, like the separation of the net worths, right? Top of the chart right now is the Weaver Lifestealer, and then bottom is Pango. There's really not that much that's, you know, in between them. Oh, nice move by Mickey.
Yeah, aggressive here from the carry. It's going to be close. It's just a battle of the clicks here. Mickey's going to win it. See you later.
Damn, that's big. But Corden putting the pressure onto the mid tower. Do have Glimpse at the ready for Insania, 2 points in it, but didn't quite have vision or a target that they wanted to go on. As they bring in Theocore, also have Puppey behind. Moves in, takes the tower. Showing the power of this Leshrac. Not sure exactly what they're trying to do here.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering right now, too. Is what are we going to do now? Because there's no split earth.
Yeah, and in fact, they could be just a little off the mark there by Boxy, but still, it's more than enough to kill Theocore. Now turning on to Corden. When they bring in numbers and have Mickey, it's enough for the finish. Insania moving into range. He gets the Thunder Strike onto one. The damage out. They find him, and Corden goes down. Liquid showing up. They get Puppey. All 5 heroes in the mid lane. Times a fist is stronger than a couple fingers.
What a strange circumstance that was.
Yeah.
Of them just like running up to the dire jungle and they were like, actually, no, we don't want to be here. And then, oh, this was a giant mistake and we're dead.
And against Disruptor.
Yeah. So, gotta be very assertive in your moves here, Team Secret. All right, well, they're gonna try and sort things out. It's a TP down to the bottom lane now from Corden, so now we know what they're doing. Take the tower.
Every damn tower is gonna die. I mean, if they're trying to make this game go quick, they're doing it justice. Movement's happening. Another tier 1 down. While stacks are being made. And Liquid, they're comfortable just getting into these first set of items, it seems like.
Yeah, Mickey already has this Falcon Blade, so he's kind of happy to join in a little bit, but then wants to go for the Maelstrom, potentially the Gleipnir again. Disruptor has 3 points in the Glimpse, but of course, you know, getting that 4th point, getting the ulti, so you're a little more happy to move around. I feel like you know, Nisha as well, you know, doing pretty well, almost level 9, 8.5 right now. Yeah, I think Liquid are happy just chilling.
Yeah. Both offlaners, you know, a little bit behind in terms of net worth, but, you know, Pango's going to get towards that Diffusal Blade, working on it. And Kunkka yet to reveal his item of choice yet. Lots of possibilities in this game as we get to the 10-minute mark, and Mickey shows up yet again. Theocore there, chase with the Sakuchi, a couple more hits, and the Rubik going to drop again. Now, Puppey is only level 4, so you can't really do much of anything to help out. In fact, with the Glimpse back, that's another dead support.
Yeah, that
so
one
what
going
they do?
over to 3 3s. He's then going to quickly TP the bottom lane here to get some harass onto Chrysalis. Theocore, it is Rubik versus Weaver, so he's waiting for that level 6, and you get your classic counterpick matchup for the Rubik, but
pops the Rage and just gets away. Yeah.
Kaya finished up there from Nisha's. Just going to continue the farm. Even has a stack to go into right now if he wants.
Can see that Lance of Pursuit did some nice damage there onto Mickey. As another round, the stacks are made. And Nisha can clear those out now with the amp damage. Easy peasy. Trying to get to a quick blink. And they go down very rapidly.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a frightening one.
Just has a salve at the ready for after the fact.
So a big window of just straight up farming right now from Liquid. They get their little invasion there, get a couple kills, but for the most part, it's just getting to those items. Radiant, what's going well for Secret? I guess, again, Chrysalis in a pretty good spot. Has the armlet, so he has that initial item. We've had some lifestealers that maybe skip that and go straight for the Radiance, but he's able to grab the armlet this time and maybe wants to be a little bit involved in this assumed pressure that will be coming out from Liquid since they are a little bit faster. They want to play this game off the back of a mid-Timbersaw who is essentially like here. Like now we fight. Weaver wants to come through the twin gate, join you for the fight. You take the tower. This is where Liquid's going to be swarming. Secret should have a good read on this as well.
They just missed though. They were trying to defend the area and he gets pulled back in and going to be brought down. I mean, they thought he was safe because Puppey was moving up to catch a smoke gank, but he just missed the window. Oh, and now he might be in trouble too. Eyes on Puppey. Can they quite catch up to him in time? The Chakram, the body blocks are going to be there, and another hero dead on the ground for Secret. That kill really hurts you.
Yeah, okay, I guess he just thought he was safe. Yeah, no, it felt, yeah, but like Rage TP should still just be good, right? Like we are just Rage TP gamers here? I'm not missing something? So I can understand there where like, yeah, he probably just thought it wasn't that many heroes. He didn't want to be bullied off and he wanted to keep farming, but probably now in the future, he's going to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah. I mean, there is still that potential for X mark right on the edge of it. I think that, I'm not sure exactly the timing on it. There's like a little window in there where he should still be safe.
He's good now because it's Rage is 5.
Yeah. And they're actually just running at him again. He pops Rage to go in. They want to fight. They're bringing numbers. Insania, he is going to be found still running away and getting pulled away from the rest of the team. Pop the glimpse. Now chasing forward on the Thelio core. The Yule Scepter lift up though. Corden there with the stun. Manages to connect.
Oh, stole the boat.
Turn it around and now going to get the time lapse to back out. Still living and having that rum buff is huge, but the blink out from Nisha connects onto 1. That is 33 dead. With Rubik gone, I think that they're just going to back out with the rest.
Yeah, Boxy doesn't have the ulti. Does eat some mangoes here though. It's a healing Lotus too.
Well, Secret showing some signs of life there. And with the Fusel Blade done, it feels like they're going to be in a much stronger position now.
Good choice from Chris, I think, just like running there with the Rage. Just trying to force something. Like you bought an armlet, you want to fight, you know Stack Storm is down, so you're not quite as scared about it. And he's going to take the Wisdom Rune. So he's feeling the hurt right now, Chrysalis.
Puppey. Oh, not quite going to connect on that Timber Chain. Anisha has to back.
All right. Almost level 6 for Puppey, I say, as he's 5.5, so... Now it's 14 minutes in. Surely it can't take that long at this point.
Okay, shows up. Can't really do much to that Lifestealer at this point, but he can't do much to you either. Yeah, 5 deaths for Puppey at this point in the game. Has kind of just been bullied, it feels like. Both him and Rubik to a certain extent. Core not having a great one either.
No, and he's going for the Spirit Vessel here on the Rubik.
Oh, interesting.
Bit pricey to get into.
Yeah, it's not like your Pango wants to build that. This is where we'd see like the benefit of something like that brew out of the offlane instead.
Yeah, he's going to be in for a hard time, though. Playing against a Weaver with a Gleipnir with no early escape or save at all.
Boxy didn't throw, or didn't hit on it. Oh, the Bushwhack didn't connect. And now Boom in some trouble. The X is there. Boxy does a little dodge. They pull him back in. They find this Pango. The glimpse connects, and every time Liquid go for a fight, they bring all 5 heroes.
Yeah, Philocor just says, like, we're going in. Draws a big line in here. He's smoked up.
Just wants to get a deep ward on the Rubik there, as Liquid are going to take that bottom tier 1 tower. We'll see if that ward ends up getting some nice vision for them in terms of whether couriers or smoke detections. But they're also underneath a liquid ward at this point. Didn't quite get the D ward on that one. As they head up to the north, Sania does have Static Storm again.
Nisha's ready with TP and Blink, so you have to be a little bit careful how this fight breaks out.
Kunkka, Aghanim Scepter being delivered right now, I think, also on the courier. Are they going to try and defend this or just take the fight after the fact?
No, they dropped down the glyph for it, though.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they were quite able to get there in time. Yeah, it's just about Gleipnir, too. It feels really nice to be... Oh, wait, they'll take Boom, though. Yeah, he's just going to get brought down. So they do manage to find another kill on this Pango.
Yeah, and despite not being needed, Nisha also TP's up there. He was kind of hanging around mid, seeing if someone's going to show up and he could just grab a kill. But now, after that, they're going to immediately smoke up. There's no Static Storm, but there's a Timbersaw who wants to fight. 2 points in the ulti, Blink Dagger. He's looking for a quick blow up on somebody. He would also love a Whisper of Dread, like Corden just got. But he's going to get the Light Collector, another classic Timber item.
The court. They find... Ooh.
Oopsie.
Yeah, a miscommunication there. Does get caught in the kinetic field, though. And Winner's Curse, that's not damage dealers that are hitting you. The X Marks comes out. They're going to bring down this Rubik, most likely. 33 on the trail, and gets him with the punch. Good anticipation of the movements. This Puppy not able to get anything out of that first Winner's Curse. I mean, it's been a rough one so far for these two supports. 11 of the 16 deaths.
Whew. And Nisha, wicked 6 streak into an Eternal Shroud to try and protect that streak. Now we're going to have the Atos finish up here on Boxy. That Gleipnir is already out there for Mickey, so just chained control here. It's going to be so hard to get away. Glimpse, X, Atos, Gleipnir. What can you do as a Radiant hero? They don't have any
boom.
options.
He just swashed up here. Oh, that feels bad. He thought he was going to be able to get some farm, and they just bring him down immediately. They're farming the same camps as you. It hurts.
Whew. Liquid getting off to a very large lead right now for 18 minutes. And now you start to look at Team Secret and you think, like, from behind, how does this lineup play?
Yeah.
Because you really wanted some sort of a snowball-y, like, taking over the map. You could see how they wanted to run it down with the earlier points in the Edict. They missed out on that, and now you're just back to waiting for Lifestealer to get big. I mean, he's got gold for the Radiance now. They could try something, but versus this lineup on a Liquid, I mean, a Timbersaw and a Kunkka are just going to look at that Radiance and chuckle. Like, it's going to have zero impact on their game.
They have complete vision of Nisha being isolated, and they can't make something happen there. It feels pretty bad. They farm out their entire jungle at like the 15-second mark, so those camps aren't respawning for a while.
Okay, this is the ultimate power-up. I mean, they have Bloodstone on Leshrac, and they have Radiance on Lifestealer. If there's a time to fight, it's got to be now.
Looking around for it. They're scouting even in the little trees with the courier. But yeah, this is where you want to make something happen if you're Secret. Now, they don't have the Disruptor with them right here on this bottom side of the map, and also Nisha still sitting pretty far forward. They could get this kill. This would be so huge. They try and chase forward, and he gets the Timber Chain away. Does steal Whirling Death. Oh, would have liked to get the chain, I think, but the Core will take it.
They need something.
I mean, anything you steal from Timber can be good.
Spear Vessel is done, okay. Another tool in the arsenal here of Secret.
I mean, it definitely feels like if we think back to game number 1 and how good Secret were able to do in that one in the early start, the sniper had caught them off guard, and this time it feels like Liquid much more prepared for what Secret were doing, and well, Yules is not going to keep you safe from that glimpse back with multiple heroes coming in. They try and chase. They actually didn't manage to connect with that Torrent, so it does keep them safe. Core. The rest of Secret nearby. They have the roll-up ready if they want to go. X marks, boat is down. Winner's Curse, is it going to be enough to bring it down this Hoodwink? It doesn't quite look like it yet, but with the stun follow-up and Rubik going in there, it is. Sania is going to die next, so support for support. Can they find any more bring downs? The nice
save
play to keep him alive. They do have more damage coming out. Mickey trying to stay alive in this one. Timber Chain goes through Nisha. He is very hard to kill, but Theo, of course, stealing that chakra makes the difference. And they're onto him. Is it going to be quite enough damage for the kill? It is. Theo did so much in that fight, but they do bring down Chrysalis, and Mickey, he's the one that cleans up.
I mean, you gotta be happy with that Secret, I imagine. Like, they got some huge streaks.
Look at how much damage.
7x streak, a 3x streak.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like those can't be included in the recap, because surely they must have gotten more.
I mean, at the end of the day, it was Mickey that stayed alive, right?
I guess that's true.
It hurts. Puppy also. I'm not dismissing you, but the core stays alive is what I should say.
I mean, I gotta say, Theocor's atomization completely paid off in that one, though. That Spirit Vessel was clutch. It really helped control Nisha during that fight, because he would have just been way more out of control.
Oh, and boom. I mean, these little pickoffs here are feeling like it's what's deciding the game. Like, you look at the net worths of all the cores, and there is just a little bit of a separation there, which has been somewhat made up for by the, Rubik having a good game, but that one hurts.
He just had a little sit back in his seat, just like, oh, like they're here? Why are they here?
Yeah.
It's like, looked like a death after a pause or something.
Good ward down by Liquid means it's going to be that pickoff, and a tier 2 tower gets taken. In the meantime, Secret at 22 minutes are going to go in and take their own Tormentor. Getting into the Kaya now for Lesh after the Yules and the Bloodstone.
Okay, and we get the Rubik save versus the Static Storm.
Yeah. I mean, that's huge.
Yep.
We've seen how effective that can be, even in the later stages of the game. So as still more stacks are made by both teams, I like how efficiency has become like, it's, people have really been focusing on the stacks just because of how good they are. It's nice to see.
Everyone's got a taste for gold now is what it is.
Yeah, honestly.
They started giving so much more gold to the support players, they're just like, wait, and I get more from you guys farming stacks I make. Okay, well, let's all do this together.
Like, man, look at what I can do with an item. That's awesome. Oh my god, 2? Thank you very much. Are they going for... Okay, I thought they were going for Chrysalis here again. Okay.
You will use Rage.
Honestly, just to be annoying. And now they drop the Static Storm down. That is Glimpse stolen, and Nisha's right on top of him. He's dead. Wait a minute, can they get him again? He doesn't have Rage.
Oh,
bro,
nice
Nick is also killing Puppy. Puppy's dead. Oh, but the Infest inside.
Yeah, that was a good save. Oh! Okay.
He didn't have it back up. It was just coming up.
Oh, no, Glimpse was up. He didn't see him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought Glimpse was down.
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Glimpse hit him. He didn't walk up the stairs.
Well, Mickey manages to escape after the stun. An 11,000 gold lead now for Team Liquid. Considering how they were looking in that game number 1, Secret really struggling in this one against the combined might of Liquid just going for these 5-man fights over and over again and then finding some pickoffs. Gordon steps forward, just gonna try and spam against these waves. But Liquid very spread out. This would be a great time if they could find anybody for the catch.
It's really all you can do here is Secret. Use whatever you've got. Boxy, he died a lot down here last game, but not this time.
Yeah.
He is out of there, and he draws the line to Roche. Says, just go Roche.
I mean, I think that, like, for Boom, it's been a rough game so far. Obviously, needing to take, like, it's not just the position 3, meaning that you're in, like, a tougher lane, but it also means you're having to farm the less safe areas of the map, and they have really, on Liquid, punished that heavily in this one. As Roche, looks like they are ready to claim that for Liquid. Getting this one first for them is huge. just try and lock down the rest of the map if they want. Mickey comes in with the bugs. And should be a pretty easy peasy one. I think that's a Chrysalis coming out on the courier also for Mickey. So
yeah, a little bit more damage.
He's very, very strong on this Weaver.
It's also one of those games where it just doesn't really feel like he needs a BKB. Oof. Jeez. Part of it is just the overwhelming lead that they have, but the actual just control is not that ridiculous from Secret.
Right. I mean, obviously, they're scared of things like Lesh stun and Boom rolling around and all the rest of that, but that's the type of thing as Secret try and take this with just the two of them. They will get it. And looks like Liquid, they realize, hey, our Tormentor's gone. Boom's going to clear out this wave. Boom and go for the roll and TP. Chrysalis. And mid. Rage, run. Does have TP, but goes for the Infest to walk away. Torrent connects now. 33, got him there for the moment. Heliocor in some trouble. They will get the winner's curse out. Still living, they jump forward, Chrysalis onto Insania. Static Storm is down, silence, but it doesn't matter. Nobody's there to hit him. BKB and walkaway is 33, but now in some trouble. The Torrent Storm, he can't get away. Two already dead. Liquid, they got to disengage from this one.
We're still thinking about a few more.
Okay, never mind. Boom, 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 right on top of it. Lily managed to get stunned and killed? No. They do get the control onto Chrysalis. He still has the Rage ready, though, and backs away. Boom just barely getting out of that one by the skin of his teeth.
They managed to avoid Mickey for a lot of that fight. Just knowing that, you know, taking down the Aegis isn't really going to help them that much, unless they can get it pretty clean. Just get, despite the insane tankiness of this Kunkka, they managed to chew through him without that lifesteal and chase him down right at the end. It's a great defense.
The downside of this build for the Kunkka is not a ton of armor at this point.
He's got some thoughts, though.
Yeah.
I have one solution to make sure that doesn't happen again. I'll just buy a Ghost Scepter.
I like it. It's pretty cool. So Puppey out hunting again with Corden and Boom. They are not looking like it's going to be able to find anybody here, though. As Chrysalis runs completely the other direction, and Liquid going to invade the triangle / push top lane. But as they come in here, see the Ancients were hit a little bit. They're going to back away. Now they don't have Kunkka here. Boxy in far, Nisha needs to get away. Now the roll coming from Boom. Oh, Insania has a Blink Dagger though. And Nisha just comes in and snipes Puppey. Oh God, and playing against Disruptor. Yeah, this is a hard one, so he's gonna try and infest away. They want to get out of there, but they buy back immediately to try and take this fight. Static Storm down, connects onto all of these heroes. Do they have the damage to kill off Corden? It doesn't look like it. Insania dead again.
Oh, Nisha went in
to Chrysalis, and Winners curses the catapult. That's not what they wanted. They find Nisha in pretty far. Timber chains to the low ground. Blink Dagger back off cooldown in one, but no, they're able to break it. He doesn't manage to get out of there. So 2 dead for Liquid. Mickey playing on a knife's edge. They do manage to get out with the other 3. A good fight, all things considered, for Secret. They lose Boom, but they manage to get Nisha.
Yeah, they basically just go even again. And continue to put a lot of gold into this Lifestealer. He's now level 21. What's he going to do with this gold, though, as a Lifestealer, trying to change this game?
Maybe Ags, potentially. He's looking for an AC right now.
That's a pretty good choice. Except, I don't know. Is that good? I mean, it is a little bit of assistance for himself and sort of against the enemy team, but so much of their damage is actually not physical in Liquid. It feels like a more offensive AC.
Right, trying
not going to help your teammates very much.
If he can eat through them more quickly, as opposed to trying to stay alive. Which I guess, to be fair, he already has the BKB for a decent amount of safety.
Oh.
It will help keep his allies alive against Mickey as well.
Finds 2 bounty runes. Yeah, I mean, there's the Swarm, and obviously he's gone like Daedalus and stuff on the Weaver, so there certainly is physical damage.
Right. Well, on top, Chrysalis, again, sitting alone. Spots Insane.
He actually has no TP.
Can they punish this? Chrysalis going to be X'd. They have more people coming in. Now the creep on top of Heliocor gets the lift up just in time. Nisha trying to take down one. They do Winner's Curse him here. The rest of the team moving in. Now, Mickey, nice stun by Corden. Will get Yules'd after the fact. Does have time lapse at the ready to get some separation. He runs out of there. Secret still on the hunt. Are they going to be able to find any more? Mickey just barely stayed ahead of Bobby. He's right on his tails. And they do find him. Can't burn through enough mana. In the meantime, Nisha is killed off. Mickey, or Puppy rather. Boom, in some trouble. He goes down. Oh, and now Boxy moving in also. They're getting picked apart a little bit. I mean, the fight looks good for a little bit, but it feels like when they extend out too long, they can just kite him and kill him.
Yeah, it's a team surrounding a Lifestealer. And if they can't provide easy chomping targets for the Lifestealer, then the fight just sort of devolves after that into a bit of chaos that they can't handle. As that AC is finished up for Chrysalis. So, got something out of all this, but that last fight finally not going even, firmly in the way of Liquid. And they will eventually get that tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Roche back up in a minute and a half, and after what happened to Secret with their lead last game, I'm envisioning a bit of a slower siege from Team Liquid here.
I mean, they do have a lot of like things that can help them take buildings a little bit more quickly, or rather a little bit more safely. You can do like X-sieging with Mickey. Granted, there is the Yule Scepter online and all the rest of that, but...
Lifestealer from behind.
Okay. Chrysalis spots 33. Now, he does have a Hex. Do they have enough lockdown to bring him down once he comes out of there? The Hex is out, but Mickey in some trouble. Mickey gonna get turned upon, and Mickey brought down. 1,000 gold for Corden.
Chrysalis still alive, chasing 3-3, who does not have a TP.
They're in trouble, they're in trouble. Boxy, they pop the BKB. Good force staff to get him to the high ground.
He found a TP.
And out through the Twin Gate. And now Boxy also manages to just barely TP out of there. I mean, that's a lot of gold going to Corden for Mickey kill.
Yeah, telekinesis into the Lesh stun, followed up by Pangolier just bouncing back and forth. And that's where you do get punished for not having the BKB. You can't count on the time lapse to save you versus the Rolling Thunder. You do need the BKB for that one. So a big boost to the economy of Team Secret here. Yeah. Zania trying to help with these saves. Does pick up a Force Staff.
Unfortunately for Secret, Roche is not up. That would have been the icing on the cake.
But maybe it will be in 4 seconds after this timer. What do you think? The fastest Roche in the West.
I mean, maybe. I'm saying 2.5 minutes. I think it's going to be a long Roche.
No.
Quick one.
Very biased here. Here we go. Oh, that's
a good amount of time.
That's pretty long. It's not good news for Team Secret there.
No.
But you know what? They're getting onto the map. Stolen Shikuchi from Theolacor is incredible in these situations. You really need this because someone can actually come down here and push this out, and he gets a lot of gold for himself. So he can try and get an Aether Lens and increase his saving capability versus the Disruptor.
We have been seeing the sort of ineffectiveness a little bit, I think, of the Winter Wyvern. I mean, that obviously does change a little bit if you like get it on a support while the Weaver's nearby, and now that he's like starting to get into some real damage. A lot of the Weaver's damage feels like it was sort of magical based earlier, which obviously doesn't affect allies. So a little bit of a tough one. We'll see if he can start to become a little bit stronger with that. But was a full nullifier completed and a Shiva's Guard. So that's what that last fight gets you.
He's doing the disassemble, so he's going to try and go for the Halberd after.
Okay.
That's his plan here from Chrysalis. So no more Radiance Burn. And they're going to group up here. So Roche, 40 seconds away. Corden, Bloodstone, 8-second BKB.
First point of contact, Boxy.
What a glide here.
Force Staff trying to get away. He's nullified and in some trouble. Boxy is going to go down. Managed to take him down and no buyback. Still 25 seconds until Roche is back up.
Okay. Theolacor going in again with the Shikuchi. Feeling spicy. They drop a sentry.
keep eyes on him. They remind themselves that, yes, indeed, he is still around there.
He's going to be losing it pretty soon. He hasn't restolen it yet. Oh, don't walk into that range there, bud.
That's dangerous. Well, he blinks forward. They're still trying to take this fight. I mean, with no Boxy, he's a huge part of their team fight. If Secret can force this and get Liquid into an awkward position.
Okay, they get his courier, so they know where Liquid's going. Do they just run to the Roche? They have no way to check it, unfortunately, on the run. They're just chasing. Theolokor against Kuchiing.
If they don't get these kills, this is amazing for Liquid, but if they do get them, it's absolutely perfect for Secret. Can they chase him down, though? Do they have enough to get everything they need? They've already lost one. That's the Theolokor, and Insania TP's out. Oh, God, if they would have just gone back for Roche, they probably could have secured it for themselves, and now it's not easy. And a DD bottled up for Mickey. Oh, man.
I mean, you can't go check Roche, though. Like, you don't know if it's up. It's, I think the chase is the right call. There's definitely a world where Theolokor gets a grab there, especially because they actually were out of detection, I believe. I think those just came out on Insania, the sentries, so he was kind of running amok there.
They know now that Roche is being taken. That ward was just out of range. Can they get it quickly enough, though? Liquid making the move forward.
All right, Puppy's got his Blink Dagger. It just came from the courier.
They got to be careful about this one. Boom looking for the jump in, but they already get it. Aegis on Mickey, and Boom does manage to get the cheese, I think, but it's not enough from Puppy. The Winner's Curse does nothing. They did get a taunt briefly onto Mickey, but now they gotta run, they gotta hide, and there's nowhere left to go. Boom goes for the roll-up to get away from the glimpse, but Chrysalis, he's left all alone. He gets the Infest inside, tries to TP out. X marks the spot. Do they have it? No.
Oh, insane bash from Boom might save him.
Oh, man. Keeping himself alive. Good jump away, and yeah, Boom did get the cheese.
Ooh. That was crazy. He got the most fortunate bash to get out of there. Unreal that he manages to survive.
That all of them do. I thought for sure they were going to get gone, but heads up play by Cord makes sure that he was able to stick around long enough to get Chrysalis out of danger.
What's going on at Team Secret's well here, huh? They got a yard sale going on? What are we doing?
Just leave them all behind.
They just get in the way after a while, you know?
So 11,000 gold lead has remained pretty stagnant for Liquid for a while now. But you start to wonder if, you know, you start to get later and later, anything can happen in these crazy games.
Puppy's still just waiting for his one glorious moment on this Wyvern. It's been a whole game of waiting, it feels like.
You're not wrong. It's been a rough one for the Wyvern pick. Not getting what he wants out of this.
Some decent heals and stuff too, though. It's some games it's just not the best curse game, and this is one of them.
Now this is an interesting one. The Theolokor going for some pickoffs. Boxy's backing away, but like to see it. The Sakuchi and a Blink Dagger for initiations. As Rattle Cage is finished off. 433 and going in for the refresher. He's actually getting close to it. On the Kunkka.
Corden is not here at all. This is a risky play.
They find him. Immediately onto Insania. And they know that the rest of them are nearby. Theolokor in some trouble. Boom rolling. Mickey. Nisha already gets the kill and now running away from them. Puppy gets the Winner's Curse off, but will it be enough? Not to kill Nisha, that's for damn sure. And now Boom's still rolling, but Boxy gets the little slide away. Will get brought down after the fact. 33 now in onto them. They get the sheep stick. Nisha looking for the jump forward. Damage onto Corden. Bloodstone heal. Good work to keep himself alive. 33 is on top of him too. Boom goes down though. And now Corden BKB wearing low. They have torrents that can connect. Doesn't quite land it. Mickey's out of mana though. Mickey in some trouble. He does just enough at the end. And the Hex comes out to break the TP. Corden's not getting out. And Chrysalis, the one left alone. They take down 33 and tries to TP out. He needed that kill on 33 or he's dead. Well played to get Chrysalis out alive.
And someone lost an Ogre Seal Totem.
I don't know how that happens. Oh, Boom still had cheese in all of that too. He must have had his backpack. Oh, maybe not. Regardless, 41-18 as we take a look at the replay of this.
One of the best targets you can get. Immediately blowing up the Disruptor, right? No Stack Storm in this fight. That's going to be a huge advantage for Secret as this kicks off. But part of it is that Corden was way back dealing with the waves at the lane. So, like, he just takes forever to get into this fight. Finally shows up after they've already lost 2, unfortunately. Although Puppy's, the winner's curse does help delay to a point. And then he sells BKB, he sells the Yules, but you can just see the damage, man, when Mickey chunks. That definitely shows some of the value of the AC for sure.
Right.
When Corden and Crystals are playing tight like that, it's really helping Corden stay alive longer.
Yeah, would have just gotten shred to pieces there. And you can see Mickey very low on mana and just barely was able to get it with a tread switch, I think. That kept Mickey alive. Don't sleep on tread switches, everybody. But once he realized I can get out of there, have the rage TP, that was all that was left.
Secret, they haven't been able to change their circumstance too much, so they're just going to do it again. They're going to smoke out here. An interesting choice from Mickey. Got to pick up that Blink Dagger. Wants going towards the Swift Blink.
Interesting.
Sometimes you just got to be in the fight,
Well, and that's the full refresher. Buying out for this. I mean, again, Liquid have all of their tier 2s, but it does mean... Oh, caught him again.
Okay.
Yeah, in no man's land. And, lift up. Nisha. He has another Timber Chain here. And it looks like they can't run him down anymore.
They got spread Liquid are just farming this whole map right now, too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's partially why you're seeing Insanians get picked off like that. Nobody else even close right now. This is level 27 Weaver.
How much do you feel like the refresher changes stuff for Kunkka?
A lot of it just depends on the BKB, obviously. In theory, these fights have not been like 5v5.
Yeah.
These fights have been like 2v1 and then 2 more join, so something's a 2v3 and then someone dies and then 2 more people join. So in that sense, it is good because he gets a second Torrent Storm, but I don't imagine we're going to see it in this classic sense of just like Torrent Storm 1, Torrent Storm 2, and you're just like chain stun the whole time.
Right.
So in the end, it's just good news for them because Corden only has 1 BKB. I mean,
yeah,
that's what
fair.
it comes down to. He's going to try and get the Wind Waker to increase his survivability.
Could be some nullifier options out here, too. Yeah, I'm not sure what you need to do at this point for Insania, but he's had I mean, nullifier now online means that a lot of his saving options aren't really there either. Does have Force, Glimmer, and Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I think he'll just play further back.
Boom.
He's been in the front every time lately.
Oh, Insania runs into him. The late time glimpse wasn't quite there in time. I don't know if he could have gotten that anyways, to be honest.
I mean, there is a chance.
Right.
If it just happens to be what it is, it just wasn't. Or
Yeah.
I guess depending on the roll-up, too.
Right.
But he didn't have it, so.
33 throws the torrent. Trying to reclaim this area. Still a minute until Roche is capable of respawning. Obviously would love any pickoffs that you can get right now for either team. But this one is going to be that awkward area where it will be on Dire's side. And hard for Secret to come and contest, even with buybacks. Because that tier 2 tower is the only one that's remaining. Can't get to their tier 1 easily. Puppy has to blink back.
I mean, Nisha just, he's feeling very strong right now.
Yeah.
With that infused eggs, Eternal Shroud, Shiva's, Havoc Hammer. I mean, he's got 5,000 HP.
Yeah, Nisha is not the kill that you want to go for at any point. Nikkei is just so mobile.
Armlet is taken out of the inventory here from Chrysalis. He's going to pick up that Basher. So
Okay.
and roll the dice.
Yeah, I mean, if you find a random bash here or there, it can definitely be game-winning.
He could, in theory, buy out for it, I think. But
The core right now does not have Sakuchi stolen. It's just the whirling death, but still the life stealer inside of him.
A ward spotting all of this by Liquid. So I know where they're all playing at the moment.
Yeah, that's pretty big. And I mean, they're going to see how tanky the Rubik is,
you know,
too,
you
and
don't
have an
think
idea.
he's 3,000 HP normally? Something sneaky about that, Rubik.
Oh, it was a very quick Roche respawn. Oh, man, Liquid, I think they get this for free if they go check. If they go up there right now, they will be able to get a free Roche. Come on, Insania. They're pushing out the top lane first, but this is Aghanim's Scepter as Theliocor took a ton of damage from Nisha. As they rejoin. Oh, and Puppey, that was not going to work the way they thought it would.
Or
Boom
is it?
into him, maybe. Pops the BKB, and now they run in. Immediately onto him. How much damage they have to kill off Puppey? A whole heck of a lot. A bash connects onto Mickey as he tries to get away. And does manage to escape from them. They can't go through the defender's gate. Oh man, but now they drop it down. Boat, Torrent Store, round number 2 with the hexes in combination. Do they have enough damage to kill off Chrysalis? He's dropping low, they get him! They get the triple kill by Nisha, and now Theliocor. This is a dieback for him, but the Ghost Scepter, oh, barely surviving. Last Chakram is not quite going to connect. They walk away. Chrysalis goes out pretty far. That was a buyback by the Lifestealer already, and now Boom in more trouble. Nisha is low on mana. Force Staff to get him away. Now the jump in from Mickey randomly gets stunned.
Oh,
Disarm in trouble. Has to go for the Scoochie, but the bash. Chrysalis gets it. What an insane hit. 33 pulling back onto Theliocor, trying to take him down. Double Chakram, and he is gone too. 33 pops the BKB, needs to run, TP out, but randomly gets hit by a bash too. That one less so because of Pango. They take down 2 cores in the end. It did cost them a buyback though.
A couple, I believe, right? I think,
oh, yeah.
Oh, actually, he didn't pop his Corden. Okay, fair enough. That's good. So just of the 2 important ones, the Lifestealer having to use his.
Oh, man, and because Roche spawned right then, I mean, the Secret are just going to run straight for it.
And Aghanim's Scepter for them, too. That could be huge for Chrysalis.
This is really big. I mean, Secret getting this changes so much, I feel like. It can completely shift up the way that they're playing.
Oh, Nisha.
He's running in. Does not. I mean, if there's one hero that can do it for free, it's definitely him. Throws out the Chakram, throws a second one. Roche signaling that, yeah, we're getting hit. Boxy's over here too. Boom jumps in, finds him immediately, bashes out. Now the winner's cursed. Does they have enough to keep him alive? Trying to find Puppey and get that kill. Pushes down to the low ground. They still have buyback on Mickey. They have buyback on Kunkka. Puppey TP's away. Boom rolling around. They can't find a target. Roche at half HP. And yeah, Chrysalis has got to run, but goes for it. This is a dieback for him if he goes down. There's 3 heroes in the area. Chrysalis onto Nisha. You're not killing this guy. I don't know what you thought was going to happen, but that's not it. And oh, just off the mark with the bushwhack. Still living 4 seconds until Mickey's up.
I mean, Chrysalis knew this whole time he hasn't been abyssaling this Timber because he knows there's no point. Like, he's trying to get that hoodwink, but he's too squirrely.
And the roll up gets him away. Insania, Corden's nearby. Puppey's back. 4 heroes alive for Liquid, but because of the strength of them, Secret, they don't feel confident going in. How long till we have Rolling Thunder? 8 seconds.
All right, Theliocor, though, he has Blink, E-Blade, Telescope. He's got so much potential.
Oh, 15 until Puppey has Winter's Curse back up. They're so close to all their timings. Get him away. Boom, used roll up, can't find a target. And now Mickey rolls away. Roche is still about a little less than half HP. Chases another round of the Chakrams. Mules lift up and Fest jumps out, and there's the Hex, there's the control, a stun comes out, Mickey pops BKB, they try and back away, Winter's Curse obliterated though, no chance for anything. Chrysalis trying to find a target, but it's not going to happen. Theliocor goes down, 2 dead with no buybacks. This could be the fight for them. They go all in trying to kill that Disruptor, but now Chrysalis nowhere left to go. Pops the Rage, wants to find a target to get away from, but there is no salvation here as the Lifestealer gets surrounded. Does he have enough to do anything? No. Dead for 2 minutes, Liquid. Get the perfect fight. Oh, and boom! Anything, nothing. They can't break it.
I'll let a gas on that one. You'll manage to TP home, but
they know no Chrysalis, and Mickey running down lanes. They don't care about Roche anymore. Oh,
no Lifestealer left. It's really their only big damage remaining. It's so hard to bring down, him and Nisha. The 2 big beasts of this game, but obviously the heroes backing up Nisha quite a bit stronger now. They have to glyph that wave because it's getting a little bit close to Nisha missing the TP.
And they're going to step forward. Boom, killing creep waves, but there's a second one you need to deal with, and not sure if you're going to be able to get the one up top quite as easily, and if they're not careful, Insania might even glimpse you to make your life that much worse. Goes for the roll-up, and that gets him away. 33 still chasing. As racks start to fall, they want to get as much as they can in these 60 seconds with no lifestealer. As the racks go down, they do not have actually another creep wave here quite yet. It is going to be coming in up top. Chakram killed. Next creep wave coming in through mid as well as through top side. But it looks like it's going to be at least 2 lanes most likely. Can they do any more? Jump forward, Winner's Curse. It's just not the damage that they need it to be. They start to hit into him, but there it is. Static Storm down now, but the lift out keeps him alive for a little bit longer. 33 is down to about a quarter HP, but with the Torrent Storm out and all the damage up front and center, that's going to be the melee racks down low and almost dead. Force Staff gets 33 out alive for the moment, still being chased by Boom. He's going to die. Mickey's trying to stand tall. Now, keep in mind, they actually didn't go for Roche, so that's Mickey dead.
Bash?
Oh, and they did not get enough there, I don't think, on Liquid.
That is crazy. They got 1 lane and actually lost their Weaver with no lifestealer.
That is not what you wanted to see from them on Liquid. And, I mean, Boxy, he's got to run now. Tries to TP out, but the bash is there. They didn't even get the melee racks in mid. Gleipnir to try and run away. Still, they're up massively at this point. Boxy, Glimmer, doubles back, hide away, little squirrel.
Oh, the pings.
They know. Force Step gets the low ground, Boxy run. Oh, wait, Nisha runs in. Nisha, out of mana. The rest of the team joining up with him.
He's never out of mana, look at this guy.
I guess that's true, but Chrysalis is coming in. Gordon is low, gets pushed to the low ground. Chrysalis can't find a target. Boxy's back in there, and Sania's onto him too. Boxy now starting to die. Liquid, things are falling apart for them left, right, and center. Now there are creeps taking the buildings in on mid. There is still the base of Secret dying while all this action is happening. But it's not really
they're gonna get
significant
Roche.
damage. Yeah, they are.
They're running down here. Unfortunately, it'll be a refresher, which does not help their heroes much at all, frankly. Like maybe Boom, I think. 2 Rolling Thunders might be one of the best uses you can get.
Double Winner's Curse.
Compared to an Axe.
No, it definitely hurts, but this is Aegis. Oh, man. And, I mean, it was the freest.
Hold on, we might be ahead of ourselves here.
I mean,
we might get ahead of ourselves.
Are they really going to go in and try and do this? Nisha is very difficult to kill.
They're TPing top to take the Twin Gate because it takes so long.
They're coming through. I saw this last game. I know how it ends. Is it going to happen again, though? Nisha is still getting lower and lower. Do they have a target that can help them out in the Infest inside to stay alive? And Liquid get Nisha out of there just in time. And now Mickey shows up. They're onto Chrysalis. They bring him down. Just when you thought they were out, they managed to pull it back. Nisha says, not on my watch.
No Roche is free in this game for either team.
Absolutely.
It turns out here.
Go get the refresher. Come on.
So disappointed they just leave it in there. And Sania's just been waiting for the Ags all game, finally just binding himself.
I don't know what we've been watching these last 2 games, but I like it.
It's good. Some fun Roche fights.
Some good old-fashioned Dota. And so, 60 seconds with no lifestealer. How much can Liquid get done with this? Mickey realizes, I don't want to die again for nothing.
Kind of accurate.
As Isha TP's onto him. Gordon there. Mickey caught. Time lapse. Playing it very safe. X marks onto Mickey, and now Gordon found. And that's a dead Lesh. Does have buyback still. He can play a little bit more further forward. Rubik has buyback too, so they can go in for a Winner's Curse here if they want to. Boxy could be a good target. He's next to Mickey now, but creates a little bit of separation, and it's too scary to make that move for Puppy. Keep in mind,
smoke up on the outside.
Nobody on Radiant has buyback right now. Stolen Flamethrower. Lift onto Nisha. He's still strong. This is Mega Creeps. If they kill Gordon, if they kill anybody now, that's it for them for the whole rest of the game, most likely. Puppy blinks forward, getting a little bit too full of himself. And Chrysalis back up again now. Liquid, do they want to stick around? They XTP. Tried to go for the cancel on that, and Gordon, oh, and the the connection is there. The Infest comes out from Chrysalis to try and keep alive that Lesh, but it's not going to happen. Dead for 2 minutes. Mickey getting controlled. Mickey four-step. He gets the time-lapse off. They always got each other's backs, but will it be enough? As they hit now onto Boxy. Boom and Chrysalis pairing together for this one. It's a heavy commitment for the Squirrel, but it's not going to happen.
Always going to refresh.
Winter's Curse, it doesn't do anything to Nisha at all. As 33 finds Puppy. They'll let the Torrents go out as 3 are dead. Going to be 4 if they go into the well, but GG is called. Liquid move on, Secret are out.
End of their road here, but Team Liquid, after a pretty rough start to game 1, they don't really have many rough times in this one. Very relaxed.
Absolutely.
By the looks of it there. Tania has fixed his hair because it's gone wild.
Well, they're wild for
Pulling
the
his
action
hair out.
and Secret. It hurts to get knocked out at this point as we head on back to the panel.
It's a rough loss for Secret, but a great win for Liquid here. It does mean that they will be advancing to our playoffs. They are our 8th and final team making it there. Secret, unfortunately, just fall short. But look, they still had amazing time in that game number 2. There was a lot of back and forth. And last time we saw Chrysalis Lifestealer, he wasn't doing so well. It was in another game, in another series, another opponent. And this time around, the showing was fantastic. One of the key reasons why he was able to stall out this game and make it go as late as it did and give Secret all of those potential ins.
It's like I heard these words already before somewhere else, but definitely.
That was just me telling you in the green room.
Exactly. We were talking about it, didn't we, Natty? Like it's such a great performance by him. Unfortunately, it didn't clutch them this win. He definitely looked much stronger on the Lifestealer, but the game itself, it's not that hard for him, but historically Weaver has been good versus the Lifestealer. In this patch, I don't think anything is that great besides maybe some Slardar in the lane. Hectic game, crazy game, Liquid definitely clutching it in the end, but it wasn't that much about the Lifestealer, it was about this Timbersaw being absolutely uncontrolled.
I would say in the early game, this Timbersaw didn't have what you would expect from a Timbersaw game. His laning phase wasn't fantastic. There were a couple of times that he died in moments that you would not expect a Timber to die, but eventually he did come online, and it was just way too difficult to deal with for you.
Yeah, I mean, there was that one time where he missed the Timbers chain and died really early on. That'll happen, but he's just showing that one little slip-up doesn't really matter. This hero has a crazy high win rate now into the 70 percentile of wins. So Timber, every game I've watched it so far has looked ridiculously strong, especially in these late games. Like, I saw 4 or 5 heroes attacking him over and over, and they couldn't even kill him. Yep. He got tipped at the end, but like, this is like a classic Timbersaw game. Like, he has this Eternal Shroud, he builds all tanky items, all his damage is built into his hero, so he doesn't need to build any damage items. He just builds to survive, and somehow he's doing the most damage as well into the game. This hero is absolutely insane right now. If it gets somewhat of a resemblance of a game, they tried to counter it the Leshrac, it just didn't work.
Yeah, I really think this Timbersaw should be picked a bit more, but then again, Timber needs to be picked a bit later. Like, you can't open up. I've seen a couple of teams actually get fooled by the stats and pick him much earlier, like first phase pick, and then he gets shut down real hard because, like Fear said, in this game, there is no way of killing him. So he goes in, he creates the space, and he still gets out. Games in which it's easy to kill him off instantly, like if you have some long range disruption like Bane's Grip, and then you follow that up with a lot of damage. In those kind of games, he doesn't shine, but this was definitely not one of those games.
Yeah, I wish I could see how much damage he took this game. I bet it's like probably around 200,000 damage taken, and he himself did 85,000 damage, which is absolutely insane for anyone. Like, he did more damage than anyone, took more damage than anyone in the game. Just like a standout performance, really.
Well, look, outside of the stats that Nisha was putting out on that Timbersaw, I know he also loves a little bit of a talk, and he's going to get that exact moment right now with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by the Timbersaw of the hour, Nisha. Congratulations on that win. Congratulations on being seemingly unkillable, but you make it look very sophisticated. Like, it can't be that easy to just walk into people and be like, now I'm going to chain out. There's an art to it, right?
No, I'm just like smashing buttons, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, I was quite tanky, you know. I watched a lot of like Amar, Malina replays, so it kind of worked out.
That was your inspiration, that you saw that and you were like, oh, you know what? Timbersaw, you know, maybe I could just stand around in the fight rather than having to, you know, pick up the pieces for my teammates. Because in game one, it seemed like it was a little bit more of a different dynamic between you and your cores. Specifically, I remember a play in which your Kunkka, 33, went through a twin gate while the enemy team was taking Roche, and you guys didn't really follow him for a while.
Yeah, because it like either works or it doesn't. Because if he gets like black hole there, I'm not going in. I'm like scared. So if he goes through, then I'll wait like 5 seconds and then I can go in, you know?
And that was the point where he got the kill, he got the Aegis, and then you're like, okay, fine. Now that I know that he can live twice, now I'll join him.
Yeah. I mean, I always play like a bitch, so yeah. Even as Timber, I just played like backline.
I don't buy that. And Zeus, I was definitely like, yo, I don't see Nisha on the camera at all. This Timbersaw was a polar opposite to that. So then which do you prefer? Do you like being the focus of attention, or do you like being hiding away?
Always backlines, always backlines.
That's why you're a Spirit player. That's why you're a Zeus player. This is your MO. Well, clearly, whenever you do get your hands on the Timbersaw, you make it look great. Niche, congratulations on making it to playoffs as we send it back to the panel.
And look, a big congratulations to a great interview there. I mean, he said it. He's like, I'm just saying, my off laner, that's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to sacrifice his life for me as the mid laner. He goes through the twin gate, and if he gets black hole, then damn, that sucks for him. That sucks for him, bro, but not me. I'm all good.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's a little bit of tongue-in-cheek there of what he said. He's the one that usually does go in. He plays all these kind of mid-lane heroes that actually create a lot of space, and he's the one setting things up. And fortunately for him, this time around, he really was on a hero that was almost unkillable.
Yeah, 2 great games from them, from Liquid. Unfortunately, though, where there is a winner, there is an unfortunate loser. So with that, Secret is exiting PGL, Wallachia here, and Banks is joined with one of their players too.
That's right. Now, I've got Fialico with me here, and I guess, yes, it's a sad moment for sure, but you were coming in the standing position. So I want to see, did you do better than you expected, or how did you view it overall?
So I didn't have expectation. I'm just standing. Puppet talked to me the last time when I studied for this tournament. So why not? Nah? So I came and I want to play my best and show my talents. I think I did a good job. I didn't practice, so it was a kind of YOLO tournament. So I think we're not happy because we got eliminated, but I think it's still fine.
And how was it working with the rest of Team Secret?
I think it's different vibes from my last 2 teams, so they are just different. It's new for me. So, but the guys, I really like the guys, the vibes, and yeah, that's it.
Good vibe, good energy. That's what you want for sure. For you though, obviously standing in here for Secret, do you have an idea of what's next? Do you have a team on the horizon? Maybe some teams out there you want to say, hey, pick me, I'm here.
So I don't have a team. I'm here just to standing. Now I'm gonna go back to home and see what I can do. But I'm looking for a team.
So you're looking for a team. You're going to be grinding a lot, right? Maybe some streams?
Yeah, I wanna be streaming next week.
There we go. Well, everyone can watch him stream. Hopefully he'll get a team real soon. Nat, back to you.
Thank you so much, Banks, and all of our Secret players as well, not just the Elico there with our exit interview, but we're going to see 5 fantastic series from Secret over the past 6 days. So there's been a lot of Secret action. We're unfortunately not going to be seeing them continue in this tournament, but there's been a lot of highlights. And the fact that they've done so well with a stand-in as well, you know, actually it was a day of kind of stand-in teams being eliminated. Maybe I'm telling a different narrative here.
No, your narrative is very correct. Yeah, like he said, different vibes in Team Secret, something new that he is experiencing. But when it comes to Team Secret, like they obviously weren't winning for the longest time. It's hard out there being a Secret supporter. But in the last tournament, they've looked better. And now, honestly, in PGL Wallachia, they're looking even better. They're improving. Some of the games, of course, they are clutching, but it feels like pieces are coming together, albeit a bit, well, very slowly.
Yeah.
But
well,
they are coming.
You know what I want to see? I want to see a version of Secret that, because yet again, they're going to have to rebuild because they're probably going to get a new position 4 from the sounds of it. I want to see a stable version of Team Secret where they're not just always changing players around, trying to find something that's like an instant fix, but something that's a little more for the long run type of thing, right? Because like I feel like I'm
like Kuru.
I'm watching a different Secret like every other month. I feel like
That's true. It felt like every qualifiers there was something different, whether true or not. That is the way it felt. And right now it feels like they're on that uphill trajectory for them, despite not making it any further in this tournament. But let's have a look at our results of today to see exactly what happened. I alluded to before that maybe it was the day of the eliminated stand-ins, because Shopify, they themselves had 2 stand-ins and they unfortunately won't be continuing either. But big props to Boom. They make it through to playoffs along with G2IG, who took a 3-game series over BetBoom. And then to close it out, Liquid said, no more 3 games. We're going to 2-0 it, and they did, defeating Secret.
Yeah, besides this last series, I would say this was a day of upsets. Even though there is a
and this series wasn't clean either.
It wasn't clean. It wasn't clean, but we kind of all expected Liquid to be the favorites here at least. Maybe not 2-0 it, but 2-1 at least. But like you said, it wasn't really clean. That first game, that was really close.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised about, first of all, like how well Secret and Shopify Rebellion were able to do with this amount of stand-ins that they did have. So to be able to almost qualify for the main event here is pretty impressive.
Yeah, big props to them. Let's actually have a look at our standings to see exactly where they fell and all of our other teams as well. So we have on the left-hand side, they're all of our qualified teams to playoffs in orange. That's our 8. Xtreme Gaming, Falcons, Gaimin Gladiators, Aurora, Spirit, Liquid, Boom, G2IG. I believe that's also going to be the seeding that has been decided by some maths in the back with the modified Swiss stage that we had over the last 6 days. And unfortunately, on the right-hand side is our eliminated team Secret, BetBoom, Shopify, Nouns, MOUZ, Virtus.pro, Heroic, and Azure Ray. It's tough to cut a 16-team group stage in half, but we did it. It took us 6 days, and that's exactly how it ended here with our 3-0, 3-1, and 3-2 teams.
Yeah, I have to say this. I had my skepticism coming into this new modified
format?
Stage, the format, yeah. But I think the format is actually really good. Like
I think it's fantastic.
It's fantastic, yeah. Specifically this part in which teams are facing other teams that have the same score. Well, of course, it's happening throughout the tournament, right? Throughout the Swiss stage, but later on it becomes even it's always spicy. Yeah. All the series are
everything has meaning to it. It doesn't feel like any game or series was meaningless, and to see teams on similar skill level, like on paper, you wouldn't think Secret and Liquid would be on the same scoreline, but they were. And it showed in the games because they weren't clean. Whilst Liquid did 2-0, it wasn't, as straightforward as a lot of people would have expected before this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you can technically get unlucky in small ways. Like, I think Nouns, they had to play Falcons
as the second.
Yeah, and then
series?
they had to play Spirit right after,
Ooh,
right?
That's true.
So there's some luck involved, but that's just because those teams, like Spirit, they weren't in their best form, and just unlucky for them that they decided to pick up like mid-tournament.
Always leave it to NA to find some copium.
I do like that his one example was Nouns. There were 8
That was the
teams.
only one I could remember.
Look, it's totally valid. Well, we want to set our eyes to something more positive, which is our upcoming in Dota. It's the playoffs. That starts tomorrow. We've got a double elimination here, and we know what our upper bracket is going to look like. So you got Xtreme Gaming, G2IG, Aurora, Team Spirit, Falcons, Boom, Gaimin Gladiators, and Liquid. You have to chuckle. I mean, that was a lot of the narrative last year. We didn't really see these 2 teams face up against each other unless it was in that grand final time and time again, but it will be happening tomorrow as yet again our finals series. That one's going to be an absolute banger, but we're back up to 4 BO3s a day. Going to be a lot of Dota on your screens, but if you had to pick one, like I always ask, which one would it be?
For me, it's simple. It should still be Gaimin Gladiators versus Liquid, even though we're sick and tired of watching these 2 teams play against each other. I feel like that's probably also the closest one, in my opinion. Another one that might be very interesting for me, at least, is the Spirit.
Aurora Spirit, that was my one. I can't wait for that one.
XG and IG.
Oh, why is that?
G2IG. Well, it's a China clash, and I think that shows a lot of progression that G2IG has made throughout this tournament. They didn't look very good at the beginning, but they're starting to look really good now.
That one.
Yeah, and then Xtreme Gaming is just damn good. Like,
so my reasoning is this: like Xtreme Gaming for me have the highest ceiling out of the region, but within the region they lose. Like they lose to these G2IGs, they lose to Azure Ray, and I'm just worried that Xtreme Gaming might actually lose versus G2IG. And I'm not sure how G2IG will progress after that. I'm very sorry, Jack Chan, KBBQ. I know you're listening to this, but yeah, like that one is kind of weird for me. But definitely will be super high skill because these two teams know each other inside out.
Yeah, well, look, we can't decide what exactly is our favorite series for tomorrow, which means you're just going to have to tune in for all of them. It's going to be a very long day tomorrow, but our start time is, as usual, 9:30 for us. If you want to see the panel, which, trust me, you really do, and the first game starting at 10 a.m. But we'll see you at day number 1 of playoffs tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Okay, Wyvern. Facing Wyvern. I have a Glimmer. Oh, he's
They're on Mickey.
I want to finish Wyvern.
Maybe I'm dead. I don't know. Look, they're diving me, guys.
Killing Wyvern.
Giga
Me and Timber are running.
I don't know what the fuck they're doing. This is...
I need more time. Yeah, try kite them a bit.
Oh, I'm killing this fucking Paco. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Rubik.
Yeah.
He has Imbus, Oh, I got it.
Shit.
I have down.
What the fuck am I watching? What the fuck are they doing?
Okay, I have Hex now.